Acquiring the chaotic treasure, he cultivates the 9 dragons into one. Slashing through the sun, moon, and rivers of stars, he vanquishes ancient demons. When Lu Chen emerges, the winds and clouds stir, and all gods and spirits tremble across the myriad realms. Drunkenly reclining as phoenixes and beauties smile, the 3,000 paths ferry all sentient beings. Chapter 1. Fortuitous encounters abound. In the Yongming dynasty, in the city of Shuangmu, within the Lord's mansion, in a secret chamber brimming with spirit stones, a girl of breathtaking beauty sits cross-legged, practicing her cultivation. The stone door swings open, and the lord of the city enters with a broad smile, followed by a spirited young man. Ruo Shui, my dear sister. The young man strides towards her, his face alight with joy. Lu Chen, brother, you've come. Zhou Ruo Shui gazes at him with tender eyes, her tone gentle. No need to rise. Lu Chen gestures with a hand, speaking softly. He and Zhou Ruo Shui share a deep bond, having been in love for 3 years. He had promised to assist her in stepping into the true essence realm. Today, upon hearing the news of her breakthrough, he could not delay a moment longer and rushed to fulfill his vow. Lu Chen retrieves a translucent fruit, the size of a thumb, resembling a large jade pearl. The Millennium Dragon Essence Fruit. The eyes of Lord Zhou, he and Zhou Ruo Shui gleam with excitement. This is an exceedingly rare, heavenly treasure, unattainable even with wealth. The Millennium Dragon Essence Fruit possesses the ability to catalyze true essence if consumed by someone at the 9th level of body refinement. It allows for an immediate breakthrough into the true essence realm. This fruit, a treasured heirloom of the Lu family, was originally meant for Lu Chen. Yet, he preserved it for Zhou Ruo Shui, refusing to use it for himself. Ruo Shui, my dear sister, consume it, and today you shall break through into the true essence realm. Lu Chen gently brings the fruit to Zhou Ruo Shui's lips. She responds with a soft opens her delicate mouth, swallows the Millennium Dragon Essence Fruit, and then closes her eyes to refine it. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Zhou Ruo Shui's aura suddenly surges, her barriers shattering instantly, elevating her to the 1st level of the true essence realm. Ha! Shuangmu City gains another true essence master. Zhou he beams with delight, laughing towards the sky. Ruo Shui, congratulations. Though everything unfolded as anticipated, Lu Chen is still overwhelmed with excitement. In a month, the 3 great martial sects of Dengzhou will hold their enrollment ceremony here in Shuangmu City. With your current cultivation, you stand beside me. We will surely catch the attention of the 3 great sects, and then we shall go to Deng. Before he could finish his sentence, slap! Zhou Ruo Shui suddenly strikes him with all her might, landing a heavy palm on Lu Chen's abdomen. Puff! He spits blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazes at Zhou Ruo Shui. The one go to Dengzhou is not us, but me. Zhou Ruo Shui slowly rises, her expression icy, staring at Lu Chen like a sworn enemy. The strongest among the 3 great sects, the Ziyun sect, has a rule of only admitting one individual. Though we are both at the 1st level of true essence, you are the greatest talent of Shuangmu City, and you will be my greatest obstacle in entering the Ziyun sect. You are the woman I love. I can relinquish my spot in the Ziyun sect for you. But I do not love you. I only covet the Millennium Dragon Essence Fruit in your hand. You have feigned affection for 3 years. Lu Chen feels as though he is plunged into an ice cavern at that moment. His heart shatters. You hail from a mere minor family, while I am the daughter of the city lord, destined to one day rise and transform into a phoenix. You cannot aspire to reach such heights. Zhou Ruo Shui raises her chin, gazing at him with scornful eyes, filled with mockery. However, I cannot allow you to obstruct my path. You must die. Over my dead body. Lu Chen roars in fury, channeling his spirit energy and fortifying his defenses. Deceived and betrayed by the woman he believed to be his beloved, Lu Chen struggles to accept the wound inflicted upon him. Yet he resolutely refuses to succumb to this woman with a heart as venomous as a serpent. Boom! A fist imprint whips through the air, striking Lu Chen's back with tremendous force. He is flung away, crashing into the hard wall, then collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Zhou. Lu Chen grits his teeth, glaring at the smirking lord, his heart ablaze with hatred. That last punch was a treacherous strike from Zhou. The greatest fool of Shuangmu City. I send you on your way. Zhou Ruo Shui raises her hand mercilessly, but is halted by Zhou He's command. Wait, he cannot die in the Lord's mansion, or it would tarnish my reputation. If he won't die, then I will extract his dantian and martial veins, rendering him a cripple. That would suffice. Under Zhou He's watchful gaze, Zhou Ruo Shui proceeds, cruelly extracting Lu Chen's dantian and a crystalline martial vein. In the secret chamber, Lu Chen's heart-wrenching screams resonate, mingled with a thunderous roar. If I do not perish, I will annihilate your entire lineage. Before long, Zhou He and his daughter exit the secret chamber, leaving behind the unconscious Lu Chen. Suddenly, the space quivers slightly. Pop! A mysterious black orb breaks through the void, appearing abruptly. Following that, a pair of enormous hands emerge, tearing the fabric of space. Someone is attempting to emerge from the void. The black orb seems to be in a panic, colliding with Lu Chen and unexpectedly merging into his body. Hiss! The void splits apart. An elder clad in golden armor, exuding a terrifying aura, steps forth from the void. The golden-armored elder gazes at Lu Chen, his expression forlorn, sighing towards the heavens. This treasure I have pursued for 100 years has been obtained by this boy while lying down truly. What is fated must eventually come to pass, and what is not fated cannot be forced. This treasure is extraordinary. With its aid, this child will achieve a terrifying destiny, surpassing any prodigy in the mundane world. The golden-armored elder suddenly recalls something, his eyes igniting with fervor. Such an extraordinary talent. Since he is destined to be connected with me, he must become my true disciple. Eh? The golden-armored elder rubs his aged eyes, and upon recognizing Lu Chen's condition, his anger flares. His dantian has been excavated, and his martial veins destroyed. He is but a cripple. How could the treasure choose a cripple instead of me? Truly infuriating. Who has rendered my true disciple a cripple? Even more infuriating. The golden-armored elder vents his fury, but soon recollects himself. The treasure possesses sentience, choosing a cripple. No, choosing my true disciple must have its reasons. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. If you cannot transform a cripple into a legend, you are unworthy of becoming my true disciple. The golden-armored elder leans closer to Lu Chen, whispering into his ear, "This treasure is the Chaos Pearl, containing extraordinary power. You must excavate this power to alter your fate." At that moment, footsteps echo from outside. The golden-armored elder intended to save Lu Chen, but, sensing no murderous intent from the approaching figures, he vanishes into the void. Several guards enter the secret chamber, lifting Lu Chen and carrying him out of the Lord's mansion, heading straight for the Lu family. Along the way, they attract countless onlookers and inquiries. The guards tirelessly explain that Lu Chen had the audacity to intrude into the Lord's secret chamber and had his dantian and martial veins destroyed by the Lord. In an instant, the news of Lu Chen's fall into a cripple spreads throughout Shuangmu City. The guards deposit Lu Chen at the entrance of the Lu family and depart. Above the Lu family, the golden-armored elder remains concealed in the clouds, releasing his consciousness, swiftly traversing billions of miles. In the eastern wasteland, at the Xintian Dao sect's discussion hall, the sect leader is engaged in deliberations with a multitude of elders. Suddenly, a wave of consciousness sweeps in, landing on the sect leader's forehead. A voice of authority resonates in the sect leader's ear. "Go to Shuangmu City and find a youth named Lu Chen. Recruit him into my sect. This child is currently a cripple. Arrange for him to cultivate at the branch sect first, and once his cultivation reaches the requisite standard, bring him to the Dao sect." The sect leader's body trembles, hastily bowing down and responding with his consciousness. "I shall faithfully obey the ancestor's command." The consciousness promptly dissipates, leaving the sect leader secretly lamenting. The ancestor has traveled far and wide, absent for hundreds of years now, upon returning, only to concern himself with trivial matters, not even inquiring about the sect's affairs. This disposition of the ancestor has remained unchanged. Moreover, a cripple cannot possibly cultivate. The Xintian sect is a major sect, accepting only prodigies and not mere talents. To recruit a cripple would invite ridicule from the world. With these thoughts, the sect leader grows increasingly anxious. What troubles the sect leader? The elders, sensing nothing amiss, are bewildered by the sect leader's peculiar behavior. Esteemed elders, we must first address an urgent matter. Can anyone inform me where Shuangmu City is located? The sect leader regains his composure, his expression grave. Let alone a cripple. Even 100 of them must be accepted. Otherwise, the wrath of the ancestor is something he cannot bear. Is there such a city in the Eastern Wasteland? The Eastern Wasteland is home to thousands of empires and hundreds of thousands of dynasties. Each dynasty has numerous states, and each state has countless cities it won't be easy to find. Quickly, fetch a map. The elders set up camp, springing into action. Before long, they bring in several large chests, emptying thousands upon thousands of maps. The sect leader and elders become submerged in a sea of maps. After 6 hours, they finally locate Shuangmu City. So it is a small town in the Yongming dynasty. Quickly investigate if there is a branch of the Xintian sect there. The sect leader commands, and the elder in charge of external affairs does not dare to delay, rushing to the outer affairs hall. After another 6 hours, the elder returns in a flurry. Reporting to the sect leader, there is indeed a branch in the Yongming dynasty, a very small Xintian subsect, affiliated with the 108 Xintian branch. The subsect leader is named Zhu. I wish to see this person. Subordinate shall immediately notify the subsect and summon him. Do not summon, that would take too long. Bring him here directly. At the Lu family. Lu Chen lies in bed. Though unconscious, his consciousness is gradually awakening. He recalls hearing a vague voice, but remembers only 2 phrases: Chaos Pearl, containing extraordinary power. As his consciousness fully awakens, he discovers an unusual object within his sea of consciousness. An inconspicuous black orb is continuously enlarging. Chaos Pearl? Before Lu Chen has time to be astonished, the Chaos Pearl undergoes another transformation. A terrifying force of soul erupts from the Chaos Pearl, instantly merging with his sea of consciousness. A torrent of fragmented memories floods forth from the Chaos Pearl, rapidly absorbed by his sea of consciousness. Lu Chen immediately realizes this is a form of inheritance. Within the grand, fragmented memories, Lu Chen uncovers a complete set of alchemical memories, encompassing countless alchemical techniques and knowledge of various herbs, heavenly materials, and rare beasts. In addition to the alchemical memories, there is also a set of ancient runic memories. Finally, there is a martial arts memory. The 9 dragons return to one technique. Lu Chen is thrilled to discover that this martial art is a secret technique that unlocks the Beauties' hidden treasures, requiring no cultivation of the Dantian. It is tailor-made for him. However, as he delves deeper, Lu Chen's heart grows cold. The 9 dragons return to one technique does not cultivate the Dantian, but rather the 9 dragons. The so-called dragons refer to the human Beauties dragon veins, which are the awakened martial veins. With Lu Chen's martial veins stripped away, how can he cultivate anything? Suddenly, the Chaos Pearl trembles, sinking from the sea of consciousness, passing through his head, traversing his neck, and coursing through his chest, until it finally settles at the location of his Dantian. The Chaos Pearl comes to a halt. A beam of 9-colored light shoots forth from the Chaos Pearl, penetrating the spot where his martial veins were taken, surging back and forth, until a martial vein forms amidst the vibrant colors. The 8-colored glow dissipates, leaving only a brilliant red light. This martial vein, glowing red, resembles a fire dragon soaring into the sky, fierce and domineering. This is the first dragon required for the 9 dragons return to one technique, the flame dragon vein. Lu Chen is both astonished and elated. A rebirth of his crippled veins, the fire dragon manifests. The flame dragon vein far surpasses his previous exquisite martial vein. I must cultivate. Lu Chen awakens in excitement. Sitting up, he glances around and realizes he is in his own room. His body still aches, but his wounds have been bandaged. Time is of the essence. Let's see if I can cultivate. Enduring the pain, Lu Chen sits cross-legged, operating the 9 dragons return to one technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, directing it towards the flame dragon vein. As the flame dragon vein makes contact with the spiritual energy, it absorbs it hungrily, as if a parched riverbed encountered rain. In an instant, the flame dragon vein glows brilliantly, and without waiting for Lu Chen to absorb more, it begins to actively draw in the spiritual energy from outside. The flame dragon vein's absorption of spiritual energy is incredibly domineering. akin to a primordial dragon devouring the heavens and earth. Within mere moments, the spiritual energy in the room is completely depleted. Yet the flame dragon vein does not relent, rather. It grows even more frenzied, generating terrifying suction forces. Bang! Windows and doors shatter from the pressure. A torrent of spiritual energy rushes in from outside, yet it still does not satisfy the flame dragon vein's appetite. As the suction intensifies, the entire spiritual energy of Shuangmu City converges towards the Lu family. Countless martial artists respond to the call, sprinting towards the Lu family. Above the Lu family, the spiritual energy gathers, resembling a dragon of spiritual energy, diving downwards. Chapter 2. Return to the martial way. The dragon of spiritual energy surged down, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely absorbed by the flame dragon vein. At this moment, the spiritual energy contained within the flame dragon vein was immensely abundant, akin to a river overflowing its banks. Suddenly, the flame dragon vein twisted slightly, causing the spiritual energy to circulate and permeate through every limb and bone. Abruptly, a resounding explosion echoed from Lu Chen's body. Crack! The first level of body refinement. Lu Chen had returned to the martial way. Prior to his downfall, Lu Chen was at the first level of true essence realm, possessing formidable physical strength, which meant he did not need to refine his body anew. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he could directly break through. Just then, Lu Chen noticed an anomaly. A tiny white dot appeared within the flame dragon vein, the size of a green bean, crystal clear. The seed of true essence. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. For ordinary martial artists, the seed of true essence would only appear after reaching the 9th level of body refinement, serving as a preparation for entering the true essence realm. Once the seed of true essence shattered, spiritual energy would transform into true essence, marking the official entry into the martial way. At that time, true essence would enter the body, enhancing combat strength. Some even harness true essence externally, enabling them to kill from a distance, rendering their power terrifying. More powerful warriors would refine true essence to perfection, conjuring true fire, further amplifying their strength. Though Lu Chen was merely at the first level of body refinement, he possessed the seed of true essence that typically manifested only at the 9th level, allowing him to sense true essence, which was exponentially stronger than other martial artists of the same realm. The spiritual energy from the flame dragon vein continued to flow forth, not refining the body but instead continuously feeding the seed of true essence. Crack! Another explosion reverberated within Lu Chen. The 2nd level of body refinement, the seed of true essence expanded slightly. Unbeknownst to him, a day had passed. The spiritual energy from the flame dragon vein was nearly exhausted, and the 9 dragons returned to one technique ceased operation. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze radiant, akin to the brilliance of stars, dazzling beyond compare. The 5th level of body refinement. The seed of true essence absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy, growing significantly, resembling a peanut. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that his wounds had healed, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Rising to stretch his limbs, he spread his arms wide, feeling as heavy as a mountain. At the 5th level of body refinement, he possessed an astounding strength of 5,000 pounds. Typically, a martial artist at the 1st level of body refinement had a strength of 500 pounds. At the 2nd level, their strength would reach 1,000 pounds, and so forth, culminating at the 9th level with a strength of 4,500 pounds. However, this was not an absolute rule. Those with powerful meridians or innate strength could possess significantly greater power, with some at the 1st level reaching 600 or 700 pounds, and even 800 or 900 pounds. Lu Chen, however, at the 1st level, already had a strength of 1,000 pounds, and at the 5th level, 5,000 pounds. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level body refinement practitioner. As his cultivation progressed, one could only imagine how monstrous his strength would become. Lu Chen was not innately strong, so it was evident that the flame dragon vein, created by the Chaos Pearl, was unparalleled in the world. Furthermore, the 9 dragons returned to one technique, which cultivated the human dragon vein, was immensely powerful, defying the heavens. Lu Chen brimmed with confidence. He aimed to return to his peak in the shortest time possible. A month later, during the grand enrollment ceremony, he would shatter the dreams of that venomous woman. Recalling Zhou Ruoshua's deceit and ruthlessness, Lu Chen's fury ignited. With a single palm strike, The sturdy black iron table beside him instantly caved in. Bang! The door swung open, and a poised young girl rushed in nervously. "Young master, you are awake." Upon seeing Lu Chen standing in the room, the girl first expressed joy, but upon noticing the dent in the black iron table, her heart raced with trepidation. This was my accidental mishap. That was black iron. How could you possibly dent it? The girl Wanner, a year younger than Lu Chen, was his maid. Lu Chen lost his mother at a young age and was raised by his father. Lu Zhengru. 5 years ago, Lu Chen's father departed on a journey, leaving only Wanner to serve him. Lu Zhengru had been gone for 5 years, with no news of his return, leaving uncertainty about his fate. In the harsh environment of the Lu family, Wanner and Lu Chen had shared hardships, relying on one another without a single complaint. Had it not been for Lu Chen awakening the high-quality Linglong martial vein and earning the favor of some elders in the Lu family, thus being designated as the young master and gaining a modicum of status, their lives would have likely been exceedingly miserable indeed. I possess cultivation. I am just not in peak condition. Lu Chen did not conceal this from Wanner, as she was the only one in the Lu family he could trust. Thank heavens, the young master still has cultivation. That is truly wonderful. Wanner clasped her hands together, overwhelmed with joy. Young master, when will we leave the Lu family? Leave the Lu family? Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings and then noticed 2 large bundles in the corner. Frowning, "You've already packed everything?" Wanner nodded but did not respond. "Tell me, what exactly transpired?" Seeing Lu Chen's rising anger, Wanner hesitantly revealed the reason. "Last night, the Lu family held an emergency meeting, deciding to depose you, who has become a waste, and establish another young master. Second elder Lu Zhengning even suggested that since you have offended the city lord, you should be executed to quell his wrath. Other elders, considering the missing head of the family, Lu Zhengru, opposed killing you but insisted on severing ties to avoid implicating the Lu family. Ultimately, the elders unanimously decided that you must leave the Lu family within 3 days. Wanner had no choice but to pack her belongings, waiting for Lu Chen to awaken so they could depart together. They are expelling me, not you. You can remain in the Lu family. Wanner would never abandon her young master. If he left, she would follow. After a pause, Wanner added softly, "Actually, I have already thought of a plan. I will take the young master to my hometown. Although life there is a bit harsh, it is certainly safer than staying in Shuangmu City. When the family head returns, it will also be easier to find the young master, and we can reunite." Lu Chen suddenly reached out, gently taking Wanner's delicate hand, an unspoken gratitude passing between them. Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. Unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze, Lu Chen understood that once he left the Lu family, danger would loom. He had spared his life previously only due to Lu Chen's status. If Lu Chen were no longer a member of the Lu family, he would have no reservations and would likely seek to silence him. Moreover, Lu Zhengning intended to support his son, Lu Rong, as the new young master, and had always viewed Lu Chen as a thorn in his side. Once Lu Chen was expelled, it was likely that Lu Zhengning would attempt to eliminate him entirely. Wanner was not oblivious to this. Staying by Lu Chen's side was exceedingly perilous. Yet, Wanner remained unwavering in her loyalty, ready to face life and death together with him. Lu Chen felt nothing but gratitude and deep emotion. "Young master," a sarcastic voice interrupted the moment. The tone was laced with mockery, devoid of respect. A figure sauntered through the door. "Lu Xiaoping, what do you want again?" Wanner looked at the newcomer, her expression tinged with alarm. Lu Xiaoping was a side descendant of the Lu family, a sycophant of Lu Rong, who often bullied others with his status. "Of course, I'm here to see you. Am I to visit this waste of a young master?" Lu Xiaoping glanced at Lu Chen and Wanner holding hands, his lips curling into a sneer, his expression darkening. "I in broad daylight. You dare engage in such shameless acts. Truly, you have no shame. No, we are not what you think." Wanner's face turned crimson, hurriedly withdrawing her hand from Lu Chen's grasp, eager to clarify. "You would rather be with this waste than with me. You truly are a shameless wretch." Lu Xiaoping's anger flared, disregarding Lu Chen entirely as he reached out towards Wanner. "Since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, then I shall teach you a lesson. I want your waste of a master to witness your humiliation. Come any closer, and I will die." Wanner, trembling, brandished a pair of scissors, pointing it at her neck. "Not this trick again." Lu Xiaoping's expression twisted with fury. "This tactic won't work today. Even if you end up a corpse, I will not let you go." Slap, a resounding slap echoed. Lu Xiaoping's face bore the mark of a bright red handprint. a tooth flying from his mouth. Beast. Chapter 3. The family rules cannot be broken. Lu Chen shook his hand, not bothering to look at Lu Xiaoping as he took the scissors from Wanner and reassured her, "Do not fear. He is merely a rabid dog, and I will handle him." But Wanner trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Lu Xiaoping's cultivation was no trivial matter. He was at the 5th level of body refinement. Although Lu Chen had just awakened and still retained some cultivation, both his dantian and martial veins were damaged. Could he truly stand against Lu Xiaoping? In the next moment, a hysterical roar erupted. "Lu Chen, you waste! How dare you hit me? Go to hell!" Lu Xiaoping's rage exploded, his entire aura surging as he threw a punch at Lu Chen. Previously, Lu Xiaoping had shown deference to Lu Chen. He would never dare to target Wanner's master. But now, circumstances had changed. Lu Chen had become a waste, expelled by the Lu family, and Lu Xiaoping saw no reason to hold back. Even if he killed Lu Chen, Lu Rong would protect him, and at most he would face a scolding from the elders. "You dare bark in front of me, truly unaware of your own mortality." Lu Chen remained motionless, his hand shooting out like lightning, seizing Lu Xiaoping's incoming fist, applying slight pressure. Crack! A sound of shattering bone echoed. Lu Xiaoping instantly let out a blood-curdling scream as his fist was crushed into a bloody pulp. Rendered utterly useless. "Why, you are not a waste anymore? How can you still have cultivation?" Lu Xiaoping, writhing in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face, was filled with shock. "Does it concern you?" Lu Chen scoffed, pressing his palm against Lu Xiaoping's crown, causing Lu Xiaoping to panic, pleading for mercy. "Why, young master, I will never dare again. Spare my life. Just now, Wanner mentioned you came again. I am curious, how many times have you come from yesterday until now? What do you want?" Lu Chen's cold gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoping, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "You had better speak honestly, or you will die a most gruesome death. Do not expect Lu Rong to seek revenge for you. He will not stand up for a dead man. The little man has come 3 times, sent by Lu Rong, to ensure you are expelled from the Lu family as soon as you awaken. But Wanner has been guarding outside, preventing me from entering. I am despicable. I coveted Wanner's beauty and intended to tease her, but she threatened to kill herself, so I failed." Lu Xiaoping confessed everything in a bid to save his life. "Isn't he at 3 days for me? Why is Lu Rong so eager to chase me out? If he claims there is no conspiracy, only a fool would believe I." Lu Chen regarded Lu Xiaoping with a mocking smile. "Do you think I look like a fool? Yes, it is indeed Lu Rong's scheme. He fears that too much time will pass, sending me to drive you out early, and then he will kill you outside to eliminate future troubles." Seeing that Lu Chen was not easily deceived, Lu Xiaoping had to confess, "Young master, spare my life. I am also a victim in this. To kill me. Lu Rong is not yet qualified." Lu Chen's expression darkened as he seized Lu Xiaoping's other hand and crushed it. Lu Xiaoping let out another wail of despair as his last hand was rendered useless. "You go back and tell your master that I, Lu Chen, will not leave. He should brace himself for my wrath." Lu Chen kicked Lu Xiaoping away, losing interest in killing a dog, especially a useless one. He intended to return this useless dog to Lu Rong, delivering a good slap to his face. Lu Xiaoping fled like a stray dog. "Young master, are you truly not leaving?" Wanner expressed concern. Lu Chen had always been resolute in his words, and if he said he would not leave, then he would not. However, the entire Lu family had already abandoned Lu Chen. Could he truly stay? "Though my father is missing, he is still the head of the family. This is my home, and I will not go anywhere." Lu Chen's gaze flickered, a cold smile on his lips. Despite the Lu family's cruelty, they did one thing right. Regardless of who you were, as long as you possessed sufficient talent, you would be nurtured. If my cultivation were absent, then there would be nothing to say. It would be a dead end. But as long as my cultivation remains, those old fellows would weigh their options, and given their nature, they would likely bet on me, wagering that I still have a future in the martial way. But that is too risky. Wanner remained worried. The path of martial arts is inherently a gamble. Lu Chen shook his head, walking outside, softly murmuring, "I am a martial artist. Why should I fear?" In the conference hall, the senior members of the Lu family gathered to discuss appointing Lu Rong as the new young master. With the family head, Lu Zhengru, absent, the matters were temporarily overseen by second elder Lu Zhengning. But all significant decisions required a unanimous vote from the elders. Eager to elevate his son Lu Rong, Lu Zhengning asked, "Is there anyone who disagrees?" The hall fell silent, no one raising objections. Lu Zhengning's face appeared stern, but internally he was quite pleased. His son Lu Rong had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement. Without Lu Chen, Lu Rong would be the strongest among the younger generation of the Lu family. Unmatched. Since no one opposes, the position of the young master will be. Just as Lu Zhengning was about to announce, an unsettling voice interrupted, "I object." Everyone turned to see a familiar figure at the entrance. Lu Chen entered, hands clasped behind his back, walking leisurely. "What is a waste doing here? Embarrassing himself? Lu Chen, your position as young master has been revoked. There is no place for you here, Lu Chen. You have offended the city lord and have been expelled from the family. You should leave. Someone, throw this waste out." Voices of ridicule and scorn echoed. The majority of those present cast disdainful glances at Lu Chen. The Lu family had rules. To expel the head's son required the head's consent. Otherwise, no one had the authority to expel him. Lu Chen surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Lu Zhengning, his eyes glinting with contempt. "Second uncle, I am not referring to you, but to everyone present. None of you have the power." Lu Zhengning was the brother of Lu Zhengru. While Lu Zhengru was alive, he treated Lu Chen as his own child, but after Lu Zhengru's departure, his true nature gradually revealed itself. Subjecting Lu Chen to various forms of persecution, Lu Chen's words provoked a wave of outrage, yet they were unable to refute him. It was indeed against the Lu family's rules to expel him. "Your father has been missing for 5 years. He has likely died by now. The position of family head will change sooner or later, and you will eventually be expelled." Lu Zhengning's expression darkened, his anger surging. Had it not been a public setting, he would have had no qualms about killing Lu Chen. "Let us wait until the family head changes." Lu Chen, disinterested in debating with Lu Zhengning, merely stated, "Is it so easy to change the family head? If it were, it would have been done long ago. Why wait until later?" Although Lu Zhengru is not present, his influence remains. Who dares to ensure he will not suddenly return? Lu Zhengru was exceptionally gifted, the strongest in Shuangmu City, commanding respect and admiration. Even Zhou he had to bow before him. As long as the title of family head is still associated with Lu Zhengru, the various powers in the city will remain wary of the Lu family. Dare they replace the family head? Would they willingly do so? Had it not been for Lu Chen, Lu Zhengru would have long ascended the martial gates, venturing into a broader martial world. The family rules cannot be broken. A voice of authority rang out, shaking the hearts of all present. The usually reticent Grand Elder spoke. The Grand Elder was known for his aloofness, rarely participating in Lu family matters, and even during the discussion of deposing the young master, he had refrained from taking a stance. However, his words carried immense weight. Once he spoke, it was as if a decree had been made. "Lu Chen, do you have any requests?" The Grand Elder's gaze was fixed on Lu Chen, a trace of confusion appearing in his murky eyes. For Lu Chen possessed an aura of chaos that obstructed his probing. He could not fathom Lu Chen's condition. The Lu family also had a regulation. The position of young master belonged to the capable. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Zhengning, coldly stating, "Therefore, what use is your deposition of me? Regardless of whom you appoint as young master, the younger generation in the family has the right to challenge him for the position, including myself." Chapter 4. Awakening Dragon Pill. Lu Chen's intent was clear. He aimed to reclaim the title of young master with his fists. The assembly paused momentarily before erupting in laughter, eye in their eyes. Lu Chen was undoubtedly a fanciful dreamer, a fool lost in delusions. They had witnessed firsthand that Lu Chen's dantian was utterly empty, his martial veins non-existent, reduced to a complete invalid. How could such a wretch dare to boast? They could not fathom where Lu Chen's audacity stemmed from. Among the crowd, only one person remained unamused, the Grand Elder. With a grave expression, the Grand Elder appeared lost in thought. "Then let us wait until the new young master is established before you challenge him." Lu Zhengning sneered, gesturing for Lu Chen to depart. The moment Lu Chen turned, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Zhengning's eyes. This worthless fool had awakened but chose not to flee the Lu family. Instead, he dared to speak of family rules, to challenge him, and to confront the new young master. He truly did not know the meaning of danger. "So, you do not wish to leave the Lu family? Very well, I shall ensure you remain here. I in the graveyard of the Lu family." In that instant, Lu Zhengning resolved that Lu Chen could not be allowed to stay. He would send someone to eliminate him that very night. Just then, a young man burst through the door, completely disrupting Lu Zhengning's plans. The newcomer was none other than Lu Zhengning's son, Lu Rong. Filled with fury, Lu Rong exuded the aura of a peak 9th realm martial artist, and without a moment's hesitation, He launched a punch at Lu Chen. The punch cut through the air with the weight of a mountain. If Lu Chen were to be struck, he would surely perish, though the incident unfolded suddenly. The onlookers were all experts, capable of stopping Lu Rong had they chosen to intervene. Yet, no one moved, all merely spectators, including the Grand Elder, who silently observed the unfolding scene. Lu Rong's arrival was perfectly timed. "Enough!" Lu Chen shouted, his energy surging as he met Lu Rong's fist with one of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the arena. Both Lu Chen and Lu Rong staggered back 3 steps. In that fleeting moment, every person present stood in astonishment. Who could explain how this so-called waste possessed any martial prowess? Lu Chen, whose dantian and martial veins were clearly destroyed, somehow still had the cultivation of a 5th realm martial artist? Today was indeed a day of peculiarities, as Lu Chen surprisingly retained such cultivation, yet Lu Rong was a peak 9th realm martial artist, significantly stronger. Surely Lu Chen should have been unable to withstand Lu Rong's strike. But this was utterly inconceivable. They had fought to a standstill. Whispers of shock echoed through the crowd. Lu Chen had once again become the focal point of attention. Lu Rong wore an expression of disbelief, gazing at Lu Chen with a hint of trepidation. Lu Zhengning, too, felt as if he had seen a ghost, stunned into silence before finally questioning Lu Rong. "Ronger, what on earth is happening? This waste has inexplicably incapacitated Lu Xiaoping." "I was furious and came to settle the score," Lu Rong accused, having privately dispatched Lu Xiaoping without consulting Lu Zhengning, resulting in a twinge of guilt that led him to falsely accuse Lu Chen. "Lu Rong, do not invert black and white, do not steal the blame," Lu Chen replied coldly, showing no signs of emotional upheaval. "You sent Lu Xiaoping to kill me, dare you not admit it?" "I did not," Lu Rong retorted. "Bring Lu Xiaoping out for confrontation. He is unconscious. How can he confront?" "I have Wanner to testify." As Lu Rong's gaze darted, preparing to fabricate further excuses, he was interrupted by Lu Zhengning. "Lu Chen, you have wantonly harmed a member of the family and must face the family's legal repercussions. Your cultivation shall be abolished, and you will be expelled from the Lu family." From a few exchanges between Lu Chen and Lu Rong, Lu Zhengning had grasped the gist of the situation. He was all too aware of his son's character. He sought to swiftly resolve this troublesome matter without further complications. "Wait, I must clarify one thing." The Grand Elder's authoritative voice resonated within the silent council chamber. "Lu Chen, how is it that despite being disabled by the city lord, you still possess cultivation?" "Because it was not entirely destroyed," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, having prepared this excuse in advance. "The city lord spared you?" The Grand Elder's pupils constricted slightly. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, quickly coming to accept the Grand Elder's inference. For otherwise, Lu Chen's cultivation could not be explained. Lu Chen remained silent, tacitly agreeing. After all, he did not mind the Grand Elder's overly generous interpretation. The city lord had shown leniency, indicating that he still held the Lu family in some regard and would not let this incident cause them undue harm. A rare smile graced the Grand Elder's face as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen once more. "Your realm has fallen to the 5th stage of body refinement?" Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Can you still cultivate?" "Yes." At this moment, many gazes upon Lu Chen shifted, filled with newfound respect. The decline of his realm mattered little. The key was that he could still cultivate, and as long as there was cultivation, there was hope for advancement. However, Lu Zhengning's composure began to falter. He sensed an ominous turn of events, realizing that the Grand Elder might be inclined to support Lu Chen. Indeed, the Grand Elder did not mention Lu Xiaoping again, instead proposing something that deeply displeased Lu Zhengning. "Since Lu Chen's cultivation remains intact, the Lu family cannot forsake him. He deserves a chance. I propose that in 7 days, a selection competition be held, and the victor shall ascend to the position of young master." The Grand Elder's suggestion garnered overwhelming support from the majority of the elders. Although Lu Chen was at a disadvantage of 4 minor realms, his ability to match Lu Rong in combat indicated something significant. Lu Chen was still a genius. The Lu family had a tradition of favoring geniuses. With the situation solidified, Lu Zhengning seethed with anger but found himself powerless to change it. With the Grand Elder present, he could not wield absolute authority. "Before the selection competition, Lu Chen shall be under my protection," the Grand Elder stated, his implication clear to all. This was directed at Lu Zhengning. With a cold snort, Lu Zhengning departed, taking Lu Rong with him. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Wanner had prepared a meal. Starving, Lu Chen wasted no time devouring the food. After finishing his meal, taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, he finally had the leisure to ponder his situation. The Grand Elder was a shrewd individual. While he offered Lu Chen protection, it was only for 7 days, clearly testing Lu Chen's cultivation speed. This meant that if Lu Chen could not reclaim the position of young master during the selection competition, the Grand Elder would cease to favor him. The selection competition would naturally involve the youthful martial artists of the Lu family. Lu Rong, at the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement, was currently the strongest among them and Lu Chen's only rival. Lu Chen needed only to advance one minor realm to surpass Lu Rong, rendering him unrecognizable even to his father. However, having just regained his cultivation, Lu Chen had exerted all his strength against Lu Rong's punch, causing his meridians to become disordered and resulting in the dormancy of his Yanlong meridian. Currently, he was practicing the 9 Dragons Return to One technique, focusing on the Yanlong meridian. If the Yanlong meridian remained dormant, he would be unable to cultivate. Who could say how long it would remain in this state? Feeling anxious, Lu Chen immediately began sifting through his fragmented memories, hoping to discover a method to awaken the Yanlong meridian. Among thousands of fragmented memories, only those concerning alchemy, ancient runes, and the 9 Dragons Return to One technique were intact. All others were incomplete. Arrays, weapon techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, secret arts, soul arts, medical arts, an overwhelming array of chaotic memories, all incomplete. After reviewing many memories, he ultimately found the method to awaken the Yanlong meridian within the ancient runes. The powerful soul energy Lu Chen inherited made him highly sensitive to ancient runes. Those obscure and difficult to understand ancient symbols could be grasped by Lu Chen with just a glance. The content of this set of ancient runes was vast, detailing the uses and refining methods of individual runes, as well as their combinations. The final section specifically addressed issues related to the human meridians, capable of resolving any complications that might arise, making it a perfect match for the 9 Dragons Return to One technique. Awakening Dragon Pill. Consuming this pill would awaken the Yanlong meridian. However, this was a special elixir that could not be purchased externally. It had to be refined personally. Delving into his alchemical memories, Lu Chen quickly located the formula for the Awakening Dragon Pill. It was a first-tier pill requiring few ingredients, most of which the Lu family possessed. However, there was one crucial herb they lacked, Awakening Dragon Grass. Without hesitation, Lu Chen sprang to his feet and headed straight for the Alchemy Pavilion. Chapter 5. The Alchemy Pavilion. The Alchemy Pavilion bustled with activity, a hive of commotion. The moment Lu Chen appeared, he instantly became the center of attention. Isn't that Lu Chen? Wasn't he rendered useless by the city lord? What is he doing here at the Alchemy Pavilion? Perhaps he's seeking a pill to restore his cultivation. Nonsense. With his Dantian destroyed and martial veins ruined, not even a supreme elixir can save him. The Alchemy Pavilion has close ties with the city lord. After offending him, it would be a miracle if they allowed him entry. A chorus of disparaging comments filled the air. Lu Chen paid no mind, ignoring the jeers. There were many who relished in his misfortune, yet he had no desire to engage with them. Stop! A guard blocked Lu Chen's path, barking without courtesy. Ordinary folk and invalids are forbidden from entering. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within him. The Alchemy Pavilion had a strict rule against non-martial practitioners entering. When had an additional rule barring invalids been added? This guard was clearly targeting him, likely under the influence of the city lord. Zhou He, one day, I will ensure your downfall, leaving you without a place to rest. For now, the priority was acquiring the Awakening Dragon Grass, not quarreling with a mere gatekeeper. Suppressing his fury, Lu Chen refrained from further argument and unleashed his energy. 5th stage of body refinement. The guards stood dumbfounded. The onlookers were equally stunned. Hadn't Lu Chen been reduced to a waste? How could he still possess cultivation? Where had this power come from? It was utterly mind-boggling. Silence fell over the crowd. May I enter now? Lu Chen inquired coolly. Just an illusion. Who knows if your cultivation is real or not? The guard snapped back to reality, sneering defiantly, refusing to let Lu Chen pass. If you possess cultivation, you should allow him entry. A voice piped up from the crowd. Since when does a mere guard get to decide the rules of the Alchemy Pavilion? The murmurs of discontent grew louder. Initially, the crowd had gathered to witness Lu Chen's misfortune, yet with the revelation of his cultivation, their perceptions shifted. Even a fifth-stage body refinement was of average standing in Shuangmu City, while most of the onlookers were below that level. The mounting pressure placed the guard in a difficult position, yet he remained resolute, having received orders from above. "Is someone instructing you to block my way?" Lu Chen asked coldly. "Enough chatter. If you don't leave, I will throw you out myself." The guard, humiliated, suddenly lunged, his 5 fingers reaching for Lu Chen. With a force equivalent to 3,000 pounds, a hit would surely leave Lu Chen grievously injured. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The guard was a 6th-stage body refinement martial artist. How could Lu Chen withstand this? Yet, the next moment, the crowd collectively gaped in shock. The guard found his wrist seized by Lu Chen, pain coursing through him as he broke into a cold sweat, hastily pleading, "Lu, young Master Lu, I was wrong. Please, feel free to enter the alchemy pavilion. Just spare me from breaking my hand." Lu Chen huffed, flinging the guard several yards away with a casual motion. That moment, Lu Chen radiated an overwhelming aura, his presence as sharp as a drawn sword. The crowd fell silent, none daring to speak. Even the guard was no match for Lu Chen in a single move, who could still dare to speak disrespectfully. Those who had mocked Lu Chen had assumed him a worthless fool. But upon witnessing his strength, they fell silent, neither daring nor worthy to speak ill of him. Such was the nature of virtue. Inside the alchemy pavilion, a dazzling array of herbs and pills awaited. As Lu Chen entered, the staff members were taken aback, clearly aware of the circumstances. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Lu Chen approached a staff member, requesting the awakening dragon grass. "I'm sorry, but we've received instructions not to sell you anything." The staff member replied flatly. "Whose instructions?" Lu Chen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Someone was indeed pulling strings that I... A dark voice interjected. A young man approached, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a black alchemist robe adorned with a golden pill emblem. He displayed his esteemed status within the world of alchemy. Embroidered copper pills indicated a low-tier alchemist, silver for mid-tier, and gold for high-tier. While an alchemist was merely an entry-level designation, they could still concoct basic pills. In Shuangmu City, mid- and low-tier alchemists were scarce, while high-tier alchemists were exceptionally rare and highly sought after. "Zhoudan," the staff called out, bowing respectfully. In the alchemy pavilion, no ordinary folk existed. Apart from a few guards who were pure martial artists, everyone else was involved in alchemy. The lower-level staff were all alchemists, while management consisted of alchemists of varying ranks. Zhou. Lu Chen recognized this high-tier alchemist as Zhou Ruoshu's cousin, who controlled the management of the alchemy pavilion. No wonder the staff had treated him with such disdain. "Lu Chen, the alchemy pavilion does not welcome invalids. The entrance is over there. Leave," Zhou declared haughtily, his tone icy. "The alchemy pavilion has a rule against selling to ordinary folk, and even martial practitioners can be refused, but they cannot deny a fellow alchemist entry." Lu Chen retorted coldly, having anticipated Zhou difficulties and prepared countermeasures. "You can refine pills?" Zhou burst into laughter, prompting others to join in. Across Shuangmu City, anyone with talent in alchemy would have already sought training at the alchemy pavilion. Most were still alchemists, with only a select few advancing to alchemist status. Zhou, the only prominent high-tier alchemist, had never heard of Lu Chen being capable of alchemy. Who would believe him? "Alchemists, of course, can refine pills," Lu Chen asserted confidently. Having inherited a complete set of alchemical memories filled with countless refining techniques. If he could not refine pills, who could? "I'll give you a chance. If you can refine a body refinement pill on the spot, I'll believe you. If I successfully refine a pill, you will hand over the awakening dragon grass." "Agreed." Zhou waved his hand, clearing a space for Lu Chen. Soon, someone brought forth herbs, a small alchemical furnace, and some firewood. As Lu Chen surveyed the firewood, he hesitated. Nevertheless, he soon settled down, igniting the firewood to create the alchemical flame. In the martial world, there were 6 types of alchemical flames: firewood, true fire, soul fire, beast fire, earth fire, and heaven fire. Firewood was the most basic alchemical flame, used only by alchemists and low to mid-tier alchemists. The highest tier, heaven fire, remained a legend. No one knew what it truly was. Historical accounts noted that thousands of years ago, someone had obtained heaven fire and eventually became a legendary alchemy emperor. Lu Chen's hesitation stemmed from his powerful soul energy, which could easily summon soul fire for refining. However, since a body refinement pill was merely a basic first-tier elixir, it could be refined with firewood. there was no need to waste soul fire. Channeling his energy, Lu Chen activated the alchemical flame and initiated the first step of refining, warming the furnace. With the furnace heating up, he promptly proceeded to the second step, selecting materials. Lu Chen gathered all the herbs and tossed them into the furnace without hesitation. Zhou Hong was taken aback. The crowd was also astonished. Moments later, a cacophony of laughter erupted, joined by Zhou Hong's derisive comments. Is this called refining? It seems more like you're concocting excrement. Just wait for your own downfall. Lu Chen shot back, then focused intently on refining. Refining pills involved 9 steps: warming the furnace, selecting materials, refining, liquefying, merging, sealing the furnace, condensing the pill, opening the furnace, and collecting the pill. Lu Chen had already completed the first step, but he had not adhered strictly to the process during the second step, inviting mockery from the crowd. The processes of refining and extraction are essentially the same procedure, referring to the individual purification of each medicinal herb, eliminating impurities, and then setting them aside. This procedure involves the meticulous and time-consuming task of refining all the herbs one by one. However, Lu Chen took a contrary approach, pouring all the herbs into the furnace at once, seemingly bypassing the tedious and time-consuming steps. Yet, how could the refining process still be executed? Unified refining is something even a 9th-tier alchemist cannot achieve. How could Lu Chen possibly succeed? At this moment, Lu Chen appeared to Zhou Hong and other alchemists as inferior to even the lowest-ranked alchemists, as if he were merely foolishly attempting to concoct pills. Ignoring the scornful gazes surrounding him, Lu Chen intensified the alchemical flames to their maximum, continuing with his work. His memories of alchemical techniques held the highest levels of mastery, which was beyond the comprehension of these onlookers. After a quarter of an hour, the furnace lid trembled. Lu Chen opened the lid, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted forth, accompanied by the release of impurities extracted from the herbs. Under the mocking gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen swiftly closed the furnace lid, moving on to the next step. Shortly thereafter, a faint sound of flowing water emanated from the furnace, indicating the successful liquefaction of the herbs. After another incense stick's worth of time, the furnace began to vibrate, the tremors growing increasingly intense, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Aha! Is it about to blow? Poor flame control often leads to an explosion. Yet he had no control over the flames. It would be a miracle if it didn't explode. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted. Lu Chen had reached the fusion stage, which emphasized the utmost control over the flames. If one failed to manage the fire properly, explosions were imminent. Yet, Lu Chen seemed fixated solely on amplifying the flames, as if he were oblivious to the need for control. Thus, no one around held any hope for Lu Chen, all expecting his imminent failure. Especially Zhou Hong, who wore a radiant smile, eagerly anticipating the moment Lu Chen would embarrass himself. Seal the furnace! Lu Chen suddenly extended his left hand, slapping down on the lid to press it firmly. Then, channeling his soul power, he enveloped the furnace, instantly suppressing its violent agitation. A crisp sound erupted from the furnace. That was the sound of pill condensation. I thought it was going to explode, but he actually managed to condense a pill. Lu Chen had not studied alchemy in the pavilion, had he? Where did he acquire such skills? A wave of incredulous murmurs spread through the crowd. The 3,000 paths converge, yet the path of alchemy reigns supreme. The road of alchemy is fraught with difficulty, and alchemists are a rare breed, while pills are indispensable aids for warriors. Thus, anyone involved in alchemy is a figure of respect among martial artists. If Lu Chen were an alchemist, his status in Shuangmu City would be assuredly elevated. Yet at this moment, Zhou Hong's voice rang out, neither warm nor cold. You made a mistake right from the selection of materials. One misstep leads to further errors. Even if a pill is produced, what of it? Pills can be classified as either effective or wasteful, and what you produce will surely be the latter. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of sudden understanding. Open the furnace. Let us see if you've concocted a pile of waste. Zhou Hong's arrogance was palpable, dripping with sarcasm, eager to witness Lu Chen's public humiliation and subsequent descent into ridicule in Shuangmu City. Open the furnace. Lu Chen casually extended his hand and directly opened the alchemical furnace. In truth, both opening the furnace and retrieving the pill require specific techniques. Otherwise, the quality of the pill will be affected. However, as he was concocting a low-grade pill, Lu Chen found no need to be so meticulous as the furnace opened. A waft of burnt medicinal scent permeated the air. Inside the furnace, there was no sign of a pill, only a heap of black waste. Failed. Ha, he indeed concocted a pile of waste. What a ridiculous display. If you don't understand alchemy, why boast? Is it amusing to puff up your facade? The crowd shook their heads, casting disdainful glances at Lu Chen. He was masquerading as an alchemist, offending the very essence of alchemy. A grievous offense. Zhou Hong snorted coldly, waving his hand, seize Lu Chen, break his hands, and throw him out. Although unaware of the source of Lu Chen's cultivation, Zhou Hong felt that having captured Lu Chen, he should not let him escape easily. He aimed to cripple Lu Chen once more, ensuring he would never rise again. Never pose a threat to the Zhou family. Not so fast. Who says I didn't produce a pill? Lu Chen laughed heartily, then reached out to push aside the heap of waste, revealing a plump yellow pill. In an instant, the entire alchemical pavilion fell silent. All eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if they had been slapped in the face. No one had anticipated that among the refuse lay a genuine pill. Moreover, its quality was commendable. It turned out to be a mid-grade body refinement pill. Zhoudan sure, isn't it? Come, you may verify whether this pill is genuine. Lu Chen pointed at Zhou Hong and then at the pill in the furnace. Speaking with a smile, no need, Zhou Hong said, his face reddening as he hastily shook his head. It was ludicrous. If even the customers could discern it as a genuine pill, how could he possibly be blind to it? If he, a high-tier alchemist, had to verify it, would he not lose face? And what about the awakening dragon grass? Lu Chen inquired. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Hong dared not go back on his word. He immediately ordered someone to fetch a stalk of awakening dragon grass and hand it to Lu Chen. You may leave now. Zhou Hong waved his hand, his expression dark, feeling extremely displeased at being humiliated. Also, you mentioned earlier, Lu Chen paused, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If I produce a pill, you shall eat waste on the spot. The moment those words left his mouth, a deathly silence enveloped the alchemical pavilion. Zhou Hong stood frozen in place, utterly embarrassed. Waste, you say? Lu Chen extended his hand dramatically, shocking everyone. The crowd erupted in laughter, shaking their heads. The scene suggested that Lu Chen was indeed forcing Zhou Hong to eat waste. But how could Zhou Hong, a high-tier alchemist and the city lord's nephew, ever stoop to such a level? If he were to consume waste publicly, where would his dignity lie? Where would the dignity of the alchemy pavilion and the city lord be? Zhou Hong's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, visibly on the verge of exploding. Fellow alchemists, why must we push each other so hard? A voice of authority resonated, echoing throughout the pavilion. A middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows appeared, dressed in the same black alchemical robe as Zhou Hong, with a golden pill embroidered on it, but with a prominent red stripe beneath the golden pill, a first-tier alchemist. Chen Guanzhu. The crowd bowed respectfully to this esteemed alchemist. Only Lu Chen remained unresponsive, neither bowing nor greeting him. Chen Yuanliang was not only a first-tier alchemist, but also the owner of the Alchemy Pavilion, monopolizing the alchemical resources in Shuangmu City, wielding power comparable to the city lord Zhou He. Additionally, Chen Yuanliang had a good relationship with Zhou He and had supported Zhou Hong. Otherwise, Zhou Hong would not have attained such a high status in the realm of alchemy. The pavilion's refusal to allow Lu Chen entry likely bore Chen Guanzhu's influence as well. Zhou Hong's jest should not be taken to heart, Chen Yuanliang said, casting a faint glance at Lu Chen. Bring me 50 mid-grade body refinement pills and present them to this young alchemist. Let today's matter be concluded. Upon hearing this, a wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Body refinement pills are fundamental alchemical products, and the vast majority of martial artists are in the body refinement stage, resulting in high demand. Furthermore, the production of such pills is not easy. The market is often undersupplied, leading to high prices. An ordinary martial artist could only afford a few low-grade body refinement pills in a year. Mid-grade body refinement pills are even more difficult to produce and command higher prices, typically accessible only to wealthy and powerful families. Chen Yuanliang's gesture was a considerable expenditure to save face for Zhou Hong. The crowd looked at Lu Chen, their expressions filled with envy. Accepting the gift of 50 mid-grade body refinement pills without hesitation, Lu Chen realized that forcing Zhou Hong to eat waste was impossible. Making Zhou Hong uncomfortable was sufficient. Moreover, he had gained tangible benefits, reaping a financial windfall. What was there not to like? After all, the cost of 50 mid-grade body refinement pills was no trivial sum, as the raw materials for alchemy are quite expensive. Just as Lu Chen was about to depart, Zhou Hong's provocative voice reached his ears. Lu Chen, since you are an alchemist, dare you accept my challenge? Let us have an alchemical competition. If you lose, the pills and the awakening dragon grass are mine, and you shall leave if I lose. I shall give you 50 low-grade spirit energy pills. Chapter 7. The alchemical duel. The esteemed high-tier alchemist challenged a rankless alchemist, igniting a stir among the crowd. Zhou Danshi was on the verge of advancing to alchemist, with skills undoubtedly far surpassing Lu Chen's. Indeed, Lu Chen had not studied alchemy in the pavilion. He was not even an alchemist, and it was unclear from whom he had learned his rudimentary alchemical skills. How could he possibly compete with Zhou Danshi's orthodox techniques? If it were me, I would certainly decline. 50 mid-grade body refinement pills are a sure thing. Yet, Zhou Danshi's tempting offer was too enticing to resist, prompting many to consider taking the risk. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Among the crowd, few believed in Lu Chen's chances, while many anticipated his inevitable downfall. Lu Chen hesitated for only a brief moment. Yet before he could respond, Chen Yuanliang interjected, as fellow alchemists, there should be no fear in sparring. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This notion of camaraderie was merely a guise to pressure him into accepting the challenge. Chen Yuanliang, you old fox. Nonetheless, the allure of 50 low-grade spirit energy pills was simply too compelling to dismiss. Spirit energy pills are unique alchemical products, distinct from other pills. While other pills emphasize medicinal potency to assist martial artists in their training, spirit energy pills contain no medicinal properties but are infused with abundant pure spirit energy. When consumed, martial artists directly absorb the spirit energy contained within. The extent of absorption depends on the individual's capacity for spirit energy. Lu Chen practiced the Nine Dragons Unification technique, making him a prime candidate for such pills, as they were practically tailor-made for him. Low-grade spirit energy pills were scarce in Shuangmu City and even rare in Dengzhou, with rumors suggesting that only certain nobles in the capital possessed them, making them exceedingly precious. Initially, Lu Chen had no intention of engaging in an alchemical contest with Zhou Hong, viewing it as a mere waste of time. His inherited memories of alchemical knowledge were immensely powerful and profound, far surpassing the capabilities of any alchemist, even those at the 9th tier. Competing against Zhou Hong was akin to pitting an egg against a rock. What was the point? However, Zhou Hong's offer of 50 low-grade spirit energy pills was one Lu Chen simply could not refuse. Just as Lu Chen prepared to speak, not wanting to miss an opportunity, Chen Yuanliang, fearing Lu Chen might decline, added, I will also add 50 mid-grade body refinement pills to the stakes. Should you win against Zhou Hong, you shall receive them immediately. With that declaration, Lu Chen laughed heartily, sealing the deal. Subsequently, the two parties agreed on the type of pill to be concocted for the competition. Zhou Hong requested the creation of true essence pills. Lu Chen consented. Many in attendance shook their heads, feeling pity for Lu Chen. True essence pills are second-tier pills, significantly more challenging to produce than first-tier body refinement pills. Zhou Hong, a high-tier alchemist, had a proven track record of successfully concocting true essence pills. In contrast, Lu Chen was merely an inexperienced alchemist, having produced only one body refinement pill from materials meant to yield 9. His skills were no match for Zhou Hong's, and defeat was all but assured. Zhou Hong and Chen Yuanliang exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's delight. Lu Chen, you fool, you've fallen into our trap. Lu Chen observed everything with keen awareness, outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor while internally chuckling. These two fools believed they could outsmart him. Soon enough, they would realize they had dug their own grave. Before long, 2 alchemical furnaces were set up, each with the materials for true essence pills placed before Lu Chen and Zhou Hong. The alchemical duel commenced. Zhou Hong promptly ignited the firewood, warming his furnace. His techniques were meticulous, adhering strictly to the alchemical process. Everything from warming the furnace to selecting and refining the materials was executed with precision, exuding the demeanor of a master alchemist. In stark contrast, Lu Chen lounged languidly, not even bothering to ignite the fire, presenting an air of apparent resignation. Chen Yuanliang couldn't help but chuckle, believing Lu Chen had lost all confidence and was destined for defeat. The next moment, a flame erupted from Lu Chen's palm, causing Chen Yuanliang's smile to freeze. A flame measuring a foot in height blazed in Lu Chen's hand, flickering in the air. True fire! The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Zhou Hong's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Only those who had reached the level of alchemist could conjure true fire. Could it be that this wild alchemist was truly a master? Zhou Hong. Focus on your alchemy, Chen Yuanliang reminded Zhou Hong, realizing his distraction. True fire was merely a means to an end in alchemy. Even if Lu Chen possessed true fire, it did not guarantee his proficiency in alchemical techniques. Your second-tier skills are superb. You will surely win against him. At that moment, the door to the top floor of the pavilion swung open, and a beautiful woman hurriedly emerged, rushing downstairs. Draped in a black alchemical robe adorned with a golden pill and 7 long red stripes beneath it, she exuded an imposing aura. Strange. How could a mere alchemy pavilion in a small town be hosting the presence of soul fire? Could it be that a pill king had descended? Indeed, the flames Lu Chen conjured were not mere true fire but a more advanced soul fire. While true fire and soul fire may appear similar, they are distinguishable. True fire is red, while soul fire is purple, with soul fire boasting a significantly higher temperature. Most importantly, only a pill king can produce soul fire. Even a first-tier alchemist like Chen Yuanliang would not have the qualifications to witness a pill king. Thus, Chen Yuanliang, Zhou Hong, and the others were oblivious, mistaking Lu Chen's soul fire for true fire. With the soul fire ignited, Lu Chen entered a focused state for alchemy. Previously, he had only casually concocted body refinement pills as a means to placate Zhou Hong. This time, however, with the stakes raised, Lu Chen approached the process with greater seriousness. Without hesitation, he poured all the materials into the furnace, refining them collectively. Mastering flame control, he executed the steps of liquefaction, fusion, and sealing the furnace flawlessly. Soon enough, the pill condensation phase concluded. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong was still painstakingly selecting and refining his materials one by one. After a full hour, Zhou Hong finally completed the condensation phase and was ready to open his furnace. Yet, what good was speed if one failed to adhere to the rigorous standards of selection and refinement? Even if a pill was produced, its quality would be subpar. Zhou Hong derisively commented on Lu Chen's delay, then confidently opened the furnace. A delightful fragrance of alchemy wafted through the air, captivating the senses. Within the furnace lay 6 waste pills and 3 complete pills, one of which was plump and perfect. 3 successful pills, 2 low-grade, and 1 mid-grade, Chen Yuanliang announced triumphantly. Given the high failure rate of true essence pills, it was impressive to produce 3 pills in a single batch, indicating a high success rate. Zhou Hong had indeed manifested a mid-grade true essence pill, showcasing skill comparable to that of Chen Yuanliang. The crowd erupted in admiration, their gazes filled with respect for Zhou Hong. Hey, are you going to open your furnace or not? Are you afraid all that's inside is waste, and you dare not reveal it? Zhou Hong gloated at Lu Chen, believing he had intimidated him into silence. It's merely a mid-grade true essence pill. What is there to boast about? Lu Chen ignored Zhou Hong entirely, extending his hand to open his furnace. As the lid lifted, a mist of alchemical energy cascaded forth, filling the pavilion with a rich and intoxicating aroma. Once the energy dissipated, the contents of the furnace came into view. In that instant, Zhou Hong was petrified. Chen Yuanliang was also rendered speechless. The entirety of the crowd stood in stunned silence. A single batch yielded 9 pills, each one plump and radiant, their quality surpassing even Zhou Hong's mid-grade pill. Chen Yuanliang's throat quivered as he managed to utter a few words. High-grade true essence pills. Chapter 8. 7th-tier master alchemist. A single batch of 9 high-grade pills stunned everyone present. Even Chen Yuanliang, in his lifetime, had only ever produced 3 high-grade true essence pills, which he considered his proudest achievement in Shuangmu City. Yet, in the face of Lu Chen's batch of pills, that pride evaporated without a trace. A prodigy. The only words the crowd could muster to describe Lu Chen were those 2, impossible. Zhou Hong's face contorted with disbelief, his muscles twitching as he suddenly screamed hysterically. How could a young man without a robe or rank produce high-grade true essence pills? It must be cheating. He's definitely cheating. How could I possibly cheat in front of so many witnesses? Lu Chen shot a cold smile at the enraged Zhou Hong. It seemed he was attempting to find an excuse to evade giving the spirit energy pills, seeking any rationale to deny his loss. You must have used some trick to switch out the pills in the furnace. You fool, with so many experts present, how could I possibly swap them without anyone noticing? Besides, where would I even find 9 high-grade true essence pills? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, recognizing Zhou Hong's desperate attempts to rationalize his loss. Yet, out of fear of Zhou Hong's influence, no one dared to speak up. Just then, Chen Yuanliang interjected. If Lu Chen cheated in his alchemical practices, He must be punished severely to set an example. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone understood that Chen Yuanliang was siding with Zhou Hong, using Lu Chen as a scapegoat. Engaging in a contest of alchemy with me? You are hardly qualified, young man. Zhou Hong finally transformed his fury into a sinister smile, a grotesque grin revealing his malice. Colluding in mischief, Lu Chen cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yuanliang and Zhou Hong, publicly rebuking the two. Seize them, imprison them in the dungeons, Chen Yuanliang shouted. Zhou Hong reached out, attempting to grasp Lu Chen. Slap! The resounding sound of a slap echoed as a handprint appeared on Zhou Hong's cheek. You dare strike me? Zhou Hong seethed with rage, immediately channeling his entire spiritual energy, unleashing the aura of a 9th-level body refinement realm. Die! Zhou Hong's palm came crashing down, the wind of his strike howling, shaking the very ground. Lu Chen did not flinch, directly releasing his own aura to meet the attack. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a thunderous noise. Lu Chen stood firm like a mountain while Zhou Hong was sent flying. Hiss! The crowd was momentarily stunned, many gasping in disbelief. Zhou Hong was actually no match for Lu Chen, especially considering Lu Chen was merely at the 5th level of body refinement. Audacious! A furious voice rang out, a powerful pressure descended, the weight of a 1st-level true essence realm. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, avoiding the oppressive force. Yet, Lu Chen stood resolute against the pressure, unmoving. Dare to harm others in the alchemy pavilion? Do not blame me for being merciless. Chen Yuliang's expression darkened, the pressure locking onto Lu Chen. He was ready to take action. Lu Chen's face grew serious, his fists clenched tightly, his entire spiritual energy coiling into his hands. Chen Yuanliang possessed the 1st level of true essence realm, and he was not a match for him, but that did not mean he would not fight to the death if he were still at the 1st level of true essence. No, if he could elevate himself 2 more small realms, under the enhancement of the flame dragon pulse, he might not be without the strength to contend. Suddenly, an even stronger pressure descended. This aura was terrifying, directly crushing Chen Yuanliang's momentum, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, teetering on the brink. Elder Bai? Chen Yuanliang's face was filled with dread. Moments later, the terrifying pressure vanished. A woman suddenly appeared before the crowd. She appeared to be in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, donned in a robe adorned with 7 red patterns, exuding an aura of authority and grace. A 7th-tier grand alchemist. The crowd was utterly astonished, bowing deeply, scarcely daring to breathe. The alchemists and apprentices, including Zhou Hong, all knelt in reverence. Shuangmu City was merely an inconspicuous locale within the Yongming dynasty, typically only hosting a 1st-tier alchemist in the pavilion. Never had they witnessed such a high-ranking alchemist grace their presence. Elder Bai, why have you come down? Chen Yuanliang, bowing deeply, cautiously inquired. This esteemed woman was Bai Ningxuang, an elder of the alchemy pavilion. The pavilion held numerous grand and minor alchemy establishments under its purview in the capital. The alchemy pavilion in Shuangmu City was merely a minor establishment, directly under the jurisdiction of the Denzhou Grand Alchemy Pavilion, which, in turn, reported directly to the alchemy pavilion. Bai Ningxuang was an authority Chen Yuanliang could never hope to approach. In summary, with a single word, Bai Ningxuang could elevate Chen Yuanliang to great heights or cast him into the depths of despair. I have come to witness a splendid contest of alchemy and to observe a disgraceful act. Bai Ningxuang's expression was devoid of emotion, her face faintly tinged with anger. You, the dignified master of a pavilion, dare to bully individuals in the alchemical community, tarnishing the reputation of the alchemy pavilion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanliang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, immediately kneeling. This subordinate acknowledges his wrongdoing and begs for Elder Bai's forgiveness. You may seek forgiveness from him. Bai Ningxuang extended her jade finger towards Lu Chen, smiling slightly. Young brother, how would you like to handle this to quell your anger? With a single word, you can determine his life or death. Let him fulfill his promise, Lu Chen replied indifferently. Chen Yuanliang had a decent reputation in Shuangmu City. He did not deserve death, and Lu Chen did not wish to kill him. Thank you, young Master Lu. Chen Yuanliang, having narrowly escaped death, repeatedly bowed in gratitude, then retrieved 50 mid-tier body refinement pills, respectfully handing them over to Lu Chen. And you? Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong felt a chill envelop him. As if he were being targeted by a primordial beast, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lu. Young Master Lu, this is your prize, Please accept it. Zhou Hong hastily knelt, offering 50 low-tier spiritual energy pills. The moment Lu Chen accepted the spiritual energy pills, a flicker of pain flashed in Zhou Hong's eyes. His uncle, the city lord, had exerted considerable effort and leveraged many connections to procure a batch of spiritual energy pills from the capital. Because Zhou Hong's prospects in alchemy were limitless, he was favored by the city lord, who allocated him 50 low-tier spiritual energy pills to aid in his advancement. Little did he expect that these treasures would instantly belong to Lu Chen. Pavilion Master Chen, you may deal with him. Lu Chen did not suggest sparing Zhou Hong. Instead, he tossed the matter to Chen Yuanliang. Chen Yuanliang fixed his gaze on Zhou Hong, a flicker of rage glimmering in his eyes. To assist Zhou Hong in dealing with Lu Chen, he had nearly sacrificed his life, and now he loathed Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong, you are outmatched yet still spew venomous words. It is truly disgraceful. Chen Yuanliang stated coldly, I hereby announce the revocation of your alchemist status. You are to be expelled from the pavilion immediately, never to be employed again. Zhou Hong's face turned ashen, and he could only strip off his alchemist robe and leave the pavilion in disgrace. Young Master Lu, may I invite you upstairs for a conversation? Once the matter was resolved, Bai Ningxuang finally spoke. Yet, her invitation shocked the entire assembly, a 7th-tier grand alchemist. Others would be eager to curry favor. Yet Lu Chen was being actively invited by a grand alchemist. His future was boundless. The crowd gazed at Lu Chen with envious eyes. Lu Chen nodded and ascended the stairs with Bai Ningxuang. With Chen Yuanliang trailing behind like a shadow. At the top of the alchemy pavilion, Bai Ningxuang opened a door, inviting Lu Chen inside. Upon entering, Lu Chen saw a young boy of similar age, clad in cotton garments, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, yet a trace of darkness lingered in his features. Chapter 9. The Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill. Bai Ningxuang closed the door and turned to Lu Chen. Bowing, I have met the Alchemy King. This statement struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the hearts of those present. Chen Yuanliang, who had followed closely, trembled and fell to his knees before Lu Chen. The Alchemy King? That was a being beyond the realm of alchemy. Lu Chen was only 16 years old. Although he had refined 9 upper-tier true essence pills, that did not necessarily qualify him as the Alchemy King. Alchemists of the 3rd tier and above could achieve Lu Chen's level of skill. Yet, Bai Ningxuang would not jest. Even if doubts lingered in their minds, none dared to question her. The boy in the room also stared at Lu Chen in astonishment, taking a moment to collect himself before bowing slightly. Ming Hao greets the Alchemy King. Ming Hao? The surname Ming. Only those of royal blood in the entire dynasty carried the surname Ming. Could this boy be from the royal family? Lu Chen did not delve into Ming Hao's background. He was somewhat bewildered, wondering when he had become the Alchemy King. Only the Alchemy King could command soul fire. Bai Ningxuang noticed Lu Chen's apparent lack of awareness and spoke up. Young Master Lu, your alchemical fire is actually soul fire. My knowledge has been exceedingly limited. Chen Yuanliang's eyes widened in realization, his body trembling with excitement. He never anticipated encountering a young Alchemy King. It was a life-changing moment. In the realm of alchemy, skill reigns supreme. Age is irrelevant. I can indeed command soul fire, but I am not an Alchemy King. Lu Chen waved dismissively, speaking truthfully. However, having witnessed your alchemical techniques, they are both deft and formidable. Your control over fire exceeds that of an ordinary alchemist, embodying the essence of an Alchemy King. Bai Ningxuang declared. Lu Chen had no retort. If he was regarded as an Alchemy King, so be it. It mattered little, as it would not diminish his worth. May I inquire why the Grand Alchemist has summoned me? I dare not presume. I am Bai Ningxuang, an elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. Bai Ningxuang quickly clarified, for she would not allow someone she deemed an Alchemy King to refer to her as a mere Grand Alchemist. Then, Elder Bai, please speak candidly, Lu Chen urged. Alchemy King Lu, I have a request. Bai Ningxuang glanced at Ming Hao before revealing the truth. Ming Hao is my nephew. He has been poisoned by the black underworld's venom and is in grave danger, requiring the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill as an antidote. However, one of the rare ingredients needed to craft the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill can only be found on a mountain peak outside Shuangmu City. Hence, I hastened to Shuangmu City, bringing Ming Hao along to prevent unforeseen circumstances. This mission is confidential. I have only confided in Chen Yuanliang. Otherwise, how could someone of Chen Yuanliang's status interact with the 7th-tier Grand Alchemist? Have you located the required ingredient? Lu Chen inquired. It has been found, Bai Ningxuang confirmed. Then why not commence the refinement immediately? The Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill requires soul fire or a higher grade fire for its crafting. My true fire is insufficient, and I have failed repeatedly in my attempts. Bai Ningxuang lowered her head slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It requires soul fire for refinement? Lu Chen suddenly realized why nephew's life hangs in the balance. I implore the Alchemy King for your assistance. Bai Ningxuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Bai Ningxuang's eyes turned red, her delicate form trembling as she prepared to bow to Lu Chen. He quickly extended a hand to support her, saying, Elder Bai, please rise. I will assist you in crafting the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill. After all, Bai Ningxuang had just helped him resolve a predicament. It was only right to repay her kindness. I will fetch the alchemy furnace and ingredients. Chen Yuanliang scrambled to his feet and hurried off. Moments later, like a servant, Chen Yuanliang returned with the alchemy furnace and 3 sets of ingredients for the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill. Alchemy King, is 3 sets sufficient, or should I prepare more? Chen Yuanliang asked respectfully. 1 set is adequate. Lu Chen waved his hand, opening the alchemy furnace and activating the soul fire to warm the furnace. Alchemy King Lu, allow me to explain the ingredients and procedures for refining the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill. Bai Ningxuang approached. No need. I am familiar with it, Lu Chen replied. Having retained the memory of the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill's alchemical techniques, he naturally understood how to refine it. However, he hesitated for a moment before saying, please refrain from calling me Alchemy King. Just call me Lu Chen. As before, Lu Chen poured all the ingredients into the alchemy furnace, unifying the purification process. His alchemical techniques were exceptionally skilled, and his soul fire was extraordinarily fierce, making the process exceedingly smooth. Beside him, Chen Yuanliang was dazzled by the spectacle. Bai Ningxuang nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes filled with deep respect. Especially when observing the soul fire in Lu Chen's hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. After a stick of incense, the refinement began, requiring a great fire. Lu Chen activated the soul fire, fiercely igniting the alchemy furnace. Moments later, the furnace could no longer withstand it, and with a loud bang, it exploded. The furnace has failed. It cannot endure the soul fire. We must replace it. Bai Ningxuang's expectant gaze dimmed instantly. Chen Yuanliang's face turned pale, inwardly lamenting. This was the best alchemy furnace in the entire pavilion. Where would he find a better one? No need, Lu Chen said, rummaging through the wreckage of the furnace. Retrieving a single pill, smiling as he said, fortunately, 1 pill has survived intact. The crowd looked at the pill, their faces lighting up with joy. Bai Ningxuang took the Grand Luo Golden Clarity Pill and immediately had Ming Hao consume it. Shortly thereafter, Ming Hao contorted in pain, yet the dark aura between his brows rapidly dissipated. Thank you for saving my life. After being freed from the poison, Ming Hao felt a weight lift from his shoulders, immediately expressing his gratitude to Lu Chen and gifting him a dragon-patterned jade pendant, which served as his personal token. Should the Alchemy King visit the capital in the future, this pendant would grant him unimpeded access to the royal palace. Lu Chen accepted the pendant and prepared to take his leave. Bai Ningxuang, unable to retain him, personally escorted Lu Chen out of the alchemy pavilion. Young Master Lu, when you come to the capital in the future, you must visit the alchemy pavilion. I wish to repay your immense kindness, Lu Chen nodded, requesting an alchemy furnace from Chen Yuanliang before bidding farewell to the city lord's residence, in the main hall. Nonsense! Zhou He slammed his palm on the table, causing Zhou Hong to tremble in fear. Zhou Hong had reported everything about Lu Chen truthfully, and Zhou He was enraged to the point of smoke emanating from his 7 orifices. Had he known, he would have killed Lu Chen directly from the start, putting an end to the matter. Never did he expect that even after having his dantian damaged and his martial veins severed, Lu Chen would still possess cultivation and the ability to refine pills. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. What infuriated Zhou He the most was that Zhou Hong had even handed over 50 spiritual energy pills to Lu Chen, which was tantamount to aiding the enemy. If Lu Chen were to utilize those spiritual energy pills to elevate his cultivation and then participate in the recruitment ceremony, wouldn't that pose a considerable threat to Zhou Ruoxue? Father, there is less than a month until the recruitment ceremony. That waste cannot possibly recover his peak state no matter how much he cultivates, Zhou Ruoxue stated. Now that I have entered the true essence realm, my cultivation has soared. Even the Lu Chen of the past would not be my match. There is nothing to worry about. It's better to be safe than sorry, Zhou He replied darkly. This Lu Chen possesses some capabilities that cannot be overlooked. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, regardless of what tricks Lu Chen possesses, He cannot enter the Ziyun sect. A scornful voice rang out from beneath the hall. There sat a dashing young man, clad in a Ziyun robe, holding a silver fan, exuding an air of elegance. What clever plan do you have, cousin Jiang? Zhou He, shifting from anger to a smile, inquired eagerly. Because I shall not let Ruoxue down. The young man chuckled, producing a brocade box, opening it to reveal a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs that instantly permeated the entire hall. Ziyuan pill. Zhou He glanced at the brocade box, and upon seeing a golden pill, his smile widened. That was the finest pill for the true essence realm, a treasure worth 100 times more than the Millennium Dragon Yuan fruit. It was the prized elixir of the Ziyun sect. Brother Jiang Yao, I knew you would treat me the best. Zhou Ruoxue approached the young man, her eyes sparkling, her demeanor exuding charm and allure, utterly captivating. If I do not treat my fiancée well, who else could I favor? Jiang Yao embraced Zhou Ruoxue's waist, his face beaming with joy. Chapter 10. Initial use of ancient runes. With the awakening dragon grass in hand, Lu Chen prepared a set of medicinal ingredients and returned to his room to refine the awakening dragon pill. A furnace yielded 9 pills, each of superior quality. Upon consuming an awakening dragon pill, a surge of pure medicinal power coursed through him, yet it was not absorbed by his body but instead circled around the flame dragon pulse. Lu Chen closed his senses, channeling his soul power down into the flame dragon pulse, penetrating the medicinal energy and seizing control of it. Subsequently, memories of ancient runes surged forth, a myriad of ancient symbols flowing through his consciousness, boundless and infinite, forming a sea of runes. Transform. With a single thought, an ancient rune surged forth from the sea of symbols, transferring its essence through his soul power into the medicinal energy in an instant. That medicinal force embodied the profound meaning of the ancient rune, transforming into a rune-infused medicinal energy imprint. The rune energy, guided by his intent, was deeply imprinted into the flame dragon pulse. Roar. A dragon's roar resonated. As if awakening from slumber, the flame dragon pulse stirred, and the 9 dragons returning to one technique activated autonomously. The meager spiritual energy within the room was instantly consumed. Waves of suction were released from the flame dragon pulse, causing doors and windows to tighten, trembling precariously. The flame dragon pulse had awakened and required a massive influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. However, the spiritual energy in Shuangmu City was exceedingly sparse. How could it possibly satisfy the hunger of this dragon? Lu Chen projected a fragment of his will into the flame dragon pulse. Soon, the waves of suction vanished, and the room returned to tranquility. Taking out the spiritual energy pills, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. 3 years ago, when Lu Chen awakened the Linglong martial pulse, he garnered significant attention from his family and was appointed as the young master. The elder even gifted him the family's treasured Millennium Dragon Yuan fruit and a low-tier spiritual energy pill. The Millennium Dragon Yuan fruit ultimately brought Lu Chen a heavy price. But he did consume the low-tier spiritual energy pill. At that time, it took him 5 days to completely refine the pill, absorbing only 50% of the spiritual energy within. Even so, Lu Chen gained immensely, breaking through from the 3rd level of body refinement to the 5th level, an elevation of 2 minor realms. Now, armed with 50 low-tier spiritual energy pills, could he possibly break through to the true essence realm and restore his peak condition? He swallowed 1 low-tier spiritual energy pill. A torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted from within the pill. The flame dragon pulse sensed the energy, quivering restlessly, as if yearning to break free. Lu Chen promptly initiated the 9 dragons, returning to one technique, fueling the flame dragon pulse as it ravenously absorbed the energy. Waves of spiritual energy were swiftly consumed. The release of energy intensified, and the pill's body shrank rapidly. After a quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy pill was entirely refined, with all its contained spiritual energy absorbed. At this moment, the flame dragon pulse glowed red, channeling waves of pure spiritual energy into the true essence seed. The true essence seed slightly expanded. Crack! A resounding explosion echoed within his body. The breakthrough. 6th level of body refinement. Lu Chen felt elated. Originally, refining a single spiritual energy pill required 5 days. Unexpectedly, he completed it in just a quarter of an hour. Such time efficiency. If this trend continued, refining all 50 spiritual energy pills would take less than a day. If this were to be known by others, it would surely send shivers down their spines. In the 6th level of the body refinement realm, An ordinary martial artist possesses a strength of 3,000 jin. However, with the support of the flame dragon martial vein, Lu Chen wields a formidable strength of 6,000 jin. In contrast, Lu Rong, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the body refinement realm, possesses merely 5,000 jin. Theoretically, Lu Chen should be able to overpower Lu Rong, even sweeping through all rivals of the same rank without contest. Yet, Lu Chen remains skeptical of theory, as unforeseen circumstances often arise. What if Lu Rong were to break through to the true essence realm? The protection granted by the Grand Elder lasts only 7 days. If Lu Chen fails to secure victory in the Young Master Selection Tournament, he will lose all support. At that point, Lu Zhengning would dare to come after him openly. Time is of the essence. Focusing on cultivation and elevating his realm is paramount. Nonetheless, as one ascends in realm, the path to improvement becomes increasingly arduous. After consuming 10 spirit chi pills in succession, Lu Chen barely managed to break through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. The seed of true essence has grown several sizes larger, now comparable to a thumb. With consecutive breakthroughs, his cultivation has significantly strengthened, yet it requires consolidation. Lu Chen stored away the remaining spirit chi pills and continued to circulate the 9 dragons unification technique to solidify his gains. As evening approached, Lu Chen concluded his practice and stepped outside. The sun dipped low in the west, painting the sky with hues of crimson. The beautiful afterglow stirred within Lu Chen a deep yearning for his father. Young master. A voice, tinged with sorrow, interrupted Lu Chen's reverie. He looked up to see Wanner approaching, her head bowed, her delicate face marked with a hint of grievance. Who has wronged you? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. No one. Wanner dared not meet his gaze, then hesitantly added, I just went to the internal affairs room, but I couldn't collect the monthly stipend. Why not? The 4th elder, he said that your realm has plummeted, wasting too many resources of the Lu family, and from now on, he would not provide us with the monthly stipend. This is outrageous. Lu Chen felt a surge of anger. The 4th elder, having the authority over stipend matters, had grown arrogant and dismissive of others. Shall we seek the Grand Elder's intervention? There is no need to trouble the Grand Elder over a trivial matter. I will confront the 4th elder myself and speak with him. But the 4th elder is an expert at the 1st level of the true essence realm. You are not his match at present. Who said I intended to confront him physically? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a grin emerging. I don't require force to deal with him. Within the Lu family, in a secluded chamber, Lu Rong was in seclusion, striving to break through to the true essence realm. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lu Zhengning entered. Lu Rong opened his eyes and quickly rose to greet him. Father, what did the City Lord say? The City Lord hopes you will eliminate Lu Chen in the Young Master Selection Tournament. Lu Zhengning produced a brocade box and placed it on the table before opening it. A wave of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance wafted into the air. Inside the box lay 2 pills, one crystal clear and the other a deep red. Plump and vibrant, a low-grade spirit chi pill and a mid-grade tiger power pill. Lu Rong was both astonished and elated. This is a reward from the City Lord. You have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the body refinement realm for a year, merely a step away from the true essence realm. If you refine this spirit chi pill, you have a high chance of breaking through. Lu Zhengning smiled and continued. The mid-grade tiger power pill can increase your strength by 50% for a short time. When you face Lu Chen in the selection tournament, take this pill immediately and eliminate him. The City Lord is indeed generous. If we are to do his bidding, he must be generous, or else what use are we? Lu Zhengning snorted and sighed. Yet, these 2 pills, no matter how good, cannot compare to the Millennium Dragon Fruit. If only you had received the Millennium Dragon Fruit back then, you would have already attained the true essence realm. Why wait until now? 3 years prior, the Grand Elder had bestowed the Millennium Dragon Fruit upon Lu Chen. Neglecting Lu Rong, Lu Zhengning harbored resentment and divulged this matter to the City Lord, Zhou He. Consequently, Zhou He orchestrated a scheme, employing Zhou Ruoshua's charms to successfully ensnare Lu Chen. The greatest benefit of the Millennium Dragon Fruit is its ability to propel a martial artist who has just entered the 9th level of the body refinement realm directly into the true essence realm, far surpassing the efficacy of a low-grade spirit chi pill. Lu Chen possesses some skill. How could a mere 5th level body refinement realm martial artist contend with me on equal footing, causing me to lose face? Lu Rong gritted his teeth. With these 2 pills, I shall soar to new heights, and Lu Chen will undoubtedly perish. The City Lord stated that once you eliminate Lu Chen and ascend as young master, he will exert pressure on the Lu family to elevate me to the position of family head. Lu Zhengning's face beamed with pride. At that time, the Lu family will be firmly in our grasp, and all resources and wealth will belong to us. Chapter 11. Distributing pills in the internal affairs room. A steady stream of Lu family disciples came to collect their monthly stipends. The appearance of Lu Chen immediately drew the attention of the crowd. This time, he was not the focus of derision but rather the subject of awe for his remarkable comeback. Being able to exchange blows with Lu Rong without distinction was enough to leave everyone astounded. Ignoring the gazes surrounding him, Lu Chen strode directly into the room, rapping his knuckles on the table in front of the fourth elder. Fourth elder, I've heard you refuse to issue my monthly stipend. Is that true? Of course, it's true. The fourth elder cast a sidelong glance at Wanner behind Lu Chen and sneered. That girl must have complained to you, right? What's the matter? Are you here to settle the score? Fourth elder, you're overthinking it. I came to clarify the matter. I have no intention of holding anyone accountable. Heh, consider yourself wise. Now be off. I have other stipends to distribute and am quite busy. The fourth elder forced a smile, his expression mockingly derisive. You won't be busy for long, Lu Chen chuckled, stepping outside to retrieve a large box, calling out, Attention all Lu family disciples. Today I, Lu Chen, am distributing pills. Any martial artist in the body refinement realm may collect one. Those gathering for their stipends were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lu Chen's intentions. He opened the box to reveal it brimming with pills, each one plump and fragrant. 100 mid-grade body refinement pills. Mid-grade body refinement pills? The crowd erupted in excitement, flocking toward him. Lu Chen, I'm at the third level of the body refinement realm. Please give me one. I'm at the second level. I want one too. Hey, Lu Chen, remember me? I'm sure to. I'm at the fourth level now. Please give me one. As the crowd clamored for their share, Lu Chen suddenly wore a sly smile, laying down a condition. If you wish to receive my pills, you must vow not to take this month's stipend. The choice is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, oaths rang out one after another. I, Lu Jia, swear that if I take this month's stipend, may thunder strike me. I, Lu Ziluan, swear that if I take this month's stipend, may I be struck by 5 thunders. I, Lu Shaoqi, swear that if I take this month's stipend, I shall be but a puppy. I, Lu Shirtu, swear that if I take this month's stipend, I shall be a beast. The ordinary monthly stipend for Lu family disciples consists of 20 silver coins and 1 low-grade body refinement pill. A low-grade body refinement pill is worth 50 silver coins, while a mid-grade body refinement pill is valued at 300 silver coins and may not even be available. It's absurd. Who would choose a monthly stipend over a mid-grade body refinement pill? Lu Shirtu? Lu Chen lightly tapped his forehead, sneering, If I recall correctly, you are Lu Rong's lackey, always at odds with me. The disciple nicknamed Shita's expression shifted. Originally, one would think that as family, they would share benefits together. Lu Chen paused, then shifted his tone. However, the Lu family has its factions. There's nothing to be done about that. Those aligned with Lu Zhengning should go ahead and collect their stipends. My pills are for my allies, not for enemies. Upon hearing this, many faces changed. If you are not part of Lu Zhengning's faction, you may come and receive a pill. One for each, Lu Chen waved grandly, distributing the pills generously to those who were not aligned with Lu Zhengning and his son. Those who received the pills cheered with joy, their hearts filled with delight. Meanwhile, others looked on enviously, wondering where such generous treatment could be found among Lu Zhengning's crew. A mid-grade body refinement pill is worth 10 low-grade ones. Who wouldn't want one? Lu Chen, since Lu Rong accused me of progressing slowly, I've distanced myself from him. Suddenly, the disciple Shirtu spoke in a hushed tone. So, are you saying you've severed ties with Lu Rong? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Shirtu. Shirtu nodded with difficulty. Then you qualify to receive my pills. Lu Chen handed Shirtu a mid-grade body refinement pill, causing his eyes to brighten as he eagerly accepted it. Thank you, brother Lu Chen. From now on, if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll gladly assist. Clutching the pill tightly, Shita's face was alight with joy. I've also distanced myself from Lu Rong. Do I qualify for a pill? I've cut ties with Lu Zhengning. Is it too late now? Brother Lu Chen, I no longer associate with Lu Rong. I want to stand with you. The remaining disciples, witnessing the camaraderie, quickly declared their allegiance, each clamoring to distance themselves from Lu Zhengning and his SON. Lu Chen felt a surge of delight. His initial intent was merely to win over some hearts and slap the fourth elder in the face. Yet, unexpectedly, even Lu Zhengning's henchmen were swayed. It was a delightful surprise in the martial arts world. where interest reigned supreme, the adage proved to be utterly correct. As the pills were distributed, everyone was overjoyed, and Lu Chen was equally pleased. However, two individuals were decidedly displeased. One was Warner, who watched Lu Chen distribute pills with a heavy heart, lamenting the loss of such precious resources. Those are mid-grade body refinement pills. Why does the young master give them away instead of keeping them for himself? The other was the fourth elder, now unoccupied. As no one sought their stipends, he sulked at the entrance, glowering at the jubilant crowd receiving their pills. Lu Chen, where did you acquire the funds to purchase mid-grade body refinement pills? The fourth elder could no longer contain his frustration and challenged him. I say they were gifted to me. Do you believe it? Lu Chen replied without turning back, continuing to distribute the pills. Nonsense. The fourth elder scoffed. Who would be so generous as to gift you over 100 mid-grade body refinement pills? Even the city lord wouldn't be that magnanimous. Lu Chen finished distributing the last pill, leaving only one in his hand. He turned to Warner and said, "Open your mouth." Warner was taken aback but complied. Opening her cherry blossom-like lips, Lu Chen placed the final mid-grade body refinement pill into her mouth. Gulp! Warner barely registered what happened before swallowing the pill. How does it taste? Lu Chen asked with a grin. It's fragrant and sweet. It tastes wonderful, Warner replied softly. I'll give you some more later. Lu Chen smiled at Lu Chen. Why do you force others not to accept their monthly stipends? The fourth elder, seeing Lu Chen completely ignore him, couldn't he help but feel enraged and shouted out, "Is there?" Lu Chen glanced around at the others. No. All Lu family disciples spoke in unison. It was a jest. They had just sworn oaths to forego their stipends. No one wanted to risk breaking their vows and facing lightning strikes or becoming a puppy. Why you? Your pills are of dubious origin. They must be stolen. I'll report this to the Grand Elder tomorrow and convene a meeting of the elders to impose severe punishment upon you. The fourth elder fumed, stamping his feet in anger before storming off. Lu Chen laughed heartily, feeling immensely satisfied. You think you can use the monthly stipend against me? I won't allow you to succeed. On the way back, Warner furrowed her brows, looking worried. Young master, why are you not happy? The mid-grade body refinement pills are quite beneficial to you. Why did you give them all away? Chapter 12. Chaotic space. Because I no longer require body refinement pills. Having traversed the body refinement realm, Lu Chen found no need for further refinement. Even the best body refinement pills held no value for him, and it was better to use them to win over hearts. Mid-grade body refinement pills are quite valuable. You're not a wealthy person. Warner cast a glance at Lu Chen, recalling how life had been difficult for him since the head of the family had departed. Control over the family's resources remained firmly in Lu Zhengning's hands, often leading to Lu Chen's monthly stipend being withheld. Even as the young master, Lu Chen had little savings, living hand to mouth. Tiomi, mid-grade body refinement pills are worth less than a coin. Lu Chen waved dismissively, then spoke with seriousness. Warner, you have endured much hardship over the years. You have truly suffered. Soon, we shall have wealth, plenty of it, at that time. I shall find dozens of maidservants to attend to you. I don't want anyone else to serve me. I only wish to serve the young master. Enough. You should return to your quarters. Lu Chen looked at Warner and added, the potency of the mid-grade body refinement pill is substantial. After you return, immediately circulate your energy to absorb it well. Who knows, you might even break through a small realm. In truth, Warner possessed some cultivation at the first level of the body refinement realm. However, her low status meant she lacked resources for cultivation and had no ambition to grow stronger, causing her realm to stagnate. Had her realm not been so low, and her physique not so weak, allowing her to consume more pills, Lu Chen would have given her all 100 mid-grade body refinement pills. After sending Warner away, Lu Chen did not return to his own quarters, but instead made his way to the secluded back mountain. In the solitude of the mountain, he did not practice but engaged in another task. Searching through his memories, among the thousands of fragmented memories, some were too incomplete, reduced to mere shards of no value. Yet, many of the incomplete memories still held some worth, lacking only portions or most of their entirety. Lu Chen sought to find a martial technique suitable for himself from these valuable remnants. In the martial arts world, techniques and skills are categorized into 4 ranks: celestial, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with celestial being the highest and yellow the lowest. Previously, Lu Chen utilized the Wind Return Fist, a mid-grade yellow technique, which was the highest martial technique in the Lu family's collection. Currently, he practiced the 9 Dragons Unification technique, Although its rank remained uncertain, it was extraordinarily powerful and domineering. The wind-returned fist, however, was too lowly rated. Unable to keep pace with the Nine Dragons' unification technique, failing to unleash its full potential or enhance Lu Chen's strength, it must be replaced. Among the numerous fragmented martial techniques, Lu Chen surprisingly discovered a considerable number of formidable skills. The lowest rank was mysterious, while the highest reached celestial. The heavenly fist, a superior mysterious technique, lacked most of its memory and held little value, rendering it unusable. The tying palm, a low-grade earth technique, was missing half its memory, retaining 50% value and could be considered. The nine-arm mastery, a superior earth technique, was missing part of its memory, retaining 60% value and could also be considered. The sky-slaying blade, a superior celestial sword technique, was missing the last third of its memory, holding high value and could be utilized in the future. The moon-cutting sword, a mid-grade celestial sword technique, was missing the last fourth of its memory, also possessing high value for future use. The sun-piercing arrow, a mid-grade celestial archery technique, was missing the first third of its memory, rendering it valueless and unusable. Any one of these techniques, even in their incomplete forms, could send shockwaves throughout the entire Shuangmu city. The highest-ranking technique in Shuangmu city was merely a superior yellow technique, housed within the city lord's estate. The other prominent families possessed no more than mid-grade yellow techniques. Finally, one technique, possessing 80% of its memory, caught Lu Chen's attention. The solar finger, a superior earth technique, was missing 1/5 of its memory, retaining 80% value. Thus it could be utilized. If it were a celestial technique, Lu Chen currently lacked the strength to wield it. As for earth techniques, they too seemed unlikely. Even if he could barely activate them, it would be exceedingly taxing. The best option would be a mysterious technique. But unfortunately, such techniques were rare, and few suited Lu Chen. The solar finger, you shall be mine. Lu Chen had little choice and could only hope that the Nine Dragons' unification technique would enable him to wield this earth technique. Otherwise, without a suitable martial skill to amplify his strength, he would lose a significant advantage. The solar finger consists of 9 fingers, with the last 2 lacking memory. He could only practice the first 7 fingers. However, that would suffice, as the latter 2 fingers require a high realm to employ, which Lu Chen could not yet access. Even mastering the first 7 fingers posed a high threshold. Given Lu Chen's current realm, it was uncertain whether he could successfully practice it. Light is but the first finger. It requires true essence to enter the body. This means that one must at least reach the first level of the true essence realm to meet the standards for cultivation. Lu Chen has only reached the 7th level of the body refining realm. There remains a considerable distance to the required standard. While it may seem impossible to cultivate, Lu Chen harbors a different belief. As his gaze falls upon the true essence seed, the true essence seed has already grown to the size of a thumb. According to future experience, when the true essence seed reaches the size of a walnut, it will shatter within the dantian, forming true essence and entering the true essence realm. Lu Chen does not waste any time. He takes out the remaining low-grade spirit energy pills, sits cross-legged, and begins to consume them to practice his skills. From dusk until deep into the night, Lu Chen finally finishes all the low-grade spirit energy pills. He successfully breaks through to the 8th level of the body refining realm but fails to reach the 9th level. The true essence seed has long since grown to the size of a walnut, having detached from the Yanlong vein and slipped into the dantian. No, Lu Chen does not possess a dantian. The true essence seed has entered the chaos pearl instead. The surface of the chaos pearl is enveloped by a chaotic force field that prevents any scrutiny, including Lu Chen's internal vision. Although Lu Chen cannot perceive what lies within the chaos pearl, he is certain of one thing. The true essence seed has not shattered, or else true essence would have manifested within his body. With a thought, Lu Chen directs his consciousness into the chaos pearl. The chaotic force field does not impede him, and his awareness swiftly enters the interior of the chaos pearl. This is a space, measuring a cubic zhong. The true essence seed is present within this space, having grown to the size of a fist. Furthermore, under the infusion of spiritual energy from the Yanlong vein, the true essence seed continues to thrive. Lu Chen is astounded, completely overturning his understanding of the true essence seed. It is common knowledge within the martial world that when the true essence seed grows to the size of a walnut, it must shatter to enter the true essence realm. Never has he heard of a true essence seed growing to the size of a fist. It cannot possibly fit within a dantian. Upon reflection, he realizes something is amiss. The chaos pearl is indeed a space. It can accommodate not only a fist-sized seed, but even one the size of a water tank. Space? Suddenly, an epiphany strikes Lu Chen, and he reaches for a small stone, tossing it into the Chaos Pearl. It succeeds. The Chaos Pearl can indeed store items. This unexpected discovery exhilarates Lu Chen for a full hour. While the martial world possesses spatial rings, their creation is arduous and typically reserved for legendary figures of high cultivation. Ordinary martial artists can only dream of them. Once he regains his composure, Lu Chen realizes that this chaotic space is suffused with thin primordial chaotic energy. Primordial chaotic energy is the first flicker of energy from the primordial era, when heaven and earth first began to take shape. However, Lu Chen understands that primordial chaotic energy does not belong to the martial world, nor to the realm he inhabits. As for its origins and purpose, he knows nothing. Withdrawing from the chaotic space, Lu Chen's thoughts return to the yin-yang finger. Though he lacks true essence, his true essence seed is exceptionally large, and his spiritual energy is particularly robust. Could he possibly cultivate the yin-yang finger using spiritual energy? Lu Chen immediately channels all his spiritual energy into his right index finger, then activates the yin-yang finger's heart method to initiate the first finger technique. Chapter 13. Spirit Tree Martial Veins. As he unleashes the finger technique, the spiritual energy ripples. Centered on Lu Chen, a turbulent air current swirls within a radius of a zhang, stirring up dust. He points his finger forward, and the force of his strike is akin to a mountain, slicing through the air with a brilliant flash. Bang! A tree as thick as a barrel is severed in two. This is at least 10,000 pounds of force. Lu Chen is overjoyed. He merely intended to test it, yet the result exceeded his expectations. It seems that when spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold, it can indeed substitute for true essence. However, activating the yin-yang finger drains more than half of Lu Chen's energy, leaving him quite fatigued. He sits down to recover and, once sufficiently restored, continues to practice the yin-yang finger. Tirelessly, he practices throughout the night. When the first light of dawn breaks, Lu Chen is utterly exhausted. Yet, he has mastered the first finger of the yin-yang technique. In his final practice, he detonates a boulder, exerting approximately 16,000 pounds of force. At the 8th level of the body refining realm, his base strength is already 8,000 pounds. The yin-yang finger, indeed a top-tier martial technique, effectively doubles his strength. The first level of the true essence realm only amounts to 10,000 pounds. This means that whenever he employs the yin-yang finger, he can effortlessly overpower those in the first level of the true essence realm. As for whether he can withstand the second level of the true essence realm, he remains uncertain. After all, at the true essence realm, each level increases strength by an additional 10,000 pounds. The second level of the true essence realm signifies 20,000 pounds of strength. Lu Chen is unsure if his full-powered strike with the yin-yang finger can reach such a magnitude. Leaving the back mountain, he returns to his room. After taking a bath and enjoying a brief nap, he rises, feeling rejuvenated. Lu Chen changes into a fresh set of clothes and retrieves a small wooden box hidden beneath his bed, placing it into the chaotic space. Within that box lie 9 high-grade true essence pills, crafted during his duel with Zhou Hong. They are currently Lu Chen's most valuable possessions. Yet, in Lu Chen's eyes, all pills are worthless. Only the materials used to concoct pills hold value. If he had sufficient materials, he could produce many high-grade spirit energy pills, propelling himself to great heights. Today, Lu Chen has several matters to attend to, with his first stop being to find Wanner. Wanner, having consumed a mid-grade body refining pill, experiences a surge of medicinal power, akin to parched land receiving a much-needed flow of water. Overnight, she breaks through from the long-suppressed first level of the body refining realm to the third level. At this moment, Wanner is radiant, her beautiful eyes sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Wanner is the most trustworthy person. Lu Chen is naturally delighted by her progress. Come, let me check your pulse to see if your martial veins have awakened. Lu Chen rolls up his sleeves and reaches toward Wanner's wrist. The first martial vein for a martial artist awakens between the 3rd and 8th levels of the body refining realm. In the 1st and 2nd levels, one lacks the strength to awaken martial veins. If one reaches the 8th level without awakening a martial vein, they will never do so in their lifetime. This is because upon reaching the 9th level of the body refining realm, the true essence seed appears, suppressing the awakening of martial veins. Therefore, whether an ordinary martial artist can awaken their martial veins depends on this stage. Of course, Lu Chen does not belong to the ordinary category. A martial artist who does not cultivate a dantian cannot be deemed normal. Can they? I feel as though there is something new within me. I wonder if it's a martial vein? Wanner blushes, lowering her head and speaking softly. Lu Chen checks her pulse and soon reveals a delighted expression. The pulse is unusual. The heartbeat has vanished, a phenomenon that only occurs when a martial vein has awakened. Lu Chen releases his consciousness, tracing along the pulse channels in Wanner's wrist. Indeed, within her body, he sees a tiny tree, entirely verdant and brimming with spiritual energy, striving to grow. This is a newly birthed martial vein. It is also the manifestation of Wanner's martial vein. Wood-type martial veins are relatively rare. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalls something, his heart leaping with joy. This is the spirit tree martial vein. Ranked 9th on the celestial martial vein list, nearly a top-tier martial vein is it very powerful. Wanner raises her lovely face, inquiring of Lu Chen. Much more formidable than my previous martial vein. Lu Chen's previous Linglong martial vein was merely of the Xian tier, ranking 35th on the Xian tier martial vein list. Nevertheless, it was already a remarkable existence in Shuangmu City. As for the Yanlong martial vein, Lu Chen is uncertain of its tier. In any case, it does not appear on any of the 4 lists, Celestial, Earth, Xian, or Yellow. Wanner, I will impart to you a cultivation method and a martial technique. Although both are incomplete, they will suffice for your needs. Without waiting for Wanner to respond, Lu Chen's consciousness shifts to her sea of consciousness, transmitting the Saintis Pill Sutra and the merging heaven palm. The Saintis Pill Sutra is a mid-grade celestial cultivation method, exclusively for female practitioners, lacking the final third, but the first 2/3 can still be cultivated. The merging heaven palm is a mid-grade earth martial technique, with the last quarter missing. The high tier of these methods and techniques is tailored specifically for Wanner from Lu Chen's memory. Wanner has devoted years of loyalty and hardship. It is high time to offer her some recompense in the future. When he departs from Shuangmu City, Wanner will possess some means of self-defense, no longer to be bullied. Young master, you are truly kind to Wanner. Wanner realizes the high caliber of the cultivation method and martial technique, becoming so overwhelmed with emotion that she begins to cry. Wanner is already beautiful, but now, with tears like falling pear blossoms, she is even more captivating, tugging at the heartstrings. After parting with Wanner, Lu Chen seeks out the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder does not often involve himself in affairs, when he does, he is principled and handles issues based on merit rather than personal feelings. As long as it benefits the Lu family, he will lend his full support, just as he staunchly backs Lu Chen. Conversely, he shows no mercy in abandoning those who do not serve the family's interests. The Grand Elder is realistic and ruthless, yet Lu Chen bears him no ill will. Instead, he feels gratitude. It is precisely due to the Grand Elder's nature that Lu Chen can prove his worth within the Lu family. To return to the matter at hand, if it were not for the Grand Elder, Lu Chen would have long since been eliminated by Lu Zhengning. The Grand Elder sits in his study, silent. Lu Chen does not engage in idle chatter, directly presenting a pill. In an instant, the Grand Elder's sturdy frame trembles, and his expression, which has remained wooden for a lifetime, suddenly ignites with excitement. A high-grade true essence pill. The Grand Elder accepts the pill, his hands trembling, tears welling in his aged eyes. In Shuangmu City, true essence pills are predominantly low-grade. Mid-grade ones are scarce, and high-grade ones are virtually unseen. The alchemists in the pill shop can mostly produce only low-grade true essence pills. Only the first-tier alchemist, Chen Yuanliang, occasionally concocts a high-grade true essence pill, but he never sells them, as they are insufficient even for his own consumption. The elders of the Lu family receive a monthly stipend of merely 200 silver coins, equivalent to 1 low-grade true essence pill. True essence pills are exceedingly expensive. Even a low-grade one costs 1,000 silver coins, while a mid-grade one fetches at least 3,000 as for high-grade ones. Well, the Grand Elder has never tasted the potent effects of a high-grade true essence pill in his lifetime. To offer a pill without cause must entail a request. After a moment, the Grand Elder finally regains his composure, fixing a piercing gaze on Lu Chen. Are you seeking my assistance during the selection tournament? If so, you may take back the pill. No. I hope that after I leave Shuangmu City, the Grand Elder can protect Wanner. Oh. Do you have confidence in winning favor from the Zhenzhou Martial Gate during the enrollment ceremony? Yes, but your current realm is sufficient. What great confidence. Nonetheless, I can agree to your request. Thank you, Grand Elder. Lu Chen expresses his gratitude and takes his leave. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, the Grand Elder sighs softly, murmuring, If you are accepted by the martial gate, it will be a momentous occasion for the family. You need not say it. I will naturally protect your maid. Why must you state it explicitly? This youth, though young, already understands how to win hearts, far brighter than that Lu Rome. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the fourth elder has arrived and requests a meeting of the elders. At this moment, a servant's voice can be heard from outside. Granted. The Grand Elder, in good spirits, fondles the high-grade true essence pill, reluctant to part with it, and goes to notify the other elders. An hour later, the council chamber will convene. Chapter 14. 1,000 portions of medicinal materials. An hour later, in the council chamber, the elders gather. Of the 9 elders of the Lu family, 7 appear relaxed. Even the Grand Elder displays a rare smile. The second elder, Lu Chen, notices the odd atmosphere and is puzzled. Meanwhile, the fourth elder wears a bitter expression, accusing Lu Chen of theft, declaring that he has pilfered numerous pills from the pill shop and demanding severe punishment for him. Lu Chen stole mid-grade body refining pills from the pill shop. The other elders are momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of laughter. What, do you not believe me, elders? The fourth elder retorts angrily. Fourth elder, you have been in the internal affairs room these past 2 days. There are matters outside you are unaware of. Lu Chen casts a strange glance at the fourth elder, speaking curtly. Lu Chen won 100 mid-grade body refining pills in a duel with Zhou Hong at the pill shop. The fourth elder is momentarily stunned, feeling his face flush as if struck. Subsequently, he stubbornly continues, yet he should not have taken those pills to the internal affairs room to cause trouble, enticing clan members to forfeit their monthly stipends. Lu Chen's influence on the internal affairs room's normal operations is indeed excessive and merits punishment. Without a moment's thought, Lu Chen openly supports the fourth elder. Lu Chen distributed the pills he won entirely among his family members. He did not give any to outsiders. How is that excessive? The Grand Elder is the first to speak, slowly asserting, such actions are beneficial to the Lu family and should be commended. What the Grand Elder says is entirely correct. After all, it is said that the water from the well should not flow to outsiders. 100 mid-grade body refining pills falling into the hands of our descendants will undoubtedly elevate their cultivation levels, ultimately benefiting our Lu family. Lu Chen is now also at the body refining realm. Mid-grade body refining pills are immensely advantageous for him, yet he chooses not to use them, distributing them entirely to his kin, contributing to the family's prosperity. This embodies selflessness and a spirit of great sacrifice. The potency of mid-grade body refining pills far surpasses that of low-grade ones, and their cost is much higher. Ordinary descendants cannot afford them. If it were me, I would gladly forego several months' worth of stipends for a single mid-grade body refining pill. Did Lu Chen's distribution of pills cause the internal affairs room to suffer losses? Many have opted not to collect their stipends, resulting in significant savings for the internal affairs room. If you do not wish to commend Lu Chen, that is understandable, but to punish him is utterly unreasonable. The other elders express their agreement, either siding with the Grand Elder or praising Lu Chen. In any case, not a single elder supports the fourth elder's proposal. Fourth elder, there are rumors within the family that you have been obstructing Lu Chen's stipend. Is there any truth to it? Suddenly, the Grand Elder unexpectedly inquires, his tone somewhat unfriendly. No such thing. It must be a rumor. The fourth elder hastily denies it, feeling somewhat uneasy and perplexed by the situation. What kind of day is it today? Why are so many elders suddenly rallying around Lu Chen? What on earth has transpired? Usually, these individuals do not exhibit such enthusiasm for Lu Chen. Have they all taken leave of their senses? The fourth elder feels immense pressure and casts a pleading glance at Lu Chen, who, however, shows no reaction, instead lost in deep contemplation. Nothing less than the best. Otherwise, I shall not stand idly by. The Grand Elder's tone is resolute, and then with a wave of his hand, he declares the meeting adjourned, leaving the matter unresolved. Observing the 6 elders departing with brisk steps, the Grand Elder narrows his eyes. I have heard that Lu Chen engaged in a duel at the pill shop and produced 9 high-grade true essence pills. Those are truly valuable. This old fox, the Grand Elder, is not mistaken in his suspicions. Lu Chen indeed gifted the other 6 elders with pills, 1 for each. Their goodwill towards Lu Chen surged to new heights. Otherwise, how would they so readily support him? By generously distributing pills and showering wealth, he swiftly garnered favor and immediate results. Now, Lu Chen is no longer isolated and vulnerable but possesses numerous supporters. His influence significantly overshadowing Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is at the pill shop. The person attending to Lu Chen is none other than the owner himself. No one else qualifies for such an honor. I wish to exchange some money. Lu Chen is straightforward, presenting the remaining 2 high-grade true essence pills. In Shuangmu City, high-grade true essence pills are rare. If sold at the pill shop, they would be priced at 10,000 silver coins. Unaffordable for the average person. Chen Yuanliang first explains the situation to Lu Chen, then broaches the main topic. If the pill shop were to purchase them, we would only offer half the market price. I hope young Master Lu can understand. That is fine. Let it be at half price. Lu Chen nods, acknowledging that this is standard practice. After all, the pill shop is conducting business. Chen Yuanliang quickly retrieves 2 silver notes, each worth 5,000 silver coins, redeemable at any bank. I wish to purchase 1,000 portions of medicinal materials for refining body refining pills. Could you calculate the total cost? Lu Chen accepts the silver notes and inquires further. To outsiders, medicinal materials may be valuable, but to me, they are merely that. Young Master Lu is welcome to take them. Chen Yuanliang waves his hand, immediately instructing his staff to gather the materials. Purchasing pills is a standard operating procedure, and Chen Yuanliang would never dare to contravene it. However, the medicinal materials can be gifted. Chen Yuanliang is not short of this modest sum. After all, Lu Chen is a master-level alchemist. Chen Yuanliang is eager to curry favor. So why would he charge for the materials? Not to mention, even if it were 1,000 portions, or 10,000, or 100,000, Chen Yuanliang would gladly provide them. Before long, several alchemists rush in, one of whom carries a large bundle of materials. Young Master Lu, your medicinal materials have arrived. Young Master Lu, we have sorted out 1,000 portions of medicinal materials for body refining pills, each one meticulously prepared. The few alchemists respectfully presented the medicinal herbs. Originally, a group of disciples was tasked with retrieving the herbs, but these alchemists had taken their place midway. It is no joking matter. Lu Chen was capable of refining a cauldron of 9 pills, each a superior true origin pill, demonstrating profound mastery in alchemy. Now, even the guild master was currying favor with Lu Chen. How could they afford to miss this opportunity? Even a mere appearance before Lu Chen would suffice. Thank you, gentlemen. Lu Chen did not put on airs, expressing his gratitude, and the alchemists joyfully withdrew. By the way, does the Alchemy Guild have any spirit stones for sale? Lu Chen turned to inquire of Chen Yuanliang. None. Only the royal family of Chaodu possesses them. Chen Yuanliang shook his head. Spirit stones are a rare resource in the Yoming dynasty, monopolized by the royal family, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to procure them. Lu Chen felt quite disappointed. With just a small piece of spirit stone, he could refine a cauldron of superior spirit chi pills. With those pills in hand, breaking through to the true origin realm would be a mere formality. However, if your demand is not great, I indeed have a way to obtain one. Chen Yuanliang suddenly leaned in and spoke in a hushed tone. Really? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, but the means to acquire it lies in Dengzhou, and I must go there in person. The round trip will require some time. Then I shall trouble you with this? I will pay you upon your return. Discussing money dampens feelings. It is my honor, Chen Yuanliang, to assist you. If you can return before the enrollment ceremony, I shall present you with a gift to aid your journey in the art of alchemy. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, I shall go to Dengzhou at once and guarantee my return before the enrollment ceremony. Chen Yuanliang was both surprised and delighted. As an alchemist, he had lingered too long at the first tier, and if Lu Chen could help him advance to the second tier, he would be immensely grateful. In the following days, Lu Chen focused on 2 tasks, refining pills in his room by day, and sneaking to the back mountain to practice combat techniques by night. After completing 1,000 batches of medicinal herbs, the yin-yang finger reached its zenith, enhancing his strength even further. However, the selection competition for the position of young master was approaching. The entire Lu family gathered at the martial arts arena, where today a new young master would be determined. Chapter 15. The Young Master Selection Competition. The selection competition for the young master was an internal trial, with participants registering on-site to compete directly. In truth, very few signed up. Besides Lu Rong and Lu Chen, only 2 others did. Everyone understood the nature of this so-called selection competition. It was merely a pretext for Lu Chen and Lu Rong, as the others lacked the strength to compete, essentially just filling the role of supporting players. The other 2 participants had no desire to engage and were coerced into registering. The elders deemed it necessary to avoid an overly dull competition, so they selected 2 relatively capable youths to bolster the numbers. The event consisted of 3 rounds, conducted as direct arena battles. In the first round, Lu Rong faced off against a fellow member of the Lu family. This individual, like Lu Chen, was merely at the 8th level of body refinement, yet his capabilities fell far short compared to Lu Rong. As soon as the match commenced, Lu Rong effortlessly tossed him aside, securing a quick victory. In the second round, it was Lu Chen's turn to compete against Lu Shaoqi. The grandson of the elder Liu Shaoqi had received a mid-grade body refining pill from Lu Chen, which had enabled him to break through to the 9th level of body refinement just days prior. Brother Lu Chen, I thank you for the pill you gifted me. That Liu Shaoqi clasped his fists in gratitude. A look of appreciation on his face, Liu Chen stroked his chin, recognizing that the elder's grandson possessed mediocre talent but commendable character. Never having bullied anyone, I may not be your match, but I will still give it my all. Liu Shaoqi prepared himself, determination evident on his face. Liu Chen, at the 5th level of body refinement, exchanged a punch with Lu Rong, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level, and they surprisingly matched each other evenly. Shocking the entire Lu family, Liu Shaoqi understood that he still had a gap to bridge with Lu Chen. He sought not victory but to perform to the best of his ability. Let loose, Lu Chen nodded, not adopting a fighting stance but simply standing casually. Watch my palm. Liu Shaoqi struck out, his palm heavy with force, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. It was evident that Liu Shaoqi was giving it his all, unleashing the full force of his 4,500 pounds. Many members of the Lu family nodded in approval. Liu Shaoqi's strike was indeed commendable. Even if he could not defeat Lu Chen, he should come close. In contrast, Lu Chen appeared to be holding back, merely responding with a casual palm strike. Crack! The two hands collided. Liu Shaoqi was sent flying, while Lu Chen remained steadfast, his stance unyielding. The arena fell silent. In truth, many were already aware in their hearts that Liu Shaoqi was unlikely to prevail. However, the disparity was so great that it was quite astonishing. Liu Chen had clearly not exerted himself fully. He had not even tapped into his complete realm and had effortlessly sent Liu Shaoqi flying with just a fraction of his strength. Liu Rong glared at Lu Chen, his expression darkening. In just 7 days, Lu Chen's strength had surged dramatically, becoming a formidable rival. I concede. Liu Shaoqi climbed to his feet, his face displaying astonishment as he directly acknowledged his defeat. Having faced Lu Chen, he realized just how terrifying he truly was. In that moment of confrontation, Lu Chen had even retracted some of his force. Otherwise, Liu Shaoqi would have either been gravely injured or worse. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. After a brief respite, the final match commenced. Liu Chen was the first to take the field, standing in the center with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and composed, exuding an air of dignity. This lad, Lu Chen, possesses an uncanny aura. Do not underestimate him, Liu Zhengning whispered, instructing, should it prove necessary, to act decisively and use medicine to eliminate him. Lest the night stretch on with uncertainties, I will not allow him to leave alive. Lu Rong scoffed coldly, stepping into the arena. As he entered, Lu Rong's aura surged, each step radiating pressure directed at Lu Chen. That moment, the entire arena gasped in astonishment. The first level of the true origin realm. When did Lu Rong advance to the true origin realm? No matter how strong Lu Chen is, he is merely at the body refinement stage. How could he possibly stand against a true origin realm opponent? This match requires no fighting. The outcome is already clear. If Lu Chen wishes to avoid death, he had best concede. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. In the stands, many elders wore complex expressions. On one hand, they were pleased that the Lu family gained a member in the true origin realm. On the other, they felt sorrow for Lu Chen. The elder's expression grew grave. Prior to this, he had held high hopes for Lu Chen, believing he had a chance to reclaim the position of young master. However, it now appeared that Lu Chen had no opportunity whatsoever, and no matter how strong a body refinement practitioner may be, they cannot possibly defeat a true origin realm individual unless a miracle occurs. Congratulations to the second elder. The fourth elder grinned, flattering Lu Zhengning. With Ronger entering the true origin realm, Lu Chen is undoubtedly no match for him. The position of young master is rightfully his. Liu Zhengning stroked his beard, feeling quite pleased. Liu Rong had indeed performed admirably, consuming a low-grade spirit chi pill gifted by the city lord, swiftly breaking through to the true origin realm. Once Lu Rong secured the position of young master, he would scheme for the position of family head, effectively placing the entire Lu family under their control. Young master, you might as well concede. Whether or not you become the young master, you will always be Wanner's young master. Outside the arena, Wanner cried out in desperation, urging Lu Chen. Lu Rong was a ruthless individual who had always opposed Lu Chen. He would undoubtedly strike with lethal intent during the competition. Lu Chen turned to Wanner, offering a smile, his eyes conveying an unwavering resolve to never concede. Conceding is simply out of the question. I shall never yield in this lifetime. If I were to concede, it would only be if my opponent concedes first. Lu Rong is merely at the first level of the true origin realm, capable of exerting merely 10,000 pounds of force. He is hardly a master. Lu Chen even suspected that without using the yin-yang finger, he could withstand 10 of Lu Rong's attacks. If you are indeed a man, do not concede. Let us have a proper match. Lu Rong raised his chin in disdain, speaking with arrogance. Of course, if you are frightened and insist on conceding, you must crawl through my legs. Otherwise, I shall not relent. Lu Chen merely smiled faintly, uninterested in further conversation, and raised his middle finger in response. I will strike you dead. Lu Rong's fury ignited. He immediately channeled his true origin and launched an attack. A punch was thrown with the force of 10,000 pounds, creating a tumultuous wind that reverberated through the air. Lu Chen did not dare be complacent. He too unleashed a punch with all his might. Meeting the attack head-on, boom! The two fists clashed with a thunderous sound. Lu Rong maintained his stance, his body unmoving, while Lu Chen was sent staggering back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I truly did not expect that while Lu Rong had improved, Lu Chen had not been idle either. Having reached the 8th level of body refinement in just 7 days, he had advanced from the 5th to the 8th level. Truly astonishing. Lu Chen's punch must have been at least 7,000 pounds of force. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Lu Rong's attack. Typically, an 8th level body refinement practitioner possesses only 4,000 pounds of force. How can Lu Chen's strength be so extraordinary? Perhaps it is because his martial veins were not fully depleted. The crowd outside erupted in surprised murmurs. The expressions of the elders remained largely unchanged. Aside from their astonishment at Lu Chen's immense strength, their expectations for the outcome of the battle remained unchanged. It was clear that Lu Chen would lose. It was merely a matter of time. Is this all you are capable of? Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling faintly, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Just now, in that exchange, he had tested his maximum foundational strength, gaining a clearer understanding of his own abilities. You truly possess some skill. Lu Rong's face darkened considerably. He had unleashed his full strength, but could not eliminate Lu Chen in one strike. He was filled with both shock and rage. Profoundly shaken, Lu Chen's punch must have been at least 8,000 pounds. However, you possess skill, which will only lead to your swift demise. Lu Rong chuckled ominously a few times, producing a dark red pill in his right hand and consuming it on the spot. The Tiger Strength Pill? Chapter 16. A shock to the audience, the Tiger Strength Pill was immensely renowned, and everyone recognized it immediately, igniting excitement throughout the arena. Lu Rong's strength had already surpassed Lu Chen's. Why would he consume a Tiger Strength Pill? This was clearly an intention to kill, a determination to eliminate Lu Chen. A first-level true origin practitioner possesses 10,000 pounds of force. With the Tiger Strength Pill enhancing that by 50%, it would amount to 15,000 pounds of force. One punch from him would obliterate 10 Lu Chens. Poor Lu Chen. The entire Lu family shook their heads, lamenting Lu Chen's fate. Wanner was nearly in tears, her cries echoing through the arena. Even the elder closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene of Lu Chen being torn apart. Ha ha! Mark this day next year as the anniversary of your demise, Lu Chen. The fourth elder reveled in the misfortune, a look of satisfaction on his face. It was high time he met his end. Lu Zhengning scowled in disgust. Using a Tiger Strength Pill to kill Lu Chen seemed rather excessive. At this moment, Lu Rong's aura surged, his presence escalating like a ferocious beast. It is strange. The Doublewood City does not sell Tiger Strength Pills. Where did you acquire such a pill? Lu Chen coldly regarded Lu Rong, baiting him, your Tiger Strength Pill. It wouldn't be a counterfeit, would it? Whether it is real or fake, you shall soon find out, but by then, you will be dead. Lu Rong laughed heartily, then lowered his voice to a whisper that only he and Lu Chen could hear. Lu Chen, I will ensure you meet your end understanding the truth. When you encountered Zhou Ruoxue, it was orchestrated by my father behind the scenes, all to help the city lord seize your Millennium Dragon origin fruit. Seeing you still clinging to life, he rewarded me with a Tiger Strength Pill, allowing me to send you to hell. Once you are dead, I will take care of Warner. That girl has grown increasingly beautiful. When I tire of her, I will send her down to accompany you. Ha ha ha, are you not furious? Upon hearing such revelations from Lu Chen's expression darkened, his eyes radiating a fierce intent to kill, so it was true. He had been set up by Zhou He and his daughter, with Lu Zhengning acting as an accomplice. Zhou He was aiding Lu Rong, aiming to eliminate him completely. How naive! This scoundrel Lu Rong dared to desecrate Warner. He must die. Lu Chen's fury ignited, his spirit energy surging violently, creating gusts of wind that radiated outward in all directions. Lu Chen, die! You can be liberated now. Lu Rong grinned malevolently, suddenly launching a punch towards Lu Chen, as if a mountain were crashing down upon him. Yin-yang finger, one finger extended, forceful as a mountain, slicing through the air with explosive sounds. Crack! His finger struck Lu Rong's fist, causing a violent explosion, blood and bone flying. Lu Rong screamed in agony, his right hand obliterated, rendered utterly useless. Yet Lu Chen did not relent. He thrust out another finger. That finger bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Lu Rong's forehead. No? Lu Rong's face twisted in horror as he emitted a desperate scream. Crack! The finger struck true, his head exploding like a shattered watermelon. A headless body crumpled to the ground. In the arena, only Lu Chen stood tall amidst the dust. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone gaped in shock, rendered speechless by the upheaval. The one deemed certain to die had survived, while the one believed to be invincible lay dead. Such an outcome left people astounded. An 8th-level body refinement practitioner slaying a 1st-level true origin practitioner was simply unfathomable. Moreover, Lu Rong had consumed a tiger strength pill, enhancing his strength by 50%. In a short time, he would be invincible among his peers. To kill Lu Rong, one would typically need to be at least a 2nd-level true origin practitioner. Yet Lu Chen had decisively eliminated Lu Rong with a single finger. At that moment, Lu Chen became a paragon of genius in everyone's eyes. Lu Chen, you have slain my son. I vow to avenge him. A voice filled with despair rang out. Lu Zhengning's forehead bulged with veins, resembling an enraged lion as he charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Zhengning, the young master has made his decision. You shall not disrupt the family rules. A voice of authority echoed, resonating throughout the arena. A figure appeared before Lu Zhengning, blocking his path. The elder had intervened. I care not for family rules. Lu Chen has killed my son. He must die. Lu Zhengning's eyes reddened as he roared, addressing the crowd. With me here, the Lu family will not fall to your tyranny. The elder replied coldly. Old fool, let us see how you impede me. Lu Zhengning, disregarding all caution, threw a punch, clashing directly with the elder. The elder's aura erupted suddenly, countering with a palm strike. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Both were pillars of the Lu family, equally strong at the 3rd level of the true origin realm, and their confrontation was evenly matched. The two greatest masters of the Lu family clashed, sending shivers through the hearts of the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled in fear of being caught in the crossfire. This unexpected turn of events caught the other elders off guard, leaving them uncertain of how to respond. Lu Zhengning became entangled with the elder and could not extricate himself. In a moment of desperation, he exchanged glances with his ally, the 4th elder. The 4th elder grasped the unspoken cue and, taking advantage of the distraction, rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen, submit to death. The 4th elder's face twisted in malice, his aura surging, the pressure of a 2nd-level true origin practitioner bearing down on Lu Chen. A palm was thrust out, cracking with explosive sounds. The 2,000 pounds of force locked onto Lu Chen. Lu Chen faced the attack without fear, channeling his spirit energy and countering with a finger strike. Yin-yang finger. One finger shot forth, a gale rising, the force of 10,000 pounds striking the 4th elder's iron palm. Boom! The clash produced a tremendous sound, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. In the eye of the storm, two figures stood resolute, Lu Chen and the 4th elder, each maintaining their attack stances, refusing to yield. However, Lu Chen's lips bore a trace of blood, while the 4th elder appeared pale, his hand trembling, suffering greatly. In that moment, they had reached a stalemate. Time seemed to freeze. Even the elder and Lu Zhengning ceased their struggle. The arena trembled with shock, all eyes returning to Lu Chen. Everyone's gaze was filled with astonishment and dread. An 8th-level body refinement practitioner, had slain a first-level true origin practitioner and fought to a standstill against a second-level true origin practitioner, shattering all preconceived notions. What exactly is Lu Chen made of? Is it that being partially crippled enhances one's strength? If that is the case, everyone would wish to be partially crippled. Elders, heed my command. The fourth elder seeks to harm the young master. Seize him, the elder bellowed. Issuing a rare command, 6 elders sprang into action, swiftly encircling the fourth elder, cutting off all avenues of escape. These 6 elders had benefited from Lu Chen's kindness and had long harbored intentions to support him. Now, there was no hesitation. Lu Chen had slain Lu Rong and fought the fourth elder to a standstill, showcasing extraordinary strength. The position of young master must be bestowed upon such a prodigious talent, and no one should dare to offend him. As the 6 elders moved in unison, the fourth elder stood no chance of resistance, surrendering without a fight. Lu Chen, I will avenge my son's death. Lu Zhengning, witnessing the 6 elders rallying to Lu Chen's side, realized the tide had turned against him. He summoned all his strength for a single palm strike, forcing the elder back and vaulting over the wall. As he vanished, he left behind a voice filled with malice. I shall seek the city lord's assistance. When I return, I will slay all of you. Zhou He, Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly, engulfed in a fiery rage. That insidious and shameless city lord, along with his daughter, as venomous as a snake, had nearly crippled him by targeting his dantian and severing his martial veins, leaving him on the brink of eternal downfall. This beastly father-daughter duo would not escape his wrath. Chapter 17. The true disciples of the Ziyun sect. The defection of Lu Zhengning sent shockwaves through the Lu family in a fit of anger. The elder directly executed the fourth elder and expelled Lu Zhengning's followers, restoring some semblance of tranquility to the family. Lu Chen reclaimed his status as the young master, regaining his former glory and earning the esteem of the upper echelons. The 1,000 medicinal herbs he had refined yielded 9 high-grade body-refining pills from a single furnace, totaling 9,000 such pills. Lu Chen generously distributed 3,000 high-grade body-refining pills to all the body-refining warriors in the Lu family, and allocated another 3,000 to bolster the family's internal affairs. These high-grade pills possessed potency several times greater than their mid-grade counterparts and were valued at 1,000 silver coins each. Equivalent to the price of low-grade true essence pills, it was no surprise that ordinary warriors could scarcely afford them, and even prominent families hesitated to supply them to their own, often acquiring only a handful to cultivate their prodigies. Lu Chen's lavish generosity astonished the entire family, earning him adoration from all quarters. With such an abundance of high-grade body-refining pills, many within the Lu family would soon ascend to the 9th level of body refining, and a good number would inevitably break through to the realm of true essence in the future, significantly enhancing the family's overall strength. As for the source of Lu Chen's vast supply of pills, no one in the Lu family dared to inquire. The entire Shuangmu city was aware of Lu Chen's exceptional alchemical skills, capable of refining second-tier high-grade pills. Who would question the origins of his first-tier high-grade pills? The remaining 3,000 high-grade body-refining pills, Lu Chen discreetly gifted to Wanner. Young master, there are too many pills. Wanner cannot consume them all, she exclaimed, cradling a large bundle of pills, her hands trembling in disbelief. Fear not. Simply treat them as your meals. Your martial veins are robust, and you can withstand the potency of any amount, Lu Chen reassured her with a smile. In the past, his exquisite martial vein was merely of the mysterious grade, allowing him to absorb more medicinal potency than others, and he could endure it several times over. Moreover, Wanner had awakened a heavenly grade martial vein. Her capacity to absorb medicinal energy must be formidable. Not to mention, his own enigmatic Yanlong martial vein was a voracious consumer of resources. Treating pills as sustenance was hardly an exaggeration. In the pursuit of martial prowess, one cannot rely solely on diligence. Numerous factors play a decisive role: resources, talent, opportunities, and techniques, among others. Among these, resources reign supreme. Without them, even the most gifted would lag behind. High-grade body-refining pills are invaluable. To consume them as mere meals would indeed be a waste. Reluctantly, Wanner murmured, I shall exchange a portion for money, to improve the young master's living conditions. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as Lu Chen handed her 2 banknotes, each a staggering sum of 5,000 silver coins. Wanner stood rooted in place, bewildered. This amounted to 10,000 silver coins, an amount she had never encountered in her lifetime. The monthly stipend of those elders barely amounted to 200 silver coins. Could it be that the young master had struck it rich? I possess the art of alchemy. Thus, wealth is no concern for me. Feel free to use these coins as you wish, buy clothing, adornments. Make yourself as beautiful as you can, for it brings me pride as well. Lu Chen waved his hand, sending Waner away before settling down to meditate. Indeed, he was not merely cultivating but rather recuperating. The Zhulongyi Ju was a resource-intensive technique. Once activated, it demanded an enormous amount of spiritual energy. The spirit energy in Shuangmu City was too sparse, insufficient even for his Yanlong vein to draw upon. How could he train under such dire conditions? With resolve, Lu Chen decided to seize the opportunity presented by the recruitment ceremony to enter a martial sect, aiming for areas rich in spiritual energy. During this period, he was not inclined to remain idle. After restoring his energy, he ventured outside the city to practice in the nearby mountains. The mountains naturally possessed more spiritual energy than the city, but even they could not withstand the voracious consumption of a spiritual energy glutton. With just a few inhales, the energy of the entire mountain was depleted. Without spiritual energy, he could not cultivate techniques. Yet practicing combat skills was feasible. Lu Chen lingered in the mountains, honing the yin-yang finger. He had perfected the first finger to its utmost, achieving a force of 20,000 pounds, nearly his limit. Further training would yield minimal gains. However, he pressed on, knowing that even a slight increase of 100 or so pounds would be beneficial. As for the second finger of yin-yang finger, projecting force outward was beyond his current capabilities. To achieve such a feat, one must be at least in the 4th level of true essence, capable of externalizing true essence. The first finger required true essence to enter the body, which Lu Chen had forcibly replaced with spiritual energy. The second finger, however, had no such substitute. At the city lord's residence, Lu Zhengning lay prostrate on the ground, pleading for Zhou He to take action and avenge him. Zhou He, seated at the head of the table, wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions. Soon, the recruitment ceremony will commence. I do not wish to intervene now, lest the martial sects of Dengzhou think ill of me. Zhou He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhengning, continuing, moreover, this is fundamentally your family's affair. Even as city lord, it would be inappropriate for me to meddle. City lord, if you do not act, no one will avenge my son, Lu Zhengning lamented, tears streaming down his face. Dio, you still have the audacity to mention your useless son? Zhou Ruoxue, seated beside Jiang Yao, retorted angrily. Why father bestowed upon him a low-grade spirit energy pill and a tiger strength pill. Who would have thought he could not defeat Lu Chen and was instead slain by him? Such resources wasted. My father has yet to hold you accountable. Do you still expect him to intercede for you? Truly delusional. My son did his utmost. I beg the young lady for forgiveness, Lu Zhengning implored, panic-stricken. Since he is dead, there is no point in pursuing this matter further. Jiang Yao gently patted Zhou Ruoxue's hand, smiling. Regardless, that Lu Chen, no matter how strong, cannot affect your grand ambitions. With you around, I am at ease. Zhou Ruoxue transformed her anger into a smile, leaning against Jiang Yao, exuding charm and allure. Jiang Yao, in high spirits, thoroughly enjoyed the moment. Lu Zhengning, you may rest in my residence for now. Be patient for a few more days. Once the recruitment ceremony concludes, I will personally deal with Lu Chen and help you ascend as the head of the Lu family. Zhou He declared with a wave of his hand, sealing the matter. Lu Zhengning had no choice but to withdraw. Once Lu Zhengning departed, Zhou He stood up, a frown etching his features. This Lu Chen's cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid. In just a few days, he has reached the 8th level of body refinement and even managed to slay the drug-enhanced Lu Rong. This truly gives one a headache. If he participates in the recruitment ceremony, he poses a threat to Shuer. Our Xian sect has a minimum requirement for disciples. They must be at the 1st level of true essence, and we prioritize those of higher ranks. Jiang Yao chuckled. That Lu Chen is merely at the 8th level of body refinement. Even if he breaks through to the 1st level of true essence before the ceremony, what of it? With Shuer here, he will not stand a chance for admission. Jiang Yao, a true disciple of the Xian sect, trained under a highly esteemed elder and held a lofty position within the sect. Otherwise, he would not possess the coveted Xian pill. Zhou Ruoxue was drawn to him for that very pill, as well as his status and power. Should Lu Chen participate in the recruitment ceremony, it would present an ideal opportunity for her to eliminate him during the combat segment, resolving matters once and for all. Zhou Ruoxue brimmed with confidence. Ever since consuming the Ziyun pill, her cultivation had soared, rendering her nearly invincible. Not only could Lu Chen not contend with a true essence second-level master, but even if he were at that level, he would not capture her interest. This Lu Chen is rather intriguing. With nothing pressing at the moment, I wish to meet him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yao mused, I refuse to believe he is so extraordinary that an 8th-level body refinement can defeat a 1st-level true essence warrior. Since you are interested in this waste, allow me to arrange a meeting. Zhou Ruoxue smiled brightly, eager to please. Chapter 18. The banquet of deceit and invitation arrived at the Lu residence, stirring the nerves of the elders. Zhou Ruoxue was hosting a banquet at the Baixiang Tower, inviting Lu Chen. Should Lu Chen attend, he would be gifted 50 low-grade spirit energy pills in return. Though any discerning eye, this was clearly a trap. No one should attend. Yet, regardless of the elders' counsel, Lu Chen resolutely chose to go. The reason was simple: 50 low-grade spirit energy pills. Baixiang Tower, the finest establishment in Shuangmu City, was reserved exclusively for this occasion. Not only Lu Chen received an invitation, several young masters from prominent families and numerous martial prodigies from the city were also summoned. This was Zhou Ruoxue's cunning ploy, to humiliate Lu Chen before the city's martial elites. The banquet was set on the 4th floor, where the talented guests arrived early, surrounding Zhou Ruoxue and Jiang Yao like stars orbiting the moon. Zhou Ruoxue, the city lord's daughter, and Jiang Yao, a disciple of the Ziyun sect, held such esteemed positions that it was only natural for others to curry favor. Look, Lu Chen has actually arrived. A voice of astonishment rang out. This is the young lady's invitation, Zhou Ruoxue replied coldly, rising to join Jiang Yao at the railing, followed by a throng of admirers. Throughout Shuangmu City, it was common knowledge that the city lord had crippled Lu Chen, yet it was unclear why he had not been entirely vanquished. Speculation abounded regarding the unspoken grievances between Lu Chen and Zhou Ruoxue. Lu Chen dares to meet with Miss Zhou. His audacity is remarkable. Recent gossip suggested that his cultivation had been restored. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Even if his powers had returned, his dantian and martial veins were near ruin. Could he still possess his former strength? Let us test him, some voices proposed, eager to curry favor with Zhou Ruoxue. They were not foolish. They understood her intentions in inviting Lu Chen. She sought to humiliate him. Below, Lu Chen approached in a flowing white robe, unhurried and composed. I shall test him. A figure leaped over the railing from the 4th floor, landing deftly before Lu Chen. Remarkable skills. Applause erupted from the 4th floor. Sun Delin? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the young master of the Sun family, an arrogant bully he had previously bested. Today, this individual had returned, likely seeking revenge. Yet, this fellow was only at the 9th level of body refinement. Lu Chen shook his head, raising his gaze to the 4th floor, where Zhou Ruoxue watched coldly. Indeed, she was stunning, yet in Lu Chen's eyes, her beauty now resembled that of a venomous serpent. Zhou Ruoxue, is this how you treat your guests? Lu Chen questioned flatly, his tone laced with an icy disdain, tinged with nostalgia for their past camaraderie. Blood must be repaid with blood. Enmity could not be ignored. Are you not the foremost martial talent of Shuangmu City? Are you afraid of this minor trial? Zhou Ruoxue replied coldly, tauntingly. The banquet is on the 4th floor. Should you manage to ascend, I will personally pour you tea. The tea you serve is poisoned. I dare not drink it, Lu Chen retorted, a sharp jab that ignited the atmosphere. The young masters and martial prodigies could no longer contain themselves, rushing to defend Zhou Ruoxue. Miss Zhou invited you to the banquet. She shows you pity, yet you dare to offend her? Are you even human? Lu Chen, you dare disrespect Miss Zhou? I shall ensure you find no peace. Lu Chen, if you wish to live, bow your head and apologize to Miss Zhou, or I shall flay your skin. Lu Chen, with your diminished state, you are fair game for anyone. Watch as I teach you a lesson. Though they clamored, none dared descend, for Sun Delin stood before Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I've heard you've turned your fortune around, even defeating Zhou Hong. But can you defeat me? Sun Delin approached, a malicious grin on his face. Zhou Hong and I are of the same rank, yet he is an alchemist with little combat prowess. I, however, practice a mid-tier yellow-grade combat technique, with strength that exceeds your imagination. Enough, Lu Chen snapped, growing impatient. He struck out with a hand, swift as lightning. Slap! A resounding smack echoed as Sun Delin was sent flying over 10 feet, his right cheek swelling horrifically, Collapsing to the ground in an instant, the fourth floor fell silent. Lu Chen's speed had been so blindingly fast that few had comprehended what transpired. Moreover, he had dispatched Sun Delin with such ease, without even revealing his cultivation level, leaving the onlookers aghast. Lu Chen lifted his head, pointing at the individuals on the fourth floor, naming them one by one. You, and you. You three come down. Did you not wish for me to die without a grave? To flay my skin? I am eager to see if you can fulfill your threats. With that declaration, the fourth floor erupted in chaos. The three singled out by Lu Chen unleashed their auras, each at the peak of the 9th level of body refinement. Let us go. We shall beat him to a pulp. Let us wait on the 2nd floor. The three descended the staircase, while Lu Chen strode into by Xiang Tower, making his way to the 2nd floor. Soon, the sounds of a fierce brawl erupted from below, followed by an eerie silence. Curious onlookers rushed downstairs to witness the outcome. Moments later, a breathless informant returned, eyes wide with shock. They got lost. One was obliterated, with no hope of a proper burial. Another was flayed but still alive. One begged for mercy, pleading for Lu Chen to teach him how to behave. The crowd on the 4th floor stood agape, chills running down their spines, an eye for an eye. Obliterated and flayed. So ruthless. What terrified them most was Lu Chen's clean sweep against 3 opponents. What was his true cultivation level? Surely, he must be at least at the 1st level of true essence. Without such power, defeating 3 peak 9th level body refining warriors was inconceivable. Who will go to the 3rd floor to keep watch? Zhou Ruoxue scanned the room, noting the pallor of the faces around her, devoid of their earlier bravado. I shall go. A young man in his 30s stepped forward. This young man, Zhang Qingbin, was a martial prodigy of Shuangmu City. At the 2nd level of true essence, the highest rank among the gathered talents, though regrettably too old for the recruitment age limit. The crowd brightened at Zhang Qingbin's declaration. A true essence 2nd level warrior was no trivial matter. Surely, he would be able to subdue Lu Chen. If Lu Chen triumphed over Zhang Qingbin, the 50 low-grade spirit energy pills would be theirs. Zhou Ruoxue nestled against Zhang Yao, half playfully, half reproachfully saying, I warned you. The invitation stated what the return gift would be. He has the choice to attend or not. 50 low-grade spirit energy pills is no small sum. If Lu Zhengning spoke truly, Lu Chen would not be able to defeat Zhang Qingbin. They would be evenly matched at best, incapable of reaching the 4th floor and claiming the reward. Zhang Yao wore a knowing smile, glancing at Zhou Ruoxue. He is at odds with you. He will not return without a taste of victory. 50 low-grade spirit energy pills may be a treasure in Shuangmu City, yet to me, they are inconsequential. The Ziyun sect has an abundance. As they spoke, a resounding explosion echoed from the 3rd floor. Chapter 19. The arrival of gifts. After the explosion, the 3rd floor fell into silence. Heavy footsteps echoed as someone ascended. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, their gazes fixed on the staircase. Moments later, Zhang Qingbin emerged. The collective breath of relief swept through the crowd. Zhang Qingbin had triumphed. Lu Chen could not ascend, and their faces were saved. Zhang Qingbin, you have indeed not disappointed us. Zhou Ruoxue beamed, her joy palpable. No, I have disappointed everyone. Zhang Qingbin shook his head, stepping aside. I lost. What? The crowd stood in shock. With your strength, how could you lose? What level is Lu Chen at? Could it be higher than yours? Zhou Ruoxue found it hard to believe. I exchanged a single strike with him. We were nearly even. Zhang Qingbin spoke slowly, his expression neutral, yet the implications were clear. But in terms of cultivation, I was at a disadvantage. He is merely at the 8th level of body refinement. The revelation of 8th level of body refinement struck the crowd like thunder, reverberating in their hearts. Many on the 4th floor were also at that level, yet none exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Zhou Ruoxue remained silent, her expression darkening. Quite intriguing. Jiang Yarua nodded thoughtfully. Soon, footsteps echoed from the staircase, neither hurried nor slow, yet resonating like thunder striking a mountain, stirring the hearts of those present. Before long, Lu Chen appeared before the crowd. At this moment, Lu Chen's aura surged, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Indeed, he was at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, a feat that was truly astonishing. To hold his ground against a practitioner at the 2nd level of the true essence realm was nothing short of prodigious. Fortunately, I refrained from intervening earlier. Otherwise, this day next year would mark my demise. Honestly, I find myself somewhat admiring Lu Chen. Whispers filled the air as many turned their gazes toward Lu Chen, their eyes reflecting newfound respect. Lu Chen paid no heed to the crowd, instead extending a hand toward Zhou Ruoxue. Were it not for the 50 low-grade spiritual energy pills, he would have no interest in attending this feast of intrigue. For the sake of gaining strength and cultivating resources, he would do anything. With such formidable enemies, remaining weak was tantamount to courting death. What gift? The onlookers exchanged glances, completely unaware of the situation. With a flourish, Lu Chen tossed an invitation into the crowd. As they opened it, enlightenment dawned upon them. No wonder Lu Chen had come to the banquet. It was for the spiritual energy pills. However, the next moment, the crowd was engulfed in envy. 50 low-grade spiritual energy pills were an exceedingly rare resource. They would often struggle to acquire even one, yet Lu Chen casually secured such a bounty at a banquet. Why hadn't they been invited? Take it. Zhou Ruoxue's expression darkened as she retrieved a brocade box and tossed it to Lu Chen. He caught it, opened it to count the contents, and finding the number satisfactory, he stowed the box away and turned to leave amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. Since he was there, why not indulge in some food before departing? Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxue reached out her delicate hand toward Lu Chen's wrist, seemingly attempting to pull him back, as if to retain him. I'm quite busy, I won't indulge. Lu Chen pointed, lightly pressing against her jade-like hand, causing it to retract. Just so. Zhou Ruoxue arched her brows, revealing a disdainful smile. Likewise, Lu Chen maintained a sparse expression, merely offering a faint smile. Your talent is commendable. Should you grow, your impact will undoubtedly be remarkable. The previously reserved Jiang Yurua approached and addressed Lu Chen. A disciple of the Purple Cloud sect? Lu Chen inquired with mild surprise. Jiang Yurua donned the distinctive purple robe of the Purple Cloud sect, making his origin immediately apparent. Brother Jiang is a direct disciple of the Purple Cloud sect. Zhou Ruoxue interjected, linking her arm with Jiang Yurua's, her face radiating pride, clearly signaling to all that only such a person was worthy of her, while Lu Chen was not. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They knew Jiang Yurua was a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect, but few realized he was a direct disciple in the martial world. Disciples are categorized into 4 ranks: outer disciple, inner disciple, core disciple, and direct disciple. Even outer disciples were objects of envy, let alone those of the highest rank. Stay humble, stay humble. Jiang Yurua cast a charming glance at Zhou Ruoxue before shifting his attention to Lu Chen. I've heard you possess commendable skills in alchemy. Would you be interested in joining the Purple Cloud sect? As soon as the words fell, Zhou Ruoxue's expression soured. However, Jiang Yurua gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain silent, and she complied. You can admit me into the Purple Cloud sect? Lu Chen was greatly astonished. The status of a direct disciple within the martial sect was high, but not to the extent of determining an individual's admission. Martial disciples cannot, but for alchemists, I can decide. Jiang Yurua nodded, smiling. The Purple Cloud sect has an alchemy institute dedicated to cultivating alchemists. If you wish to join, I can personally bring you in and recommend you to the elders of the institute. So this was the primary reason Jiang Yurua sought to meet Lu Chen. In truth, every martial sect possesses its own alchemy disciples, and the Purple Cloud sect was no exception. It is often said, martial practitioners are easy to find, but alchemists are rare. Alchemists are inherently scarce, and those with any talent mostly flock to the legitimate alchemy guild, resulting in a dearth of alchemy disciples across major martial sects, to the point of desperation. Before departing, Jiang Yurua had been entrusted by the elders of the Alchemy Institute to seek out promising alchemy talents, disregarding any sect rules, to bring them directly into the institute. The Alchemy Institute is a crucial entity within the Purple Cloud sect, and the elders wield significant authority. If he could return with a promising alchemist, the elders would surely reward him, effectively doubling his own resources for cultivation. Hearing Lu Chen had defeated Zhou Hong in an alchemy duel, producing second-tier true essence pills with 9 perfect pills in a single furnace, he had become intrigued by Lu Chen, even contemplating how to recruit him despite Zhou Ruoxue's enmity. As for Zhou Hong, he could not even produce a single perfect true essence pill, rendering him unworthy of entering the Purple Cloud Alchemy Institute. At that moment, Zhou Ruoxue's expression brightened, a smile blooming on her face. Historically, mastering both martial and alchemical arts has proven challenging. Should Lu Chen pursue the path of alchemy, his martial prowess would inevitably stagnate. Alchemists devote the majority of their time and energy to alchemical pursuits, resulting in slow progress in martial arts. Zhou Hong exemplified this, nearing 30, and if he had pursued martial cultivation, he would surely be beyond the 9th level of body refinement by now, perhaps even at the 2nd level of true essence. Thus, Jiang Yarua's desire to draw Lu Chen into the Alchemy Institute, leading him down the path of alchemy, naturally met with Zhou Ruoshua's approval. Lu Chen, you have struck gold. You should thank Brother Jiang, Zhou Ruoshua urged. The crowd gazed at Lu Chen with envy. Gaining admission to the Purple Cloud sect, whether as an alchemist or martial practitioner, promised a bright future. However, Lu Chen's next response left everyone momentarily stunned. I'm afraid I have no interest in the Alchemy Institute. I am keen on the admission ceremony, Lu Chen retorted coldly, making his way toward the stairwell. Lu Chen, I hope you reconsider. This is a rare opportunity. Jiang Yarua's smile faltered, his expression darkening, but he still sought to salvage the situation. Zhou Ruoshua, let our grievances be settled at the admission ceremony. Lu Chen disregarded Jiang Yarua entirely, directing his focus at Zhou Ruoshua. How dare you refuse Brother Jiang's patronage, insisting on perishing at my hands? Truly a stubborn fool. Zhou Ruoshua's countenance shifted as she scoffed. Your martial talent is commendable. To match a practitioner at the 2nd level of true essence, while at the 8th level of body refinement, is indeed remarkable. Jiang Yarua's expression turned grim, his tone growing ominous. Yet, you are too weak. Can you truly grow? The threat was palpable. Lu Chen snorted coldly, turning to descend the staircase, his figure vanishing from sight. Chapter 20. Insights of the Pill King as his realm advanced. The efficacy of low-grade spiritual energy pills diminished for Lu Chen. After consuming 50 of them, he barely reached the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. It took several days absorbing spiritual energy from the mountains on the outskirts to just manage a breakthrough to the 9th level of body refinement. The spiritual energy contained within the low-grade pills no longer sufficed for Lu Chen's needs. Even if he were to consume 1,000 more, he could not transcend to the true essence realm. Lu Chen's expression grew serious. Without a breakthrough to the true essence realm, he faced two paths. The first was a dead end. Participating in the admission ceremony would lead to his demise at Zhou Ruoshua's hands. At Baixiang Building, she feigned an attempt to pull him back, yet her hand bore true essence, signifying ill intent. He had to exert all his strength to barely deflect her hand. At that moment, Zhou Ruoshua had merely acted casually, not fully committed. One could only imagine the extent of her cultivation. It undoubtedly surpassed his own. Were it not for the crowd's presence, Zhou Ruoshua might have outright slain him. Even if he chose not to attend the admission ceremony, Zhou He and Zhou Ruoshua would not allow him to escape. They would provide him no opportunity for redemption. The second path was to flee. However, escape was not an option. It was impossible for him to run away. He would rather face death than flee. Had Chen Yuanliang not promptly returned with the spirit stones, he would have only faced a dead end. Each day, Lu Chen ventured to the mountains to absorb spiritual energy. Though scarce, any spiritual energy was better than none, aiding his cultivation. His practice of the yin-yang finger had reached its utmost peak, and without any further progress, continued efforts would merely be a waste of time. Thus, Lu Chen devoted himself to deciphering ancient runes, seeking methods to enhance his strength through their wisdom. In truth, runes were extraordinarily useful, encompassing inscriptions, weapon forging, talismans, and more. Their essence lay within the runes themselves. Moreover, the runes within Lu Chen's memory were exceedingly ancient, their profundities far surpassing contemporary runes. Regrettably, Shuangmu City lacked inscription masters, weapon forgers, and talisman masters. Otherwise, Lu Chen could have exploited this avenue. In reality, Lu Chen's greatest desire was to learn how to apply the ancient runes to his own body. However, the ancient rune compilation contained numerous elements, yet none that concerned application to the human form. After several days of contemplation, he could not discern a single solution. Finally, on the eve of the admission ceremony, Chen Yuanliang returned. When he arrived at the Lu residence in search of Lu Chen, the entire household was astounded. Even the Grand Elder rushed to greet him. Everyone knew Lu Chen was an alchemist and had earned the respect of the Alchemy Institute, regarded as a distinguished guest. Yet, no one anticipated that the esteemed head of the Alchemy Institute would personally visit Lu Chen. Moreover, Chen Yuanliang exhibited no airs of superiority, treating everyone in the Lu household with utmost courtesy. In the end, he even disregarded the tea offered by the Grand Elder and others, following closely behind Lu Chen into his chamber. 1 pound. Chen Yuanliang beamed, producing an oval-shaped spirit stone and placing it upon the table. The stone radiated a rich spiritual energy that filled the room. Low-grade spirit stone. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, discerning the stone's quality from the intensity of its spiritual energy. Due to my limited capabilities, I could only procure a low-grade spirit stone. I begged the Pill King for forgiveness. Chen Yuanliang grew anxious. He had expended considerable effort to acquire this spirit stone, fearing Lu Chen might disapprove. It was barely sufficient to refine a single batch of spiritual energy pills. Lu Chen sighed. So, the Pill King sought to refine spiritual energy pills. Chen Yuanliang felt relieved, but soon sensed something amiss, hastily saying, "No, it's not right." With the Pill King's prowess, refining 100 batches of low-grade spiritual energy pills from a single pound of low-grade spirit stone is hardly a challenge. I wish to refine high-grade spiritual energy pills. Ah? To refine high-grade spiritual energy pills, one must use high-grade spirit stones. How could low-grade spirit stones suffice? The quantity of spiritual energy is inadequate. Enough with the pleasantries. I require a list of herbs. Acquire them and deliver them immediately. Lu Chen casually pinned a list of herbs and handed it to Chen Yuanliang, additionally inquiring, "Does the Alchemy Institute possess any second-tier beast pills? We only have stone tiger pills and 6-armed spirit monkey pills. I require a 6-armed spirit monkey pill. I intend to use it as a pill guide." Chen Yuanliang departed in haste. Within half an hour, he returned with the herbs and beast pill. Lu Chen wasted no time, immediately igniting his soul fire and commencing the alchemical process. Chen Yuanliang stood nearby, visibly excited. Lu Chen's mastery of soul fire allowed him to refine with remarkable ease and speed. After consolidating all the herbs, Lu Chen tossed the spirit stone into the alchemical furnace. Before long, the spirit stone vaporized. Its released spiritual energy compressed to its utmost limits, threatening to burst forth from the furnace. Lu Chen raised a hand, exerting his formidable soul power to seal the furnace, preventing even the slightest escape of spiritual energy. A loud explosion echoed from the furnace. The pills had formed. Lu Chen suddenly lifted the furnace lid slightly, and with lightning speed, he tossed in the 6-armed spirit monkey pill before sealing the lid once more and locking it with his soul power. His technique was deft, and his soul power formidable, all executed in one fluid motion. Chen Yuanliang watched in awe, utterly captivated. Were Lu Chen to take on disciples, he would bow without hesitation to become his apprentice. The furnace emitted a series of explosive sounds, vibrating violently, teetering on the brink of explosion. Even Chen Yuanliang, merely an observer, felt waves of anxiety. Yet, under the oppressive force of Lu Chen's terrifying soul power, nothing untoward occurred. Ultimately, the furnace returned to tranquility. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of pills surged forth, filling the air. 9 pills, each round and plump, were all of high quality. To produce high-grade spiritual energy pills using a low-grade spirit stone was a testament to the Pill King's extraordinary skill. Chen Yuanliang bowed deeply, filled with boundless reverence for Lu Chen. "I mentioned that if you helped me secure a spirit stone, I would present you with a gift." Lu Chen produced a scroll of parchment, tossing it to Chen Yuanliang. "How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune." Chen Yuanliang unfurled the parchment, and upon seeing its contents, his body trembled with excitement. It was the Pill King's insights. A true treasure of alchemy, sufficient to occupy him for a lifetime of study. Without needing to elaborate, he was confident that after a few days of contemplation, he would break through his bottleneck and ascend to the rank of second-tier alchemist. "Thank you for the Pill King's generous gift." Chen Yuanliang, overwhelmed with emotion, bent his knee in gratitude, wishing to kneel before Lu Chen. One must understand, the Pill King is a figure of the highest caliber. In the realm of alchemy, he is an object of admiration. Each Pill King possesses unique alchemical insights that are not easily shared. Yet, Lu Chen had casually bestowed such knowledge upon him. How could he not feel elated? How could he not be grateful? Let's not engage in this charade. Return and study it at your leisure. I have matters to attend to. Lu Chen swiftly extended a hand to assist Chen Yuanliang back to his feet as he attempted to kneel. Lu Chen found it all rather nonsensical. It was merely a scroll of insights from the Pill King. Was such a grand gesture truly necessary? In Lu Chen's memory, insights from Pill Kings were as numerous as the stars, and he had simply pinned one at random. After sending Chen Yuanliang away, Lu Chen promptly returned to his tasks. Time to consume more pills. Chapter 21. Testing talent. The admission ceremony commenced as scheduled. In the square of Shuangmu City, a sea of people gathered, with martial practitioners congregating. The elders from the three major martial sects had arrived, seated alongside the city lord, Zhou He, engaged in jovial conversation. As the time approached, the admission ceremony began. The chief examiner stepped from the platform, calling out, "Silence, everyone!" The vast square fell into silence. All young martial practitioners under the age of 24, and at the 8th level of body refinement or above, are eligible to participate. The chief examiner outlined the entry requirements and then pointed to a towering stone monument, announcing the first assessment, testing talent. The talent stone bore 9 stars. Igniting 3 stars was deemed acceptable. The assessment began. Numerous young martial practitioners lined up before the talent stone. The first to be tested was actually Lu Chen. Following protocol, Lu Chen placed his hand upon the talent stone. The stars on the stone illuminated. 1 star, 0.2 stars. The third star failed to light, 0.2 stars, disqualified, eliminated. The chief examiner declared Lu Chen retreated, his face a picture of dejection. Subsequently, other martial practitioners took their turns, and the chief examiner's voice rang out repeatedly. 1 star, disqualified, eliminated. 2 stars, disqualified, eliminated. 3 stars, qualified, advanced. 4 stars, qualified, advanced. No stars get lost. A young martial practitioner placed his hand upon the talent stone. 4 stars lit up. Shortly thereafter, a yellow light flashed across the stone, revealing a vision, a large green rat. 4 stars, a mystical tier green rat martial vein, excellent, advanced. The chief examiner joyfully announced, in the martial realm, martial veins were revered. Disciples without martial veins found it challenging to compete with those who had awakened theirs. However, practitioners awakening their veins were exceedingly rare. Among 100 practitioners, only 1 or 2 might awaken their martial veins. Instantly, the crowd erupted in commotion, casting their gazes toward the young practitioner, who displayed a proud demeanor. Brimming with self-satisfaction, on the viewing platform, the elders from the 3 major martial sects whispered to their subordinates, "Find out the ranking of the green rat martial vein on the yellow tier martial vein list. Note the name of that individual for future reference. Ask that young man how old he is this year." The examination continued. An hour later, most participants had completed their assessments. The majority were deemed unqualified and eliminated, with only a handful advancing, among whom over 10 had martial veins, albeit all of the lowest yellow tier. Finally, Zhou Ruoxue gracefully entered the testing area, dressed in a purple martial outfit, adorned with a golden hairpin. Her smile was radiant, her figure lithe, captivating countless young men in the city. In that fleeting moment, she became the focal point of the entire gathering. "This is my beloved daughter, Zhou Ruoxue." Zhou He quickly introduced her to the 3 elders, a hint of pride gracing his features. The 3 elders, however, remained expressionless, enveloped in silence. After all, this enrollment ceremony was not a beauty contest. What use is beauty? It is talent that truly captivates them. Finding the situation rather dull, Zhou He turned to the side to engage in conversation with Chen Yuanliang, the head of the alchemy pavilion. Chen Yuanliang, possessing vast resources of medicinal elixirs, held a position of considerable stature, naturally qualifying him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the city lord. Yet, despite their amicable history, Chen Yuanliang seemed distracted, treating Zhou He with indifference. Ever since Zhou Hong had been expelled from the alchemy pavilion, Chen Yuanliang's demeanor towards Zhou He had noticeably shifted, creating an unspoken distance that left Zhou He perplexed. At that moment, Zhou Ruoxue placed her hand upon the talent stone, and instantly, the stars began to illuminate. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars shining brilliantly. She was the only martial artist in the entire assembly with a 5-star talent. A flash of orange light coursed through, revealing Zhou Ruoxue's martial veins upon the talent stone. A golden scorpion, a 5-star, Shin-level golden scorpion martial vein. Outstanding, a promotion. The chief examiner exclaimed with enthusiasm. The crowd erupted in cheers, countless envious gazes fixated upon Zhou Ruoxue in the stands. The 3 elders straightened in their seats, their attention riveted on her. Moments later, a middle-aged elder spoke. "The golden scorpion martial vein ranks 28th on the Shin-level chart. This girl is a prized acquisition for our Shuaisha sect." Beside him, an elderly matron scoffed. "Elder Sha, why should all the good seedlings belong to your Shuaisha sect?" Could it not be that she is meant for my Feixia sect? Listening to the quarrel between the two elders, Zhou felt a surge of happiness, yet he was more concerned about the elder from the Ziyun sect. However, the elder remained silent, which caused Zhou to feel a twinge of anxiety. Among the three major martial sects in Dengzhou, Ziyun's sect wielded the greatest strength and was the one Zhou Ruoxue most desired to join. Standing beside the Ziyun sect elder, Jiang Yao discreetly conveyed a reassuring glance to Zhou He, alleviating his worries somewhat. With the highest talent and the finest martial vein, Zhou Ruoxue naturally became the star of the event, basking in boundless glory. At that moment, someone entered the examination area, striding purposefully toward the talent stone. Ah, it is Lu Chen. He actually made an appearance. It was rumored that his cultivation had been restored, but with his dantian and martial veins having been rendered useless, his talent would likely be negligible, and he would surely fail the first test. If his exquisite martial vein had not been destroyed, it would have compared favorably to Zhou Ruoxue's golden scorpion vein. What a pity! Murmurs arose from the crowd. The gazes directed at Lu Chen were filled with sympathy, regret, disdain, and scorn, mingled with a hint of schadenfreude. Was he here to make a fool of himself? As Zhou Ruoxue brushed past Lu Chen, she suddenly sneered, "Here to claim your life?" Lu Chen halted, retorting coolly, "No need for words. You know well the vast gulf between our strengths. Who among us can claim the other's life?" Zhou Ruoxue maintained a smile, completely disregarding Lu Chen. "The talent stone measures talent. You have none left. How can you hope to pass the first round? What a pity. I won't have the chance to sever your head in the next assessment." Pausing, Zhou Ruoxue lowered her voice, her words barely a whisper. "After the ceremony, I shall enter the Ziyun sect, but before I leave Shuangmu City, I will personally slay you and eradicate the Lu family, leaving not a single soul behind to pose a future threat. Rest assured, I will shatter your dreams." Lu Chen chuckled heartily, stepping forward and pressing his palm firmly against the talent stone. Instantly, all eyes in the room converged upon him. The most anxious were the elders of the Lu family, who had advised Lu Chen against participating in the enrollment ceremony, but to no avail. If the young master of the Lu family failed to illuminate even 3 stars, it would be utterly humiliating. Another individual felt the pressure as well. Chen Yuanliang, a master alchemist of repute, had seen his dantian and martial veins destroyed by Zhou He. It was unlikely that Lu Chen possessed much talent left. If he managed to ignite even 2 stars, it would be a miracle. Thus, he regarded Zhou He with increasing disdain. The crowd held its breath, anticipation hanging thick in the air. 10 breaths passed, and the talent stone remained unresponsive. The chief examiner's lips twitched in irritation as he bellowed, "No stars." Chapter 22. The fire dragon soars high above. Amidst the clouds, a pair of eyes snapped open, their gaze like lightning, fixed intently on the talent stone. Moments later, a voice filled with delight echoed softly, "No stars, no talent. Indeed, a waste." Below, a chorus of laughter erupted, resounding throughout the city. Zhou He was filled with unrestrained joy, while Chen Yuanliang's expression soured. The elders of the Lu family wore faces of ashen embarrassment. "With no talent, you should just leave." The chief examiner, witnessing Lu Chen's hand still pressed against the talent stone, could not help but scold angrily, "Have you lost your mind? No talent means no talent. No matter how long you press, the stars will not shine." Zhou Ruoxue laughed uncontrollably, her joy boundless. Yet, the next moment, she froze, as did Zhou He's smile, and the laughter of the crowd dissipated into silence. Even the chief examiner stood dumbfounded, rooted in place, for the talent stone flashed with a crimson glow, staining the sky red. This was a precursor to the manifestation of martial veins. In contrast to others, whose martial veins merely flickered momentarily, Lu Chen's omen painted the horizon in vivid red. Exaggerated, indeed, and breathtakingly shocking. The scene fell into hushed stillness, all eyes riveted on the talent stone, awaiting the emergence of martial veins. Strangely, instead of revealing martial veins, the crimson light grew ever more intense, transforming into a stone tablet that blazed like fire. This was unprecedented. The talent stone had never exhibited such an anomaly. Tension gripped the crowd, uncertainty looming over what might unfold next. Even the seasoned 3 elders exchanged glances, their expressions graved eye in the sky. Those eyes glimmered with astonishment. A roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens. Suddenly, the fiery stone tablet morphed into a fire dragon. Soaring skyward, the onlookers stared in disbelief as the fire dragon ascended, stunned into immobility. The chief examiner's mouth hung agape, incapable of articulating any coherent thought. Zhou Ruoxue stood frozen, her smile vanishing, replaced by overwhelming dread. The fire dragon ascended into the clouds, crashing with a thunderous boom as if it collided with something, then spiraled back down, boom. The fire dragon struck the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. Flames erupted, the fire dragon disintegrating into countless sparks, illuminating the entire city. As the fire dragon vanished, the talent stone returned to its original state, standing quietly in place. The vast square, filled with tens of thousands of martial artists, fell into a profound silence. In the stands, the three elders snapped back to reality, exchanging astonished glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. The flame dragon martial vein. The Ziyun sect elder exclaimed with excitement. What rank does this martial vein possess? Elder Shah of the Shuaisha sect appeared bewildered, a fog of confusion clouding his mind. He had never heard of anyone awakening a dragon-type martial vein, and there were no dragon martial veins listed on the 4th-tier martial vein chart. The talent stone, when measuring martial veins, would typically flash a colored light beforehand. Yellow for yellow-tier martial veins, orange for Shin tier, brown for Earth tier, and white for Heaven-tier. In the martial arts world, only Heaven, Earth, Shin, and yellow-tier martial veins existed. Yet, the talent stone had emitted a red light, leaving everyone baffled regarding its rank. No rank. The elder of the Feixia sect, the elderly matron, spoke after much contemplation. However, the martial vein is undeniably powerful. Yet, possessing a martial vein without talent is quite troublesome. Elder Shah remarked with a sigh. Even if he had 1 star of talent, I could still cultivate him into a capable individual. Indeed troublesome, but the flame dragon martial vein is exceedingly rare. My Ziyun sect has never accepted a disciple with a dragon-type martial vein. The elder from the Ziyun sect mused thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao, recovering from his shock, heard his sect elder express an interest in Lu Chen, causing him to panic. The Ziyun sect had only 1 admission slot for Shuangmu City. If they accepted Lu Chen, what would become of Zhou Ruoxue, master? This young man possesses an aptitude for alchemy. He once produced 2nd-tier true essence pills, with 9 high-quality pills from a single cauldron. Jiang Yao quickly transmitted this information to the Ziyun sect elder. He had followed this elder in cultivation and had become a true disciple of the Ziyun sect. The elder's eyes brightened. The Ziyun Alchemy Academy was in need of disciples. That moment, the chief examiner glanced over, his expression helpless as he sought the 3 elders' consent. This was the first time the chief examiner had encountered such a situation. No talent, an undefined martial vein. Yet the talent stone's response was so extraordinary, evoking the manifestation of martial veins in a spectacular display. The chief examiner was at a loss as to whether to promote Lu Chen or eliminate him. The elderly matron and elder Shah remained silent, hesitant to voice their opinions. Lu Chen's martial vein was truly formidable. They had initially desired him. However, lacking any talent, unable to ignite even a single star, how could they proceed? Talent was governed by the Dantian. The absence of talent implied that Lu Chen's Dantian was severely compromised, making it uncertain how he could be nurtured within a martial sect. Let him advance. The elder from the Ziyun sect declared, No stars, an undefined martial vein, qualified, advance, to have no talent and still advance. This truly broadens my horizons, Elder Shah remarked. The Ziyun sect must have its reasons for permitting this. Perhaps it is the peculiarity of his martial vein that has drawn the Ziyun sect's attention. Came the speculation from the crowd, igniting a wave of murmurs. How could you possibly have been allowed to advance? Zhou Ruoxue's brow furrowed. Her spotlight had been usurped by Lu Chen, and she seethed with indignation, gritting her teeth, a waste without a Dantian. How can you even cultivate? I fail to comprehend what the elder of the Ziyun sect sees in you. Apologies, but I require no Dantian to cultivate, Lu Chen replied with a calm smile. Survive the next round of tests, then we shall see. Zhou Ruoxue's expression darkened as she said, the next round is a perception test. Lu Chen, uninterested in further banter, walked aside to register with the staff before moving to the edge of the stands. The members of the Lu family rushed over, rejoicing as they congratulated Lu Chen, particularly the eldest elder, who bore a rare expression of excitement. Many young martial artists from the Lu family had participated in the talent assessment, yet only Lu Chen had succeeded, and with a martial vein of such astonishing caliber, He had finally salvaged some pride for the Lu family. Chen Yuanliang, wearing a smug grin, rose and descended from the stands. "Zhou," he called out, "Master Chen." Yet, Chen Yuanliang feigned ignorance, hastening his steps to offer congratulations to Lu Chen. His demeanor exceedingly respectful. This old fellow was clearly siding with Lu Chen, a blatant slap to Zhou He's face. Zhou He felt humiliated, both furious and aggrieved. This boy could no longer be allowed to remain. Zhou He turned to a subordinate and whispered, "Return to the estate and summon Lu Zhengning. Tell him." As the chief examiner noted that no one else had come forward, he prepared to announce the conclusion, only to be interrupted by a clear, melodious voice. "Wait, I wish to take the test." A girl in a flowing white dress rushed towards them. With striking features and hair elegantly tied, she resembled a wealthy heiress. Captivatingly beautiful in both appearance and demeanor, she overshadowed Zhou Ruoxue, instantly enchanting countless young men. Even Jiang Yao found himself momentarily entranced by her presence. However, Zhou Ruoxue regarded this girl as a formidable rival. Her expression darkening perilously. As for Lu Chen, he felt a flicker of recognition but could not place her. The distance made it difficult to scrutinize her closely. "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed," the chief examiner urged. The girl nodded, extending her delicate hand to press against the talent stone. Instantly, the stars began to illuminate. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, 9 stars shimmering in unison, stunning the entire assembly. The 3 elders sprang from their seats, their faces alight with excitement. Chapter 23. Perception Testing. 9-star talent, an unparalleled prodigy. Shuangmu City has birthed an extraordinary genius, bringing pride to countless martial artists. The expressions of 3 individuals soured. Zhou Ruoxue, Zhou He, and Jiang Yao. The next moment, their faces grew even more grim. A flash of white light appeared, as a verdant little tree manifested upon the talent stone. 9 stars, a heavenly grade spirit tree martial vein. Outstanding, advance. The chief examiner's voice rang out, echoing throughout the crowd. Tens of thousands of martial artists erupted in jubilation. The spirit tree martial vein ranked 9th on the heavenly grade chart, a rarity beyond compare. The elders of both the Ziyun sect and Shuaisha sect voiced their excitement in unison. "This girl must join our sect." The elderly matron was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Upon the emergence of the spirit tree martial vein, Lu Chen instantly recognized the girl's identity. It was none other than Wanner. No wonder she seemed familiar. Previously, Wanner had worn simple twin buns and an old green dress, her beauty often overlooked due to her servant's garb. However, her transformation was stunning, and even Lu Chen momentarily failed to recognize her. Who permitted Wanner to participate in the enrollment ceremony? Lu Chen's expression darkened. It was not part of his plan to have her pursue the martial path. Wanner had endured hardships alongside him for many years, without complaint, and deserved a life of peace and luxury within the Lu family. "This girl is devoted to you, hoping to accompany you on the martial path. She wept and pleaded with me, and I, unable to refuse, acquiesced to her wish." The eldest elder sighed, a look of regret etched on his face. In the spotlight, Wanner bounded joyfully to Lu Chen's side. "Young master, I've advanced too," she exclaimed gleefully. "How reckless." Lu Chen's expression turned stern, his tone serious. "The martial world is fraught with danger and conflict. As a martial artist, you should not have participated in the enrollment ceremony." "Forgive me, young master," Wanner cried, overwhelmed with fear at Lu Chen's rare display of anger. In a panic, she knelt before him, leaving the tens of thousands of martial artists utterly stunned. Here was a peerless beauty, a gifted daughter of destiny, kneeling before Lu Chen. Was this a dream? What a stunning woman, and yet she belongs to Lu Chen. Where is the fairness in that? Step aside. I will slay Lu Chen for allowing my goddess to kneel before him. I cannot endure this. A chorus of outraged voices erupted. In that moment, countless individuals contemplated avenging Wanner. Jiang Yao's gaze flickered, and he too felt a desire to retaliate against Lu Chen. Such a beautiful girl, with top-tier talent and martial veins, far surpassing Zhou Ruoxue, and yet, she belonged to that waste of a Lu Chen. Truly, the finest cabbage had been trampled by pigs. Zhou Ruoxue's eyes glinted with malice. The enrollment ceremony should have been her stage, and all attention should have been focused on her alone. Now, she felt that Lu Chen and the girl beside him had stolen her thunder. In that moment, she resolved that Lu Chen must die, and that girl must perish as well. With your talent and martial veins, you will surely attract the attention of the martial sex and be swept into the martial world. Leaving you with no choice, Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. Young master, I apologize. Wanner should not have concealed this from you. Wanner wept. Young master, your aspirations are far-reaching, and I wish to follow you. I can only pursue the martial path to earn the right to stay by your side. Do not cry. Rise, Lu Chen said, unable to bear her tears. This time, I will overlook it, but do not let it happen again. Thank you, young master. Wanner will never conceal anything from you again. Wanner beamed. Her tears mingled with smiles, leaning affectionately against Lu Chen, drawing envious glances from onlookers. You've dressed quite grandly today, Lu Chen remarked, appraising Wanner. You said that if Wanner dressed beautifully, it would bring you face. Therefore, Wanner lowered her head. If young master dislikes it, I will change back immediately. No need to change. It looks just fine. I like it, Lu Chen said with a chuckle, waving his hand. The second round of the enrollment ceremony is the perception test. This round assesses a martial artist's ability to sense danger. The martial world is perilous. Filled with hidden threats, a moment's negligence can lead to utter ruin. Without a modicum of awareness of impending danger, a martial artist could easily fall victim to ambush and perish. Even a talent endowed with 9 stars and a peerless genius possessing a celestial martial vein, if lacking in perceptual acuity, faces a high risk of premature demise and often fails to thrive. Generally, martial sects are reluctant to nurture disciples with deficient perception, as they are prone to early failure. In the examination arena, all advancing warriors emerged, awaiting assessment. A figure cloaked in black approached, carrying a large stone pillar, which he positioned upright within the testing ground. This enigmatic figure, donning a black mask, remained motionless beside the stone pillar after setting it down. The perception test commenced. Each examinee was afforded a single opportunity to strike the stone pillar, which would retaliate by shooting forth 9 luminous arrows in various directions. The chief examiner boomed with vigor, declaring that, given their current prowess, they lacked the speed to evade the light arrows and could only rely on perception to anticipate and react in advance. Those who could dodge more than 3 arrows would qualify for advancement. The first to approach for testing was a warrior possessing the azure rat martial vein. He struck the stone pillar with a punch, and in an instant, the pillar erupted with light .9 arrows. Varying in size from the breadth of a blade's tip to that of a needle's point, shot forth from 9 distinct directions, arriving in the blink of an eye. The warrior appeared to lack perceptual foreknowledge and failed to react in time, ultimately being struck by all 9 arrows, a wooden dummy. The chief examiner called out mercilessly. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the warrior retreated in disgrace. Subsequently, one by one, warriors approached for testing, with far more being eliminated than qualifying. Dodging 1 arrow, eliminated. Dodging 2 arrows, eliminated. Dodging 3 arrows, qualified, advanced. Another wooden dummy, eliminated. At last, only 3 remained untested. Zhou Ruoxue, Wanner, and Lu Chen. Zhou Ruoxue stepped forward, delivering a punch to the stone pillar. The 9 light arrows manifested instantaneously, shooting towards her in a chaotic array. However, Zhou Ruoxue had anticipated this moment. As the arrows appeared, she tilted her body, allowing 5 arrows to barely graze past her while 3 struck true. Dodging 6 arrows, excellent. Advanced, the chief examiner exclaimed with excitement. The crowd erupted into applause, celebrating Zhou Ruoxue's achievement. Thus far, she was the only warrior to evade 5 light arrows. It's your turn now. Do not let me down? Zhou Ruoxue thought, brimming with confidence as she cast a glance at Wanner, her eyes filled with animosity. High talent and a superior martial vein do not necessarily equate to strong perception. As for Lu Chen, she didn't even spare him a glanced eye in her eyes. Lu Chen was utterly useless, devoid of any perceptual ability. Wanner gracefully approached, delivering a palm strike against the stone pillar. In an instant, the 9 arrows shot forth. Yet Wanner skillfully supported herself with one hand on the ground, her slender form soaring, exposing only her head and shoulders to the pillar, thereby minimizing her target area and gracefully evading all the arrows. Dodging 9 arrows, outstanding, advanced, the chief examiner shouted with tremendous enthusiasm. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, countless warriors shouting in admiration for Wanner, and numerous young men captivated by her charm. On the platform, The three elders rose once more, their excitement evident. With 9-star talent, a celestial martial vein, and unparalleled perception, Wanner was undoubtedly a prodigy of her generation. In the hearts of the three elders, Wanner was already earmarked as a key prospect. She became the center of attention, with all eyes upon her. Zhou Ruoxue felt a mix of anger, fury, and jealousy, her gaze turning dark and sinister. Finally, only Lu Chen remained. Standing before the stone pillar, Lu Chen appeared relaxed. For him, the perception test was merely a formality. The so-called perceptual ability was, in essence, a manifestation of soul power. The stronger the soul, the greater the sensitivity to danger and the more accurate the anticipation. He delivered a punch, striking the stone-pillared eye in that instant. As the 9 light arrows coalesced, Lu Chen sensed a wave of murderous intent sweeping toward him. Chapter 24. The runes enter the body. Murderous intent enveloped him. Danger was imminent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen discerned the source of the ambush. His finger twitched. The figure in the black cloak moved as well. The cloaked figure unleashed his full aura, 3rd level of the true essence realm. Return wind fist. A fist struck out with the force of 30,000 pounds, the wind from the punch roaring, causing the air to resonate. Flame sun finger. A finger jabbed forth, exerting 40,000 pounds of pressure, causing resounding explosions wherever it passed. Crack! The cloaked figure's fist was obliterated, flesh and blood scattering. The force of the finger did not abate, continuing to explode, completely reducing the cloaked figure's arm to nothing but fragments. Lu Chen reached out, tearing away the figure's mask, revealing a familiar yet grotesque visage. Lu Zhengning. How can your strength surpass mine? Lu Zhengning exclaimed in horror. Just a few days had passed, and Lu Chen had entered the true essence realm, even detecting his covert attack in such a complex environment, causing Lu Zhengning's plans to unravel. Truly a freak of nature. Lu Zhengning, did you think you could escape? Lu Chen observed Lu Zhengning attempting to flee, his form flashing as he blocked the retreat. You traitor of the Lu family, daring to ambush the young master. Prepare to meet your end. The Grand Elder rushed forward in a fit of rage, swiftly closing the distance. Grand Elder, spare me, Lu Zhengning cried out in terror. Having failed his ambush and lost an arm, he was no match for the Grand Elder. Without further ado, the Grand Elder unleashed a palm strike, landing squarely on Lu Zhengning's forehead. Lu Zhengning collapsed on the spot, lifeless. The examination venue fell into a hushed silence. Since this was a matter concerning the Lu family, outsiders were ill-advised to intervene. Furthermore, no one dared to investigate how Lu Zhengning had infiltrated the venue. The staff present were all affiliated with the city lord's manor, and who could say if Lu Zhengning had connections there? Only those involved were privy to the truth, yet it was unnecessary to expose it during the enrollment ceremony. Although Lu Chen had slain Lu Zhengning, he had also been struck by all 9 light arrows, and the chief examiner could only announce. Not a single arrow dodged, eliminated. Wait! An elder from the Flying Cloud sect abruptly interrupted the chief examiner, stating, this individual evaded a meticulously orchestrated ambush. His perception ability is commendable. He shall advance. This individual possesses the strength to slay a 3rd-level true essence realm warrior. He is qualified for advancement. Elder Shan nodded in agreement. The elder from the Purple Cloud sect remained silent, as Lu Chen was already in his grasp. He intended to take Lu Chen back to the Purple Cloud Alchemy Academy to gain favor. The 3rd round, martial combat. The true highlight of the enrollment ceremony lay in the practical combat. If one could not perform well, regardless of their talent or martial vein, they would be penalized by the elders of the 3 major martial sections for this round. Lu Chen received special treatment, exempted from the elimination matches. With the ability to slay a 3rd-level true essence realm warrior, he stirred unease among other warriors. The 3 elders unanimously decided to place Lu Chen in the top 4. To prevent any promising warriors from encountering him too early and facing elimination, Zhou Ruoxue was the first to step onto the stage, her aura commanding, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled despair. Peak 5th level of the true essence realm, tens of thousands of warriors were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend. Just a month prior, Zhou Ruoxue had only ascended to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. In merely 1 month, if Zhou Ruoxue had advanced to the 1st level of the true essence realm, it would have been acceptable. Yet, she had broken through 5 levels, a pace of advancement that was utterly astonishing, truly monstrous. Zhou Ruoxue's opponent, at only the 9th level of the body refinement realm, surrendered immediately, fearing to engage. Subsequently, Zhou Ruoxue received the same treatment as Lu Chen, advancing directly to the top fort. She cast a glance at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with mockery. What does it matter if you, Lu Chen, could slay Lu Zhengning? Your actual cultivation level is only the first level of the true essence realm, while I stand at the peak of the 5th level, a mere step away from the 6th level. You, Lu Chen, are still far from my level, and of course, her rapid ascent was largely due to Zhang Yao's contributions. The purple cloud pill that Zhang Yao gifted her had remarkable effects, with lasting potency, assisting her in continuous breakthroughs. Even now, she had yet to fully refine the purple cloud pill. If she did, its remaining potency might very well propel her to the 6th level of the true essence realm. Lu Chen and Zhou Ruoxue exchanged merely a single glance before he closed his eyes to meditate, dismissing her serpentine provocations. Indeed, when he struck down Lu Zhengning, his true cultivation had been completely revealed. He was at the peak of the 1st level of the true essence realm. 9 high-grade spirit energy pills had only elevated him to this level. The peak of the 1st level of the true essence realm. He possessed a strength of 10,000 pounds. The Flame Dragon Martial Vein granted him a 2-fold enhancement, bringing that to 20,000 pounds. With the Flame Sun Finger unleashed, his strength doubled once more to 40,000 pounds. He was currently at the peak of the 1st level of the true essence realm, with a slight enhancement, but it would not exceed 45,000 pounds. Little did he expect that while he was rapidly progressing, Zhou Ruoxue had not been idle either. She had reached the peak of the 5th level of the true essence realm. Her foundational strength exceeded 50,000 pounds, and with the enhancements from her martial vein and combat techniques, though not as exaggerated as his, she still boasted an additional 10,000 pounds, totaling over 60,000 pounds. Should they face off, she would undoubtedly obliterate him. Lu Chen was unwilling to wait for death, nor to concede defeat. He needed to find a way to enhance himself. With resources lacking, he could only rely on combat techniques. The Flame Sun Finger was a high-grade Earth-level combat technique, and without it, what else could he depend on? Earth-level combat techniques were non-existent throughout the entire Yoming dynasty, not even low-grade ones. Even in the capital, only combat techniques were available, with the highest being Dian the Twinwood City. They lacked even high-grade yellow-level combat techniques, and Zhou Ruoxue's techniques were merely vastly inferior compared to the Flame Sun Finger. The second finger of Flame Sun, with its external projection of power, was significantly more potent than the first. However, projecting power externally required a foundation of true essence, which necessitated at least the 4th level of the true essence realm, something Lu Chen could not achieve at present. Nevertheless, Lu Chen possessed an advantage. His true essence was exceptionally robust at that time. His true essence seed had grown as large as a coconut in the chaotic space, whereas the true essence seeds of ordinary warriors were only the size of walnuts. When he broke through to the true essence realm, the coconut-sized seed shattered, granting him an abundance of true essence. The unparalleled robustness of his true essence allowed him to sustain his combat prowess longer. Should his opponent be of comparable strength, he could wear them down. However, at this moment, he did not need prolonged combat. He required the ability to project his true essence, even if only for an instant. Those ancient runes possessed myriad applications. They could be used for talismans, inscriptions, or artifact crafting. Why not employ them in combat techniques? Desperate, Lu Chen began to contemplate the ancient runes. As his thoughts focused, memories surged forth. Countless ancient runes materialized in his mind, forming a vast ocean of symbols. Lu Chen's consciousness immersed itself in this sea of runes, diligently seeking a method to inscribe runes into his combat techniques. When he encountered a fire-type rune, a sudden realization struck him. Many runes possess attributes, and he could certainly approach this from that angle. Why be fixated on inscribing runes into combat techniques? Integrating runes into his body could also enhance his strength. The Flame Dragon Vein was fire-based. Why not utilize fire-type runes for reinforcement? Lu Chen comprehended the essence of each rune and selected a collection of fire-type runes, arranging them into a rune chain. This rune chain embodied the essence of combustion, perfectly aligning with the characteristics of the Flame Dragon Martial Vein. With a shift of his consciousness, the rune chain detached from his mind and descended into the Flame Dragon Vein. Suddenly, the Flame Dragon Vein stirred, raising its head and opening its mouth wide, directly devouring the rune chain. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed within him. The Flame Dragon Vein swelled dramatically, doubling in size. Numerous fiery runes surged forth from its surface, forming a flaming rune chain that encircled the body of the flame dragon vein. The crimson glow of the flame dragon vein intensified, its body igniting fiercely, and the 9 dragons returning to one technique began to operate automatically. This time, the flame dragon vein did not draw upon spiritual energy. Instead, it absorbed the true essence within it in an instant. A torrent of true essence surged forth, undergoing refinement by the dragon fire. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly sensed the barriers of his realm loosening. Chapter 25. Seizing the initiative on the arena, the martial combat intensified to a fever pitch. The focus of the audience was Wanner, whose rending sky palm rendered her invincible. As the elimination rounds progressed, Wanner and another warrior successfully advanced to the top 4. Wanner, stunningly beautiful and unmatched in talent, garnered the admiration of countless young suitors. The draw for the top 4 was announced. Lu Chen would face Wanner, while Zhou Ruoxue would confront another warrior, with the victors advancing to the finals. The warrior facing Zhou Ruoxue, being only at the first level of the true essence realm, promptly surrendered. Wanner, hesitant to face the young master, conceded, blushing as she addressed Lu Chen. "I permit you to strike first." Lu Chen regarded Wanner with a hint of nostalgia. Since he had provided her with abundant resources, she had soared from the first level of the body refinement realm to the peak of the 9th level in just a month, awakening her celestial martial vein, transforming from an unnoticed talent into a dazzling star. However, Wanner's current cultivation level was not one he could contend with, yet he still wished to gauge her strength. "Very well," Wanner replied, launching a palm strike toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen effortlessly deflected her attack, slightly furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Uninspiring. It lacks any force. Let me see your full power with the rending sky palm." "Apologies." Then, Wanner responded obediently, unleashing her full aura and executing her palm technique. Rending sky palm. She struck forth, her palm power akin to a mountain, devoid of explosive sound yet accompanied by a gentle mist. However, Lu Chen did not unleash his full power. He merely met her strike with a casual palm. Bang! Their palms clashed, producing a resounding explosion. Lu Chen remained unmoved, while Wanner was forced back several steps. "Not bad. You could contend with someone at the first level of the true essence realm." Lu Chen smiled faintly, genuinely impressed. This girl, with only the peak of the 9th level of the body refinement realm and not yet mastering her palm technique, still displayed a palm power reaching 10,000 pounds. Truly, the amplification of a celestial martial vein was extraordinary. "Young master, I concede. I have lost," Wanner panted, shaken by the force of Lu Chen's strike. Despite her defeat, she received resounding applause from the audience. Her cultivation level warranted such an outcome. Losing to Lu Chen was entirely reasonable, while winning would have been unusual. "This girl shall be claimed by my shattered sand sect," Elder Sha declared. "Impossible. This girl is destined for my flying cloud sect. She must join my ranks," the elder woman insisted forcefully. "My shattered sand sect has set its sights on her. You have no claim," Elder Sha retorted disdainfully. "Every enrollment, I have yielded to you. Yet you cannot grant me this once?" Elder Sha's tone turned domineering. Elder Hua's face darkened, her tone losing its previous assertiveness. "Whether she is to be given or not is not for me to decide. It is determined by strength." Elder Sha snorted derisively, unabashedly obstinate. "Elder Wu, this girl is of great importance to the Flying Cloud sect. Can you lend me a hand?" Realizing she could not reason with Elder Sha, the elder woman turned to the elder from the Purple Cloud sect for assistance. Among the 3 major martial sects, the Purple Cloud sect was the most powerful, followed by the Shattered Sand sect, with the Flying Cloud sect at the bottom. "No." Elder Wu flatly refused, his tone even more authoritative. "This girl possesses a celestial martial vein and is under my scrutiny. Should I take a liking to her, neither of you shall have her. Seek others instead." This. The expressions of both Elder Sha and the elder woman shifted dramatically. Jiang Yao, standing beside Elder Wu, furrowed his brow, internally torn. He also desired Wanner to join the Purple Cloud sect, as this would grant him an opportunity. However, what about Zhou Ruoxue? If she could not enter the Purple Cloud sect, there would be no end to the matter. He was not afraid of the Zhou family. A mere city lord did not intimidate him. The issue lay with the Zhou family's background. Zhou he hailed from the illustrious Zhou clan of the capital, a family he could not afford to offend. Even if he could not provoke them, he would have to comply. As for Wanner, that was a matter for another time. "Master," Zhou Ruoxue, also possesses extraordinary talent and is the highest in cultivation. Why not prioritize her admission? Jiang Yao transmitted a thought to Elder Wu. You are concerned about Zhou Ruoxue. What is your relationship with her? Elder Wu responded. Tio, speak candidly. Zhou Ruoxue is my partner, Jiang Yao confessed. Very well, I shall accommodate your request. Elder Wu nodded slightly. As a master, he would naturally strive to fulfill the requests of his true disciples, especially since Zhou Ruoxue was indeed impressive, her cultivation shattering records from previous enrollment ceremonies. Admitting her was entirely justified. The final match would be between Zhou Ruoxue and Lu Chen, both of whom he desired. Yet he had lost much interest in the outcome. There was no doubt Zhou Ruoxue would emerge victorious. It held little intrigue that as soon as the competition concluded, he announced the admission of Zhou Ruoxue as a martial arts disciple, followed by the acceptance of Lu Chen as an alchemy disciple into the Ziyun Dan Academy. Thus, this enrollment ceremony reached a flawless conclusion for him. As for Warner, who possessed a celestial-grade spirit tree martial vein, unfortunately, there were not enough slots available. Elder Wu pondered for a moment and decided to do a favor, addressing Sha Haifei. The leader of Feixia sect also has a spirit tree martial vein, and that Warner is fated to be connected with her. Why not do a good deed and allow Feixia sect to take her? Elder Wu's words were indeed sensible. Sha Haifei, feeling helpless, agreed. No matter how obstinate he was, he dared not defy Elder Wu. The strength of Ziyun sect surpassed that of Suisha sect, and even Elder Wu's prowess was greater than his own. What could he do? The old woman smiled broadly, repeatedly thanking Elder Wu. On the arena, both sides entered. The much-anticipated final match was about to commence. At this moment, Zhou Ruoxue had just completely refined the Ziyun Dan, extracting the last vestiges of its medicinal power. Poised for a potential breakthrough in her realm, Lu Chen was in a similar situation. With the enhancement of a burning rune chain in his Yanlong vein, his dragon body was ablaze, continuously refining countless true essence into fire attribute energy, which surged restlessly within him, ready to shatter the barriers of his realm at any moment. This way, when we meet in the finals, I can defeat you before the eyes of the crowd, which will save me quite a bit of trouble. Zhou Ruoxue cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chen, sneering, you remain at the first level of the true essence realm, while I surpass you by 4 realms. What can you possibly use to contend with me? I am your nemesis. Encountering me means you will forever remain a fish out of water. Villains perish from excessive monologue. Lu Chen, undaunted, merely retorted calmly. This response ignited Zhou Ruoxue's fury, her aura flaring as the oppressive force of her 5th-level true essence realm bore down upon Lu Chen. With a mere thought, Lu Chen unleashed a torrent of soul power, instantly dissipating Zhou Ruoxue's pressure into nothingness. Soul power manifesting? Zhou Ruoxue's gaze faltered. Lu Chen was merely at the 1st level of the true essence realm, yet his soul strength could actually manifest. This was utterly inconceivable. Typically, martial artists have a small sea of consciousness, with weak soul power, rendering them incapable of such feats. Only legendary figures in martial arts, who have opened their sea of consciousness and possess formidable soul strength, can achieve this. Yin-Yang finger. Seizing the moment Zhou Ruoxue was momentarily distracted, Lu Chen swiftly raised a finger, pointing decisively. Given the dire circumstances, with Zhou Ruoxue being 4 realms above him and some of his preparations incomplete, he certainly could not afford to let her strike first. He must take the initiative. With a single pointed finger, a scorching wave surged forth, the fire attribute true essence roiling violently, heating the surrounding air. The true essence, refined through the Yanlong vein, had undergone a qualitative enhancement, augmenting Lu Chen's power to some extent, albeit not significantly. His finger strength reached a maximum limit of 50,000 pounds. Yet, if it struck a vital point, it could still severely wound Zhou Ruoxue. Presumptuous. Zhou Ruoxue's expression changed dramatically, but her high cultivation allowed her to react swiftly. Even in a hurried manner, she raised her hand to block. Bang! The fingertips struck her arm, creating a resounding crack. Zhou Ruoxue staggered slightly. While her arm was largely unharmed, the point of impact throbbed painfully. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was pushed back several steps, his fingertips tingling with numbness. Zhou Ruoxue's cultivation consistently outmatched his by 4 minor realms, and the backlash alone was somewhat difficult for him to bear. A sigh rippled through the audience as they shook their heads in disappointment. The disparity in strength was too vast. Even with the initiative, It would be futile, and no matter how hard Lu Chen tried, he was destined to be outmatched by Zhou Ruoxue. The outcome of this final match was devoid of any suspense in the stands. The three elders had shifted their attention away from the arena. Only Zhou he was brimming with excitement, eagerly watching the stage, anticipating the moment Zhou Ruoxue would vanquish Lu Chen. The elders of the Lu family wore grim expressions, with the eldest even contemplating whether it would be of any use to have Lu Chen concede. Naturally, the most anxious was Wanner. Lu Chen was her master, the most crucial man in her life. She couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to him. At that moment, Zhou Ruoxue was seething with rage, raising her hand to gather strength, preparing to obliterate Lu Chen in one fell swoop. Initially, she intended to torment Lu Chen, allowing him to die without dignity. However, it seemed wiser to resolve this swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Crack! A faint explosion emanated from Lu Chen's body. Instantly, his aura surged, his momentum grand, revitalizing his entire being. The breakthrough. He was now at the second level of the true essence realm. All eyes in the vicinity fixated on Lu Chen, astonished that he had managed to break through in the arena. This was truly extraordinary. However, no one still held any hope for him. Zhou Ruoxue was at the pinnacle of the fifth level of the true essence realm. Could Lu Chen, at the second level, possibly turn the tide? Lu Chen laughed heartily, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating entirely. Finally, he had broken through. At present, he possessed a foundational strength of 20,000 pounds. The Yanlong martial vein doubled this power. If he utilized the yin-yang finger, this earth-grade upper-tier combat technique could potentially amplify his strength even further. 80,000 pounds of foundational power was not out of the question. Smile? Facing death, you still dare to laugh. I truly admire your courage. Zhou Ruoxue also smiled, though her expression was frigid. Regardless of Lu Chen's struggles, could he escape her grasp? Lu Chen, it's time for your journey to the underworld. As Zhou Ruoxue coldly mocked, she unleashed her palm. Soul-severing palm. With a single strike, true essence erupted outward, the temperature plummeting within a radius of several meters. A sinister palm imprint shot forth, capable of toppling mountains. Lu Chen remained unfazed, meeting her palm with a pointed finger. A single finger thrust forth, its power overwhelming, the air scorching, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Boom! The finger collided with the palm imprint, erupting in a deafening explosion. The palm imprint shattered, true essence scattering. The soul-severing palm was broken. Thousands of martial artists in attendance were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Even the three elders were astonished, their attention snapping back to the arena. Zhou Ruoxue's palm carried at least 70,000 pounds of force, mercilessly aiming to eliminate Lu Chen. Logically, he should have either perished or been gravely injured. But who could have predicted that Lu Chen's strength would be so formidable, effortlessly neutralizing Zhou Ruoxue's attack? How can you possess such immense power? Zhou Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Her full-strength palm, with a weight of 70,000 pounds, could barely be withstood by others of the same realm. Yet, this mere second-level true essence Lu Chen had shattered it with a single finger. That finger must have possessed at least 80,000 pounds of force. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break her soul-severing palm. That's none of your concern. Lu Chen smiled faintly, though a hint of seriousness lurked in his gaze. Although he had countered Zhou Ruoxue's palm, he remained at a disadvantage. Once a martial artist reached the fourth level of the true essence realm, they could unleash their true essence outward, attacking from a distance. Zhou Ruoxue had already attained the pinnacle of the fifth level of the true essence realm, and when fighting, she needn't engage in close combat. With a single palm strike, she could condense true essence into a palm imprint and attack directly. 10 palm strikes would yield 10 palm imprints. 100 strikes would produce 100 imprints. Lu Chen, lacking the realm to project his true essence, could not execute the second yin-yang finger and was unable to attack from a distance. Without the ability to project his finger force, he could only engage in close combat, placing him at a disadvantage. Just now, when he broke her palm imprint, he had to get close and use his finger to strike. What would happen when Zhou Ruoxue unleashed several more palm strikes? Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Unfortunately, your realm limits your power. Without the ability to project your true essence, what good is it to break one of my palms? Zhou Ruoxue laughed heartily, launching another palm strike. I'll unleash multiple strikes. Let's see how you counter. 3 palms were unleashed. 3 palm imprints instantly emerged, forming a line. each separated by a meter, each possessing 70,000 pounds of force, all targeting Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen sighed in relief. The 3 palms aligned in a line could still be countered. If they had come from different directions, that would have been troublesome. It seemed Zhou Ruoxue had yet to reach that level. Lu Chen dashed forward, breaking 1 palm with a single finger, and then shattering the remaining 2 with 3 strikes. On the arena, the air swirled violently, true essence scattering, as both sides reached a stalemate. Zhou Ruoxue panted heavily, while Lu Chen was drenched in sweat. Although only 4 exchanges had occurred, both had exerted their full strength, depleting their true essence significantly. The audience fell into silence, all in shock. They had achieved a stalemate. Lu Chen was truly extraordinary. Moreover, Lu Chen had shattered 3 palm strikes, requiring a massive expenditure of true essence. Being merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, how could he possess such abundant true essence? This question also plagued Zhou Ruoxue's mind, leaving her utterly baffled. You actually matched me in strength. Zhou Ruoxue was furious and resentful, feeling extremely unwilling. Strictly speaking, her realm surpassed Lu Chen's, yet she couldn't allow him to get close. Even if they had reached a stalemate, she had still lost. This battle is to settle our grievances. I do not require a tie. Lu Chen gazed coldly at Zhou Ruoxue, replying indifferently, I just need a little more time. Once I find the last ancient rune, I can project my true essence. Previously, he had attempted to enhance the yin-yang finger using fire attribute runes but found little effect. This combat technique seemed unresponsive to fire attribute runes. Just as he was about to give up, he stumbled upon a wind attribute rune, and a sudden inspiration struck him. He took out that wind attribute rune and channeled it through the yin-yang finger technique. It turned out that the wind attribute rune harmonized perfectly with the yin-yang finger technique, creating a strange impulse within his true essence to project outward. At that moment, he realized he needed to compile a series of wind attribute runes. However, among the countless ancient runes, the most abundant were those of the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wind attribute runes were elemental runes, and thus scarce. Lu Chen searched for a long time and finally found 50 or 60, leaving him with only 35 after discarding the unusable ones. He needed 36 runes to compile the set of runes he envisioned. Once he found the last one, he could arrange all 36 runes into a chain, creating a wind attribute rune chain with special significance. If the yin-yang finger were to be empowered by a wind attribute rune, it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. I do not require a tie either. Zhou Ruoxue narrowed her eyes slightly, a flash of murderous intent flickering within. She was even less inclined to settle for a draw. She only wished to kill Lu Chen. She too required a bit more time, as the last remnants of the Ziyuan Dan's medicinal power were beginning to take effect in her body. Her bottleneck was loosening, and she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 27. Wind attribute runes on the arena. Lu Chen and Zhou Ruoxue suddenly stood still, the atmosphere growing eerie. Beneath the stage, thousands of martial artists exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Lu Chen and Zhou Ruoxue's strange behavior. What was wrong with Ruoxue? Why wasn't she attacking? Zhou was going frantic, his gaze dark and menacing. Had it not been for the rules of the arena, he would have rushed up to join forces with his daughter to eliminate Lu Chen. Do not worry, Lord City Master. I believe Ruoxue is preparing for a breakthrough. Jiang Yao discerned the situation, noticing Zhou Ruoxue's aura gradually intensifying, deducing that the Ziyuan Dan was exerting its final effects. The 3 elders remained silent, their profound cultivation allowing them to recognize that Zhou Ruoxue was about to break through, worthy of their attention. As for Lu Chen, they deemed him irrelevant. Zhou Ruoxue's inaction indicated she was gathering strength for her breakthrough. But what did Lu Chen's stillness signify? Was he waiting for death? Suddenly, Lu Chen's face broke into a smile. He had finally located the last rune amidst the vast sea of symbols. The 36 wind attribute runes were now complete. He swiftly arranged these runes into a chain imbued with the essence of the gale, then activated the yin-yang finger technique. The wind attribute rune chain resonated harmoniously with the yin-yang finger technique, amplifying its power, allowing the finger force to become independent, no longer reliant solely on Lu Chen's body, but capable of existing within the air. This meant that Lu Chen could project his finger force outward, unleashing the second yin-yang finger. At that moment, a faint explosion erupted from Zhou Ruoxue's body. She had broken through, now at the 6th level of the true essence realm. In an instant, Zhou Ruoshue's aura surged violently, her true essence raging like a tempestuous goddess. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The strongest individual in Shermu City had changed. Lord Zhou He, at the 5th level of the true essence realm, had reigned supreme for many years. Now, Zhou Ruoshue had surpassed him, claiming the title of the city's strongest. It was exceedingly rare for a single family to produce two formidable figures, shocking the entire city. At the 6th level of the true essence realm, true essence projection reached its zenith, allowing for distant assaults from multiple directions. Lu Chen was in dire straits. The eldest elder frowned deeply. The young master's power is immense. He will surely withstand Zhou Ruoshue. Wanner shook her head vigorously, fully aware of the truth in the elder's words. Yet she resolutely stood by Lu Chen's side. The 6th level of the true essence realm, with a foundational strength of 60,000 pounds, combined with martial veins and combat techniques, Zhou Ruoshue can unleash at least 80,000 pounds with each palm strike. Lu Chen may struggle to defend against it. Another elder expressed anxiously, that won't happen. The young master will surely be protected by fate. Wanner felt her heart in turmoil, yet there was no alternative but to trust in Lu Chen. Wanner, could you persuade Lu Chen to concede? As long as he survives, that is all that matters, the eldest elder inquired. The young master will never concede. Wanner shook her head helplessly. She knew Lu Chen's character. Once he set his mind on something, no one could dissuade him. I have broken through. At the 6th level of the true essence realm, I can project my true essence at will. Killing you will be a piece of cake. Zhou Ruoshue laughed heartily, gathering strength while mocking. Lu Chen, are you ready? Ready. Lu Chen nodded, adding, ready to send you to hell. Still jesting when death is imminent. Zhou Ruoshue was enraged, raising her hand to unleash 3 palm strikes. Lu Chen, perish. 3 palm imprints flew forth, 2 attacking from the sides while the last descended from above. In that instant, everyone held their breath. Zhou Ruoshue was going for the kill again. 3 palm imprints, each with a force of 90,000 pounds, attacking from 3 directions. How could Lu Chen, unable to project his true essence, possibly defend? The next scene would surely witness Lu Chen's demise on the spot. At this moment, even Elder Wu grew anxious. If Lu Chen were killed, who could he rely on to request favors from the Ziyun Dan Academy? However, Elder Wu's anxiety was futile. The martial arts competition had rules, and no one was permitted to interfere in the arena battle. Unless Lu Chen conceded himself, he wouldn't dare to intervene. If the rules were broken, the city would send someone down to hold him accountable, and none could bear the consequences. Not even the Ziyun sect. But just then, Lu Chen made his move. 3 fingers shot forth, projecting 3 streams of finger force that sliced through the air like 3 bolts of red lightning. Crashing into the oncoming palm imprints, boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions erupted in succession. The 3 palm imprints shattered instantly. The scattering true essence spiraled chaotically through the air, triggering a violent whirlwind that ravaged the entire square, making it nearly impossible for the spectators to keep their eyes open. Zhou Ruoshue was taken aback, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. How could a mere 2nd-level true essence martial artist project his true essence? Moreover, Lu Chen's finger force had grown even stronger than before. Her palm imprints crumbled upon contact. What kind of monster was he? It's my turn now. Lu Chen cast a calm glance at Zhou Ruoshue. Raising his fingertip and pointing decisively, a crimson finger imprint shot forth, weighing 1,000 pounds, fierce and formidable, locking onto Zhou Ruoshue. Feeling the terrifying force of that finger, Zhou Ruoshue dared not be negligent and quickly unleashed 3 palm strikes in unison to meet it. She refused to believe that her 3 palm strikes wouldn't be able to counter Lu Chen's single finger. The next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she realized her 3 palm strikes had been obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. The finger imprint shattered her 3 palm strikes, hurtling toward her with the force of a thunderbolt. No. Zhou Ruoshue was filled with horror, exerting all her strength to resist, but her delicate hands were instantly crushed by the finger imprint. Jiang Yao, save me. Zhou Ruoshue cried out in despair, but before Jiang Yao could respond, her body was annihilated by that finger imprint. Such a venomous and treacherous woman met her end. Lu Chen finally fulfilled his vow, shattering Zhou Ruoshue's beautiful dreams in the enrollment ceremony. Hiss! Thousands of martial artists gasped in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation. With a single finger, Lu Chen had shattered 3 palm imprints and still had the strength to obliterate Zhou Ruoshue. Just how powerful was he? Was he truly a mere second-level true essence martial artist? The power of that single finger was likely equivalent to that of a 7th or 8th level true essence practitioner, perhaps even more. As they gazed at Lu Chen, standing like a deity of death on the arena, the thousands of martial artists felt a surge of fear. Wonderful! The Lu family has finally produced a true master. I did not misjudge. Lu Chen embodies the spirit of his father, Lu Zhengru. The eldest elder praised repeatedly, a rare smile illuminating his face. The Lu family was fortunate, indeed. The other elders also beamed with joy, showering their compliments. Young Master tears shimmered in Wanner's eyes, her heart racing with excitement. The anxiety that had hung in the air was finally quelled. In the viewing area, the three elders gazed at Lu Chen with astonishment. Their thoughts profoundly aligned. To vanquish a practitioner of the 2nd layer of true essence realm by one of the 6th layer is an occurrence so rare it borders on miraculous. The world is not devoid of martial prodigies who can battle beyond their rank, yet typically, they may surpass only 1 or 2 minor realms. However, to witness someone like Lu Chen, who has transcended 4 minor realms to slay his opponent, is an unprecedented experience. Such talent transcends the term genius and ventures into the realm of the extraordinary. The finger techniques he employed were profoundly intricate. What tier of martial arts could they possibly belong to? Sha Haifei inhaled sharply and turned to the other 2 elders for clarification. I am at a loss as well. The elderly matron of Fei Xiaomin replied, It is an earth-tier martial technique, and of high quality, likely of the upper grade. Elder Wu narrowed his eyes, a hint of hesitation flickering in his gaze. While the demise of Zhou Ruoxue was regrettable, the recruitment must proceed. Lu Chen was not only a formidable martial artist but also proficient in alchemy, truly a treasure. Yet, he found himself torn between the decision of accepting Lu Chen as a martial disciple or sending him to the Ziyun Alchemy Academy as an alchemy disciple, an upper-grade earth-tier martial technique. Both Sha Haifei and the elderly matron were left utterly astounded, for such techniques are legendary. Even in their own martial sect, the highest-grade martial skills were merely of the low-grade mystical tier. Earth-tier martial techniques are the exclusive collection of the great sects of the outer world, entities they could scarcely touch. Chapter 28. Did I consent? Daughter? A heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Zhou He's face contorted with grief, his eyes blazing with despair as he glared at Lu Chen. The battle had unfolded too swiftly. By the time he reacted, his daughter had already been slain. Lu Chen, you have killed my daughter. I shall demand your life in return. The entirety of the Lu family shall pay the price. Zhou He, consumed by rage, charged recklessly toward the arena. Zhou City Lord, do not! Jiang Yao exclaimed urgently, attempting to dissuade him. With Zhou Ruoxue dead at Lu Chen's hands, Zhou He would only be marching to his own doom. Yet, Zhou He had lost all sanity, disregarding any counsel, and directly attacked Lu Chen. Summoning all his strength, Zhou He unleashed 5 palm strikes against the arena. Lu Chen regarded Zhou He with cold indifference, effortlessly dispelling the 5 palm strikes with a mere flick of his finger, sending Zhou He flying several yards away. At this moment, Lu Chen's control over his finger techniques had reached an unprecedented level, a feat Zhou He could never hope to counter. The chain of air runes not only enabled Lu Chen to execute the 2nd finger of the sun, but also amplified its potency. Moreover, the enhancement from the air rune chain was synchronized with the sun finger's power. The strength of the sun finger was augmented by 40,000 pounds, and thus the air rune chain mirrored this enhancement. Consequently, a casual flick from Lu Chen commanded a force of 120,000 pounds, a feat even practitioners of the 9th layer of true essence realm might struggle to withstand, rendering Zhou Ruoxue's death far from unjust. Zhou He, being 1 realm lower than Zhou Ruoxue, stood even less chance of resistance. Lu Chen, if you possess the ability, kill me as well. Zhou He staggered to his feet, coughing up blood, his expression one of despair, clearly injured. You and your daughter conspired to deceive me for a millennium, coveted my dragon essence fruit, crippled my dantian, drained my martial veins, and rendered my existence worse than death, nearly ensuring I could never rise again. Lu Chen pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou He, his voice sharp with indignation. You, Zhou He, are cruel, ruthless, and utterly unworthy of being a city lord. I regret not having slain you with a single palm strike back then, allowing you to become a great bane. Zhou He's eyes burned with enmity, his mind consumed by hatred, speaking without thought. With these words, he sealed the fate of himself and his daughter. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Previously, everyone believed Lu Chen had offended the city lord, thus incurring punishment. Little did they know, the truth was far more harrowing. It was the city lord and his daughter who had conspired against Lu Chen. Had Lu Chen not restored his cultivation and acquired formidable strength, he would indeed have faced eternal damnation, a fate worse than death. Zhou Ruoxue deserved her fate. Zhou He deserved it even more. You, as a city lord, have committed such despicable acts. You are truly a disgrace to Shuangmu City. At this juncture, Chen Yuanliang pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou He, declaring, I shall report your deeds to the governor of Dengzhou. Although Chen Yuanliang's cultivation was not high, his status as an alchemist granted him the right to meet the governor of Dengzhou. Chen Yuanliang, you are in league with Lu Chen. You must have healed him, allowing him the opportunity to kill my daughter. I demand you accompany her in death. Zhou He roared in fury, swinging his hand to unleash a palm strike toward Chen Yuanliang. Fear coursed through Chen Yuanliang. Being merely at the first layer of true essence realm, he stood no chance against Zhou He's strike in the nick of time. A finger imprint shot forth, shattering the palm strike and saving Chen Yuanliang. The force of the finger imprint continued unabated towards Zhou He. Suddenly, a fan-like shadow emerged, lightly striking the finger imprint, shattering it. Offending the city lord is an unforgivable crime. Jiang Yao, wielding a silver fan, pointed at Lu Chen and admonished him. Though he was a notorious playboy, Zhou Ruoxue had always been his woman, not someone to be trifled with. Lu Chen's slaying of Zhou Ruoxue ignited his fury. Had it not been for his master's order, he would have already slain Lu Chen in vengeance. Though Zhou Ruoxue was dead, Zhou He must not perish. Otherwise, the powerful Zhou clan would pursue the matter, potentially implicating him as well. In the arena, where life and death were dictated by fate, the city lord's grief for his daughter was understandable. Thus, this matter should be laid to rest at that moment. Elder Wu spoke, announcing, the recruitment ceremony has concluded. I, Xian sect, hereby accept Xiao Wan as a martial disciple, and I will take Lu Chen as an alchemy disciple on behalf of the Ziyun Alchemy Academy. The proclamation was met with a chorus of cheers, leaving thousands of martial artists envious of Wanner and Lu Chen. The Ziyun sect is the largest martial sect in Dengzhou, a revered sanctuary for all martial artists in Shuangmu City. The Ziyun sect is notoriously stringent in their recruitment. Typically, only one spot is available during each recruitment ceremony, and those accepted are the most outstanding. For the martial artists of Shuangmu City, gaining entry into the Ziyun sect is a dream, even if it means performing menial tasks. However, Lu Chen's sentiments diverged. He harbored resentment towards the Ziyun sect. He wished to take revenge on Zhou He but was obstructed by Jiang Yao, a disciple of Ziyun sect. Just then, the elder of Ziyun sect spoke again, redirecting everyone's attention and downplaying Zhou He's involvement. The Ziyun sect seemed to favor Zhou He, which only fueled Lu Chen's ire. Zhou He must die. If Zhou He lived, it would leave a grave threat for the Lu family. Elder Wu, you promised Xiao Wan could join my Faixia sect. Why did you choose her for yourself? The elderly matron exclaimed, her eyes filled with desperation. With Zhou Ruoxue deceased, I shall accept Xiao Wan. You may recruit another. Elder Wu dismissed the matron's pleas without even glancing at her, merely stating indifferently. The matron trembled with rage, yet the Ziyun sect's tyranny left her powerless. You have been chosen by me. Why do you not come forward? Elder Wu inquired, noticing Wanner still standing in place. Wanner did not respond, merely shaking her head and gazing at Lu Chen. She had participated in the recruitment ceremony solely to follow Lu Chen on the path of martial arts. The sect she joined was of no concern to her. Without Lu Chen's affirmation, she would not go anywhere. Jiang Yao, witnessing Wanner's stance, felt a surge of anger. Lu Chen had slain his woman yet dared to monopolize the woman he coveted. It was utterly preposterous. However, considering that Lu Chen and Wanner were about to join the Ziyun sect, his spirits lifted once more. The Ziyun sect was his territory, and he would find numerous ways to torment Lu Chen in the future. As for the beautiful Wanner, she would eventually become his plaything. Boy, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and come over to kneel and thank my master for his favor. Jiang Yao barked, preparing to assert his dominance over Lu Chen. I beg your pardon, but this young master does not kneel to anyone. If you wish to kneel, do it yourself, Lu Chen retorted coolly, disdain evident in his tone. How dare you? Jiang Yao's face darkened. Pointing at Lu Chen, do you understand how fortunate you are to have been chosen by my master? You dare to show ingratitude. Do you believe my master will withdraw his selection? You say you have chosen me? Did I consent to this? Lu Chen scoffed, pushing back. What do you mean by that? Elder Wu's expression darkened. There are 3 major martial sects in Dengzhou. I am not obligated to join the Ziyun sect. Lu Chen glanced at Sha Haifei and the elderly matron, speaking coolly. You refuse to join my Ziyun sect? Elder Wu's eyes narrowed, a flash of anger crossing his face. In Dengzhou, there are 99 cities, and every martial artist would vie for the chance to enter the Ziyun sect. Whenever he selected someone, they would be overjoyed, expressing gratitude for his benevolence. Yet, Lu Chen's rejection was akin to a slap in the face. You are correct. That is precisely my intention, Lu Chen nodded. Having witnessed the arrogance of Jiang Yao and his master, he had completely soured on the Ziyun sect. Unappreciative, I retract my words. The Ziyun sect is not meant for you. Furthermore, I assure you, the other 2 major sects will not accept you either. Elder Wu huffed, casting a glance at Sha Haifei and the elderly matron, who, under his oppressive aura, dared not speak. If you do not enter my sect, you shall not be my disciple, and thus I have a score to settle with you at that moment. Jiang Yao seized the opportunity, declaring, Zhou Ruoxue was my dear friend, and you brutally killed her. I demand justice on her behalf. With that, Jiang Yao unleashed his full aura, exuding a terrifying presence, akin to a razor-sharp sword. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, bearing down on all present like a mountain. Thousands of martial artists found it difficult to breathe under this pressure. Those with slightly lower cultivation levels struggled to remain standing. This was the aura of a practitioner at the transformation realm. Chapter 29. The sect master of Xintian subsect. A single pressure was sufficient to reduce thousands of martial artists to a state of disarray. Jiang Yao stood tall and arrogant, casting a cold and derisive gaze over the crowd, as if surveying a throng of insects. Having achieved his goal of intimidation, Jiang Yao retracted his aura, locking onto Lu Chen, directing all his pressure toward him. He intended to crush Lu Chen's will with his oppressive force, then brutally slay him, thus avenging Zhou Ruoxue. In truth, he had long harbored resentment towards Lu Chen. Back at by Xianglu, Lu Chen had audaciously rebuffed his offer of mentorship, a clear sign of disrespect. Moreover, if Lu Chen perished, honor would belong to him. However, in the next instant, Jiang Yao's brow furrowed. Lu Chen stood there with an expression of calm, seemingly unaffected by his overwhelming aura. Look at that, Lu Chen shows no signs of distress. His ability to withstand pressure is remarkable. I too am at the second layer of true essence realm. Why do I find it so difficult to bear another's pressure while Lu Chen remains unfazed? Truly, it is a case of comparing the living to the dead. Lu Chen was undoubtedly a martial prodigy. Once the greatest talent in Shuangmu City, and now still is. A chorus of admiration erupted from the martial artists. Thousands of practitioners' attitudes toward Lu Chen had already transformed, their gazes filled with reverence. After all, they were from Shuangmu City. The more extraordinary Lu Chen became, the more pride they felt. The Alchemy King is indeed unparalleled, with exceptional soul power, unyielding to pressure. Chen Yuanliang muttered to himself, utterly in awe of Lu Chen. Just because others failed to discern Lu Chen's prowess did not mean he was blind to it. As an alchemist, he was acutely aware of fluctuations in soul power. He sensed Lu Chen's formidable soul power immediately. Lu Chen's ability to withstand Jiang Yao's pressure with ease starkly contrasted with his own struggle, highlighting the chasm between them. Of course, he did not delve into why Lu Chen, despite being at a lower realm, possessed such high soul power. Everyone has their own secrets, and prying into another's secrets is a sign of disrespect. As an alchemist, he dared not show disrespect to a king of alchemy. Even the 3 elders were taken aback. Jiang Yao was a master at the transformation realm, and his pressure was formidable. If concentrated on one individual, even a practitioner at the 9th layer of true essence realm would feel immense strain. Yet Lu Chen, this fellow, was simply too extraordinary. He was actually able to withstand it. This was intriguing. Jiang Yao chuckled, unfurling his silver fan, and disdainfully remarked, I am a whole realm above you. To me, you are no different from an insect. I find it beneath me to strike you. Do end your own life. At least leave behind a complete corpse. I beg your pardon. But this young master has no habit of self-harm. Self-harm is better suited for you, Lu Chen replied coolly, regarding Jiang Yao as if he were a fool. Self-harm? What nonsense, Jiang Chen retorted. Do you think I enjoy self-harm? Why would I choose to self-harm when I could challenge you to a duel? Even if I cannot win, I must ascertain the extent of your strength. How dare you? Jiang Yao's expression darkened as he extended his hand, grasping the air. I'll crush you to dust, leaving no trace. A massive handprint suddenly manifested, fingers poised to grip, exuding an overwhelming force, the air roaring as it locked onto Lu Chen. The crowd held their breath, hearts racing with fear. Jiang Yao was far too powerful. The mere shockwave generated by this grasp threatened to topple the arena itself. How could Lu Chen possibly stand against such might? The next scene would undoubtedly see Lu Chen reduced to nothing but a smear upon the ground. At that moment, Lu Chen's expression turned grave as he activated the Sun Finger, channeling all his strength into a single strike. A finger imprint shot forth, wielding a force of 130,000 pounds. A feat that even ordinary practitioners at the 9th layer of True Essence realm might struggle to withstand. This was Lu Chen's most formidable attack. Boom. The finger imprint collided with the massive handprint, producing a thunderous sound. Then, the finger imprint shattered, dissipating into the air. Yet, the massive handprint remained unscathed, advancing swiftly toward Lu Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, from the heavens, a colossal foot descended, landing squarely upon the massive handprint, shattering it into fragments. A cloud dissipated, revealing a figure. An elderly man clad in a dark yellow Taoist robe, his face gaunt, sporting a handlebar mustache and small green eyes, appeared somewhat disheveled. The old man appeared as if he had been singed by fire, with patches of his hair burnt off and several holes in his robe, presenting a chaotic and ragged appearance. The sight of this elderly man left thousands of martial artists in shock. He had descended from the heavens, effortlessly dismantling Jiang Yao's attack, an unimaginable martial powerhouse. Lu Chen regarded the old man with uncertainty. He had no prior acquaintance with him, so why had he intervened? Jiang Yao, on the other hand, was utterly horrified. The old man had materialized silently in midair, suddenly dismantling his offensive, his cultivation unfathomable. He could not discern the old man's realm at all. Should the old man decide to attack him, he would undoubtedly face annihilation. Perhaps even his master could not save him. Elder Wu Chu Gong of Ziyun sect pays respects to Sect Master Zhu. Elder Sha Hai Fei of Shattered Sand sect pays respects to Sect Master Zhu. Elder Panqing Yin of Faixia sect pays respects to Sect Master Zhu. The three elders in the viewing area stood in unison, bowing deeply in respect to the elderly man. This Jiang Yao was flabbergasted, unsure of what to do. When he heard his master Wu Chu Gong's voice, "This person is Zhu Fei Chun, the sect master of Xintian subsect. Quickly go greet him." Jiang Yao immediately regained his composure, hurriedly prostrating himself on the ground, sincerely uttering, "Jiang Yao, true disciple of Ziyun sect, pays respects to sect master Zhu. Xintian subsect is a branch of the Xintian sect. The Xintian sect itself is a branch of the Xintian Dao sect. In simpler terms, Xintian subsect is a branch of the Xintian Dao sect. While Xintian subsect is a relatively inconspicuous entity within the Xintian Dao sect, it stands as a tremendous martial sect within the Yoming dynasty, garnering deference even from the royal family. Despite the imposing presence of the three major martial sects in Dengzhou, they are mere minor players when compared to Xintian subsect. The sect master of Xintian subsect has always resided in the capital, and the three elders have had the fortune of encountering him. Though Jiang Yao is a true disciple, his status is insufficient, and he does not qualify to pay respects to sect master Zhu. Zhu Fei Chun cast a sidelong glance at the viewing area, speaking in a calm manner. No need for formalities. He then turned, donning a smile as he introduced himself to Lu Chen. "Greetings. I am Zhu Fei Chun, the current sect master of Xintian subsect." Upon hearing these words, a wave of commotion erupted among the thousands of martial artists. If the three major martial sects were their aspirations, then Xintian subsect represented their sacred land, an unattainable sanctuary of martial arts. Now, the very sect master of that sanctuary stood before them. How could they not be ecstatic? Many, overwhelmed with excitement, fell to their knees in reverence, causing a cascade of worship throughout the crowd. The three elders were utterly astonished. The exalted Zhu Zongzhu, who typically would not spare them a glance, was now proactively greeting an inconspicuous lad, even welcoming him with a smile and introducing himself. It appeared as though he was attempting to curry favor with the young man. However, for Jiang Yao, the sensation was not mere shock. He was trembling with fear. Zhu Zongzhu was a legendary figure. Could he possibly know Lu Chen? It was improbable. How could he know him? One was a martial arts legend, while the other was an unknown commoner. One presided over the imperial city, while the other struggled in a small town. The chasm between them was vast, leaving no room for intersection. If there were any connection, Lu Chen would not have participated in the enrollment ceremony. He might have already been taken under Zhu Zongzhu's wing, becoming a coveted disciple of the Sentient sect long ago. Young man Lu Chen, I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. Esteemed elder, Lu Chen clasped his fists in salute, acknowledging that regardless of the elder's motives, he had indeed acted to save him, which warranted respect. It was but a trifling effort. Do not trouble yourself to dwell upon it. Zhu Feichen chuckled amiably, his demeanor warm and unpretentious, as if rescuing someone was merely his duty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao felt as though he had plunged into an ice pit. His face turned ashen. This was disastrous. Zhu Zongzhu might have come specifically for Lu Chen. Chapter 30. The 6-month agreement. Not only was Jiang Yao in a panic, but even Wu Qugong was alarmed. He too realized that Zhu Feichen had indeed come for Lu Chen, and Jiang Yao was likely to suffer the consequences, possibly dragging him down with him. At this moment, a surge of inexplicable anger rose within him. How could Jiang Yao, this wretched brat, not have investigated the background of his adversary before provoking trouble? The other party had formidable backing. Could he afford to offend them? He was effectively pushing the entire Ziyun sect into a pit of fire. Now that the enrollment ceremony has just concluded, I wonder if Zhu Zongzhu is interested in selecting martial talent. Wu Qugong ventured cautiously, probing Zhu Feichen's intentions and stance. Indeed, Zhu Feichen replied nonchalantly, his small eyes perpetually glimmering as they regarded Lu Chen, as if he were gazing upon a revered ancestor. A month ago, while he was asleep in his dormitory, he had been suddenly seized by individuals unknown to him. Groggily, he was transported vast distances and found himself in the presence of a personage he had no right to meet, the Grand Master of the Sentient Dao sect. At that moment, he was petrified, fearing that his past misdeeds had come to light and that the Grand Master would personally deal with him. To his surprise, it was not so. Rather, the Grand Master had tasked him with a secret mission, to take in a waste of talent into the Sentient branch sect for cultivation and swiftly elevate that individual's realm to standard before sending him onward. The Grand Master's personal audience left Zhu Feichen in a state of shock. He felt incredibly fortunate, as if his ancestors had smiled upon him. Yet, he also found himself in a predicament. Accepting a waste of talent was one thing, but he had no means to facilitate the cultivation of such a lowly individual. Furthermore, achieving the required standard for elevation in a short time frame was exceedingly difficult, almost akin to reaching the heavens. Yet, regardless of the challenges, he had to complete the task. On his return journey, the escort had been called away, leaving him stranded near the Yoming dynasty. It took him many days of travel to arrive just in time for the enrollment ceremony in Shuangwu City. Soon enough, he had identified the waste of talent he was meant to accept, Lu Chen. He had observed Lu Chen closely, noting that while he lacked innate talent, he did possess martial veins. He was a waste, but not entirely hopeless. Fortunately, he was not entirely devoid of potential, providing a glimmer of hope. This young man was the Grand Master's designated choice, deeply connected to him, and Zhu Feichen dared not show the slightest negligence. May I inquire who Zhu Zongzhu has chosen? Wu Qugong pressed on eagerly. Of course, it is the first-place victor of the arena competition, Lu Chen. Zhu Feichen stated plainly, citing Lu Chen's accomplishments as justification for his acceptance into the sect, which sounded far more respectable than simply accepting a waste of talent. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Countless martial artists were filled with envy for Lu Chen. The Sentient branch sect was a sacred place for cultivation, accessible only to martial prodigies. The selection process was notoriously stringent, requiring both high aptitude and a sufficiently advanced realm. Both were indispensable. Lu Chen, lacking innate talent and not meeting the realm requirements, was nevertheless being accepted into the Sentient branch sect. It was evident that he had influential backing. Congratulations to Zhu Zongzhu for acquiring a disciple. The three elders, ever astute, offered their congratulations in unison. However, Zhu Feichen turned his gaze towards Jiang Yao, his expression cold and filled with murderous intent. You openly slandered a candidate from the enrollment ceremony and sought to ruin him. What punishment do you deserve? Zhu Feichen was uninterested in the grievances between Jiang Yao and Lu Chen. All he knew was that before taking Lu Chen away, He needed to eliminate all of Lu Chen's enemies. Jiang Yao's face turned ashen, despair washing over him. He realized he was doomed. No one would plead for him, not even his master. Thank you, Zhu Zongzhu, but I prefer not to involve others in my grievances. Lu Chen interjected suddenly. I prefer to deal with my enemies myself, a man of ambition. I admire that. Zhu Feichen laughed heartily, raising a thumb in approval. However, your enemy is at the second level of the transformation realm, a full realm above you. You cannot defeat him alone. Allow me to assist you. I cannot defeat him now, but that does not mean I will not be able to in the future. Lu Chen shook his head resolutely. Give me 6 months, and I will be confident enough to take him down. The 9 dragons' return to one technique was a supreme cultivation method. As long as there was an abundance of spiritual energy, Lu Chen was confident he would break through the transformation realm within 6 months, capable of defeating Jiang Yao to the point where even his mother would not recognize him. 6 months? That seems implausible. It will likely take decades. Zhu Feichen firmly believed that the gap between their realms was far too significant. Moreover, Lu Chen was devoid of innate talent. He might not even manage to break through the transformation realm in decades. Yes, 6 months, and Brother Lu will surely make remarkable progress. Jiang Yao saw a glimmer of hope and immediately rallied behind Lu Chen, disregarding his own pride. Instantly, many present began to look down upon Jiang Yao. Very well, Zhu Feichen observed Lu Chen's resolute attitude and ceased to press further, turning coldly to Wu Chu Gong. The annual Martial Gate competition will be held in the Imperial City in 6 months. Should he fail to attend, the Ziyun sect will be expelled. Rest assured, Zhu Zongzhu, this inferior disciple will undoubtedly be present. Wu Chu Gong hastily assured him. Zhu Feichen had wagered the entire Ziyun sect. He must ensure Jiang Yao appeared in 6 months, or the Ziyun sect would face ruin. Jiang Yao had narrowly escaped death and promptly expressed his gratitude to Zhu Feichen. Yet, no one believed that Lu Chen could surpass Jiang Yao in 6 months. Jiang Yao was a second-level expert in the transformation realm, certainly not someone to be trifled with. Those below the transformation realm could not withstand even a single strike from him. Could Lu Chen truly elevate his strength to surpass Jiang Yao within 6 months? It was impossible. Not even the most gifted martial prodigy could achieve such a feat. Jiang Yao secretly rejoiced, relieved that Lu Chen had brought this upon himself. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits today. 6 months? Even if you gave Lu Chen 500 years, he would still not catch up to me. By then, at the Martial Gate competition, I shall still be able to defeat him thoroughly. With Jiang Yao's issue resolved, it was now time to address Zhou He. Zhou He was gravely injured and had suffered a tarnished reputation. Chen Yuanliang was preparing to bring him to the Denzhou to impeach him, making it difficult for him to establish himself in Shuangmu City. However, Lu Chen would not let him off easily, as his continued existence posed a threat to the Lu family. Killing me, Zhou He, will not be so easy. Zhou He produced a jade talisman and crushed it with force, causing his form to suddenly vanish, leaving behind a venomous remark. I am a relative of the current Grand Master Zhou. I shall now seek his intervention to avenge my daughter. Lu Chen, await the arrival of the Grand Master's forces, for I shall ensure your dismemberment and annihilation of the entire Lu family. A talisman for evasion? Consider yourself fortunate. Zhu Feichen snorted coldly before casually assuring Lu Chen, I shall speak with Grand Master Zhou on your behalf to ensure the safety of your Lu family. Thank you, Zhu Zongzhu. Lu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Come with me now, and you shall join the Xintian branch sect, becoming a disciple of Xintian, Zhu Feichen proclaimed with a beaming smile. Zhu Zongzhu, if I recall correctly, my current strength does not meet the requirements for admission into the Xintian branch sect. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, responding earnestly, I will make an exception for you. Zhu Feichen insisted. However, I do not wish for that. Such an arrangement would lead to disdain from my peers. I hope to gain admission into the Xintian branch sect through legitimate means in the future. Lu Chen apologized, expressing his reluctance to leave with Zhu Feichen. Then with whom do you intend to go? Zhu Feichen was taken aback. Lu Chen had rejected the Ziyun sect and now the Xintian branch sect as well. Was he addicted to refusal? The Xintian branch sect was an orthodox sect, a sacred place for cultivation within the Yoming dynasty. What more could he desire? Chapter 31. Feixia sect. I wish to solidify my foundation in the martial gates of Denzhou before pursuing admission to the Xintian branch sect. Once Lu Chen articulated his intent, Zhu Feichen fell into contemplation. Lu Chen was a favored individual of the Grand Master. Zhu Feichen was keen to curry favor and would not dare to oppose Lu Chen's wishes. Moreover, Lu Chen merely sought to delay his entry into the Shintian branch sect, leaving open the possibility for future admission. This did not betray the Grandmaster's original intent. The three martial gates in Denzhou were affiliated with the Shintian branch sect, and regardless of which gate Lu Chen chose, it would ultimately remain under Zhu Feichen's purview, ensuring no major issues would arise. This timing was perfect for him to gather more rare resources. Even if Lu Chen was initially lacking, an abundance of resources could elevate his realm significantly. No problem. Which martial gate do you wish to join? Zhu Feichen nodded, still smiling warmly. Feixia sect, Lu Chen responded thoughtfully after a brief deliberation. He certainly would not join the Ziyun sect, and to him, any other gate would suffice. However, the Feixia sect was more suitable for Wanner. In truth, Lu Chen's reluctance to accept Zhu Feichen's offer and insistence on joining a martial gate in Denzhou stemmed from deeper motives. Years ago, his father, Lu Zhengru, departed from the Lu family, with others believing he had gone on a journey for training. Only Lu Chen knew that his father had ventured to the Great Evil Mountain in search of an immensely important item. 5 years had passed, and his father had vanished without a trace. Lu Chen was determined to seek him out. The Great Evil Mountain lay within the Denzhou, serving as a training ground for the three major martial gates. Lu Chen needed to join a martial gate to facilitate his entry into the Great Evil Mountain. Feixia sect welcomes you, Pan Qingyan exclaimed, beaming with joy in previous enrollment ceremonies. They had only picked up the scraps behind the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect, with their recruits often being subpar. Today, receiving the top martial candidate was a significant achievement for them. I shall also join the Feixia sect, Wanner exclaimed eagerly. Accepted, Pan Qingyan responded, overjoyed. However, the expressions of Wu Qugong and Sha Haifei were exceedingly grim. Elder Pan, I would like to recommend someone, Lu Chen. Aware that the other two martial gates had 3 admission spots each, aimed to secure the last spot at the Feixia sect for someone else. Certainly, Pan Qingyan, still immersed in her excitement, readily agreed. Zhang Qingbin, a second-level true essence realm cultivator, Lu Chen pointed towards a young man in the crowd, immediately causing a stir. Zhang Qingbin had a notable reputation in Shuangmu City, yet he was considerably older and had surpassed the typical age for entering a martial gate. Would the Feixia sect accept him? Pan Qingyan glanced at Zhang Qingbin and promptly replied, accepted. It was indeed true that Zhang Qingbin did not meet the criteria, but it depended on who was making the recommendation. She feared that if she did not agree, Lu Chen would lead Wanner away towards the Suisha sect, which would be disastrous. Sha Haifei was a man who would do anything to secure promising disciples. Thank you, Brother Lu. Zhang Qingbin expressed his profound gratitude, having never imagined he would have the opportunity to enter a martial gate. Thousands of martial artists present turned their attention towards Zhang Qingbin, igniting jealousy among them. None could comprehend why Lu Chen would recommend Zhang Qingbin instead of someone else. There were certainly many candidates superior to him. No need for thanks, Lu Chen smiled, finally repaying a favor to Zhang Qingbin. On that day at the Baixiang Tower, Zhang Qingbin had guarded the final challenge, achieving a draw with Lu Chen, thus allowing him to pass. However, Zhang Qingbin, being a man of integrity, felt that his higher realm rendered him the victor, allowing Lu Chen to proceed. Little did he know, Lu Chen had remembered this incident and was now repaying the debt. In 6 months, I shall await your participation in the martial gate competition in the Imperial City. Zhu Feichen, seeing that matters were drawing to a close, prepared to leave. If there is anything you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to inform me. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Here was the formidable Grand Master of the Shintian branch sect, a revered figure in the region, yet he was so warmly assisting him. There had to be a reason behind it. For what that reason was, Lu Chen could not fathom, nor did he wish to delve into it. Ultimately, he knew that Zhu Feichen harbored no malice. Nonetheless, he had one curious question he wanted to pose to Zhu Feichen. Zhu Zongzhu, I have one matter that remains unclear, and I dare to inquire. Speak boldly. Who would possess the audacity to singe Zhu Zongzhu's hair and robe? Zhu Feichen faltered slightly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Who else but you, young lad? That unknown martial vein of yours manifested into a fire dragon during the aptitude test, colliding directly with my hiding place, catching me entirely off guard. With the enrollment ceremony concluded, Lu Chen and his companions were required to arrive at the Feixia sect within 10 days. The Lu family would host 3 grand feasts to celebrate Lu Chen's achievements. Lu Chen also made arrangements regarding the affairs of the Lu family, delegating the family head's responsibilities to the Grand Elder and passing the position of heir to the Grand Elder's grandson. Lu Shaoqi. With the family head absent, it was essential for the heir to be present to maintain the family's cohesion. Lu Shaoqi was inherently loyal and reliable, albeit of average talent, making it difficult for him to shine in the realm of martial arts. Before departing, Lu Chen bestowed upon Lu Shaoqi a stroke of fortune, as a means of repaying the Grand Elder's kindness, a martial technique and a combat skill, both incomplete high-tier mysteries of considerable value. Provided Lu Shaoqi diligently practiced, he would undoubtedly become the strongest in Shuangmu City, leading the Lu family towards a glorious future. After bidding farewell to his family, Lu Chen mounted his horse alongside Wanner and left the place where he had grown up. Upon exiting the city gates, they encountered Zhang Qingbin, who had been waiting for some time. Zhang Qingbin expressed his gratitude towards Lu Chen, meticulously looking after him along the journey and eagerly volunteering for any tasks, which left Lu Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Qingbin was over a decade older than Lu Chen, having traversed various regions and accumulated considerable knowledge about Denzhou. Lu Chen, in turn, sought to learn about the various powers in Denzhou, as well as the circumstances surrounding the Great Evil Mountain. As for the Great Evil Mountain, it served as the training ground for the three major martial gates and was not accessible to outsiders. Zhang Qingbin also possessed limited knowledge about it. However, he was well versed in the various powers within Denzhou and eagerly shared his insights with Lu Chen. Denzhou was home to 5 major powers: the Prefectural Governor's Office, the Great Dan Pavilion, and the 3 martial gates, while other prominent families were hardly worth mentioning. The Prefectural Governor's Office managed civil affairs, while the Great Dan Pavilion handled medicinal elixirs. These 2 powers maintained amicable relations with the 3 martial gates, facing minimal conflicts of interest. However, the 3 martial gates were embroiled in fierce competition, bound to conflict. Had it not been for the Xintian branch sect's oversight, they would have long since devoured one another. The Ziyun sect was the strongest, followed by the Suixia sect, while the Feixia sect was the weakest. Even so, the Feixia sect remained the aspiration of the majority of martial artists across the 99 cities of Denzhou. The leader of the Feixia sect was a woman who favored female students during recruitment, resulting in a larger number of female cultivators than male. Denzhou, Feixia Mountain, with its towering peaks stretching for miles and rich in spiritual energy. The entirety of Feixia Mountain fell within the jurisdiction of the Feixia sect. At the entrance of the Feixia sect, hundreds of young men and women were lined up, waiting to register. Lu Chen and his companions arrived, weary from their journey. So many people. Wanner gazed at the long line. Her curiosity piqued. In Denzhou's 99 cities, 3 candidates are admitted from each city, totaling around 300 participants. Naturally, there would be a crowd on the day of admission. Lu Chen explained. Disembarking from their horses, the trio joined the queue. It was long before another individual arrived. A young man adorned in fine clothing, bedecked with gold and silver, strutting with an air of arrogance. Unmistakably a spoiled rich kid, he bypassed the line altogether, striding directly towards the front. As he passed by Wanner, he suddenly halted, his eyes hungrily fixating on her as if he had found his prey. Chapter 32. The transformation of true essence into fire. Upon witnessing the lascivious gaze of the young man, Wanner felt a surge of revulsion and instinctively shifted to the side of Lu Chen. However, the young man, undeterred, approached with a grin and said, "I am Lai Ren. May I inquire the name of my little junior sister?" Wanner merely lowered her head, ignoring him entirely as if she had heard nothing. "You two must be here to register for admission, right? Come, follow me. There's no need to queue." Lai Ren disregarded Lu Chen, who stood beside Wanner, and brazenly reached out to grab her. Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. Initially, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications, but Lai Ren's audacity was intolerable. It was imperative to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of the title of a man. Just as Lu Chen raised his finger, someone else intervened, delivering a resounding slap that left Lai Ren dazed. The assailant was none other than Zhang Qingbin. "Get lost?" Zhang Qingbin barked. "You dare strike me? I will make you regret it." Fuming, Lai Ren unleashed his full aura, revealing himself to be at the 2nd level of true essence realm, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at Zhang Qingbin. Unyielding, Zhang Qingbin countered, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. As both were at the same level, the air was filled with the sound of whistling fists and explosive impacts, drawing the attention of other martial artists waiting to register. "Isn't that Lai Ren, the son of the Grand Alchemy Pavilion's master? What is he doing fighting here?" murmured the crowd. "I heard he was accepted into Feixia sect, but it's odd. He is notorious as a lecher in Dengzhou. How could Feixia sect admit someone like him? He has connections in Feixia. His brother, Lai Xiang, is an inner disciple, so he has protection. Sighs of concern filled the air as onlookers recognized Lai Ren, speculating about the trouble Zhang Qingbin would soon face. Before long, the fight concluded, with Zhang Qingbin landing a punch that left Lai Ren on the ground, unable to rise. Although their realms were equal, their strengths were vastly different. Zhang Qingbin had painstakingly cultivated his way to the second level of true essence realm, solidifying his foundation, while Lai Ren's unstable power was clearly a result of relying on resources rather than true skill. "Who dares to fight here?" boomed a stern voice as a young man in a blue robe strode forward. Outer disciples wore light blue. Inner disciples donned royal blue, while only true disciples sported deep blue. The appearance of the blue-robed youth silenced the crowd immediately. He bore a resemblance to Lai Ren, his gaze equally disdainful. Warner whispered to Lu Chen, "Here comes his brother, an inner disciple. This will surely stir up trouble." Helplessly, Lu Chen smiled and turned to Zhang Qingbin, instructing, "Do not speak or move." "Leave everything to me, that's unacceptable," Zhang Qingbin replied, recognizing their precarious situation but shaking his head defiantly. "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. I will not cower. If you refuse to cower, should I take on that role instead?" Zhang Qingbin was momentarily speechless. With Lu Chen's words, he found himself at a loss. Zhang Qingbin's courage and loyalty had earned Lu Chen's respect. Yet he knew the arrival of the other party's backing meant Zhang Qingbin could not afford to take further risks, lest he jeopardize his future. Having fought hard to secure Zhang Qingbin's opportunity to enter the martial door, Lu Chen did not wish to see it all go to waste. "Brother," Lai Ren cried, clinging to the blue-robed youth's leg, "I have been bullied. You must help me take revenge." The blue-robed youth was indeed Lai Ren's brother, Lai Xiang. "Useless wretch," Lai Xiang scolded, glaring at Lai Ren before coldly demanding, "Who struck my brother?" "I did," Lu Chen replied, his tone unperturbed. "It wasn't him. It was this guy," Lai Ren shouted, pointing accusingly at Zhang Qingbin. A resounding slap echoed as Lai Xiang struck Lai Ren across the face, sending several teeth flying into the air. Lai Ren spun from the force, a handprint now adorning his right cheek. The suddenness of the blow left him momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. "Now it's my turn," Lu Chen said, flicking his wrist and smiling. "You seek death?" Lai Xiang roared, raising his hand to condense a palm strike that shot towards Lu Chen like lightning. With a simple raise of his hand, Lu Chen countered with a finger strike that shattered Lai Xiang's attack. The force of his finger continued onward, aimed directly at Lai Xiang. "Impudent!" Lai Xiang's eyes widened in fury. His casual strike held only 60 to 70% of his strength, meant to incapacitate Lu Chen, yet he never anticipated Lu Chen could shatter his palm strike and dare to counterattack. "How dare you?" Lai Xiang bellowed, his aura erupting as he revealed his true essence realm at the 9th level. A wave of scorching energy emanated from him, shattering Lu Chen's finger strike and sweeping outward. The crowd gasped and retreated in fear of being scorched. "You have successfully enraged me, but you shall pay dearly for it," Lai Xiang declared, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He unleashed another palm strike, this one ignited with flames, an attack infused with true fire. In the true essence realm, there are 3 critical thresholds, each introducing a new ability and drastically altering combat capabilities. The first threshold encompasses levels 1 to 3, where true essence enters the body, augmenting strength. The second threshold spans levels 4 to 6, allowing for external projection of true essence and long-range attacks. The third threshold includes levels 7 to 9, enabling the transformation of true essence into fire, inflicting harm through flames. Lai Xiang, at the 9th level of true essence realm, had refined his true fire to a pure state, capable of melting stone. Should his flames touch someone below the 7th level of true essence realm, they would be incinerated in an instant. This was a lethal fiery palm, sending shockwaves through the air, turning flora to ash, and locking onto its target, rendering escape impossible. Lu Chen's expression turned grave as he gathered his strength to unleash his most formidable finger strike. Boom! The finger strike collided with the fiery palm, erupting in a deafening explosion. The shockwave sent bystanders tumbling as the two forces shattered each other. However, while the fiery palm dissipated, the true fire remained. The flames traced a fiery arc through the air, striking Lu Chen. Whoosh! The true fire ignited upon contact, transforming Lu Chen into a human torch. "Young master," Warner gasped, her heart wrenching in despair as tears streamed down her face. She lunged toward Lu Chen, determined to join him in death if he perished. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands gripped her shoulders tightly. Lu Chen said it would be handled by him. We must not act recklessly. Zhang Qingbin's voice was choked with emotion, his hands trembling as anxiety for Lu Chen consumed him. The surrounding crowd sighed, knowing a powerful new disciple was about to fall, a loss for Feisha sect. They recognized that Lai Xiang's palm strike possessed over 100,000 pounds of force. Despite being at the second level of true essence realm, Lu Chen had neutralized Lai Xiang's strike with a single finger, showcasing extraordinary strength. Even Lai Xiang, who had the upper hand, could not conceal his astonishment. He had unleashed 13,000 pounds of force, yet it was effortlessly countered. How can this boy, who is 7 realms lower than me, possess such immense strength? Is he a reincarnated deity of strength? What is it like to be burned by true fire? Is it painful? Is it pleasurable? At that moment, Lai Ren trembled, laughing heartily, the red imprint on his face wobbling comically. It doesn't hurt. It's quite delightful. From within the flames, a hearty laugh echoed. Chapter 33. Charred, go ahead and boast. Soon you'll be reduced to cinders and won't feel a thing. Lai Ren taunted, relishing the anticipation of witnessing Lu Chen turn to ash. Very well, as you wish. Soon someone will indeed become a pile of charred remains. Within the fiery mass, a voice of disdain emerged. Despite Lai Xiang's formidable true fire, it could not harm Lu Chen. Rather, it was consumed by him. More precisely, it was devoured by the flame dragon vein. At the moment the true fire struck, Lu Chen enveloped himself in soul power, igniting it to form a protective barrier of soul fire. In the martial world, flames are categorized into 6 levels: kindling, true fire, soul fire, beast fire, earth fire, and heaven fire. Before the might of soul fire, true fire was rendered ineffective, merely burning outside the barrier without touching Lu Chen's garments. While soul fire was potent, it could not incinerate living beings, as it was the fire of the soul, non-offensive in nature. Its primary use was in alchemy, serving as a defense against true fire. However, Lu Chen had not anticipated its efficacy would be so remarkable. At that moment, the flame dragon vein suddenly raised its head, opening wide to consume the external true fire. Due to his current realm, Lu Chen had yet to reach the level of transforming true essence into fire, thus could not produce true fire himself. However, once the flame dragon vein absorbed it, the external true fire was stored within, ready for Lu Chen's utilization. As the flame dragon vein devoured the true fire rapidly, the fiery mass diminished, and Lu Chen's features became increasingly distinct amidst the flames. Suddenly, a spark shot forth from the mass, striking Lai Ren in a most sensitive area. Whoosh! The true fire ignited upon contact, engulfing Lai Ren's lower half in flames. Ah! Lai Ren screamed in agony, jolting back to reality. Lai Xiang, alarmed, rushed forward, using true essence to extinguish the flames engulfing Lai Ren. Although Lai Ren's life was saved, his lower half was left charred, the scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. My dumb, why little ancestor is gone. Lai Ren gazed mournfully at his scorched area, bursting into tears. Thank heavens, you are unharmed, Lai Xiang comforted, hastily shoving a pill into Lai Ren's mouth to alleviate his pain. Only then did he exhale in relief, grateful for his quick intervention. Otherwise, the true fire would have spread, and his brother's life would have been forfeit. Exactly, as long as you're safe, that part can be replaced. It's better to be a eunuch than not at all. You know, being a eunuch can also lead to a promising future. A voice interjected with a sneer. At that moment, the fiery mass dissipated, revealing Lu Chen, unscathed and smiling at the crowd's astonishment. Everyone was taken aback, eyes wide. That was true fire at the 9th level of the true essence realm. Even a warrior of the same rank would be left in disarray after being struck. Yet Lu Chen stood unharmed, a true prodigy. Strong individuals always garnered admiration. Among the crowd, several young women began to harbor feelings for Lu Chen. Of course, Wanner and Zhang Qingbin were overjoyed, their hearts soaring. On Feisha Mountain, at its highest peak, shrouded in mist, numerous figures flickered in and out of view. Eyes like lightning pierced through the haze, fixating on Lu Chen. This young man, though not high in realm, possesses extraordinary strength and is unafraid of true fire. He can be considered a genius, an ancient voice echoed, slowly stating, Elder Pan, Why do you still claim this young man is worthless? This child has zero talent and an unranked martial vein. Under normal circumstances, he is akin to a waste. It is said that both his dantian and martial vein were damaged, yet not completely. His cultivation remains, but I question whether he can progress in the future, Pan Chuanyan's uncertain voice responded. This child possesses the strength to contend with those at the 9th level of true essence realm. He is worthy of entering the inner sect, another voice proclaimed. This assertion silenced the clouded figures, indicating dissent among them. Leave this matter to me, a woman with a magnetic voice interjected, breaking the silence. Her tone laced with excitement. Everyone, follow me down the mountain. I shall welcome my true disciple with the utmost ceremony. With that, many figures emerged from the mist, descending the mountain in haste. Meanwhile, Lai Run, seeing Lu Chen unscathed, was left utterly dumbfounded, his tongue tripping over itself in disbelief. You. What is it like to be burned by true fire? Is it painful? Is it pleasurable? Lu Chen chuckled, mirroring Lai Ren's earlier taunts. You did this. You treacherous scoundrel. You used true fire to burn my vital parts, leaving me without heirs. Lai Ren sputtered, finally regaining his composure, trembling with rage as he pointed at Lu Chen. Do not slander me. We are of the same realm, and I have not yet cultivated true fire. How could I have burned you with it? Lu Chen adamantly denied it, refusing to admit anything, determined to vex Lai Ren until he could take no more. You must have used true fire. If not, how could you emerge unscathed after being burned? Lai Ren shouted in frustration. Well, Lu Chen scratched his nose, smiling lightly. I was born unafraid of fire. Do you believe that? I believe you are full of nonsense. Lai Ren, now furious, turned to Lai Xiang, shouting, Brother, kill him. Help me kill him. The commotion attracted attention from the mountain, and Lai Xiang cautioned, I cannot engage with him further. It would be inconvenient. Lai Xiang gripped Lai Ren tightly, whispering, register first, then seek treatment. I will find a chance to eliminate this brat. I came to Feisha sect to pursue women, but now I've been turned into a eunuch. I want to go home. I need to find father to cure me. Lai Ren fumed, casting a venomous glare at Lu Chen. Brother, do not kill him. That would be too merciful. I cannot swallow this grievance. Capture him for me. I want to castrate him and make him suffer. Let him wish for death. With that, Lai Ren limped away. I am an inner disciple of Feisha sect. Lai Xiang. Lai Xiang's expression darkened. His gaze filled with murderous intent. He chose not to act further, realizing the opponent was too peculiar. To be on par in strength was one thing, but to remain unscathed by true fire was simply abnormal. For the moment, he could not contend with Lu Chen. Continuing would only alert the higher-ups of Feisha sect, including the sect leader, which would lead to considerable trouble. Feisha sect was not his family's establishment. If the elders discovered his brother was the troublemaker, they would not protect him. He knew well the nature of his brother. With a strikingly beautiful girl beside Lu Chen, it was highly likely that his brother had attempted to harass her. I am the head of the registration for new disciples. All newcomers must pass through my scrutiny. Lai Xiang continued to glare at Lu Chen with murderous eyes, inquiring, You are here to register? Yes? What is your name? Do you possess a registration token? My name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen met Lai Xiang's gaze fearlessly, slowly producing the registration token left for him by Pan Qingyan. Lai Xiang snatched the token, glancing at it before sneering, a native of Shuangmu City. That little town is devoid of spiritual energy, its feng shui poor, producing only martial trash. And where do you hail from? Lu Chen retorted, I am a noble native of Dengzhou. I am not someone of your rural status. Lai Xiang stood proudly, as if he were superior, yet he inadvertently drew the ire of many. Among the hundreds of new disciples present, the vast majority were not from Dengzhou. Like Lu Chen, they hailed from various small towns. By deriding Lu Chen as a country bumpkin, he also insulted them, and it was no surprise they would resent Lai Xiang. Earlier, I encountered a native of Dengzhou, and his character was truly ha. Lu Chen continued to exchange glances with Lai Xiang, mocking, that individual was a lecher, now reduced to a eunuch. Such excellence is beyond my rural status. Chapter 34. How did you do it? Ha. Lu Chen's sarcasm struck a chord, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. Is that so? Lai Xiang. You boast of the nobility of Dengzhou, yet your brother is a lecherous scoundrel, a true embodiment of depravity. How does that align with your claim of superiority? Lai Xiang nearly choked on Lu Chen's words, witnessing the collective laughter of hundreds of new disciples, nearly reaching the brink of fury. Under normal circumstances, he would have exploded, undoubtedly resorting to violence. However, with the attention of those on the mountain, he dared not act recklessly. With sharp wit and a keen tongue, "I wonder how long you can keep up this charade," Lai Xiang huffed in irritation, turning to stride towards the registration desk, where he tossed Lu Chen's entry token to a disciple responsible for the process. "Attend to this brat first, scrutinize him carefully. Should any issues arise, revoke his entry qualification, so soon to settle a personal score." Lu Chen approached, speaking in a calm tone. "And what of it? Go ahead and bite me." Lai Xiang laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. After having been choked by Lu Chen's retorts, he was nearly at his wits' end. Having finally seen Lu Chen stumble, how could he not revel in the moment? Ah, a piercing scream echoed across the heavens. "Pa pa pa. Foul. Just how depraved must one be for even flesh to reek?" Lu Chen spat out a sizable chunk of human flesh, then grabbed a water skin to rinse his mouth, disdainfully mocking the situation. Earlier, Lai Xiang had let his guard down in his hubris, only for Lu Chen to seize the opportunity. Lu Chen was ruthless, sinking his teeth into Lai Xiang's arm, tearing away a significant piece of flesh. Silence fell over the scene. All present were left dumbfounded. What was Lu Chen doing? Was he really resorting to biting in a dispute? Must it be so terrifying? "Lu Chen, are you courting death?" Lai Xiang roared in fury, his aura erupting, the violent essence of his true energy enveloping him, resembling a frenzied beast on the brink of unleashing chaos. "Courting death? Have I? You were the one who dared me to bite." Lu Chen shrugged innocently, his palms upturned. "Several hundred witnesses heard your words. They can attest to my innocence. I stake my life on it." I indeed heard Lai Xiang urge Lu Chen to bite him. Zhang Qingbin spoke gravely, stepping forward to corroborate. "I heard it too." Lai Xiang said just that, Warner added, joining in the testimony. Soon, hundreds echoed their agreement, rallying behind Lu Chen. His audacity and strength as a newcomer of Fei Xia sect had naturally garnered him support. Indeed, I listened intently. Brother Lai Xiang did indeed utter those words, so unexpected. I never imagined Brother Lai Xiang had such a peculiar desire to invite others to bite him. "I'm impressed, Brother Lai Xiang. Would you like to be bitten again?" "I can oblige." Voices chimed in from the crowd. It was uncertain whether they were testifying or mocking. Regardless, Lai Xiang's earlier derision of Lu Chen had offended nearly everyone present. Now the consequences had arrived. Amid the cacophony, Lai Xiang found himself at a loss. Wanting to weep but unable to, he longed to retaliate. Yet these newcomers were the fresh blood of Fei Xia sect. He couldn't possibly eradicate them all. As for the instigator Lu Chen, he was the most loathsome, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. Yet, despite his ire, Lai Xiang ultimately bit his tongue. It was laughable. Lu Chen possessed the strength to contend with him. So what significance did it hold for Lai Xiang to retaliate? "Brother Lai Xiang, we have a situation." A disciple from the registration desk raised Lu Chen's entry token. Lu Chen, hailing from Shuangmu City, possesses 0 talent, and his martial pulse is unranked, currently at the 2nd level of True Essence realm. The entry token bore restrictions, and upon using a special tool to lift these constraints, one could probe its contents with divine sense. Naturally, Lu Chen's information was left by Pan Qingyan. 0 talent. Lai Xiang was both astonished and delighted, snatching the entry token to inspect it with his divine sense. Moments later, he burst into laughter, his face aglow with joy. Indeed, a talent of 0, with an unranked martial pulse. What a rare specimen. Lai Xiang turned, squinting disdainfully at Lu Chen. "So you're Lu? I had thought you a martial prodigy. Yet you're nothing but a martial waste, deluding yourself into thinking you could join Fei Xia sect. What a pipe dream." The crowd gasped, a wave of commotion rippling through them. 0 talent. Did that not imply he possessed a Dantian equivalent to having none? An unranked martial pulse. Was it so lowly it couldn't even qualify as yellow tier? To have such abysmal aptitude, how could his combat power be so formidable? Perhaps he relied on resources to bolster his strength. What a pity. I previously thought him a remarkable prodigy, yet hundreds of young men and women whispered among themselves, rife with speculation. However, at that moment, some of the young women who had previously admired Lu Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. "You may deem me a prodigy or a waste. I possess Elder Pan's entry token. Do you dare deny me entry?" Lu Chen regarded Lai Xiang with a look of derision, recognizing that this fool was oblivious to the situation. Destined to meet a grim fate, he had claimed victory at the recruitment ceremony, defeating a warrior of the 6th level of true essence realm. Which of the 3 great martial sects would not wish to enroll him? Were it not for his quest to find his father, he would have gone directly to the capital with Zhu Feichen. The Xintian Biezong, the sacred ground of cultivation in the Yoming dynasty, was far more appealing. Initially, he had chosen Feixia sect, and Elder Pan was positively elated to welcome him. How could a mere inner disciple like Lai Xiang dare to act against him? Moreover, Wanner. If he were not accepted, Wanner would undoubtedly follow suit. By the way, Elder Pan mentioned that Wanner had a destined connection with the sect leader. Should Lai Xiang truly dare to act on this, the sect leader would surely have his bones crushed. Elder Pan is Elder Pan, and I am I. Lai Xiang chuckled sinisterly. We at Feixia sect have regulations. Those with less than 3-star talent are not permitted entry. I am merely following protocol, and no one can challenge my authority. In truth, even if Lu Chen's talent met the requirements, Lai Xiang would have concocted another reason to deny him entry. As long as Lu Chen remained outside, he would not be a disciple of Feixia sect, and thus the sect would not protect him. Once Lu Chen departed, Lai Xiang would immediately summon his comrades to ambush Lu Chen, seeking revenge against his brother. Not even Elder Pan would be spared his disdain. Your audacity knows no bounds, a stern voice rang out, and upon hearing it, Lai Xiang's spirit plummeted. The speaker was none other than Pan Qingyan. Accompanying her were several high-ranking members of Feixia sect, along with a few true disciples who had emerged from their secluded training. Please, Elder Pan, restrain your anger. Lai Xiang quickly knelt, filled with profound regret. Had he known Elder Pan would descend, he would have dared not speak so recklessly. This elder held a high status within Feixia sect and had a notoriously volatile temperament, definitely not someone to provoke. Moreover, he was perplexed, as traditionally, new disciples were overseen by inner disciples, and the higher-ups rarely made an appearance. What was different today? All the elders had come out, including those who had been in seclusion for rigorous training. Was it truly because of his scuffle with Lu Chen? Elder Pan, Lai Xiang was merely adhering to the sect's rules. He committed no wrongdoing, so why unleash your wrath? A middle-aged elder spoke up in defense of Lai Xiang. Elder Fong, you need not protect Lai Xiang. I observed everything from the mountain, and he is clearly in the wrong, Pan Qingyan interjected, her tone direct and unyielding, offering no respect to the elder. Elder Fong fell silent, his expression darkening that moment. A woman clad in a robe adorned with azure trees stepped forward, bypassing Lai Xiang to approach Lu Chen. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with delicate features and an alluring presence. Her brow marked with 2 green leaves, exuding a mature charm. I have encountered many martial prodigies in my lifetime, yet today, I am truly astounded. Your combat prowess is astonishing, managing to contend with an opponent 7 realms above you. How did you achieve this? Chapter 35. I oppose. Lu Chen gazed at the woman silently, withholding his response. It was rumored that the leader of Feixia sect was a woman, and in Lu Chen's imagination, this sect leader ought to be an elderly figure. However, the stunning woman before him was significantly younger than he had anticipated. Until he confirmed her identity, he chose to remain silent. Lu Chen, this is our sect leader, Miao Yin, Pan Qingyan promptly clarified. Disciple Lu Chen pays respect to the sect leader. Only upon receiving confirmation did Lu Chen clasp his fists and bow earnestly to Miao Yin. You are quite discerning and unyielding in battle. You are indeed a formidable character. Miao Yin smiled gently, her pearly teeth revealed like flowers in bloom. Lu Chen was at a loss for how to respond to such praise, opting instead to remain silent. Elder Pan remarked, your dantian and martial pulse have been rendered useless. Your talent diminished, yet your combat strength is remarkable, leaving others in confusion. Miao Yin regarded Lu Chen with calmness, stating, of course, everyone harbors their own secrets, and I have no desire to pry into yours. Rest assured. Thank you, sect leader, Lu Chen replied, secretly relieved. Should the sect leader pursue his secrets, he would be forced to fabricate excuses, a tiring endeavor he wished to avoid. However, there is one matter I must confirm. Can you still cultivate? Yes. How much time do you estimate it will take to break through to the 3rd level of true essence realm? Lu Chen hesitated before glancing at Feixia Mountain, inhaling deeply the aura of heaven and earth, then slowly exhaling 2 words. 3 days, 3 days? The crowd fell silent in disbelief. Were it not for the sect leader's presence, Many would have scoffed at the notion. Tio break through a minor realm in just 3 days. Who would believe such a claim? Perhaps in the body refinement realm, it might be plausible. Yet, they remained unaware that Lu Chen, wishing to avoid boasting, had intentionally downplayed his expectations. The spiritual energy of Fei Xiao Mountain was exponentially richer than that of Shuangmu City. Lu Chen believed that once he activated the 9 dragons returning to one technique, with the abundance of energy, he could potentially achieve a breakthrough in just 3 hours. 3 days. I shall remember that. Miao Yin maintained her smile, her eyes sparkling as she inquired further. You have a scheduled duel with Jiang Yao of Ziyun sect, yet you are a whole realm below him. Do you have confidence in breaking through to the transformation realm within 6 months? No, but I am confident I can defeat him. Lu Chen's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence, as if victory were already assured. Indeed, he practiced a supreme technique and possessed formidable alchemy skills. Provided that the spiritual energy of Fei Xiao Mountain was abundant, his realm would surely advance rapidly within 6 months. Even if he could not reach the transformation realm, his prowess within the true essence realm would still be considerable. Furthermore, he utilized celestial-grade battle techniques, augmented by profound ancient runes and powerful spiritual energy. If he could not best Jiang Yao under such circumstances, he might as well give up on martial pursuits altogether. Jiang Yao was a true disciple of Ziyun sect, currently at the 2nd level of the transformation realm, boasting a martial pulse ranked 17th on the Xin tier list, with terrifying combat strength and a record of defeating opponents beyond his realm. Your combat strength is indeed remarkable, yet Jiang Yao is equally formidable. Moreover, he has a significant realm advantage over you. Can you truly catch up within 6 months? Young man, do not overreach. Concentrate on steady cultivation, and success will eventually follow. Voices of skepticism arose among the elders. Clearly, these seasoned experts did not hold Lu Chen in high regard. The other disciples felt similarly, convinced Lu Chen was merely dreaming. Miao Yin, however, appeared unfazed, her attention shifting past Lu Chen to Wanner. Come here. Miao Yin beckoned Wanner with a warm smile. Wanner approached, bowing gracefully. I shall examine your martial pulse. Do not be alarmed. Miao Yin extended her jade hand, gently resting it on Wanner's wrist, her divine sense probing within. Moments later, a look of uncontainable joy adorned Miao Yan's delicate features. Indeed, a spirit tree martial pulse, and of the highest caliber, an exceptional talent, worthy of inheriting my legacy. Sect leader Miao announced to the assembly, Shaowan has a fateful connection with me. I shall take her as my disciple and promote her as a true disciple. Congratulations, sect leader. The elders chorused in unison. They had anticipated this development. Otherwise, they would not have descended the mountain to welcome Miao Yan. Wanner possessed a celestial-grade spirit tree martial pulse, sharing a rare lineage with the sect leader's own martial pulse. It was evident that Wanner was the most suitable candidate to inherit the sect leader's true legacy. It would have been strange had Miao Yin not taken her as a disciple. The other disciples quickly followed suit in offering their congratulations, though many remained unaware of the full context, leaving them astounded. Particularly the hundreds of new disciples, who were left in a haze of confusion and overwhelming envy towards Wanner. Typically, newcomers began as outer disciples. They would only ascend to inner disciples once their cultivation improved. Only upon reaching the transformation realm could one qualify as a true disciple. In truth, most would spend their lives as outer disciples, as entering the inner sect was exceedingly difficult, let alone becoming a true disciple. Wanner had instantly risen to the status of a true disciple. An extraordinary leap. The astonishment wasn't limited to the newcomers. Even Lai Xiang was envious, and what of that young master? Yet, Wanner did not exhibit any signs of joy. Instead, she looked towards Lu Chen. Him? Miao Yin chuckled, stating, he will undoubtedly join my sect, but his circumstances are contentious. Let us categorize him based on his realm. Given his current standing, he should enter as an outer disciple. Then Wanner cannot become a true disciple. She must serve the young master as an outer disciple. Wanner quickly shook her head, insisting that wherever Lu Chen went, she would follow. Otherwise, pursuing martial arts would hold no meaning. This? Miao Yin was taken aback, understanding that Wanner was Lu Chen's maid, yet she hadn't expected Wanner to be so devoted, forsaking her bright future to serve Lu Chen. Such loyalty was indeed rare. I have decided. I will also make Lu Chen a true disciple, under Elder Pan's tutelage. Miao Yin proclaimed without hesitation, announcing yet another astonishing decision. The crowd erupted in uproar. Many bore expressions of discontent, though they dared not voice their opinions. If Lu Chen were to enter the inner sect, there might be little to contest, given his displayed strength. However, the criteria for true disciples were stringent, the foremost being that one must reach the transformation realm. Yet Lu Chen was merely at the second level of true essence realm, rendering him unqualified. All eyes turned upon Lu Chen, a mix of envy, jealousy, outrage, and ridicule swirling in the air. Yet one individual stood apart in his reaction. Lai Xiang. Lai Xiang trembled with rage, feeling utterly resentful yet terrified. With Lu Chen as a true disciple, he would be unable to seek vengeance for his brother, and his own position would be in jeopardy. Lu Chen could easily leverage his status to suppress him, making his life unbearable within Fei Xia sect. However, the elders remained impassive, no one voicing any objections. The elders knew all too well the nature of their sect leader. Once she resolved to do something, no one could dissuade her. Having decided upon Wanner, she would go to any lengths to keep her by her side. I oppose. Chapter 36. Step of the Radiant Light. All eyes turned towards the dissenter, who turned out to be Lu Chen. Everyone was left bewildered, unsure of how to respond to Lu Chen's opposition. No one else had voiced dissent. Yet here was Lu Chen, opposing the very notion of becoming a true disciple. Was he out of his mind? After all, becoming a true disciple meant stepping into the upper echelons of Fei Xia sect, enjoying an exalted status, and receiving the mentorship of an elder. What was not to love? Not a thing. For Lu Chen, it was anything but appealing. Unlike Wanner, whose situation was unique, he glanced at the true disciples standing behind the elders, all exuding terrifying auras, each one at the transformation realm. If he were to blend in with them, how could he hold his head high in the future? With a lesser realm and inferior combat strength, he had no desire to associate with those true disciples. Such a life would be exhausting. He had come to Fei Xia sect merely as a transitional phase. Why would he want to complicate things? This title of true disciple was not one he desired at all. The matter decided by the sect leader is not open to debate. Miao Yan's brows knitted slightly. Her voice, though not loud, brimmed with authority. Sect leader, I appreciate your goodwill, but I find this title of true disciple to be unjust and unworthy. I do not wish to bear it, and I hope you will not compel me. Lu Chen's tone was resolute as he turned to Wanner. You should accompany the sect leader. You need not serve me any longer. Young master does not want Wanner. Wanner was taken aback. I am in the realm of martial arts. One must seize the day. If you do not solidify your foundation while young, you will struggle to progress in the future, Lu Chen explained. Martial arts are of little consequence. Wanner desires only to follow and serve the young master. Wanner insisted fervently. Silly girl, you must cultivate diligently under the sect leader to enhance your prowess. Otherwise, how can you keep pace with me? Lu Chen chuckled, playfully poking Wanner on the forehead. Wanner understood. Wanner, endowed with exceptional intelligence, immediately comprehended Lu Chen's intentions. She realized that in order to accompany him on the path of martial arts, she must strengthen herself. Otherwise, she would lack even the qualifications to serve him. Master, Wanner has a request. Wanner turned towards Miao Yan, bowing gracefully once more. I am aware of your request, and I can fulfill it, Miao Yan replied, her gaze towards Wanner growing increasingly fond, as if she were gazing upon her own daughter, her eyes filled with affection. Naturally, Miao Yan had already guessed what Wanner desired. Lu Chen, I retract your promotion. You shall enter the outer sect first. With these words, many felt a sense of equilibrium restored. Lai Xiang was particularly exhilarated. Entering the outer sect is splendid. Once you do, I will have my fun with you. However, the elders felt a sense of melancholy. The master had always been resolute. Once words were spoken, they were as irrevocable as spilled water. Yet now, for the sake of Wanner, what precedents had been broken? What waters had been retracted? I wish to enter the inner sect. Lu Chen glanced at Lai Xiang, who remained prostrated on the ground, too intimidated to rise, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Lai Xiang, oh Lai Xiang, how shameless you are to latch onto me. It's only a matter of time before I beat you to your senses. I may not be a true inner disciple, but don't rejoice too soon. With my combat prowess, entering the inner sect is certainly within my reach. In terms of status, we are all equal. As for strength, we may be even now, but that will not hold true forever. When the time comes, we shall see who prevails. Agreed, Miao Yan declared decisively. Countless envious gazes turned towards Lu Chen at that moment. Many young men felt a surge of admiration, A true warrior ought to be like Lu Chen. Talent is not the most critical factor. The ability to cultivate is paramount. To enter the sect is to enter the inner sanctum, a starting point enviably high. Several young women reignited their fondness for Lu Chen. He was powerful yet humble, refusing to exploit connections to become a true disciple, instead opting for the inner sect that suited him best. Such a man is a rarity in this world. The proud true disciples could not help but re-evaluate Lu Chen, their perspectives shifting. The reason was simple. Had Lu Chen truly been a true disciple, he would have faced their scorn and disdain. Lack of strength in such a circle would be self-degradation. Yet Lu Chen had not taken that route, thus earning the goodwill of many true disciples. Subsequently, Miao Yin took Wanner away, engaging in light conversation as they walked. Your young master is quite astute. Indeed, he has always been intelligent since childhood. You are not lacking either. Wanner is but a fraction of the young master's worth. As the master and Wanner gradually departed, the crowd slowly regained their composure. Enough staring. Return to your tasks. The new entrance shall continue. Pan Xingyin called out, leaning on her cane and surveying the surroundings. The only inner disciple present was Lai Xiang. So she instructed, Lai Xiang, complete Lu Chen's registration and lead him into the inner sect, arrange his accommodations, and distribute his necessities. Yes. Lai Xiang replied promptly, rising to personally assist Lu Chen with the registration, even preparing his identity token. Thank you, Elder Pan. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. You have a duel with Jiang Yao. Focus on your cultivation in the inner sect and avoid any mischief. Pan Xingyin, perceiving Lu Chen's rebellious nature, kindly cautioned him. The younger generation must practice self-discipline. Lu Chen nodded and followed Lai Xiang. Upon entering the mountain gates, they crossed into the outer sect's domain, where the spiritual energy surged around them. Far denser than that outside, Lu Chen immediately recognized that Feixia sect had a formation in place to contain the spiritual energy. How does it feel? The spiritual energy here is significantly richer than what you find in your rural home, isn't it? Lai Xiang shot Lu Chen a cold glance, mocking him. Indeed, there are more idiots, Lu Chen retorted without a second thought. Lai Xiang was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his own words, uncertain how to respond, and fell silent as he led the way. The outer sect covered a vast expanse. It would take them 300 miles to traverse from the outer to the inner sect. Both possessed cultivation, and they dashed forward like the wind. However, as they ran, a silent competition ensued. Speed is not solely a matter of strength, but also of cultivation level. Lai Xiang's cultivation far surpassed Lu Chen's. Thus his speed was naturally greater. In the first 100 miles, Lai Xiang easily distanced himself from Lu Chen, frequently returning to hurl taunts. Hey, haven't you eaten? Why are you getting slower? Aren't you supposed to be tough? Why can't you keep up? I'm not even running that fast. Why can't you catch up? Lai Xiang's scornful jabs ignited Lu Chen's ire. As he ran, Lu Chen searched his memory for a method to enhance his speed. At long last, he stumbled upon a fragmented technique. The light step. This technique, though lacking its latter half, belonged to a high tier of the heavenly grade. Its preliminary application remained unaffected. Lu Chen immediately began to channel the technique's principles, directing his true essence through his meridians and progressively unlocking several critical acupoints, thereby enhancing his speed. Initially, Lu Chen's velocity soared like an arrow, narrowing the gap between him and Lai Xiang to mere miles. By the time they reached the 200-mile mark, Lu Chen's speed mirrored that of a tempest, and he ran alongside Lai Xiang. What on earth? Did you take something? How did your speed increase so drastically? Lai Xiang's face was a mask of astonishment, struggling to believe his own eyes. Yet no matter how fast he tried to go, Lu Chen kept pace. I took a long-lasting lightning pill. Do you believe me? Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips. Let us wager, shall we? Who reaches the inner sect first? Lai Xiang snorted derisively, trying to bait Lu Chen into a bet. He was 7 minor realms ahead of Lu Chen, and his speed would undoubtedly crush him. The sudden surge in Lu Chen's speed could only be attributed to some kind of enhancement, but he had never heard of such a pill as a lightning pill. Surely, Lu Chen was fabricating tales. However, any pill that boosted strength or speed was inherently temporary, with a time limit. Such pills could not be consumed indefinitely. After one dose, a period of rest was required, and subsequent doses would yield no effect. He was confident that Lu Chen's speed enhancement was merely a fleeting show-off, destined to fade. What shall we wager? Our lives. Chapter 37. Life on the line. Lu Chen scoffed.
Li Xiang was a fool. If anyone were to lose, they would not be sacrificing their lives. Neither Li Xiang nor Lu Chen would do such a thing. To suggest it was utterly ludicrous. Not interested. Your life isn't worth much. Lu Chen shook his head decisively, delivering another jab. Li Xiang nearly choked again. My life isn't worth much? Is yours? How about this? Whoever loses kneels and calls the other father. Li Xiang's cunning mind conceived a new idea. Not interested. I have no unfilial son. Lu Chen continued to shake his head, unfazed in his retorts. You? Li Xiang was rendered speechless, infuriated by Lu Chen's insolence. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Lu Chen, but he ultimately restrained himself. He could not kill Lu Chen now. He needed to wait for the right moment. Let us be practical. Let us wager 100 mid-grade true essence pills. Li Xiang persisted, attempting to lure Lu Chen into the gamble. Not interested. I've grown tired of even the upper-grade true essence pills, let alone mid-grade. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. You refuse to wager anything. Does that mean you know you will lose? Li Xiang chuckled, increasingly convinced Lu Chen had taken something to enhance his abilities and that he could not sustain it for long. Fool! Let me teach you. To entice someone into a wager, there must be an enticing reward. Otherwise, who would care? Seeing Li Xiang's naivety, Lu Chen felt compelled to guide him, suggesting, if you have any treasures, show them to entice me. If I feel inclined, I may just take the bet. You want to win my treasures? Li Xiang's eyes lit up, but he remained unconcerned. As long as Lu Chen agreed to bet, victory was assured. Li Xiang produced a fist-sized, milky stone, exuding spiritual energy. It was a spirit stone, a low-grade spirit stone, weighing 10 pounds. Li Xiang looked at Lu Chen with a sidelong glance, smugly declaring, You've never seen a spirit stone, have you, country bumpkin? This time, Lu Chen refrained from retorting, as his mind was calculating how much spiritual energy could be refined from 10 pounds of spirit stone. I accept the wager, Lu Chen nodded. What is your stake? Li Xiang inquired. I have no treasures, Lu Chen shrugged. He genuinely possessed nothing of value, but he knew Li Xiang didn't care about his belongings. And no treasures? How about this? If you lose, you'll part with an arm. It was evident that Li Xiang was more interested in harming Lu Chen than anything else. If Lu Chen were to lose an arm, his combat prowess would plummet, and Li Xiang would have the freedom to toy with him at will, avenging his brother whenever he pleased. Should Lu Chen renege, Li Xiang could easily publicize the matter, tarnishing Lu Chen's reputation and forcing the higher-ups of Feixia sect to expel him. No problem, Lu Chen broke into laughter. Finally, Li Xiang had taken the bait. Li Xiang laughed heartily as well. Finally, Lu Chen was in. The two infused a strand of soul intent into each other's identity tokens, which contained all the details of the wager. Should either party attempt to cheat, the other could reveal the soul intent, leading to significant reputational damage. At this point, they were still 100 miles from the inner sect. You take your time. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect. Li Xiang, in high spirits, unleashed his full speed, racing forward like the wind, quickly leaving Lu Chen behind by several miles. Ha ha, Lu Chen, you're done for. Whether you choose to sever your own arm or break your promise, your fate will be the same. Death. You think you can compete with me? You're still too green. The more Li Xiang pondered, the happier he became, laughing heartily as he ran. Talking to yourself and laughing alone, are you unwell? A voice suddenly exploded in Li Xiang's ear. Startled, he turned to see Lu Chen had caught up, running alongside him, regarding him with a look of utter disbelief. You? Li Xiang stammered, confused. What kind of pill did you take? It's been so long, yet you can still run this fast. It's a long-lasting lightning pill. Running for several hours is no issue, Lu Chen replied, a subtle smile on his lips, brimming with mockery. Keep bragging. Soon you'll see how you meet your end. Li Xiang remained unconvinced. No matter how potent Lu Chen's pill was, it could only last a short time. You take your time. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect, Lu Chen echoed Li Xiang's earlier words. With that, he accelerated, vanishing from Li Xiang's view like a flash of lightning. The heavenly grade light step truly was a remarkable technique. The more adept Lu Chen became at utilizing it, the faster he could run. Regrettably, Lu Chen's cultivation was limited, allowing him to only harness a fraction of the technique's potential. Were his cultivation stronger, he could unleash the light step to its utmost, achieving speeds comparable to light itself, covering millions of miles in a single step. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade in front of me. Once your pill's effects wear off, I'll be eager to see your downfall. Lai Xiang remained unconvinced, confident Lu Chen would soon falter, and he would catch up to the slowing Lu Chen. Relishing the opportunity to slap him in the face and revel in his victory, after running 20 miles, he still had not caught sight of Lu Chen. I'm getting close. That kid must be running out of steam up ahead. Lai Xiang believed Lu Chen should be struggling by now. After another 20 miles, still no sign of Lu Chen. No worries, there's still time. That kid must be faltering up ahead. Lai Xiang reassured himself. Another 20 miles passed, and there was still no sign of Lu Chen. Absurd. How can that kid still be running? This defies logic. Lai Xiang began to panic. After yet another 20 miles, he saw no trace of Lu Chen. Lai Xiang was now completely flustered. Could there truly be a long-lasting lightning pill? His father was the head of the Great Pill Pavilion and also a renowned alchemist. He had learned about pills from a young age. While he knew that speed-enhancing pills existed, he had never heard of anything like a lightning pill. Yet Lu Chen's extraordinary performance could only be explained by the existence of such a rare pill. When Lai Xiang finally arrived at the destination, dejected, he found Lu Chen already leisurely waiting at the entrance, as if he had been there for quite some time. Moreover, several inner sect disciples seemed to have gathered, as if awaiting his arrival. Lai Xiang's face darkened immediately. This area was typically devoid of life, so how had so many people suddenly appeared? He then inquired of the gatekeeper disciple, "What is going on?" The disciple replied, "You were racing him in speed, and I was asked to notify everyone of the outcome." The gatekeeper pointed at Lu Chen, adding, "This person possesses an inner sect token and is indeed a new inner disciple. It is credible, therefore, I rang the bell, and many brothers and sisters came out." "You?" Lai Xiang was furious. Lu Chen winning was one thing, but why summon all the inner sect disciples? Was this some sort of performance for their amusement? "You lost?" Lu Chen shot Lai Xiang a sidelong glance, cheerfully interjecting. Lai Xiang struggled to find words, but Lu Chen continued, "I won." He then extended his hand, declaring, "Bring forth the stone." Chapter 38. The most astonishing scene. Lai Xiang raised his hand and tossed the spirit stone, feeling a sharp pang of regret. He had no choice but to comply. With so many witnesses present and Lu Chen's token containing his soul intent, he had no alternative but to hand it over. Or else Lu Chen could reveal his soul intent, leading to his disgrace. In the world of martial arts, reputation is paramount. Without it, one cannot survive. Receiving the spirit stone, Lu Chen laughed heartily, standing up to erase the soul intents from each other's identity tokens. The wager concluded, Lu Chen had gained 10 pounds of low-grade spirit stones, and he was in high spirits as he cheerfully stepped into the inner sect. "Brother, you truly lost? Brother, how could you lose? Brother, you actually lost?" A throng of inner sect disciples surged forward, bombarding Lai Xiang with questions. Lai Xiang possessed considerable talent and was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of true essence, ranking among the top 3 in the inner sect. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would break into the half-step transformation realm within 5 years and the transformation realm within 10, thus qualifying to become a true disciple. Lai Xiang's future was bright, and he was held in high regard by the inner sect elders. The other disciples typically treated him with great respect. However, at that moment, these inner disciples were utterly perplexed as to how their formidable brother Lai Xiang could lose to a newly admitted disciple. They observed Lu Chen closely, who did not appear to be of a higher realm, leaving them baffled as to why Lai Xiang had lost to him. Lai Xiang's face darkened, and he entered the inner sect without sparing them a glance. Too frustrated to engage with his curious peers, he needed to ensure Lu Chen was settled in before he could consider his task complete, as assigned by Pan Qingyan. The inner sect boasted thousands of accommodations, all built into the mountains, with spiritual energy growing denser the closer one got to the peak. "This will be your residence." Lai Xiang led Lu Chen through the accommodation area, eventually finding an old house at the mountain's base, the most remote and least desirable location, and handed it to Lu Chen. "Where's your residence?" Lu Chen inquired, casting a calm glance at Lai Xiang. Lai Xiang was clearly seeking revenge, even though there were several vacant rooms higher up the slope. He refused to give Lu Chen one, instead forcing him into the most inferior, least spiritually enriched dwelling. Lu Chen refrained from lashing out, demonstrating remarkable restraint. "Lift your head and look up the slope." Lai Xiang beamed, pointing towards the middle of the mountain. "Do you see the row of white houses up there? The first one on the left, the largest one, is where I reside. You've just entered the sect and have already offended me. It's generous of me not to have given you a mere shack. You should be grateful, do you understand? Endure and bide your time. When you reach the 9th level of true essence, you will have the right to reside up there. Lai Xiang chuckled, taking pleasure in taunting Lu Chen. Mocking him was a source of amusement, and 3 days, I shall move into that place. Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the row of white houses on the mountainside, speaking with unwavering determination. 3 days, Lai Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. With your talent, 30,000 days would be more plausible. Shall we wager again? Lu Chen chuckled. Please, enter the game. You, Lai Xiang, who feigns compliance while harboring ulterior motives, wish to toy with me, do you? Very well, if we are to play, let us all partake and see who emerges victorious in the end. Another wager? Lai Xiang's expression darkened, his vigilance heightened. This fellow is quite the enigma. Not only did he cause his younger brother significant losses, but he has also inflicted considerable setbacks upon me. I must tread carefully. Do you take me for a fool? Should you summon the sect leader, I would immediately face utter defeat. Lai Xiang shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to fall for Lu Chen's tricks. The sect leader has taken a particular liking to Lu Chen's maid, favoring him immensely. There is a strong possibility that Lu Chen could indeed summon the leader. Relying solely on luck, Lu Chen shifted his gaze to Lai Xiang, observing him as one might a fish in water, and remarked, My luck has always been exceptional. Within 3 days, I shall surely reside above. A gamble on luck, is it? Count me in. Lai Xiang chuckled, seeing Lu Chen not as a cunning adversary, but rather as someone whose mind is slightly askew. The aura in that area is exceedingly dense, and the homes are fully occupied. Who would vacate their residence for you, Lu Chen? Unless the sect leader himself issues a decree, compelling others to relinquish their homes, your remarkable luck will not suffice to secure a dwelling. Do you still possess any spirit stones? Lu Chen scrutinized Lai Xiang, humor dancing in his eyes. Lai Xiang took a deep breath and resolutely produced a spirit stone, roughly the size of a fist, weighing 10 pounds of inferior-grade spirit stone. As he gazed at the stone, a grave expression crossed his face. His father had expended considerable resources to acquire 20 pounds of inferior-grade spirit stones from Zhaodu, intended for his ascension to the semi-spiritual realm. Losing 10 pounds earlier had caused him great distress. He had no intention of using the remaining 10 pounds as a wager. However, this gamble seemed infallible. Not only would he not incur losses, but he could also reclaim his previous spirit stones. 10 pounds against 10 pounds, a fair and reassuring wager. Lu Chen laughed heartily, retrieving the spirit stone to finalize the stakes. Wait, if you lose, you return the spirit stone and forfeit an arm. Lai Xiang's tone was icy, raising the stakes as he harbored intentions of eliminating Lu Chen. Unfair, I refuse to bet. Lu Chen's expression darkened, and he turned to enter the house. Hold on, Lai Xiang called out, producing a third-tier beast core, suggesting, you forfeit an arm. I will add a beast core. How about that? Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he promptly nodded in agreement. With a third-tier beast core as an alchemical catalyst, there would be no need to refine superior-grade spirit pills. He could directly concoct even higher-grade supreme spirit pills. Lai Xiang, oh Lai Xiang, your cunning is truly remarkable. Lu Chen stifled a laugh as he and Lai Xiang inscribed their spiritual signatures on a jade tablet, signaling the official commencement of their wager. This time, without waiting for Lu Chen to make a move, Lai Xiang proactively publicized the bet. Suddenly, the entire inner sect was abuzz with news of this wager, with many believing it was a foregone conclusion that Lu Chen would lose. As one ascended the mountain, the aura thickened. The summit was the domain of the elders, while the area below the mountainside housed the inner sect disciples. Those residing on the mountainside were the elite, all eager to cultivate in the most spiritually dense environment, and none would relinquish their homes for Lu Chen. His defeat was inevitable, and his arm would surely be forfeit. Soon, Lai Xiang had bedding and daily necessities sent over, and Lu Chen officially took residence. The dilapidated house had been uninhabited for an unknown period, shrouded in dust, its interior in disrepair. Yet Lu Chen was indifferent to its condition. He merely cleared the bed, ensuring it was suitable for sitting and lying down. After all, he wouldn't be staying in this forsaken place for long. Subsequently, Lu Chen ventured out to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After all, he was to remain at Fei Xia sect for half a year. He couldn't afford to be directionally challenged. Due to the wager, Lai Xiang refrained from causing Lu Chen any trouble, allowing him to explore unimpeded. When mealtime arrived, Lu Chen dined at the mess hall before returning to his quarters. As night fell, the mountain breeze grew brisk, and the spiritual energy became even more concentrated. An opportune moment to absorb it, Lu Chen opened all the windows and doors, then sat cross-legged, activating the 9 dragons unification technique. Moments later, the flame dragon vein began to draw in spiritual energy, effectively depleting the aura within the room. Then, the flame dragon vein released spirals of suction, voraciously drawing in the spiritual energy from outside. Having practiced the 9 dragons unification technique, Lu Chen had mastered the characteristics of the flame dragon vein and was able to control the intensity of the suction. Thus, he directed the suction to extract only the spiritual energy from the inner sect's mountain peak, avoiding other peaks. Countless dense spiritual energies surged into the room, consumed by the flame dragon vein, only to be replenished anew. An unexpected phenomenon occurred. The spiritual energy began to dwindle. Atop the peak, several elders opened their eyes, peering into the night sky and the mountainside. Many elites turned pale, urgently seeking the cause. Below the mountainside, countless disciples were filled with terror, rushing out to observe. What they beheld left them utterly astounded, a wondrous sight they had never witnessed before. The entire mountain's spiritual energy was cascading downward like a tidal wave, rushing towards a remote, dilapidated house. Chapter 39. Insufficient power. Why is all the spiritual energy flowing to that house? One disciple exclaimed. I've been in the inner sect for decades and have never seen such a bizarre occurrence. That house has been vacant for many years, but today a new disciple moved in. Indeed, it is that Lu Chen who wagered with Brother Lai Xiang. He moved in just yesterday, and the spiritual energy began flowing into his residence. Isn't that strange? The spiritual energy has vanished. How can we cultivate now? Many voices erupted in anxious chatter, a mix of curiosity and unease. Do you think that Lu Chen is some sort of spirit that absorbs spiritual energy? Pondered a female disciple, her imagination running wild. Not necessarily. Perhaps he is a ghost that specifically feeds on spiritual energy. Another female disciple speculated. The conversation escalated, with many female disciples weaving increasingly terrifying tales about Lu Chen. Feixia sect has historically had a greater number of female disciples than male, leading to an imbalance in gender ratios. With more women came more beauties, naturally attracting the attention of unscrupulous male cultivators. Some talented male warriors, when choosing among the 3 major martial sects of the state, opted for the weakest, Feixia sect. For this very reason, Lai Ren, whom Lu Chen had severely burned, was one such case. Even Lai Xiang, when he joined Feixia sect, had ulterior motives. At that moment, another strange occurrence transpired. A low, resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air. Though the sound was not loud, it was sufficient to astonish all disciples on the mountain. What is happening in the inner sect? They wondered. Could it be that Feixia Mountain is awakening a dragon vein? Atop the main peak of Feixia Mountain, the sect leader, Miao Yin, abruptly opened her eyes and gazed towards the inner sect. Disciples from other peaks also opened their eyes, all directed towards the inner sect. Above the inner sect's summit, several figures soared downwards. Just then, the last of the spiritual energy surged into the old house, and the deep dragon's roar resounded once more. After that, the dragon's roar fell silent. However, changes began to manifest on the inner sect's mountain peak. The air felt remarkably fresh, devoid of spiritual energy. With such a massive outflow of spiritual energy, how could the air not be fresh? Although other peak spiritual energy was rushing to replenish it, restoring the previous state would take at least a day. This night, all disciples of the inner sect could rest easy, without expecting to cultivate in the spiritual energy. Let us descend and investigate what is peculiar about that house. At this moment, Lai Xiang stepped forward, prompting a chorus of agreement from the disciples. No one is allowed to descend the mountain. A commanding voice resonated throughout the entire peak. As soon as the words were spoken, 5 figures darted in, blocking the path of all inner sect disciples. The 4 elders of the inner sect had rushed down from the summit. Leading them was Elder Fong, who had a bias towards Lai Xiang. Elder Fong, the chief elder of the inner sect, held the highest authority in all matters concerning the inner sect. Elder Fong, the spiritual energy has flowed into that house. We wish to investigate. Lai Xiang respectfully addressed Elder Fong, gesturing towards Lu Chen's dwelling. He was well aware of who resided there, and sought to seize the opportunity to investigate. If they discovered that Lu Chen was responsible for the spiritual energy's disappearance, expelling him from Feixia sect would be imminent. Once Lu Chen lost his status as a disciple of Fei Xia sect, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. There is no need for investigation. We elders have already deduced the situation, Elder Fong said, fixing his gaze on the house below. The influx of spiritual energy and the emergence of the dragon's roar are signs of a dragon vein awakening. Fei Xia sect is likely to awaken a dragon vein, and it lies beneath our very feet, beneath the inner sect's mountain peak. Elder Fong rubbed his hands together, unable to conceal his excitement. An underground dragon vein. Among the three major martial sects, no other peaks possess such a resource. Once the dragon vein awakens, the spiritual energy will become even denser, propelling Fei Xia sect's strength to new heights. Most importantly, the dragon vein awakening beneath the inner sect means our mountain will become the most spiritually enriched place. Safeguarding this resource will grant me immense power and prestige. Are we truly on the verge of awakening a dragon vein? We are about to strike it rich. Our cultivation will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. The disciples were all ecstatic, bursting with joy. But where will the dragon's mouth be? Once a dragon vein emerges, it requires a massive influx of spiritual energy to awaken, Elder Fong explained, pointing towards the house where Lu Chen resided. That house is gathering spiritual energy, making it the location of the dragon's mouth. However, this is a critical moment for the dragon vein's awakening, and I will not allow anyone to disturb it. Anyone who dares to interfere shall have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from the sect. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd, extinguishing any thoughts of investigation. Elder Fong, someone is already residing inside. Won't that disturb the dragon vein? Lai Xiang inquired. Not at all. He moved in only after the signs of the dragon vein's awakening appeared. So it can be said that he has a connection with the dragon vein, Elder Fong conjectured. Perhaps this dragon vein does not mind having someone living there. Upon hearing this, many were left in awe, casting envious glances towards Lu Chen, especially the female disciples, who couldn't help but feel an overwhelming curiosity about him. What remarkable qualities did Lu Chen possess to be connected with the dragon vein? Of course, some disciples began to think strategically, including Lai Xiang. If one could reside at the dragon's mouth, it would undoubtedly enhance their cultivation significantly. Establishing a bond with the dragon vein would bring great fortune. Yet, these benefits were seized by a newcomer. How could they accept this? That house must be acquired. That night, the inner sect's disciples were all restless, unable to sleep. Inside the house, Lu Chen was recuperating, solidifying his realm. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Fei Xia Mountain is truly a remarkable place. The density of the spiritual energy is several dozen times greater than that of Shuangmu City. Absorbing the spiritual energy from an entire mountain, he achieved continuous breakthroughs. Peak of the 4th level of the true essence realm. His strength surged. With a foundational strength of 40,000 pounds, the flame dragon vein doubled that, allowing him to unleash an astounding 80,000 pounds with a mere punch. If he employed the flame sun finger, which amplifies his physical strength by another factor of 2, a single finger would yield a solid 16,000 pounds of force. This is the terrifying nature of high-level combat techniques. The higher the tier, the greater the amplification and the more formidable the power. If he unleashed his finger strength externally and enhanced it with the energy-based rune chain of the flame sun finger, the amplification would be equal to that of the original increase. Thus, if the flame sun finger amplified by 80,000 pounds, so too would the rune chain. With a single finger technique, he could strike with a staggering 24,000 pounds of force. If he were to reach his peak state, maximizing his capabilities alongside various enhancements from fire-based true essence, he could unleash a full-force strike exceeding 26,000 pounds. Meanwhile, Lai Xiang, at the 9th level of the true essence realm, could muster a maximum of only 13,000 pounds of force. If Lai Xiang dared to engage him again, well, he would surely grind Lai Xiang into the ground. Only a half step into the spiritual transformation realm could potentially challenge him. This means that Lu Chen disregarded anyone below the spiritual transformation realm. Yet his ambitions did not rest there. He aimed for Jiang Yao, who was at the 2nd level of the spiritual transformation realm. Just how formidable was the power in the spiritual transformation realm? Lu Chen had experienced it during the enrollment ceremony. It could only be described as monstrous. Given Lu Chen's current strength, he couldn't even contend with a 1st-level spiritual transformation warrior. They could easily overpower him. His power was still insufficient. Continuing to elevate his realm was the true path. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, putting away his techniques and slowly stepping outside, gazing up at the night sky. With the moon shining brightly and stars twinkling, he felt a refreshing breeze. Although the spiritual energy had dissipated, Lu Chen still felt an undeniable sense of peace. His gaze fell downward, moving up the mountain to see thousands of inner sect disciples gathering on the slopes, all with eager eyes fixed upon him. Chapter 40. Dancing with Dragons. Greetings, fellow disciples. I am the newcomer, Lu Chen, and I look forward to your guidance. Lu Chen beamed, waving to the crowd on the slope. Hello, junior brother. Nearly 10,000 inner sect disciples responded in unison, creating a thunderous chorus. Junior brother Lu, I'm Liang Shan. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal and get to know you. Someone excitedly shouted from afar, their true essence resonating through the valley, booming like thunder. An 8th level true essence warrior. Junior brother Lu, I'm Chen Shu and I invite you to the finest restaurant in Dengzhou tomorrow. Junior brother Lu, I'm Zhou Guan and I invite you to the best brothel in Dengzhou tomorrow. One after another. Voices called out, each more enthusiastic than the last, each with a cultivation level no lower than the 8th level of the true essence realm, and some even at the peak of the 9th level. Among them, Lu Chen spotted Lai Xiang. A satisfied smile crept across Lu Chen's face. Lai Xiang, oh Lai Xiang, you won't be able to hold onto those 10 pounds of spirit stones and that 3rd-tier beast core for long. Indeed, tonight's events were orchestrated, whether intentionally or not, by Lu Chen. He possessed fragmented memories of ancient feng shui, which included details about the awakening of underground dragon veins. He had meticulously devised a plan to simulate the awakening of a dragon vein, luring Lai Xiang into the wager. The gathering of spiritual energy and the emergence of the dragon's roar were classic signs of a dragon vein awakening. The accumulation of spiritual energy did not require any deliberate actions from Lu Chen. Simply by utilizing the 9 dragons unification technique, the flame dragon vein, an insatiable consumer, could manifest this phenomenon to its fullest extent. The dragon's roar could also be easily orchestrated. Once the flame dragon vein absorbed enough spiritual energy and entered an excited state, he would suddenly halt the suction, cutting off the influx of energy and interrupting the flame dragon vein's feast. Watching the external spiritual energy flow like a tide while being unable to consume it would naturally provoke a furious roar from the flame dragon vein. That night, Lu Chen slept soundly. No one dared disturb him, fearing they might anger the dragon vein. This dilapidated house had unexpectedly become a zone of sanctity. The next day, Lu Chen stepped out to the mess hall to grab a bite. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard someone shout, Lu Chen is here. Immediately, a throng of inner sect disciples rushed out of the mess hall, surrounding him completely. Junior brother Lu, last night the spiritual energy gathered, and the dragon's roar was heard. Please share your experiences in the house. Junior brother Lu, with so much spiritual energy congregating in your residence, did you benefit from it? Junior brother Lu, have you seen the dragon vein? Questions poured forth, all inquiring about the dragon vein. These inquiries were entirely anticipated, yet Lu Chen merely smiled, refusing to respond. Saying nothing was the best answer, leaving plenty of suspense was what kept the atmosphere engaging. However, he was taken aback when another voice chimed in. I've finally gotten a good look at junior brother Lu. You are quite handsome. I wonder what type of girls you like. Junior brother Lu, are you still single? How about giving this senior sister a chance? Junior brother Lu, living so far away, won't you feel lonely at night? Why not let this senior sister come and keep you company? Some bold female disciples pushed their way in, grabbing at Lu Chen with fervent enthusiasm. Like a pack of hungry wolves, Lu Chen bolted, escaping until the mess hall was empty enough for him to sneak in and grab a bite. Afterward, he retreated back to his house, too fearful to venture out. The outside world was rife with commotion, and everyone sought to catch him. It was quite terrifying. As night fell, the moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled sparsely. Lu Chen opened the window, gazing at the peaks, where clouds swirled and spiritual energy thrived. After a day and night, replenished by the spiritual energy from other peaks, the inner sect's mountain peaks had nearly restored their vital essence. Another beautiful night had arrived. Lu Chen's smile blossomed, and with all doors and windows flung wide open, he commenced his cultivation. To the inner sect's mountain peak, the spiritual energy flowed, gradually cascading down towards the foot of the mountain. Entering an old house, roar. In the dead of night, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Was it the sound of the dragon vein? Would it awaken tonight? Once the dragon vein awakens, it would signal the rise of our sect. Countless eyes opened. Numerous individuals were jolted from their meditative states. Shadows leapt from various mountain peaks, and the inner sect's mountain peak was soon abuzz with voices, all disciples emerging to witness the spectacle. The elders of the inner sect had already taken their positions to prevent anyone from descending to investigate. Soon, the true disciples arrived, the elders followed, and even the sect leader, Miao Yin, made her presence known. In an instant, a gathering of high-ranking members assembled on the hillside, eagerly anticipating the fabled awakening of the dragon vein. However, the flow of spiritual energy from the entire mountain peak accelerated. Signs had appeared for 2 nights, yet the dragon vein remained dormant. Elder Fong sighed, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "It is said that the awakening of the dragon vein would cause a significant commotion and a feedback of spiritual energy. Yet the dragon vein had not yet awakened." Elder Fong sighed, his brow furrowed, stating, "It is said that the awakening of the dragon vein will create a significant disturbance and a feedback of spiritual energy. Yet, there is nothing now. What could be the matter? I shall go take a look." Miao Yin swiftly soared towards the old house. Roar! An enraged dragon's roar erupted, shaking the very earth. At that moment, the waves of spiritual energy ceased their flow. "Sect leader, halt!" Elder Fong hurriedly called out. Miao Yin was no fool. She understood that her actions had disturbed the dragon vein and dared not take another step forward. Just as she prepared to retreat, a figure emerged from within the house. It was Lu Chen. His aura surged, his cultivation unmistakable, 4th level of true essence realm. "Oh, sect leader, what brings you here?" Lu Chen inquired, astonished. "I came to take a look." Hindering the absorption of spiritual energy. If the dragon vein failed to awaken as a result, Fei Xia sect would miss the opportunity to soar, and she would find it hard to forgive herself. Fei Xia sect would miss a golden opportunity to soar. She found it difficult to forgive herself. "Since you're here, don't rush to leave. Just step inside for a moment. It will be fine." Lu Chen appeared to suddenly comprehend, and then spoke with an air of profound mystery. "I should enter?" Miao Yin felt astonished. Having disturbed the dragon vein by merely approaching the house, how could she dare to step inside? "You go in." "I shall not." Lu Chen nodded, wearing a knowing expression. After a moment's hesitation, Miao Yin believed Lu Chen's words and stepped into the house. Shortly, she emerged, not daring to linger, and flew back up the hillside. As soon as Miao Yin left, Lu Chen entered. "Sect leader, what did you see inside? Did you encounter the dragon's mouth? What is the status of the dragon vein?" The elders surrounded Miao Yin, clamoring with concern that the dragon vein had been disturbed and would no longer awaken. There was nothing inside. "I saw nothing at all." Miao Yin furrowed her delicate brows, feeling somewhat vexed. The inside was devoid of anything, covered in dust, and Lu Chen had not bothered to clean. How lazy. Roar. Finally, a low rumble of a dragon's roar emanated from within the house. To all present, this was the most enchanting sound in the world, easing their anxious hearts. "Look, the spiritual energy is flowing again. The dragon vein has begun to absorb it. It's absorbing well, splendidly, making a delightful sound. This is truly wonderful. The dragon vein has returned to normal." Joyous voices erupted on the hillside as countless individuals cheered, some even weeping tears of joy. "Sect leader, you disturbed the dragon vein. How is it that you went in for just a moment and nothing happened?" Elder Fong could not help but ask. "I merely stepped inside as a form of atonement. The dragon vein seems not to mind if someone stays in the house, but it only allows one person. Any more would not do." Miao Yin understood Lu Chen's previous words in this light, realizing she had made the right choice. Indeed, the dragon vein only permitted one person to enter the house, and that person need not be Lu Chen. The sect leader could enter, and so could others. Some disciples' minds became sharper and more resolute. Tomorrow, regardless of the cost, they must reside in that old house. "I wish to dance with the dragon." Chapter 41. 9 against 1 the next day, Lu Chen stepped out confidently, no longer needing to hide within the house. Previously, he felt the timing was not quite right, and the house held little value, so he refrained from engaging with those eager disciples. However, today was different. After last night, he believed many would be determined to pay the price to seize the opportunity. He had to thank the sect leader. He appreciated her impulsive visit, which allowed him to stage a splendid performance. Filled with anxiety, unease, and tension, Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. "You are here. That's good. I've been waiting for you. Lu Chen, do not be nervous. We mean no harm. We just wish to discuss something with you. One of the sisters said with a smile. Lu Chen nodded, remaining silent. I am not nervous at all. Not in the slightest. If anyone should be nervous, it is you. With 9 individuals, all of the 9th level of the true essence realm, we simply wish to discuss something with you. A senior sister said with a warm smile. Lu Chen nodded, remaining silent. I'm not nervous at all. Why would I be? You should be the ones feeling anxious. With 9 individuals, all at the 9th level of true essence realm, seeking that old house, a fierce competition was inevitable. Everyone knows about your wager with Lai Xiang. We are here to help you win against him. What I value is the camaraderie among fellow disciples. I respect everyone's choices. A mere bet is something I can afford to lose, Lai Xiang replied solemnly, but internally, he was seething. How could he possibly have an objection? They came to assist me in winning against him? Lu Chen did not respond to the senior sister, but instead turned his gaze towards Lai Xiang in astonishment. I value the camaraderie among fellow disciples. I respect everyone's choices. That a mere wager is something I can afford to lose, Lai Xiang stated solemnly, though internally he was filled with frustration and of course, he had his objections, strong ones. However, he was 1 against 8. These individuals had treated him well in the past, but now they were all madly seeking that house, and he was in no position to voice his discontent. If he dared to object, he'd be beaten down in an instant. Besides, he too coveted that house. Losing the wager mattered little, and he was willing to pay a price for it. But given the hostility between him and Lu Chen, was there any chance Lu Chen would hand over the house to him? Absolutely not. He regretted not keeping that old house for himself. Had he known it housed a dragon vein, he would have fought tooth and nail to retain it. They thought themselves quite magnanimous. If Lu Chen did not know his place, they would not hesitate to be ungracious. The highest bidder takes it. Lu Chen cut to the chase, digging a pit for them. If he simply acquiesced, would all of last night's theatrics have been in vain? What do you want then? The senior sister's expression darkened, as did those of the others. Eye in their eyes, Lu Chen was merely a new disciple. They were willing to exchange houses rather than resort to force, which was already quite benevolent. If Lu Chen did not appreciate their goodwill, they would not hesitate to show him their true colors. The one with the highest offer wins. Lu Chen cut straight to the chase, digging a pit for Lai Xiang. He had no desire to target anyone else, but these individuals were a bit too overbearing, and he was more than willing to play along and assert his authority. Though he was young, he had matured significantly during his years with the Lu family, gaining wisdom beyond his peers and a deep understanding of survival strategies. A newcomer was often an easy target, but if he could establish some authority, it would help him avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Junior brother Lu Chen, one must learn to be content. Greed will only bring trouble. The senior sister's expression turned frigid. What did you say? I don't quite understand, Lu Chen retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you deem me greedy, I shall accept that title. After all, you all came seeking my house. I'm quite comfortable living there and had planned to stay indefinitely. Impudent! The senior sister shouted angrily, slapping towards him. Lu Chen extended a finger, pointing at her palm. Sending her flying back, he wished to establish his authority without harming his fellow disciples, so he refrained from unleashing his full strength. Otherwise, the senior sister would either be dead or severely injured. Even with just the first finger of Yin Yang, he could unleash a force of over 160,000 pounds without suppressing his power, something the senior sister could not withstand. You dare? The senior sister struggled to rise from the ground, unleashing a full-force attack, her true essence manifesting as a palm print that surged towards Lu Chen. Bang! Lu Chen extended his finger, shattering the palm print. The crowd fell silent, their scalps tingling. Lu Chen's finger alone exerted at least 160,000 pounds of force, while their strongest member could barely muster 140,000 pounds. In terms of strength, none could match Lu Chen. What chilled their hearts further was that just 2 days earlier, Lu Chen was at the 2nd level of true essence realm, and he had fought Lai Xiang to a standstill, even proclaiming he would elevate a minor realm within 3 days. Yet, in merely 2 days, Lu Chen had not only advanced 1 minor realm but 2. His speed of improvement utterly terrifying. However, this only reinforced their belief in the value of the house. If the dragon vein's mouth resided within that house, gathering all the spiritual energy, how could Lu Chen progress so rapidly? What are you all waiting for? Attack together! Lai Xiang was eager for Lu Chen's demise. Now that Lu Chen had offended the senior sister and the rest, it was the perfect opportunity to incite a joint attack against him. To eliminate this little brat and expel him from Faxia sect, go. The other 8 immediately surrounded Lu Chen. Lu Chen had raised the stakes, and their patience was wearing thin. They needed to deal with him before claiming the house. Senior brothers and sisters, your realms are all higher than mine, and yet you 9 attack one. Isn't that a bit despicable? Lu Chen surveyed the group with a smile, his expression not one of fear, but rather one of disdain. The path of martial arts is one of competition. Strength reigns supreme, and there's no such thing as despicable. Had you willingly relinquished the house earlier and soothed your senior brothers and sisters, none of this would have happened. Lai Xiang laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. You, a new disciple with a low realm, how could you possibly overcome our 9 combined efforts? However, if you were to cripple an arm and vacate the house, we might let you off the hook. What do you say? I say no deal. Lu Chen coldly chuckled. If a fight is what you desire, then let it be. Having numbers does not guarantee victory, and I may yet hold my own against you 9. Arrogant. Lai Xiang struck first, unleashing his true essence in a fierce palm attack directed at Lu Chen. The other 8 followed suit, launching an array of attacks, punches, palms, claws, and kicks. In an instant, true essence surged, winds howled, and explosions erupted. The simultaneous onslaught of fists, palms, claws, and feet descended upon Lu Chen like a tidal wave. This group attacked with their own strength, refraining from utilizing the more lethal true fire. They understood that Lu Chen was unafraid of true fire, which was rather peculiar, and thus felt it unnecessary to waste true fire on him. Lu Chen pointed, unleashing a red finger imprint that shot forth with overwhelming force, causing the air to quake and radiating intense heat. The finger imprint shattered a palm strike, its momentum unabated, directly targeting Lai Xiang. Chapter 42. I lost the force of that finger imprint is like a mountain. The consequences of being struck are unimaginable. Lai Xiang was taken aback, hastily raising his palm to defend against it. Yet he could not withstand the tremendous power of the finger imprint and was ultimately struck. Boom! Lai Xiang was sent flying, the severity of his injuries unknown. Lu Chen's movements were lightning quick. Before Lai Xiang could recover, he unleashed a third finger strike. In less than a breath's time, he had sent forth 9 finger imprints. In an instant, punches shattered, palms splintered, claws extinguished, and feet dissipated. All 9 attacks were obliterated by Lu Chen's 9 fingers. The 9 individuals were sent sprawling, each sustaining significant injuries. Among them, Lai Xiang was the worst off. Nearly losing the use of 1 was not that Lu Chen had shown particular leniency towards Lai Xiang. Rather, he had been merciful to all, holding back his strength to deliver a lesson and establish his authority. It was a different matter altogether. These individuals held no such grudge against Lu Chen, except for Lai Xiang. Yet, Lai Xiang would never challenge Lu Chen to a life-or-death duel because Lu Chen was simply too strong. There were rules within the martial realm. Fights and contests among fellow disciples were acceptable as long as no one was killed. Unless there was a deep-seated enmity or a life-and-death challenge was arranged, the situation was entirely different. These individuals held no profound grudge against Lu Chen, with the exception of Lai Xiang. However, Lai Xiang would never challenge Lu Chen to a life-and-death duel, for Lu Chen was simply too strong. By now, a sizable audience had gathered outside. This was the inner sect's territory, and such a significant commotion would naturally attract many disciples. Lu Chen's prowess left the inner sect disciples dumbfounded and utterly shocked. A 4th-level True Essence Realm disciple defeating 9th-level True Essence Realm opponents, single-handedly taking on 9, was simply mind-boggling. Among the spectators were 2 disciples at the cusp of the transformation realm. They were the most astonished. Lu Chen's strength was nearly on par with that foundational level. Yet, he was merely a 4th-level True Essence Realm disciple. How could he possess such formidable power? If Lu Chen were to break through 2 more minor realms, he would surely be a formidable opponent. They were unaware that Lu Chen had only exerted 80 of his strength. Otherwise, they would have been utterly terrified. How have you grown so much stronger? Lai Xiang coughed up blood, feeling a mix of fear and resentment. Isn't it obvious? I advanced 2 minor realms. How could I not be stronger? Lu Chen looked disdainfully at Lai Xiang, taunting. So, what's next? Do you want to continue? No more fighting. I can't. Lai Xiang shook his head vigorously, realizing he could not hold a conversation with Lu Chen, who had nearly choked him to death. You advance realms as if it were a game. How can we even talk? Then, seeing Lu Chen effortlessly overpower 9 ninth-level true essence realm disciples, he understood it was futile to seek revenge for his brother, at least within the inner sect. It was impossible. He began contemplating alternative methods, realizing he would need to seek powerful external assistance to deal with this relentless monster. If we're not fighting, then I shall take my leave. Lu Chen turned to leave when a voice called out from the senior sister. Lu Chen, if you agree to exchange houses with me, I will offer you 20 medium-grade true essence pills. How about it? That seems reasonable. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Without power, who would negotiate prices with you? If no one directly seized from you, consider it a mercy. Only with a strong fist can you instill fear in others, and only then will they take you seriously. Lu Chen paused, waiting for someone to take the bait. Lu Chen, trade with me, and I'll add 50 medium-grade true essence pills. I will add 100 medium-grade true essence pills. I will add 100 high-grade true essence pills. I will add 200 high-grade true essence pills. And they could not help but submit. Losing was acceptable, but they had to acquire that house. Perhaps Lu Chen's extraordinary strength was related to the house. They were unwilling to give up so easily. They could not help but yield. Losing was acceptable, but they were determined to obtain that house. Perhaps Lu Chen's extraordinary strength was tied to that house. They could not afford to give up so easily. The offers made by these 8 senior brothers and sisters were all in the form of pills, specifically true essence pills. Lu Chen felt utterly disappointed. True essence pills were beneficial for ordinary martial practitioners. Lacking a dantian, found no use for them. His current need was for high-quality spiritual energy pills. However, the onlooking disciples were turning green with envy. True essence pills were precious commodities, and the higher the quality. However, Lu Chen had no dantian. What use were true essence pills to him? The only pills he craved were high-quality spiritual energy pills. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples were envious beyond measure. True essence pills were valuable commodities. The higher the quality, the better the effects, naturally making them more precious. An ordinary inner sect disciple could only receive 2 medium-grade true essence pills a month. Tio thinks someone would offer 200 high-grade true essence pills just for a room. How could they not feel envious? However, there is nothing to be done about the envy. After all, your house lacks the auspicious dragon vein. I shall add a treasure to the wager. Lai Xiang hesitated for quite a while before finally uttering these words, then produced a small crystal vial from his bosom, within which was contained a single drop of water. In the 2 rounds of betting, Lu Chen had consistently offered treasures, yet never mentioned medicinal pills, leading him to suspect that Lu Chen was not in need of such elixirs. Furthermore, as others placed their bids entirely in the form of pills, it was evident that Lu Chen displayed little interest. Resolutely, he decided to reveal his most prized possession. There was no choice. Houses with dragon veins were far too alluring, and he dreamt of moving in, only to experience a swift elevation in cultivation like Lu Chen. If that were to happen, he would truly prosper. Upon hearing of the treasure, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though he remained silent, waiting for Lai Xiang to elaborate. Spirit water? Lai Xiang licked his lips. Gazing at the crystal vial, his eyes filled with an expression of profound regret. This was an exceedingly rare treasure, capable of preserving one's life. A dying person who consumed but a single drop could safeguard their heart's pulse for 7 days, thereby buying precious time for recovery. This vial had been a fortuitous gift from his father, intended for use in dire circumstances. Among the onlookers, many disciples recognized the significance of spirit water and began to murmur, each with their own opinions. Spirit water, a remarkable item for life preservation. Lu Chen should certainly select this. In my view, it serves little purpose. Should you encounter a stronger opponent, a single strike could end your life before you have the chance to use it. True strength is the best safeguard. Indeed, I, too, find this item rather insipid. It would be far more practical to opt for 200 superior true yuan pills. However, the opinions of the others bore no influence on Lu Chen's decision. While they understood the efficacy of spirit water, they were oblivious to its origins. Yet Lu Chen was well aware, for within his memories of alchemy lay the tale of this precious elixir. Spirit water is the life essence produced by the ancient spirit tree, brimming with immense vitality. Moreover, the primary function of spirit water is not merely to preserve life, but to concoct a very special elixir, the divine water pill. The ancient spirit tree had long since vanished, and the existence of even a single drop of spirit water in the world was an extraordinary rarity. Hand it over. Lu Chen extended his hand, and Lai Xiong, trembling, surrendered the crystal vial. Lu Chen uncapped it and inhaled deeply, the rich aroma of life essence flooding his senses. There was no doubt it was spirit water. Now, we have exchanged houses. Our wager is settled, and you have lost, Lu Chen said, tucking away the spirit water with a smile directed at Lai Xiong. What would you call this? You have helped me secure a win. Raising his thumb in approval, this person was truly gifted. Under the envious, jealous gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen acquired his stakes. 10 pounds of inferior spirit stones and a third-tier beast pill. Raising his thumb in approval, this person was truly gifted. Under the envious, jealous gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen acquired his stakes. 10 pounds of inferior spirit stones and a third-tier beast pill. Spirit stones in Dengzhou were a scarce resource for martial artists, and even wealth could not guarantee their purchase. Third-tier beast pills were likewise rare. However, they were typically used for alchemy and crafting rather than for martial artists. With exceptions for special beast pills. It was evident to all that Lai Xiong had suffered a considerable loss. After a brief period of preparation, Lu Chen and Lai Xiong exchanged residences, moving into the largest and finest house on the mountainside. Meanwhile, Lai Xiong, amidst the envious gazes of his fellow disciples, joyfully relocated to Lu Chen's former abode, the very place he had sought out to humiliate Lu Chen. Once inside, Lai Xiong remained there, anxiously awaiting the awakening of the dragon vein. Lu Chen's fame burgeoned after his remarkable battle, his achievements resonating throughout Fei Xiaomin. Single-handedly, he had dominated 9 elite inner disciples, astonishing the entire sect. While others established their authority through intimidation, slaying the newcomers to quell their vigor, Lu Chen's approach was different. He had directly subdued the arrogance of the senior disciples. This event swiftly spread to every corner of Fei Xiaomin, causing a stir among its higher echelons. A mere 4th-tier True Yuan realm practitioner defeating 9 9th-tier practitioners in coordination was an extraordinary feat, akin to that of a half-step into the spirit realm. Some elders were intrigued and considered taking Lu Chen as a true disciple, yet Miao Yin opposed the idea. She believed that Lu Chen's entry into the sect seemed to harbor ulterior motives and saw no need to elevate his status. Having witnessed Lu Chen's initial refusal to become a true disciple, Miao Yin understood that his ambitions lay elsewhere, and he would not remain in Fei Xiaomin for long. Consequently, the Internal Affairs Court was notified to grant Lu Chen double resources. Despite her reservations, Miao Yin harbored a modicum of fondness for Lu Chen and did not mind nurturing him. Thus she issued the command. The Internal Affairs Court served as the logistical arm of Fei Xiaomin, providing elixirs, combat weapons, tools, and various materials, everything one could desire. Once Lu Chen settled into his new residence, he promptly hurried to the Internal Affairs Court. He needed to borrow an item at a Dan furnace. The one he had brought from Shuangmu City was of inferior quality and could only be used for ordinary elixirs. Anything more advanced would be beyond its capability. Lu Chen required a mid-tier or higher Dan furnace to concoct superior spirit elixirs and divine water pills, so he hoped to strike it lucky in the Internal Affairs Court. Upon entering the main hall of the Internal Affairs Court, a disciple approached him to distribute the monthly cultivation resources. For mid-tier True Yuan pills, these are double resources granted by the sect leader. He truly regards you with special consideration, the disciple said enviously. Having been in the sect for several years, he received merely 2 mid-tier True Yuan pills each month. Senior brother, I am new here and unfamiliar with the Internal Affairs Court. I would appreciate your assistance, Lu Chen said, discreetly slipping 2 mid-tier True Yuan pills into the disciple's hand. During his time in the Lu family, he had previously used elixirs to curry favor with the elders and understood the benefits of winning hearts. You are too kind. The disciple beamed with delight, hastily accepting the elixirs. I am unsure of your needs, but if it is within my power, I will certainly assist you. I wish to borrow a superior Dan furnace. Lu Chen promptly stated his request. We do not have one, the disciple replied, his expression faltering. What about a mid-tier one? Lu Chen lowered his request. None available. Our Fei Xiaomin does not practice alchemy, so we do not keep such items. The disciple shook his head. Perhaps you might consider something else, like a combat weapon. I can offer you the best price. I have not yet trained in weapon techniques, so I do not require weaponry at this time. Lu Chen felt somewhat disheartened. Without a Dan furnace, how could he concoct his elixirs? Junior brother Lu, your combat prowess is formidable. You will surely go far in the martial path. However, have you considered that in an equal battle, Confronting an opponent with weapons while unarmed will always put you at a disadvantage. You should hasten to learn a weapon technique, the disciple kindly advised. Lu Chen remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. However, mastering weapon techniques was not his immediate priority. His urgent task was to rapidly elevate his cultivation. He had neither the time nor energy for anything else. His yin-yang finger was an advanced earth-tier technique, sufficiently powerful to handle all current battles. If you urgently need a Dan furnace, it would be best to enter the city and check at the Grand Dan Pavilion. The disciple suggested, then, recalling Lu Chen's conflict with Lai Xiang, added, but do exercise caution. Lai Xiang's father is the owner of the Grand Dan Pavilion. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Lu Chen nodded. Since Fei Xiaomin lacked a Dan furnace, he would indeed have to visit the Grand Dan Pavilion. Meanwhile, he had another matter he wished to clarify. By the way, I wish to venture into the Great Fierce Mountain for training. How might I go about it? Entering would mean certain death. Even the three main sect leaders do not dare to venture in. Training there can only occur during specific times when the savage beasts are fewer and the area is relatively safe. Entering would mean certain death. Even the three main sect leaders do not dare to venture in. Training there can only occur during specific times when the savage beasts are fewer and the area is relatively safe. Thus, during non-special times, the three great martial sect station guards at the entrance to seal the mountain. What constitutes a special time? The savage beasts of the Great Fierce Mountain exhibit a peculiar behavior. During 1 month each year, they retreat deep into the valleys, leaving only lower-tier savage beasts at the periphery, which is ideal for martial practitioners to train. That month is considered a special time. The disciple pondered for a moment before continuing, calculating from now, there are still 3 months until the ceiling is lifted, that time. The three great martial sects will select disciples to enter the mountain for training. With only 100 spots available per sect. 3 more months to wait. Lu Chen could afford to wait. After all, he had already waited for many years, so 3 months was nothing. The disciple, having received Lu Chen's generosity, readily shared all he knew, answering his myriad questions as they conversed at length. Xian sect in a reception room. Zhang Yao was meeting with a guest. This is a gift I brought from the Grand Master's residence. Zhou he presented a sword, handing it over. Zhang Yao accepted it, drawing the blade from its sheath, instantly filling the room with radiant light and a pervasive sword aura. A mid-tier combat weapon. Zhang Yao exclaimed with delight. This was indeed a splendid item. While Ziyun sect possessed numerous combat weapons, most were of inferior quality. Only 2 mid-tier weapons existed, one in the hands of the sect leader and the other with his master. He had long desired to acquire a mid-tier weapon to enhance his combat power, and now his wish had been fulfilled. I hope you can slay Lu Chen in the martial sect competition and avenge Ruoxue. Zhou he remarked, his teeth gritting at the mention of Lu Chen. Originally, he was a distant relative of the Grand Master and, upon returning to the capital, had immediately implored the Grand Master to take action. However, the Grand Master had other plans and could not intervene directly, instead directing him to seek Zhang Yao. Lord Jiang, with Zhu Feichen backing Lu Chen, I can hardly ensure my own safety, let alone dare to kill him. Zhang Yao sighed, slowly lowering the weapon. Chapter 44. The Alchemist King cannot be insulted though a mid-tier combat weapon is splendid. One must have the means to wield it. Zhang Yao had already resolved to downplay his strength during the martial sect competition. What do you have to fear? Zhou he said, his expression darkening. Is killing Lu Chen the Grandmaster's will? Zhang Yao questioned. The Grandmaster would not possibly have any conflict with Lu Chen. What do you have to fear? Zhou he said, his expression darkening. Is killing Lu Chen the Grandmaster's will? Zhang Yao questioned. The Grandmaster would not possibly have any conflict with Lu Chen. Could it be that the Grandmaster has issues with Zhu Feichen? Or perhaps he is displeased with the Xintian sect. If the Grandmaster were to support him, he would have no reason to fear Zhu Feichen. For the Grandmaster's influence rivaled that of the Xintian sect. Zhang Yao's mind raced, his expression shifting between uncertainty and determination. Zhu Feichen maintains a close relationship with the fourth prince, Ming Hao. Zhou he remarked casually. Zhang Yao suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Zhou he urged him to slay Lu Chen. The Yoming dynasty was a vassal state of the Ruifeng Empire, ruled by kings rather than an emperor. The current ruler was King Mingzi. King Mingzi had suffered injuries in his youth, and his health had long been in decline, nearing the end of his life. The question of who would inherit the throne had become the most pressing issue for the Yoming dynasty. Zhou he had consistently supported the first prince, suppressing the influence of the other princes. Now that Zhu Feichen backed the fourth prince, it placed him at odds with Zhou he. Zhou He wanted him to kill Lu Chen at the martial sect competition to slap Zhu Feichen in the face while simultaneously delivering a warning. Should he involve himself in the royal struggle? Jiang Yao hesitated. Once he stepped into that whirlpool, there would be no turning back. You are the true disciple of Ziyun's sect, and the Grand Master holds you in high esteem. He would not allow Zhu Feichen to harm you. The Grand Master has promised that once you succeed, you will enter his residence and be groomed as a capable individual, becoming his right-hand man in the future. Zhou He assured. Enter the Grand Master's residence. Jiang Yao's eyes gleamed. The Grand Master's residence was one of the most powerful factions in the Yoming dynasty, far surpassing Ziyun's sect in strength. If he could enter the Grand Master's residence, his future would be bright indeed. Then Lu Chen is as good as dead. Jiang Yao laughed heartily as he slowly took up the sword, fastening it to his waist. Dengzhou City.it was the capital of Dengzhou, a city 1,000 times larger and more prosperous than Shuangmu City. Even the Grand Dan Pavilion towered as a 100-foot-tall establishment, dwarfing the small Dan Pavilion of Shuangmu City by 1,000-fold. The Grand Dan Pavilion teemed with people, many martial practitioners visiting to purchase elixirs. Amidst the throng, Lu Chen navigated through the crowd and entered the main hall. The hall was vast, easily 1,000 zhang wide, accommodating tens of thousands without feeling crowded. The offerings were diverse, primarily elixirs and medicinal herbs, dazzling the eyes of any who beheld them. After a lengthy search, Lu Chen finally spotted a Dan furnace for sale in a corner display. Upon inquiring about the price, he furrowed his brow. A mid-tier Dan furnace cost 1 million silver coins, exorbitantly high. The last time he sold elixirs, he made 10,000 silver coins, all of which he had given to Warner. Presently, he possessed only 1,000 silver coins provided by the Lu family as travel expenses, which would not even cover a fraction of the furnace's cost. It appeared he would need to start concocting elixirs to earn some money. "Young Master Lu," a familiar voice called out. Liu Chen turned to see the familiar face of Chen Yuanliang. "Director Chen, what brings you here?" Lu Chen asked in surprise, feeling a warm familiarity upon encountering an old acquaintance, especially one who had once aided him immensely. "Thanks to your guidance, my alchemical skills have improved, which led to the Grand Dan Pavilion inviting me to serve here," Chen Yuanliang replied, his face glowing with joy. Thanks to Lu Chen's gift of alchemical insights, he had made rapid progress, leading to his promotion within the pavilion. Chen Yuanliang said earnestly, then inquired, "Are you looking to purchase a Dan furnace?" "It's too expensive," Lu Chen shook his head. "Whichever one you fancy, just take it. Is that permissible?" "I am now the supervisor of the hall," Chen Yuanliang said earnestly, then inquired, "Are you looking to purchase a Dan furnace?" "It's too expensive," Lu Chen shook his head. "Whichever one you fancy, just take it. Is that permissible?" "I am now the supervisor of the hall. I have the final say. Regardless, you still need to provide the funds. This amount is insignificant to me. Why should you be courteous?" Chen Yuanliang waved his hand generously. Liu Chen considered it and realized he truly need not be polite. Chen Yuanliang had been the pavilion master in Shuangmu City for many years, undoubtedly amassing considerable wealth. He was now one of the wealthiest individuals in Shuangmu City, surpassing even the former city lord. Zhou He and Liu Chen believed that even if he requested 1,000 Dan furnaces, Chen Yuanliang could easily cover the expenses. "I also need some medicinal herbs," Lu Chen added, feeling unreserved. "Take as many as you need. It's no problem at all," Chen Yuanliang responded, maintaining an attitude of utmost respect. It was a great honor to assist the alchemist king. Liu Chen presented a list, and Chen Yuanliang swiftly gathered the herbs, along with a mid-tier Dan furnace, to hand over to Lu Chen. Unfortunately, there were no better furnaces available. Otherwise, Chen Yuanliang would have certainly provided one. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, an angry voice rang out beside him. "Lu, how dare you come to my territory? You are as good as dead." The speaker was Lai Ren, flanked by 3 guards. He had come to the Grand Dan Pavilion to find his father and happened to spot Lu Chen in the hall. "Ah, so it's you. I thought you had gone to become a eunuch?" Lu Chen retorted with a smirk, feeling that fate had conspired against them once more. It seemed that enemies were destined to cross paths. "I had no connection with eunuchs, but I seem to have a connection with you. Today, you have fallen into my hands. If I do not castrate you, my name will be written backward. Then you should prepare to be called Renlai." Lu Chen replied with a cold laugh, then curiously inquired, "By the way, you mentioned that eunuchs have no relation to you. Does that mean you have been cured?" "Indeed. My father is the most powerful alchemist in Dengzhou." "This little injury is nothing," Lai Ren exclaimed, his spirits soaring at the mention of his father. Originally, the area had been reduced to ashes by Lu Chen, but his father had expended tremendous effort to concoct a healing pill, successfully restoring his son's former state. That means there is something else to burn, Lu Chen chuckled ominously, a smile that sent shivers down Lai Ren's spine, causing him to instinctively retreat behind his guards. You two, go and castrate this brat for me, Lai Ren commanded, his face dark with fury. Lai Ren pointed at Lu Chen, exclaiming in exasperation, "Second young master, this is not the place for violence." Beside Lai Ren stood a young guard. Consequently, his father had issued a stern decree. No one was permitted to engage in fighting within the alchemy shop. Failure to comply would result in severe punishment, regardless of the perpetrator's identity. Consequently, his father had issued a stern decree. No one was permitted to engage in fighting within the alchemy shop. Failure to comply would result in severe punishment, regardless of the perpetrator's identity. If he wished to deal with Lu Chen, it would have to be outside, as doing so within the premises was simply out of the question. With a sudden glimmer of inspiration, Lai Ren turned his gaze toward Chen Yuanliang and inquired, "Do you know him?" "Indeed, second young master, I met him in Shuangmu City," Chen Yuanliang responded hastily, his expression tinged with anxiety. While Chen Yuanliang was unaware of the specifics regarding the conflict between Lai Ren and Lu Chen, he could discern that the two held animosity towards one another, and that Lai Ren had suffered at Lu Chen's hands. The prospect of Lai Ren seeking vengeance on Lu Chen posed a dilemma. Is he here to purchase an alchemy furnace? Lai Ren shifted his focus to the furnace in Lu Chen's possession. No, it was a gift from me, Chen Yuanliang clarified. Gifts are irrelevant. Without my father's consent, he cannot take anything from here, Lai Ren scoffed, a cold smirk forming on his lips. So, he desires the alchemy furnace? Ha! Let him pay for it. I wish to see if this pauper from Shuangmu City can afford items from our grand alchemy shop. Second young master, please tread carefully. Chen Yuanliang's complexion changed, for Lu Chen was no ordinary figure. He was a pill king, and a pill king should not be insulted. Should the pill pavilion in Chengdu become aware of this, Lai Ren's father could very well face repercussions. You have no say here. If you dare assist outsiders again, there will be no place for you in the grand alchemy shop. Lai Ren glared at Chen Yuanliang, his voice raised in admonition. He is not an outsider. He is. Chen Yuanliang was about to reveal Lu Chen's identity as a pill Dao practitioner when Lu Chen promptly interrupted. I am a disciple of the inner sect of Feixia sect. Lu Chen's reticence stemmed not from humility, but from the understanding that his title as Pill King was merely a perception held by Ningxuang and Chen Yuanliang. Indeed, within the memories of Pill Dao he inherited lay the essence of unparalleled alchemical techniques, his mastery reaching its zenith, allowing him to overpower any Pill King. However, true Pill Kings required the recognition of the Pill sect, along with the ceremonial robe that signified their status. Without such acknowledgement, Lu Chen's title was unsubstantiated, and despite possessing the strength of a Pill King, he remained an unrecognized rogue. Recognition by others was what made one a Pill King. Without it, one was rendered insignificant and could even become the subject of ridicule. Thus, Lu Chen interjected to prevent Chen Yuanliang from continuing, seeking to avert further complications. You've entered the inner sect. Lai Ren was taken aback. Only disciples with at least the 7th stage of true essence could enter, having cultivated true fire. Yet, on that day, Lu Chen had displayed only the 2nd stage of true essence when contending with his brother, Lai Xiang. How could he have gained entry into the inner sect? Lu Chen remarked with a teasing smile. Where is my brother? Lai Ren could not help but inquire. His brother had mentioned capturing Lu Chen, yet he had neither succeeded nor prevented Lu Chen from visiting the grand alchemy shop. Lu Chen remarked with a teasing smile. Where is my brother? Lai Ren could not help but inquire. His brother had mentioned capturing Lu Chen, yet he had neither succeeded nor prevented Lu Chen from visiting the grand alchemy shop. Ah, he is still in Feixia sect, waiting to seize treasures, Lu Chen chuckled, amused by the thought of Lai Xiang's reaction upon discovering his predicament. Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to acquire the alchemy furnace, you must pay. Lai Ren waved dismissively, glancing at the price tag on the display case. This is a mid-grade alchemy furnace, priced at 1 million silver coins. Fork over the money, you pauper. Second young master. I have already paid for the alchemy furnace, Chen Yuanliang quickly interjected. His future depended on Lu Chen, and now was not the time to withhold his loyalty. You old fool, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Lai Ren erupted in anger, pointing at Chen Yuanliang as he commanded. Retrieve that money immediately, or I will have my father expel you from the Grand Alchemy shop. You need not involve your father. I shall leave on my own accord. I will no longer remain in this Grand Alchemy shop. Qin Yuanliang retorted coldly, no longer willing to entertain Lai Ren. Let us go, let us go. I wish to see how far you can flee. Lai Ren, incensed by Chen Yuanliang's audacity, bellowed at Lu Chen, if you can escape from Dengzhou City, I shall take your surname. I have no unfilial descendants. With that, Lu Chen turned and departed alongside Chen Yuanliang. Damn it! Lai Ren was nearly choked with rage. He instructed the young guard beside him, go capture that brat and bring him back. I will personally ensure he suffers. The young guard nodded and swiftly took off. Lai Ren, forgoing the idea of seeking his father, turned to return home and sharpen his blades, preparing for retribution. Inside the Grand Alchemy shop, numerous alchemists and practitioners observed the unfolding drama, sighing deeply. Lai Ren was indeed a scoundrel. Banishing Chen Yuanliang over a mere disagreement, he was nothing short of a prodigal son. Chen Yuanliang was a third-tier alchemist, capable of standing alone in Dengzhou. Among the entire Grand Alchemy shop, there were only 2 alchemists above the third tier, the Grandmaster, a fourth-tier alchemist, and Chen Yuanliang himself, a third-tier alchemist. The Grandmaster had specifically appointed Chen Yuanliang to be his right-hand man, bolstering the influence of the Grand Alchemy shop. Lai Ren's expulsion of Chen Yuanliang was akin to severing his father's arm. Upon leaving the Grand Alchemy shop and turning down several streets, Lu Chen paused. Someone was tailing them. He was a guard from the Lai residence, and his skills were formidable. Chen Yuanliang glanced back and saw a young guard trailing behind, his expression shifting with concern. You go ahead. I will hold him off as a pill master. He will not dare to harm me. You won't be able to hold him off. Follow me, Lu Chen gestured, leading Chen Yuanliang into a secluded alley. In truth, had Lu Chen been alone, he could have simply vanished. With the application of his lightning step, who could possibly keep pace with him? However, Chen Yuanliang chose to stand by Lu Chen's side, and abandoning him to flee alone was not an option. The status of a pill master was esteemed, and ordinarily, individuals would not dare to provoke one, yet Lai Ren was an exception. Alas, if we were to traverse a busier street, perhaps they would hesitate, Chen Yuanliang lamented as he entered the alley, his brow furrowed in worry. Yet, this alley was devoid of people, leaving them vulnerable to the pursuer's recklessness. He remembered that Lu Chen's cultivation was at the 2nd stage of true essence, capable of contending with opponents at the 6th stage, but it was still insufficient. The guard pursuing Lu Chen was at least at the 9th stage of true essence, far beyond Lu Chen's capacity to confront. Moreover, while Chen Yuanliang had made strides in Pill Dao, his martial prowess remained stagnant at the 1st stage of true essence, rendering him incapable of assisting Lu Chen in any meaningful way. Who said we were running? Lu Chen halted, turning to face the alley's entrance, where the young guard's silhouette grew ever closer. The guard unleashed his aura, a formidable presence washing over Lu Chen and Chen Yuanliang like a tidal wave. Half-step to spirit transformation. Chen Yuanliang felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him, his heart sinking as he lamented, "This is it." Yet, the next moment, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy wash over him. Alleviating the pressure, he was astounded. A Pill King possessed formidable spiritual power, and their ability to withstand pressure was extraordinary. Alas, even the mightiest spiritual force could not contend with a master at the half-step to spirit transformation. To remain unfazed by my aura, this is quite amusing. The guard scoffed, continuing his advance towards Lu Chen. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I render you unconscious and drag you along? Where to? Lu Chen feigned ignorance. Go the Lai residence. Of course, and why young master wishes to have some fun with you. The guard's smile took on a sinister edge. What sort of fun? Why, the kind involving castration. Lai Ren's peculiar proclivities left much to be desired. He seemed to revel in severing lineage. Lu Chen thought it amusing, a smirk creeping onto his face. Return to your master and inform him that I shall pay him a visit when I have the time, and perhaps assist him in trimming some excess. Stop with the nonsense. We depart now. The guard's massive hand reached out, aiming to seize Lu Chen. You fool, seeking your own demise. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. What tremendous finger strength! The guard's eyes widened in shock, instinctively retreating to defend himself. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated throughout the alley as buildings trembled, tiles shattering and dust cascading down. The guard was propelled back several paces. What tremendous finger strength! The guard's eyes widened in shock, instinctively retreating to defend himself. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated throughout the alley as buildings trembled, tiles shattering and dust cascading down. The guard was propelled back several paces, his arm hanging limply at his side, the bone shattered from the impact of Lu Chen's strike. You a mere fourth-stage true essence cultivator, yet you possess the strength of a half-step to spirit transformation? The guard was left aghast, having underestimated Lu Chen's power, which had resulted in his own debilitating injury, leaving him at a disadvantage. Without uttering another word, the guard turned and fled the scene. Your strength must be upwards of 200,000 pounds, is it not? Chen Yuanliang stared, dumbfounded, his words stumbling. Go wait for me at Face Ya Sect, Lu Chen commanded, activating his lightning step and vanishing in a flash. Where are you going? Chen Yuanliang called after him. It had not been long, perhaps not even 20 days. Yet Lu Chen had managed to elevate his cultivation by 2 stages, reaching the level of half-step to spirit transformation. This Pill King was truly extraordinary. It had not been long, perhaps not even 20 days. Yet Lu Chen had managed to elevate his cultivation by 2 stages, reaching the level of half-step to spirit transformation. This Pill King was truly extraordinary. While half-step to spirit transformation still had a considerable gap from true spirit transformation, it was vastly superior to the 9th stage of true essence. A cultivator at the 9th stage possessed a foundational strength of only 90,000 pounds, whereas entering half-step to spirit transformation meant a direct jump to 200,000 pounds. Coupled with the enhancements from martial veins, combat techniques, and other factors, a typical half-step to spirit transformation warrior could unleash an attack with a force exceeding 250,000 pounds. With such power, even a dozen cultivators at the 9th stage of true essence would struggle to match a single half-step to spirit transformation warrior. The disparity between the two was monumental. How had Lu Chen managed to achieve such strength? Chen Yuanliang racked his brain, unable to fathom Lu Chen's rapid advancement. What could he possibly want at the Lai residence? Concern crept in as he thought of the multitude of formidable practitioners there. Even if Lu Chen managed to enter, escaping would be another matter entirely. With his own lowly combat strength, he could be of no assistance to Lu Chen and was left with no choice but to vacate Dengzhou City. At the Lai residence, Lai Ren was sharpening his blades. Lu, I shall ensure you do not die quickly. I intend to carve you up, one slice at a time, over 100 times, and then sprinkle salt upon your wounds to let you truly savor the taste of severed lineage. As he ground the blade with fervor, Lai Ren couldn't help but laugh, imagining Lu Chen's torment. Just then, the young guard returned, looking disheveled. Where is he? Lai Ren's brow furrowed upon seeing the guard had returned empty-handed and injured. Second young master, that brat possesses half-step to spirit transformation strength. I was unable to subdue him. Impossible, Lai Ren roared. I witnessed him in combat with my brother. He was merely a notch weaker than my brother, at best a practitioner of the 9th stage of true essence. How could he have achieved half-step to spirit transformation in just a few days? Second young master, he truly possesses half-step to spirit transformation strength. Otherwise, I would not have been injured. The guard's expression was grave. Lai Ren paused, realizing the truth in the guard's words. Without the requisite strength, one could not possibly harm a half-step to spirit transformation master. This kid is indeed a freak, advancing at such a rapid pace, and no wonder my brother has not returned. It seems he cannot handle him. Lai Ren clutched his head, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. I was injured due to a surprise attack, not because of him. Had I not been injured, he would never have stood a chance against me. Quickly, take this and heal your wounds. I still require your services. Lai Ren tossed a pill toward the guard, who was one of Lai Ren's elite. Eager to utilize him, Lai Ren wished for the guard to recover swiftly, even if it meant expending a bit more. The guard caught the pill and, upon inspection, realized it was a mid-grade bone restoration pill, a third-tier alchemical product capable of rapidly healing broken bones. This item was incredibly valuable and far beyond his means. Receiving it from Lai Ren filled him with gratitude, and he hurried off to tend to his injuries. This brat is truly lucky to have escaped. I am not satisfied. Lai Ren's mood soured as he glanced at the swiftly sharpened blade, now rendered unnecessary, and he threw it aside in frustration. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle voice echoed nearby. I did not flee. You may rest easy. It was Lu Chen's voice, which struck Lai Ren like a thunderclap. You. Lai Ren turned, only to see Lu Chen standing nearby, toying with the very blade he had just discarded. Fear coursed through him, and his hair stood on end as he stammered. I heard you wished to play with castration. I found it amusing, so I came. A smile graced Lu Chen's lips, appearing innocuous, yet to Lai Ren, it was the grin of a demon, filled with unfathomable malice and terror. And no such thing. Who spread such rumors? Lai Ren stuttered. It was the guard who pursued me who spoke of it. He lied. That wretch has turned against me. Does he wish to commit treason? I shall ensure he pays for his audacity. Is that so? Absolutely. Since that is the case, there is no longer anything to amuse me. I bid you farewell. Safe travels. Take care on your journey. Lai Ren's heart soared, and he waved his hand in farewell, all the while cursing inwardly, you seek heaven but do not tread its path. You barge into hell and seal your fate. As Lu Chen approached the exit, he paused momentarily, suddenly remarking, this blade is returned to you. Do not throw your belongings about carelessly in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth, he flicked his wrist, and a beam of light shot toward Lai Ren like a bolt of lightning. Lai Ren was still calculating how to capture Lu Chen when he finally registered the danger, but it was too late to evade. Thud! The sound of blade meeting flesh echoed. The blade had struck true. Lu Chen shrugged and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Lai Chen, I shall have your remains scattered, Lai Ren roared in fury. Countless guards sprang into action, rushing to protect Lai Ren. Useless fools. Lu Chen shrugged and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Lai Chen, I shall have your remains scattered, Lai Ren roared in fury. Countless guards sprang into action, rushing to protect Lai Ren. Useless fools. You let him infiltrate without detection. What good are you to me? Lai Ren seethed, berating the guards while pointing outside. Forget me. Capture Lu Chen. Capture Lu Chen. In the midst of his tirade, two middle-aged guards returned. Breathless, reporting to Lai Ren, the opponent's speed is too great. We could not catch up. He escaped. Lai Ren's anger flared anew. You two are half-stepped to spirit transformation. How could you not match his pace? The opponent appears to possess advanced movement techniques. His speed surpasses ours by several folds. Once we exited the manor, he was nowhere to be seen. One of the middle-aged guards explained helplessly. Prepare the carriage. We will go to the Grand Alchemy shop and seek my father. Lai Ren ground his teeth in frustration, prioritizing the need to find his father for healing before plotting his revenge. What transpired? The young guard, who had been healing, rushed in, having just heard the news of Lai Ren's attack. It is you. Lai Ren's fury boiled over upon seeing the young guard, and he shouted, seize him and prepare for castration. The two middle-aged guards moved in unison, restraining the young guard. Why are you punishing me? The young guard exclaimed in fright. You brought Lu Chen into our residence and caused me to be attacked. You are to blame. Lai Ren's face was a mask of rage, convinced that this was the source of his current troubles. Lai Ren waved his hand, and the two middle-aged guards, disregarding any concerns, dragged the wailing young guard aside. The blade flashed. Chapter 47. The status of alchemy. As Lu Chen returned to face Ya sect, he was immediately intercepted by Elder Fong from the inner sect. Elder Fong had a private connection with the master of the Great Alchemy Hall and often favored Lai Xiang. Even though he knew Lai Ren was a lecher who had entered Face Ya sect to pursue women, Elder Fong had a private connection with the master of the Great Alchemy Hall and often favored Lai Xiang. Even though he knew Lai Ren was a lecher who had entered Face Ya sect to pursue women, he still opened doors for him. Had it not been for Lai Ren provoking Lu Chen, resulting in his injuries, he would have already been an outer disciple of Face Ya sect, wreaking havoc among the outer sect's flowers. I just went into the city to buy some things. What's wrong with that, Elder Fong? Lu Chen responded casually, not paying much attention to Elder Fong's darkened countenance. From the outset of his entry into the sect, Elder Fong had tried to defend Lai Xiang, which had already soured Lu Chen's impression of him. The Great Alchemy Hall has sent someone, and they are currently at the Master's Hall, specifically seeking you. Elder Fong narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flashing within. You've injured the second son of the Great Alchemy Master, and now they come to demand an explanation. You must accompany me to the main peak to face the Master and prepare for punishment. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had just returned from Dengzhou City, and the Great Alchemy Hall had already sent someone? Was that really so quick? Regardless, Lu Chen decided to follow Elder Fong to ascertain this situation. If the Master bowed to the Great Alchemy Hall, there would be no reason for him to remain in Face Ya sect. He would unhesitatingly take Wanner and leave, seeking Zhu Feichen in Chaodu, and later find an opportunity to venture into the Great Danger Mountain, the main peak. Outside the Master's Hall, Elder Fong coldly remarked. Lu Chen, considering you are my inner disciple, I cannot bear to see you led to your doom. After a moment's thought, he added, however, listen carefully. No matter what demands they make, you must comply. What if they demand my death? Lu Chen queried. You will not die. The master will protect your life, Elder Fong assured him. Lu Chen was a disciple of Fei Xia sect, inherently under its protection, and his maid, Xiao Wan, was the master's only true disciple. The master would never allow Lu Chen to perish. And what if they seek to castrate me? Lu Chen pressed. Then you shall be castrated. It's hardly worth anything and is better than losing your life. Elder Fong shot back, exasperated by Lu Chen's obstinacy. Enough. Once we enter, you are to remain silent. You lack the standing to speak before them. Ha! I lack the right to speak? Who is it that has come? Lu Chen sneered, feeling indignant. Regardless of who it was, he resolved to confront them fiercely. They are esteemed alchemists, noble third-tier alchemists, and even the master must show them respect. What do you think you are? Elder Fong reprimanded, raising his brow. If you dare to speak out of turn and tarnish our sect's reputation, do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Chen slapped his forehead, recalling someone he had forgotten in the midst of dealing with Lai Run. Fine, I promise to remain silent, he replied, his expression shifting from dark to bright, a grin spreading across his face. Upon entering the grand hall, he was greeted by the sight of Master Miao Yin and several elders, along with a number of true disciples, all gathered to receive Chen Yuanliang. Originally waiting for Lu Chen at the entrance of Fei Xia sect, Chen Yuanliang's distinctive alchemical robe drew immediate attention from the higher-ups of the sect. They promptly welcomed him inside, and he had no choice but to comply, explaining that he sought to see Lu Chen. However, unbeknownst to him, his intentions had been misconstrued, as everyone assumed he was there to cause trouble for Lu Chen on behalf of the great alchemy master. In truth, Chen Yuanliang had been concerned about whether Lu Chen could even make it out of Dengzhou City. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, Chen Yuanliang was so excited that he stood up from his seat. But before he could speak, Elder Fong interrupted him. Elder Chen, please do not be overly excited. Please take a seat. I have brought Lu Chen for you to handle as you see fit. Huh? Chen Yuanliang was momentarily bewildered. He was unaware of the enmity between Lu Chen and Lai Ran and thus could not comprehend Elder Fong's words. Elder Chen, Lu Chen is a disciple of Fei Xia sect. Regardless of his misdeeds, we will ensure he is punished, Miao Yin interjected. The term punish was, in essence, a means of protection, which contradicted Elder Fong's earlier stance. In fact, neither Miao Yin nor the higher-ups feared the Great Alchemy Hall. It was merely out of respect for the esteemed third-tier alchemist that they treated him with such courtesy. Even should Chen Yuanliang visit other martial sects, he would receive a similar level of hospitality, not exclusive to Fei Xia sect. In reality, the higher-ups of Fei Xia sect were oblivious to Chen Yuanliang's true purpose for coming. Having left the Great Alchemy Hall, he was not without options. If he were to voice his intentions, numerous martial sects or prominent families would eagerly vie for him, and even other states' great alchemy halls would seek to recruit him. But he had yet to solidify that arrangement, so he chose not to disclose this to the people of Fei Xia sect. Chen Yuanliang felt the higher-ups of Fei Xia sect were lacking in comprehension but he had yet to solidify that arrangement, so he chose not to disclose this to the people of Fei Xia sect. Chen Yuanliang felt the higher-ups of Fei Xia sect were lacking in comprehension finding communication difficult, he simply left his seat to approach Lu Chen. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to say. It was Elder Fong who discreetly warned Lu Chen to remain silent and still, lest there be dire consequences. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Yuanliang approached Lu Chen, speaking respectfully, "You have finally returned." This statement left everyone dumbfounded. What was happening? Chen Yuanliang was speaking to Lu Chen in a manner befitting a servant, utterly shattering their preconceived notions. It was now evident that Chen Yuanliang had no intention of causing trouble for Lu Chen, but rather sought something entirely different. The most astonished of all was Elder Fong, who stood there petrified. It quickly dawned on him that Lu Chen and Chen Yuanliang were acquainted. Yet, even a dignified third-tier alchemist had no need to address Lu Chen in such a subservient manner. Previously, he had arrogantly believed Lu Chen had no standing to speak before a third-tier alchemist, but now his assumptions were being turned on their head. Chen Yuanliang was speaking to Lu Chen in a tone of subservience, astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. The expressions of the others mirrored his own. This lad, still an alchemist? Does he hold a high status in alchemy? Could he be a fourth-tier alchemist? Astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. The expressions of the others mirrored his OWNS. This lad. Still an alchemist? Does he hold a high status in alchemy? Could he be a fourth-tier alchemist? If that were the case, what extraordinary talent in alchemy must Lu Chen possess? Why aren't you speaking? Chen Yuanliang inquired, noticing Lu Chen's silence, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Lu Chen remained silent, simply gesturing towards Elder Fong, causing all eyes to shift to him. Elder Fong had not anticipated Lu Chen would employ such a tactic, nearly causing him to choke on his own frustration. It was he who had forbidden Lu Chen from speaking. He had warned Lu Chen that any utterance would lead to dire consequences. He had firmly believed that Chen Yuanliang was sent by the great alchemy master. However, the reality was deviating from his expectations. Lu Chen, this little brat, was clearly the vengeful type, unwilling to suffer even a minor grievance, showing no consideration for Elder Fong's face and seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 48. Staying behind Elder Fong could only nod at Lu Chen, signaling that he could speak. Yet, Lu Chen feigned indifference, half closing his eyes, pretending not to notice. Elder Chen is addressing you, Elder Fong pressed. His brows furrowing, Lu Chen shook his head, opting to close his eyes entirely, ignoring Elder Fong altogether. As everyone observed the increasingly awkward demeanor of Elder Fong, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. What do you want? Elder Fong dared not lash out, his frustration bubbling within as he quietly questioned Lu Chen. Lu Chen finally opened his eyes, pointing to his mouth, indicating for Elder Fong to handle the situation. This is outrageous, Elder Fong huffed in anger. This youngster was giving him no face at all. He was already contemplating how to make Lu Chen pay for this insolence later. He understood Lu Chen's intention. He was demanding an apology. Apologize? Is that even possible? Thank goodness we are in the Master's Hall. Had it been anywhere else, I would have struck down this little bastard without hesitation. Elder Fong, what is going on? Miao Yin interjected, her expression now less than pleasant. She did not care about the conflict between Lu Chen and Elder Fong. What mattered was that she could not leave Chen Yuanliang out of the conversation, as that would lack decorum and harm the reputation of Fei Xia sect. Are you coercing young Master Lu? Chen Yuanliang, keenly perceptive, began to piece together the situation and confronted Elder Fong. Elder Chen has misunderstood. Our disciples are steadfast and do not succumb to any coercion, Elder Fong hastily clarified under the pressure from multiple sides. What shocked Elder Fong the most was that Chen Yuanliang had called Lu Chen young master, a clear indication of subservience. At that moment, he understood why Lu Chen had the audacity to embarrass him publicly. It turned out he had already known Chen Yuanliang would be present, rendering Elder Fong's prior actions utterly futile. Lu Chen was not someone to offend, at least not at this moment. I asked for an apology, Lu Chen. I retract my previous statement and offer you my apology, Elder Fong said, his face filled with frustration as he transmitted a message through divine sense. That was the utmost he could do. All right, Lu Chen replied, a slight smile appearing on his face as he accepted it. He was merely irked by Elder Fong's tone and his condescension. There was no deep-seated hatred. Chen Yuanliang, willing to forsake the great alchemy hall for Lu Chen's side, was someone Lu Chen was inclined to assist. If Chen Yuanliang wished to join the Dam Pavilion, Lu Chen would not hesitate to utilize connections to find by Ningxuang. Chen Yuanliang, willing to forsake the great alchemy hall for Lu Chen's side, was someone Lu Chen was inclined to assist. If Chen Yuanliang wished to join the Dam Pavilion, Lu Chen would not hesitate to utilize connections to find by Ningxuang. I wish to follow you, Chen Yuanliang stated earnestly. In front of outsiders, he refrained from calling Lu Chen Dan Wang, alchemical king. Firstly, Lu Chen had expressed a desire for discretion. Secondly, Lu Chen had yet to receive recognition from the Dan sect and had not donned the robes of a Dan Wang, thus remaining in a state of ambiguity. Ultimately, what mattered was that he personally recognized Lu Chen. Others did not have a say in the matter. However, this declaration left everyone in the hall in a state of shock. It was irrefutable evidence that Lu Chen's status in alchemy exceeded that of Chen Yuanliang. Otherwise, how could a dignified third-tier alchemist like Chen Yuanliang treat Lu Chen as a junior? In the realm of martial arts and alchemy, the principle remained the same. Strength begets respect, and the accomplished are prioritized. Particularly in alchemy, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. One tier higher could easily overshadow another. Yet, it raised questions. If Lu Chen was indeed an alchemist, how did he also possess such formidable martial prowess? Most alchemists dedicate their energies to alchemical pursuits, progressing slowly in martial cultivation, and their combat abilities are often lackluster. How could someone as young as Lu Chen manage to master both disciplines? To follow me. To learn alchemy? Lu Chen's eyelids twitched, falling into silence. His knowledge of alchemy was extensive, and imparting some to Chen Yuanliang posed no issue. The real dilemma lay in how to accommodate Chen Yuanliang. This fellow belonged to the Dan Pavilion, a genuine third-tier alchemist with a prestigious identity, and he was of a similar age to Elder Fang. It would be inappropriate to bring him into the inner sect. If he were to be placed outside, it would not constitute following, and the constant back and forth would be rather inconvenient. Suddenly, Lu Chen slapped his forehead. Something we at Faixia sect cannot achieve. Miao Yin expressed some helplessness. Xian sect is wealthy and can afford to hire a third-tier alchemist to oversee their Dan Academy. Faixia sect? Something we at Faixia sect cannot achieve. Miao Yin expressed some helplessness. Xian sect is wealthy and can afford to hire a third-tier alchemist to oversee their Dan Academy. Faixia sect, with its limited finances, cannot afford such a luxury. How then can we establish a Dan Academy? Yet, here stands a third-tier alchemist. Why not recruit him? Lu Chen replied, his gaze sparkling as he looked at Chen Yuanliang, who appeared utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had been sold off. Isn't Elder Chen still part of the Great Alchemy Hall? Miao Yin was taken aback. Although she was aware that Chen Yuanliang had only recently joined the Great Alchemy Hall, she was unaware of his current situation. I have already left the Great Alchemy Hall, Chen Yuanliang clarified, and upon hearing this, the higher-ups of Faixia sect suddenly became alert. Excellent. We at Faixia sect wish to hire Elder Chen. Miao Yan's face brightened, her attitude sincere. But before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yuanliang interrupted her. I only wish to follow young Master Lu and have no other intentions. Chen Yuanliang was acutely aware of Miao Yan's intentions. How can you follow me if you do not stay? Lu Chen declared, and Chen Yuanliang's face lit up with joy. I will follow young Master S orders in all matters, he responded eagerly. How can you follow me if you do not stay? Lu Chen declared, and Chen Yuanliang's face lit up with joy. I will follow young Master S orders in all matters, he responded eagerly. Faixia sect welcomes Elder Chen, Miao Yan exclaimed, her joy palpable. Without waiting for Chen Yuanliang's verbal agreement, she firmly established this arrangement, stating that any requirements Elder Chen had would be accommodated. She had long desired to establish a Dan Academy for Faixia sect. Little did she expect that, due to Lu Chen's involvement, they would acquire a third-tier alchemist, a true blessing for Faixia sect. Of course, she would ensure that Chen Yuanliang received due benefits, so he would not work for free. Young Master Lu's request will be my requests, Chen Yuanliang readily affirmed, promptly offering any benefits to Lu Chen. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Young Master Lu's request will be my requests, Chen Yuanliang readily affirmed, promptly offering any benefits to Lu Chen. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes, Miao Yin said, her gaze fixed on Lu Chen, her demeanor warm and inviting. I wish to enter the falling sunset peak, Lu Chen declared, causing a wave of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. Falling Sunset Peak was a forbidden area of Faixia sect, accessible only to the Master and the Master's true disciples, with all others barred from entry. Lu Chen coveted this forbidden ground. What audacity he possessed! Miao Yin understood Lu Chen's intent, for Wanner was diligently cultivating at Falling Sunset Peak, and Lu Chen wished to see her. After a moment's contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, Miao Yin finally acquiesced, granted. With just a single word, the higher-ups of Faixia sect were left in shock, though none dared to voice their objections. They all recognized that the Master was not making an exception for Lu Chen, but was instead prioritizing the establishment of the Dan Academy. For the future of Faixia sect, they had no grounds for dissent, as everything lay in the Master's hands. Thank you for your efforts regarding the Dan Academy, Lu Chen instructed Chen Yuanliang, who nodded vigorously in response. Welcome, Elder Chen. The higher-ups of the sect were elated. Some even moved to tears. With a third-tier alchemist on board, the establishment of the Dan Academy was now imminent. Amidst the jubilation, one individual remained far from pleased, Elder Fang. Having been humiliated by Lu Chen, he had been contemplating retaliation, but with Chen Yuanliang's presence, he felt only increased pressure. How could he possibly deal with Lu Chen now? Chapter 49. Premium Spirit Chi Pill. With Lu Chen's assistance, the Dan Academy was thus firmly established. Miao Yin turned her attention to Lu Chen, eager to uncover the multitude of secrets this remarkable young man harbored. Lu Chen, are you an alchemist? Indeed, Lu Chen admitted without hesitation. Just as expected, the elders exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Lu Chen was indeed a dual cultivator of martial arts and alchemy. What tier of alchemist are you? Miao Yin pressed further. Lu Chen fell silent. It was a challenging question to answer. He himself was uncertain of what tier he belonged to. Was he a Danwang? Or something beyond that? In any case, he was not merely a Dan master. Although he possessed considerable skill in alchemy, he lacked formal recognition, making it difficult to articulate his standing. Suddenly, a strong desire surged within him. He needed a set of alchemist robes. Youthful Master Lu has yet to join the Dan sect and currently lacks a designated tier. But do not let that lead to doubts about his alchemical prowess. Qin Yuanliang stepped in to clarify on Lu Chen's behalf. Ah, so you are a self-taught alchemist? Miao Yin remarked, smiling. Regardless, having the ability to refine pills at Fei Xia sect makes you a valuable asset. Please lend your expertise to the establishment of the Dan Academy. I wish to cultivate, so I will not be participating, Lu Chen firmly rejected, asserting that his proposal for the Dan Academy was primarily to accommodate Qin Yuanliang. His time was limited. Where would he find the opportunity to assist in establishing the academy? He needed to break through to the half-step transformation spirit within 6 months or face the prospect of being tormented by Jiang Yao. Moreover, 3 months later, the ominous Great Xiong Mountain would be unsealed, and he intended to venture in search of his father. Time was simply insufficient. Liu Chen was reluctant, and Miao Yin did not press him. After all, having Chen Yuanliang was sufficient. Liu Chen was a self-taught alchemist, and she was uncertain of his alchemical skills. Subsequently, preparations for the Fei Xia Alchemy Institute were underway, with Chen Yuanliang remaining to oversee matters while Lu Chen returned home. Lai Xiang's residence was situated at the most advantageous location halfway up the mountain, abundant in spiritual energy and favorable in feng shui. Upon moving in, Lu Chen felt particularly invigorated. Looking down at the foot of the mountain, the dilapidated house was isolated in a remote area, lacking in spiritual energy, sufficient for Lai Xiang to brew a pot. Junior brother Lu, what a splendid mood you are in, admiring the scenery here. Indeed, junior brother Lu, from now on we shall be neighbors, looking out for one another. Junior brother Lu, should you feel lonely at night, feel free to seek sister for a chat. Just a friendly conversation. Of course, that a group of senior brothers and sisters approached, each adorned with warm smiles and a congenial tone. These individuals were all at the 9th level of the true origin realm, the very same 8 who had previously bullied Lu Chen. In the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Lu Chen showcased his prowess by defeating them single-handedly, thus thoroughly subduing them. At this moment, their attitude towards Lu Chen had transformed entirely, now imbued with respect and deference. Lu Chen harbored an aversion to these individuals, yet they were his fellow disciples, residing next door. Ignoring them would likely lead to isolation. Moreover, one should never strike at a smiling face. They greeted him warmly, and since there was no deep-seated enmity, it was prudent to exchange pleasantries. Greetings, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Liu Chen donned a smile, engaging in casual conversation before seeing them off. Upon returning to his quarters, he prepared to refine elixirs. Liu Chen's possessions were stored within the space of the Chaos Pearl. Alchemy furnace, spirit stones, beast pills, medicinal materials, and a precious vial of spirit water, all extracted from within. The Chaos Pearl, capable of storing items, was nothing short of a divine artifact, superior to the legendary spatial rings. It was said that spatial rings existed only beyond the mundane world, and the Yoming dynasty had none, regardless of wealth. Sometimes, Lu Chen felt as if he had transcended the ordinary realm. When he first discovered the marvelous utility of the Chaos Pearl, its space measured merely 10 feet square. However, since breaking through to the first level of the true origin realm, the space of the Chaos Pearl unexpectedly expanded by another 10 feet. Each subsequent breakthrough resulted in another expansion. Now, at the 4th level of the true origin realm, the Chaos Pearl had reached a dimension of 50 feet square. Such vastness could easily accommodate several houses. Liu Chen speculated that, should the space grow to a sufficient extent, it might even hold a mountain, a Chaos Pearl with growth potential. Was it not a divine object? With a breath, the soul fire ignited, initiating the alchemical process. The quality of the medium-grade alchemy furnace was superb. Whether it was controlling the flame, purifying the materials, or sealing the furnace, Lu Chen handled it with ease, especially in contrast to the previous inferior furnace, which was nothing but trash. He sliced a 3rd-tier beast pill into 20 portions to serve as elixir catalysts. 20 pounds of inferior spirit stones were divided into 20 parts, 1 pound each, combined with other medicinal materials, and placed into the furnace for refinement. Each batch of elixirs produced was fragrant and plump, crystalline and translucent, each one a premium product. All 20 batches succeeded without failure, yielding 180 top-tier spirit elixirs. Lu Chen appeared exhausted, yet a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. One top-tier spirit elixir contained 10 times the spiritual energy of an inferior one. Consuming 180 of these would undoubtedly lead to a breakthrough in his realm. However, the extent of that breakthrough remained uncertain. In martial arts cultivation, the higher the realm, the greater the demand for spiritual energy, making advancement increasingly difficult. When spiritual energy fell short, resources must compensate, and elixirs were among the crucial resources. Yet, the 180 top-tier spirit elixirs were all stored within the Chaos Pearl. Now was not the time for consumption. The spiritual energy of Feixiao Mountain remained abundant, natural resources that required no expenditure. Tio disregards such a wealth of natural resources in favor of consuming those precious top-tier spirit elixirs was to invert priorities. Lu Chen was not foolish enough to act in such a manner. Throughout the Yongming dynasty, spirit elixirs were exceedingly expensive, with inferior ones being commonplace, medium-grade ones rare, and high-grade ones virtually non-existent. As for top-tier spirit elixirs, they were mere legends. If this batch were to be sold, it would undoubtedly cause a nationwide sensation, attracting countless wealthy individuals eager to purchase them, fetching astronomical prices. Naturally, these top-tier spirit elixirs were of great utility to Lu Chen and would not be sold. Once the spiritual energy of Feixiao Mountain was sufficiently absorbed, these top-tier spirit elixirs would come into play. Lu Chen had only absorbed the energy twice so far, with much still remaining. The first absorption yielded excellent results, allowing him to break through 2 minor realms. The second time, despite the same quantity, his cultivation level had risen, increasing his demand, resulting in diminished effects with only a single minor realm breakthrough. After refining 20 batches of top-tier spiritual energy pills, his energy is significantly drained. Yet, he is determined to refine the spirit water pill, refusing to defer it until the morrow. Young master, I have arrived. Lu Chen grasped the vial of spirit water, a weary smile gracing his lips. Although his soul power was formidable, his realm remained insufficient, and refining 20 batches of top-tier spirit elixirs had drained much of his energy. The Feixiao sect has long had a comprehensive plan for the Alchemy Institute, having already constructed a backup alchemy facility on a mountain peak. What remains is merely the presence of a capable third-tier alchemist to lead the way. Opened the door, and found Chen Yuanliang standing respectfully at the threshold. Chapter 50. The dragon vein changes position. Chen Yuanliang had come to report on the situation of the Feixiao sect's Alchemy Institute. The Feixiao sect had long had a complete plan for the Alchemy Institute, having already constructed a backup alchemy facility on a nearby peak. What remained was merely the presence of a third-tier alchemist capable of managing it independently. Chen Yuanliang's arrival had directly activated the Feixiao Alchemy Institute, its opening imminent. The discussions he had with the higher-ups of the Feixiao sect revolved around specific issues, all relatively easy to resolve. I was just about to refine the spirit water pill. You may observe, Yu Chen is not particularly invested in the matters of the Alchemy Institute, and once Chen Yuanliang has finished speaking, while the Feixiao sect could not afford a third-tier alchemist, first- and second-tier ones were within reach. Henceforth, Chen Yuanliang would be the head of the Feixiao Alchemy Institute, with a rank only subordinate to sect leader Miao Yin. I am about to refine the spirit water elixir. You may observe, Yu Chen had little interest in the affairs of the institute, and once Chen Yuanliang had finished speaking, he commenced his alchemical process. Chen Yuanliang stood by with rapt attention, his expression filled with excitement. The spirit water elixir was a rather niche concoction, requiring a high-level formula and the utilization of soul fire for its refinement, something that ordinary alchemists could not achieve. Only a Danwang could. Being able to witness a Danwang refining high-level elixirs was immensely beneficial for him, as he could glean insights into the art of alchemy. Indeed, the method for refining the spirit water elixir differed from that of ordinary elixirs. Certain procedures needed to be performed in reverse, and there was even an additional step, fire infusion. This entailed opening the furnace lid between the purification and liquefaction stages to inject soul fire into the furnace, effectively burning the medicinal materials with a touch of soul power. Such a complex refining process flowed seamlessly under Lu Chen's hand, leaving Chen Yuanliang awestruck and immensely enlightened. Chen Yuanliang had already gleaned much from Lu Chen's alchemical process. With a clap, the alchemical process concluded, the furnace lid opened, and a delightful aroma wafted forth, enchanting the senses. Before them lay a plump, lustrous, semi-transparent elixir, an upper-tier spirit water elixir. The emergence of an invaluable spirit water elixir was a sight to behold. Chen Yuanliang stared at the upper-tier spirit water elixir, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had perused the historical texts of the Alchemy Pavilion and learned that several centuries ago, a Danwang had attempted to refine the spirit water elixir, failing twice before succeeding on the third attempt. Even then, the third attempt was fraught with peril, with 8 failures among the batches, leaving only one successful elixir. That successful elixir was merely of the inferior grade. Nevertheless, that inferior elixir was fiercely contested by various factions and ultimately purchased by the royal family at a sky-high price. Lu Chen finds himself filled with complaints. After a time, Lu Chen scribbles down a formula and hands it to Chen Yuanliang. Chen Yuanliang receives the formula as if it were a treasure. He even foresaw that as long as he continued to follow Lu Chen, his alchemical skills would reach terrifying heights. However, the spirit water was scarce, permitting only the refinement of a single elixir, and he was uncertain if it would suffice. This alchemy furnace was inadequate. Had it been of the superior grade, he could have directly refined a top-tier spirit water elixir. While Chen Yuanliang marveled at the elixir, Lu Chen was preoccupied with complaints. After a while, Lu Chen pinned a recipe and tossed it to Chen Yuanliang. Chen Yuanliang clutched the recipe as if it were a treasure, his eyes glinting with fervor. This was a recipe fit for a Danwang, requiring intricate techniques not accessible to someone of Chen Yuanliang's level. Yet, the recipe had a unique aspect. It did not demand high quality for the alchemical fire. Any fire that was not mere kindling would suffice. In other words, true fire was the minimum requirement. An alchemist could produce true fire out of course. Attempting to use a Danwang-level recipe for refining by an alchemist would certainly result in failure due to insufficient capability. His resolve to follow Lu Chen for life is further solidified. However, were he to learn of Lu Chen's true intentions, he would undoubtedly feel deeply disappointed and heartbroken. Lu Chen's assistance in the realm of alchemy is merely a deserved reward. His alchemical prowess would rapidly ascend. Perhaps in no time, he would find himself among the ranks of great alchemists. Such a high-level special recipe would undoubtedly be closely guarded by other Danwangs. That would be another matter. After finally sending the weeping Chen Yuanliang on his way, night has fallen in the deep night at Feixiao Mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy reaches its peak. The inner sect mountain peaks. His resolve to follow Lu Chen for life solidified. However, had he known Lu Chen's true intentions, he would have been sorely disappointed and heartbroken. Lu Chen aiding him in the realm of alchemy was merely a deserved reciprocation, not an invitation for him to follow. An old man with low combat prowess and poor alchemical skills. What purpose would it serve to have him around? If it were a beautiful woman. Well, that was a different story. After finally dispatching the tearful Chen Yuanliang, night had fallen in the deep night of Feixiao Mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy reached its peak. The inner door's peak had nearly regained its original concentration after a day and night of replenishment. Lu Chen settled down, activating the 9 dragons, returning to one technique, causing the Yanlong vein to stir. Powerful vortices of suction released, drawing in countless spiritual energies into the house as the Yanlong vein ravenously consumed them. The spiritual energy of the entire inner door peak began to flow unusually, gradually forming currents of spiritual energy aimed directly at the halfway point of the mountain. The spiritual energy of the inner door peak is flowing again. Is the dragon vein about to absorb energy? The direction of the spiritual energy flow seemed to miss, appearing to head towards the middle of the mountain rather than the foot where it had been directed the previous 2 nights. This dragon vein is truly peculiar. Numerous individuals across various peaks observed the phenomenon. Many expressed surprise, speculating whether the dragon vein had indeed changed positions. At the foot of the mountain, a solitary dilapidated house had a head poking out from its entrance. Lai Xiong. He gazed at the direction of the flowing currents of spiritual energy, anxiety coursing through him. Is it the rhythm of the dragon vein changing positions awakening? Please, no. Having spent considerable effort to acquire this dilapidated house, if the dragon vein shifted, all his investment would be for naught. Lai Xiong panicked, praying with all his might. Yet, the currents of spiritual energy continued to surge beneath his very eyes, rushing into the house located halfway up the mountain. That house, nestled in the first row to the left of the halfway point, was the very one Lai Xiong had previously occupied. Now, it belonged to Lu Chen. What the? Lai Xiong's countenance darkened, despair overwhelming him as his dreams shattered. How could this be? Was the dragon vein mocking him? No, the dragon vein couldn't possibly play tricks. Only people would do that. Who was behind this? Lu Chen. It had to be Lu Chen. This guy must have employed some trickery to fool me. How could I, so astute, have fallen for this fellow's scheme? Lu Chen, I will kill you. Lai Xiang seethed with rage, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But upon recalling Lu Chen's combat prowess, his fury dissipated into helplessness. As it stood, he was no match for Lu Chen, and what use was there in attempting to kill him? It was more likely he would be killed instead at the inner door peak. All the inner disciples emerged to investigate, each one utterly astonished. The position of the dragon vein had actually shifted, moving from the foot of the mountain to halfway up. What could be the explanation? All inner door disciples, heed my command. Do not leave your quarters, lest you disturb the dragon vein. A stern voice resounded. All the inner door disciples who had stepped outside retreated to their residences. Peering out from their windows to observe 3 figures swooped down, halting 100 feet away from the large house, too apprehensive to advance further. Were the dragon vein's mouth not located at the foot of the mountain? How could it have changed positions? This is unprecedented and exceedingly strange. An elder from the inner door expressed his bewilderment. I too sensed something amiss. Could this be the result of human intervention? Another elder from the inner door echoed with skepticism. That large house was originally Lai Xiang's, but I have heard that he traded houses with Lu Chen. Elder Feng's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. Then, the dragon vein shifted position, following Lu Chen to his residence. What a remarkable coincidence. This matter reeked of suspicion. Even if the dragon vein was disturbed, we must investigate. Just as Elder Feng and the others were about to take action, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The currents of spiritual energy ceased flowing, no longer pouring into Lu Chen's house, instead beginning to dissipate slowly. Chapter 51. The sacred art of the divine tree. The gathered currents of spiritual energy ultimately returned to their original form, enveloping the entire peak like a light mist. Countless individuals stood dumbstruck, unable to comprehend the situation. It was merely a false alarm. The dragon vein's mouth was not located here. It should still be in its original position. Elder Feng regained his composure and swiftly reached a conclusion, dispelling the doubts of the crowd. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the dilapidated house at the foot of the mountain, a smile gracing his features. He knew that Lai Xiang had invested significantly to exchange houses with Lu Chen. Were the dragon vein to truly shift positions, Lai Xiang would suffer a monumental loss. Among the numerous inner door disciples, he viewed Lai Xiang favorably, intending to cultivate him as a true disciple. Firstly, he had connections with Lai Xiang's father. Secondly, Lai Xiang possessed a mysterious martial vein, marking him as a martial arts genius. Lai Xiang held animosity towards Lu Chen, thus Elder Feng harbored no fondness for Lu Chen. Furthermore, Lu Chen had embarrassed him in the sect leader's hall, intensifying his disdain. Had the spiritual energy not ceased, he would have undoubtedly stormed into Lu Chen's house under the pretense of investigation to deal with Lu Chen. The restoration of the spiritual energy to its original state indicates that the dragon's mouth is not over there, but still resides with me. Lai Xiang laughed heartily, hope rekindled as despair transformed back into possibility. However, at that moment, within the large house, Lu Chen was sighing. His soul power was formidable enough to sense the situation outside. Had he not promptly ceased his efforts and halted the influx of spiritual energy, those elders would have barged in to that point. All would have been revealed, leading to great trouble in the future. He must exercise extreme caution during his cultivation. He could never allow others to uncover his secrets. The commotion he stirred while absorbing spiritual energy was too pronounced. He needed to find a way to conceal it. Yet here, with so many people around, how could he possibly hide it? Remaining at the inner door was no longer feasible. But where to go? Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He had a place in mind. The next day, Lu Chen began packing his belongings, rolling up his bedding and preparing to leave. All the inner door disciples watched in astonishment as Lu Chen departed, utterly perplexed by his actions. Atop the mountain, several elders were also observing Lu Chen's movements. Where is Lu Chen headed? An elder inquired in confusion. Let him go wherever he pleases. This troublemaker would be best off withdrawing from the Faixia sect. Chen Yuanliang is both astonished and delighted, eagerly taking Lu Chen's bedding and leading the way. I will find my own room. Lu Chen waves his hand, wandering through the vast alchemy institute, finally settling on a small room on the west side. Previously unoccupied, the entire mountain had been devoid of inhabitants. However, last night, one person took residence in the institute, Chen Yuanliang. Now, there was another, Lu Chen. I'm delighted that you are coming to stay at the Alchemy Institute. I will give you the best room, Chen Yuanliang exclaimed, both surprised and overjoyed, as he eagerly took Lu Chen's bedding, leading the way. I will find a room myself. Lu Chen waved his hand, wandering through the expansive Alchemy Institute before ultimately selecting a small room on the western side. This room is far too secluded, and it is distanced from the center of the Alchemy Institute. What purpose does it serve to choose this? Chen Yuanliang furrowed his brow. I find great discomfort in being disturbed. This place suits me perfectly. What has been decided by Lu Chen? How could Chen Yuanliang possibly alter it? The news of Lu Chen's residence at the Dan courtyard spread swiftly. As an inner sect disciple, residing outside the inner sect and in the Dan courtyard. What sense does that make? An elder from the inner sect exclaimed in fury. Another elder added, Lu Chen left without our consent. According to the regulations of the inner sect, he should be expelled. No, he is rather exceptional. Expulsion does not befit him. Elder Fong shook his head, appearing stern on the surface, yet inwardly reveling in delight. Lu Chen, have you fled to the Dan courtyard to evade me? As long as you remain at Fei Xiaomin, can you truly escape? You may reside in the Dan courtyard, but you are still an inner sect disciple. I have ample means to deal with you. Notify all courtyards to suspend all benefits for inner sect disciple Lu Chen. On the falling sunset peak, lush greenery thrived, ancient trees towered, and spiritual energy was several times denser than that of other peaks. Within the mountain, a vibrant essence of life subtly flowed. Reaching the entrance of falling sunset peak, Lu Chen halted, unable to proceed further. An unseen barrier prevented his entry. The woman emerged from within, exuding a mature charm. A superior-grade divine water pill. Miao Yin caught sight of the pill, her pupils dilating in surprise. How did you acquire this pill? I refined it myself. Nonsense. The divine water pill can only be crafted by a pill king. How could a mere novice like you possibly manage that? Miao Yin shook her head incredulously, then raised her hand to direct a surge of energy at Lu Chen, turning to enter. Follow me. Lu Chen remained silent, merely opening his right hand to reveal a semi-transparent pill, a superior-grade divine water pill. Miao Yin caught sight of the pill, her pupils dilating in surprise. How did you acquire this pill? I refined it myself. Nonsense. The divine water pill can only be crafted by a pill king. How could a mere novice like you possibly manage that? Miao Yin shook her head incredulously, then raised her hand to direct a surge of energy at Lu Chen, turning to enter. Follow me. Since you possess the divine water pill, Wanner's entry into the secret technique will become significantly easier. Sigh. In this era, speaking the truth is no easy feat, and gaining trust is even more challenging. If I say I refined it, you do not believe me. If I say I purchased it, you would believe it even less. Lu Chen chuckled helplessly and stepped forward, following Miao Yan's stride. Entering a densely wooded valley, he soon spotted Wanner. She sat cross-legged atop a large stone, eyes closed in meditation. Behind her stood a colossal ancient tree, towering 100 feet high, its trunk thick enough for 10 people to encircle. Its leaves were a vibrant green, and a vigorous life force emanated from it, enveloping Wanner. Such formidable vitality, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The life force was so potent that it could heal even the gravely wounded. Wanner, like me, possessed a wood affinity, with a rare spirit tree martial vein. Mine was of the Xian rank, hers was of the Tian rank. Her innate talent far surpassed mine. Miao Yin regarded Wanner and continued, the unique secret technique I imparted to Wanner is called the Sacred Wood Saint technique. Sacred Wood Saint technique? Lu Chen pondered, searching his memory for any information about it. The Sacred Wood Saint technique was of an exceedingly high rank, but was not something everyone could cultivate. It was only suitable for women endowed with the spirit tree martial vein. Miao Yin, sensing Lu Chen's thoughts, elaborated, this technique has stringent requirements for the martial vein and is difficult to cultivate. Even I have only grasped the surface of it. However, Wanner is different. She possesses a Tian rank spirit tree martial vein, making her the ideal candidate for cultivating the Sacred Wood Saint technique. Is the Sacred Wood Saint technique a secret of Fei Xiaomin? Lu Chen inquired. No, it is a secret of the Sacred Wood Palace, from which I hail. Where is the Sacred Wood Palace? Very far away, beyond the secular world. Leader, why are you sharing this with me? Because Wanner's path diverges from yours. I hope you are mentally prepared. Are you implying that Wanner and I will part ways? Indeed, Wanner is merely passing through with me. She is destined to join the Sacred Wood Palace, where her martial journey can be furthered. Miao Yin nodded and added, and you, at Face Yamin, are also just a transition. Elder Pan mentioned that you will ultimately go to the Xiantian branch point 6 months from now. You will face Zhang Yao. Regardless of victory or defeat, you will not return. I have brought trouble to Face Yamin. Lu Chen said apologetically, if you can defeat Zhang Yao, then what you bring is not trouble, but resources, Miao Yin replied. Huh? Resources? Chapter 52. Entry into the sacred technique. It turned out that the annual martial arts competition of the Yoming dynasty was also held to select talents for the Xiantian branch. In the Yoming dynasty, there is but one major sect, the Xiantian branch. The Xiantian branch stands unrivaled, possessing vast resources, while other martial sects are merely subsidiaries, nurturing outstanding disciples for selection. Hence, the major sects are quite willing to send their gifted disciples to the Xiantian branch. Second, the selection of disciples by the Xiantian branch is exceedingly rigorous. Once a prodigy from a sect is chosen, that sect is rewarded with a substantial supply of resources in return. These resources include pills, battle weapons, beast pills, heavenly materials, and spiritual stones. Resources that are in high demand among the major sections each year. Hence, the major sects are quite willing to send their gifted disciples to the Xiantian branch. Second, the selection of disciples by the Xiantian branch is exceedingly rigorous. Once a prodigy from a sect is chosen, that sect is rewarded with a substantial supply of resources in return. These resources include pills, battle weapons, beast pills, heavenly materials, and spiritual stones. Resources that are in high demand among the major sections each year. Miao Yan's expression darkened as she sighed, lamenting that since she took charge of Face Yamin, no disciples from her sect had ever been chosen, leading to a lack of resources and a decline in prestige. How many disciples has Face Yamin had selected? Lu Chen inquired. The Yoming dynasty consists of 99 states, each housing several martial sects, totaling hundreds of sects, with prodigies emerging frequently. It is not easy to be selected. Miao Yan's expression darkened as she sighed, lamenting that since she took charge of Face Yamin, no disciples from her sect had ever been chosen, leading to a lack of resources and a decline in prestige. And the other two sects? Lu Chen asked again. In the past decade, Zi Yunmin has had 2 disciples selected, and Sui Sha Min has had 1. Is that the reason why Zi Yunmin is so powerful in Dengzhou? At that moment, Lu Chen finally comprehended why Miao Yin regarded him so favorably, always making exceptions for him. Beyond Wanner, the primary reason was his own significance, as he was the designated candidate of Zhu Fei Chun. Thus, your and Wanner's arrival will be an opportunity for the rise of Face Yamin. I hope you do not hold it against me for being mercenary. I am doing this for the sake of Face Yamin. At that moment, Lu Chen finally comprehended why Miao Yin regarded him so favorably, always making exceptions for him. Beyond Wanner, the primary reason was his own significance, as he was the designated candidate of Zhu Fei Chun. When will Wanner go to the Sacred Wood Palace? I have already dispatched an elder to the Sacred Wood Palace at great speed. It will likely take half a year so far. Lu Chen was astonished. Having grown up in Shuangmu City, the farthest he had ever ventured was Dengzhou City, and he had never even visited the capital, knowing nothing of the outside world. The world beyond the secular realm is vast. When will Wanner go to the Sacred Wood Palace? I have already dispatched an elder to the Sacred Wood Palace at great speed. It will likely take half a year so far. Lu Chen was astonished. Having grown up in Shuangmu City, the farthest he had ever ventured was Dengzhou City, and he had never even visited the capital, knowing nothing of the outside world. The world beyond the secular realm is vast, far beyond your imagination, Miao Yin stated. Once the palace master receives my message, she will arrive immediately. Her speed is astonishing. She may appear in the Yoming dynasty in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. An elder requires half a year, yet the palace master only needs a stick of incense's time. Is the palace master a deity? Lu Chen was left dumbfounded, struggling to fathom how someone could traverse such a distance in so short a time. The palace master is not a deity. Her cultivation is simply beyond our comprehension, beyond comprehension to such an extent. Thus, if you wish to reach such a realm, you will need to work diligently. Perhaps in the future, you too can soar through the boundless world. Miao Yan's words ignited a surge of ambition within Lu Chen, filling him with yearning for the outside world. I must break free from the secular realm and soar to the pinnacle of martial arts. Entering the Sacred Wood Saint technique is no simple task. I initially intended for Wanner to seclude herself at Falling Sunset Peak until the palace master arrived. Miao Yin glanced at the divine water pill in Lu Chen's hand and added, "Since you have brought the superior grade divine water pill, Wanner can enter without issue. She will no longer need to seclude herself, and you two can meet frequently." With that, Miao Yin reached out and tapped Wanner, who quickly awakened from her meditative state. "Young master?" Wanner opened her beautiful eyes, and upon seeing Lu Chen, joyfully leapt up, hastily bowing to him. "I did not know the young master had arrived. I hope you can forgive my ignorance." "Wanner, consume this." Lu Chen nodded, directly placing the divine water pill into Wanner's hand. Though Wanner was unaware of what the pill was, she swallowed it without hesitation. "Aren't you going to ask what it is?" Miao Yin asked, amused by Wanner's decisiveness. "If the young master tells me to eat it, then I shall. No questions asked." "What if it's a poison pill?" "Then I would still consume it." "Silly girl," Miao Yin sighed. "The 5 elements mutually support one another. Water nurtures wood. Let us see if you can seize this opportunity to enter." Wanner nodded, then sat cross-legged, closing her eyes once more. Before long, her complexion flushed vibrantly. It is a veritable treasure, capable of nourishing the spirit tree and allowing the martial vein to flourish swiftly. Now, settle down and absorb the potency of the divine water pill while channeling the sacred wood saint technique. The 5 elements mutually support one another. Water nurtures wood. Let us see if you can seize this opportunity to enter. Wanner nodded, then sat cross-legged, closing her eyes once more. Before long, her complexion flushed vibrantly, and her aura grew increasingly robust. Evidently, the effects of the divine water pill were taking hold. Crack! A faint explosive sound emanated from Wanner's body. Her aura surged dramatically, and a wave of energy radiated from her, expanding in all directions. She had indeed broken through to the first layer of the true element realm. Miao Yin was both astonished and elated. Wanner had entered the true element realm, and with true essence, her cultivation of the sacred wood saint technique would be greatly facilitated. Yet, Wanner remained in meditation, continuing to absorb the potency of the divine water pill. An hour passed, and the energy around them transformed. The ancient tree's vibrant life force ceased to flow outwards and was instead drawn into Wanner's body. Another hour later, the ancient tree lost much of its vitality, its branches withering, leaves carpeting the ground, gradually succumbing to decay. However, Wanner's aura transformed, becoming invigorated, as if boundless life force coursed through her. Suddenly, Wanner opened her eyes, and a fleeting green light flickered within them. A verdant leaf quietly manifested, imprinting itself upon her forehead. "Ha ha! Truly worthy of the superior grade divine water pill. Its efficacy is indeed formidable. Wanner has successfully mastered the first layer of the sacred wood saint technique and has officially entered." Chapter 53. What to cut? Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the heavens. "Face Yamin, hand over Lu Chen." An enraged voice resonated, akin to thunder rolling through the entire Face Ya mountain. "Do not go out." Miao Yin left behind a single admonition before vanishing from sight. "I must see what is happening," Lu Chen declared, turning to flee. He could not play the role of the turtle hiding its head. Just as he dashed out of Falling Sunset Mountain, a breathless voice called from behind. "Young master, wait. I can't keep up." Lu Chen paused, turning to look at the perspiring Wanner. "You should return. Do not seek to involve yourself." Though Wanner was not highly skilled, she possessed the ability to protect herself and would not become a burden to him. Wanner gazed at Lu Chen with urgent concern, fearing he might abandon her no matter what happens later. "Do not speak or intervene, understood?" Lu Chen instructed as he continued walking. Wanner insisted on following, and Lu Chen found it difficult to refuse. This was a martial sect, not the Lu family. Wanner's current identity was that of a true disciple of Face Yamin, not merely his mate. Although Wanner's mindset remained unchanged, he needed to respect her. "Young master, rest assured. I will only observe from the side." By the way, does the sacred wood saint technique conflict with the techniques of the Saintess Pill Cannon? Lu Chen recalled the matter. The Saintess Pill Cannon was a mid-tier Tian rank technique. Though a fragmented version, its high rank meant that even if not fully cultivated, it surpassed ordinary low-tier D rank techniques. If it conflicted with the sacred wood saint technique, it would be a great pity to abandon it. The other side was a mixed group, including members from Ziyun Min and Sui Sha Min, but at the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a pill robe. The robe bore 4 red patterns, and the saint technique offers reciprocation. That is truly splendid. At the mountain gate, Two factions were in a standoff. One side consisted of members from Fei Xiaomin, led by sect leader Miao Yin. The other side was a mixed group, including members from Zi Yunmin and Sui Shaomin, but at the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a pill robe. The robe bore 4 red patterns, and before he could take vengeance, a second calamity befell him. This time, the injuries were more severe, leaving him without hope for recovery. In a fit of rage, he allied with Zi Yunmin and Sui Shaomin to avenge Lai Ren. Hand him over. Lai Guang's face was alight with fury. Lu Chen had obliterated his son Lai Ren's hopes twice, a grudge that could not be overlooked. The first time, he expended considerable effort to barely save Lai Ren's life, and before he could take vengeance, a second calamity befell him. This time, the injuries were more severe, leaving him without hope for recovery. In a fit of rage, he allied with Zi Yunmin and Sui Shaomin to avenge Lai Ren. Lu Chen is a disciple of Fei Xiaomin. Should he have erred, our sect will administer punishment. I kindly ask Master Lai to withdraw, Miao Yin commanded, waving her hand to signal for them to leave. Are you suggesting that you would make an enemy of me over a mere disciple? Lai Guang bellowed. Master Lai, I regret to inform you that Fei Xiaomin does not practice the habit of handing over its disciples to outsiders. Miao Yin stated resolutely. And no matter what Lu Chen had done, she would not yield him to Lai Guang, for he was far too important to Fei Xiaomin. If you refuse to hand him over, you shall pay the price. Lai Guang seethed, declaring, I announce that from this day forth, the Great Pill Hall will cease to supply pills to Fei Xiaomin. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Fei Xiaomin had always procured its pills from the Great Pill Hall. If they ceased to sell, Fei Xiaomin would exhaust its supply within 3 months. A martial sect without pills would face dire consequences, ultimately leading to its closure. This was the extent of the Great Pill Hall's power, as it virtually monopolized the market for pills, effectively constricting the lifeblood of various sects. This was also the reason why Zi Yunmin had to bear the cost of establishing its own pill hall, to avoid being choked out by others. I also have an announcement to make. Fei Xiaomin's pill hall will officially be established 7 days from now. Miao Yin retorted defiantly. In truth, Lai Guang had long been restricting Fei Xiaomin's access to pills, determined to prevent the sect from growing stronger, which had caused dissatisfaction among the members of Fei Xiaomin. Without a third-tier or higher pill master in place, how can Fei Xiaomin establish a pill hall? What brings you here? Lai Guang was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yuanliang to leave the Grand Alchemy Pavilion and arrive at the Fei Xia sect. An ominous premonition surged within him. I am now an alchemist of the Fei Xiaodan Institute, are merely a destitute martial school. Can you afford a third-rank alchemist? Greetings, esteemed pavilion master. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. A figure stepped forth, donned in the robes of a third-rank alchemist. It was Chen Yuanliang. He had firmly attached himself to Lu Chen, rendering him fearless in the presence of Lai Guang. Lu Chen is a Dan King. What is Lai Guang compared to him? Merely a 4th-rank alchemist. Can you even compare yourself to a Dan King? And the responsibility for concocting elixirs lies with me, Chen Yuanliang replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of calm composure. In the past, he had shown utmost deference to Lai Guang, obediently following his orders, but times had changed. He had firmly attached himself to Lu Chen, rendering him fearless in the presence of Lai Guang. Lu Chen is a Dan King. What is Lai Guang compared to him? Merely a 4th-rank alchemist. Can you even compare yourself to a Dan King? I can ascend to 3rd rank, and I can also reach 4th rank. When that time comes, we shall be on equal footing, and neither can dominate the other. Chen Yuanliang chuckled, entirely unperturbed by Lai Guang's threats. Being a rank higher, Lai Guang sneered, his anger boiling over at Chen Yuanliang's disrespect. He was baffled as to why Chen Yuanliang dared to oppose him. Did he not fear retribution? A simple report to the Dan Pavilion would suffice to bring Chen Yuanliang to ruin. I can ascend to 3rd rank, and I can also reach 4th rank. When that time comes, we shall be on equal footing, and neither can dominate the other. Chen Yuanliang chuckled, entirely unperturbed by Lai Guang's threats. Behind him stood Lu Chen, a Dan King. What was there to fear? Lu Chen had imparted to him the insights of a Dan King, allowing him to rapidly ascend 2 ranks in a short span. Now, with a Dan King level formula in hand, he was confident that with a year and a half of practice, his alchemical prowess would significantly improve, making his ascension to 4th rank a mere formality. What if I were to reach 4th rank within 7 days? Someone inquired. Is it truly possible to ascend to 4th rank within 7 days? Lai Guang burst into laughter, affirming, what do you outsiders know? Yet, to think you could reach 4th rank is nothing but a delusion. Lai Guang scoffed. There exists a monumental chasm between the third and fourth ranks. Your talent in alchemy is limited, and I fear you may never ascend beyond fourth rank before your time comes. What if I were to reach fourth rank within 7 days? Someone inquired. Is it truly possible to ascend to fourth rank within 7 days? Lai Guang burst into laughter, affirming, what do you outsiders know? Chen Yuanliang has only just ascended to third rank, and his alchemical cultivation has yet to solidify. Even if he were to advance further, it would take at least 7 years, certainly not within a mere 7 days. Chapter 54. The Healing Secret Technique. A youth stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze laced with derision as he locked eyes with Lai Guang. This young man was Lu Chen, the very one who had mocked Lai Guang. Stepped forward, finally realizing he had been baited. Lai Guang's fury surged. You are clever, yet you dare not specify what you would cut. Otherwise, the illustrious pavilion master would be reduced to a mere eunuch. A most ludicrous situation. Chapter 54. The Healing Secret Technique. A youth stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze laced with derision as he locked eyes with Lai Guang. This young man was Lu Chen, the very one who had mocked Lai Guang. Although Miao Yin could offer protection, Lu Chen did not wish to hide in the shadows while the Fei Xia sect bore the brunt of Lai Guang's wrath. One acts alone, and one bears the consequences. What was there to dread? Lu Chen cast a glance at Lai Guang's side, where a rattan chair lay, and there reclined Lai Run, pale and lifeless, exuding an aura of despair as if he were on the verge of death. Even those at the threshold of the spirit transformation realm were no match for him. As for his backing, without even mentioning further, the entire Fei Xia sect would staunchly support him, with confidence and fearlessness. What was there to dread? Lu Chen cast a glance at Lai Guang's side, where a rattan chair lay, and there reclined Lai Run, pale and lifeless, exuding an aura of despair as if he were on the verge of death. Ah, Lai Eunuch, greetings to you. A smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he spoke to Lai Run in a gentle tone. From Lai Run's state, it was evident that he had been thoroughly incapacitated. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have been flaunting his dominance long ago. Lu Chen. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lai Run sprang from the rattan chair, only to wince in pain as he touched his wound, gasping, Father, it was this scoundrel who has wronged me terribly. You must seek vengeance. You vile wretch, how dare you harm my son? Your life shall be forfeit. Lai Guang's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he raised his hand, commanding, Elders, seize this boy for me. I will reward you handsomely. The elders from the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect stepped forward, none other than Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei, Lai Guang, being an alchemist rather than a martial expert. And these two martial sects also wished to seize the opportunity to suppress the Fei Xia sect, promptly dispatching their strongest elders and several disciples to lend their strength. What do you Ziyun sect and Suisha sect intend? Who would not heed his command? Particularly the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect, who anticipated Lai Guang utilizing his alchemical prowess to strangle the Fei Xia sect and weaken them. Lai Guang sought vengeance. And these two martial sects also wished to seize the opportunity to suppress the Fei Xia sect, promptly dispatching their strongest elders and several disciples to lend their strength. What do you Ziyun sect and Suisha sect intend? Do you wish to declare war on the Fei Xia sect? Miao Yin furiously pulled Lu Chen back, her countenance icy. Lai Guang's arrival to demand tribute was one matter, but for the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect to collude with him and dare to impose upon them was intolerable. As the head of a sect, she could not permit outsiders to abduct her disciples. Otherwise, the Fei Xia sect would lose all reason to exist. We dare not. Our targets are solely Lu Chen and not the Fei Xia sect. Wu Zhugong calmly explained, his demeanor seemingly nonchalant, yet a glimmer of wariness remained in his eyes when facing Miao Yin. I am merely following orders. I hope Sect Master Miao can forgive our transgressions. Sha Haifei, too, bore a countenance marked by apprehension. Though they were formidable elders, they could not help but feel dwarfed by Miao Yan's authority as a sect master. Their trepidation stemmed not from her combat prowess, but rather from her possession of a legendary secret technique that would give even their own sect master pause. You come to the Fei Xia sect to seize individuals and claim it is not directed at us? Do you take me for a fool? Miao Yin scoffed, her disdain palpable. If you possess the capability, then come and take them, eagerly anticipate witnessing your methods. Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei exchanged glances, his hand outstretched to lock onto Lu Chen, whose presence loomed behind Miao Yin. A hand the size of a basin emerged in midair, descending upon Lu Chen with force. Is it not shameful for a distinguished elder of a martial sect to bully a mere disciple of the true essence realm? He had the authority to direct Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei. Sect Master Miao, I apologize, but I seek only to take Lu Chen, Wu Zhugong declared, gritting his teeth as he leaped into the air, his brow furrowing in concern. Had it been Miao Yin who intervened, he would not have felt threatened, for she was not renowned for her combat prowess. However, Pan Qingyin was one of the strongest elders of the Fei Xia sect. A voice of mockery rang out. Simultaneously, a hand of equal size shot upward, effortlessly swatting aside the descending hand. Pan Qingyin, Wu Zhugong's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned to regard the one who had intervened, his brow furrowing in concern. Had it been Miao Yin who intervened, he would not have felt threatened, for she was not renowned for her combat prowess. However, Pan Qingyin was one of the strongest elders of the Fei Xia sect, its power roaring as it surged toward her. This was Sha Haifei's full strength, the culmination of a fourth-rank spirit transformation expert's might, aimed directly at his opponent. Pan Qingyin's expression turned grave as she prepared to block the incoming strike, sending him a secret message. After a moment of hesitation, Sha Haifei steeled himself and launched an attack at Pan Qingyin. Throwing a punch, a fist the size of a sandbag erupted forth, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and flying debris, its power roaring as it surged toward her. This was Sha Haifei's full strength, the culmination of a fourth-rank spirit transformation expert's might, aimed directly at his opponent. Pan Qingyin's expression turned grave as she prepared to block the incoming strike. Boom! The punch collided with her palm, erupting in a deafening sound. The impact shattered the force, and in an instant, it dissipated. Pan Qingyin was pushed back several steps, her complexion pale and her energy waning, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Miao Yin raised her hand, channeling a vibrant aura that surged into Pan Qingyin's body. Pan Qingyin's pallor shifted from white to red. Her energy revitalized, instantly returning her to peak condition. Miao Yan's secret technique? Sha Haifei's face turned ashen as Wu Zhugong's brow furrowed deeply. They had anticipated this outcome. The aura of vitality that surged forth bore a striking resemblance to that of an ancient tree, infused with abundant life force. Lu Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Miao Yin, immediately recalling her unique secret technique. He turned to Wanner, silently inquiring, "It is the sacred wood technique?" Wanner whispered, having discerned Lu Chen's thoughts. Indeed, Lu Chen's assumptions proved correct, and he was profoundly astonished. The sacred wood technique was not an offensive technique. Rather, it was a healing one. In the martial world, healing techniques were exceedingly rare. Typically, martial practitioners would tend to their own injuries or rely on external items for treatment. Even when healing techniques existed, they were often ineffective during battle, unable to provide immediate recovery. Yet Miao Yan's healing technique was extraordinarily formidable. It could be employed in combat, directly restoring vitality and effecting instantaneous recovery. What did this imply? It meant that those healed could not be defeated, forever remaining invincible. No wonder Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei wore such grim expressions. Although Pan Qingyin's combat strength was inferior to theirs, with the support of the sacred wood technique, she could engage them in a war of attrition, wearing them down to their demise. I will hold Pan Qingyin at bay. You swiftly subdue Lu Chen. Once captured, make your exit immediately. Do not engage with the Fei Xia sect's disciples. Wu Zhugong relayed a message to Sha Haifei, coordinating their efforts to complete their task swiftly to prevent unforeseen complications. Capturing Lu Chen would merely be a matter of handing him over to Lai Guang. The debts owed would be settled with Lai Guang in the future. When Zhu Feichen sought revenge, he would know where to direct his ire. With Zhou Taishu supporting the Ziyun sect, Zhu Feichen was unlikely to misplace his anger onto them. As for Miao Yin, he chose to disregard her. Capturing Lu Chen would merely be a matter of handing him over to Lai Guang. The debts owed would be settled with Lai Guang in the future. When Zhu Feichen sought revenge, he would know where to direct his ire. With Zhou Taishu supporting the Ziyun sect, Zhu Feichen was unlikely to misplace his anger onto them. As for Miao Yin, he chose to disregard her. The Ziyun sect sought to suppress the Fei Xia sect, not provoke a martial war. He would not dare to act against the sect's master. Moreover, Miao Yan's combat strength was not particularly high, and she would likely refrain from taking action herself, at most dispatching someone to fight. Thus, his actions had to be swift. Chapter 55. Have you had enough of this? Sha Haifei released a wave of pressure, intending to restrain Lu Chen and prevent his escape. The oppressive aura of a fourth-rank spirit transformation expert bore down upon Lu Chen, akin to a mountain, not only weighing upon him but also affecting the surrounding disciples of the Faixia sect. Many disciples found themselves immobilized, some even struggling to breathe, while those at the threshold of the spirit transformation realm felt as if they were suffocating, finding it difficult to move. Such was the disparity. A single wave of pressure sufficed to suppress those beneath the spirit transformation realm. The true essence realm was but a jest before the might of the spirit transformation realm, Lu Chen sighed, his thoughts coalescing as he summoned a surge of formidable soul energy that instantly dispelled the overwhelming pressure. Let us go. Lu Chen swiftly turned, grasping Wanner's hand, activating the radiant step technique, and vanished from the spot just before Sha Haifei's attack could lock onto him. In that fleeting moment, as Sha Haifei's attack reached its target, he found nothing but empty air. What? Sha Haifei's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the turn of events. His pressure, capable of stifling those below the spirit transformation realm, had utterly failed to restrain a mere fourth-rank true essence disciple. This was unfathomable. The disciples of the Faixia sect were equally astonished, unable to fathom how Lu Chen had emerged unscathed from such overwhelming force. Particularly those at the threshold of the spirit transformation realm, they regarded Lu Chen with a mix of shock and trepidation. Sending it flying. Emerging from the fray was Elder Fong. Sha Haifei, you have gone too far, Elder Fong coldly admonished. Being one of the capable elders of the Faixia sect, he too was a fourth-rank spirit transformation expert, who had sidestepped. This time, he did not underestimate his opponent. As he struck, his aura surged forth, locking onto Lu Chen. Suddenly, a massive fist materialized out of thin air. Boom. The mighty fist struck Sha Haifei's outstretched hand, sending it flying. Emerging from the fray was Elder Fong. Sha Haifei, you have gone too far, Elder Fong coldly admonished. Being one of the capable elders of the Faixia sect, he too was a fourth-rank spirit transformation expert, though slightly weaker than Pan Xingyan. Ordinarily, he would not dare to confront Sha Haifei openly, but with the sect master present, he felt emboldened to challenge him. Miao Yan's unique secret technique was the strongest shield of the Faixia sect. I am here under orders to assist Pavilion Master Lai, and my actions are beyond my control, Wu Zhugong said, knitting his brows as he cast a wary glance at Miao Yan, feeling a headache coming on. Had it been any other day, he could easily overpower Elder Fong, but with Miao Yan backing him, the tables could easily turn. Pavilion Master, Lai Ren's life is still at stake. Surely there is room for negotiation? Elder Fong's tone softened as he addressed Lai Guang, hoping to appeal to their previous rapport and prevent matters from escalating. However, Lai Guang was unyielding, declaring, there will be no negotiations. If the Faixia sect does not surrender Lu Chen, I will unleash all my forces to annihilate your sect. What grandiose claims! I, Miao Yan, shall see just what ability you possess to destroy a martial sect. Miao Yan's stance was resolute. Lu Chen would not be surrendered, fully aware that provoking a martial war was ill-advised. The implications were far too great. Once the capital was stirred, they could not bear the consequences. Lai Guang had lost his mind, but they would not accompany him down that path. Yet, the disciples of the Ziyun sect and Suisha sect exchanged glances, none daring to advance. Without their own elders issuing commands, they would not heed Lai Guang's orders. Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei remained composed, fully aware that provoking a martial war was ill-advised. The implications were far too great. Once the capital was stirred, they could not bear the consequences. Lai Guang had lost his mind, but they would not accompany him down that path. While they might engage in a bit of skirmishing and public humiliation against the Faixia sect, igniting a full-blown war was out of the question. Elder Fong, let us engage in a friendly spar. Gradually overwhelming Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei, Lu Chen observed the fierce battle among the four experts, his expression grave as he reflected on the situation. The spirit transformation realm, an insurmountable mountain he must conquer. In terms of combat strength, both Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei held the upper hand. However, with Miao Yan's secret technique backing them, Pan Xingyan and Elder Fong remained unafraid of injury, perpetually maintaining their peak condition. Gradually overwhelming Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei, Lu Chen observed the fierce battle among the four experts, his expression grave as he reflected on the situation. The spirit transformation realm, an insurmountable mountain he must conquer. Once he broke through to the spirit transformation realm, even at its first level, he would possess the strength to contend with Sha Haifei. He would no longer be as he was moments ago, utterly powerless against Sha Haifei's locking aura. Yet now, as a mere fourth-rank true essence practitioner, the distance to the spirit transformation realm felt insurmountable, making a swift breakthrough impossible. His initial goal had been to ascend to the threshold of the spirit transformation realm within 6 months. To challenge Jiang Yao, however, with enemies multiplying, even reaching the threshold would be insufficient. He must break through to the true spirit transformation realm. Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei had dared to bully him, openly slapping the Fei Xia sect's face. Both publicly and personally, they had become his adversaries. These two shameless old geezers had been added to his blacklist. He vowed that before entering the Xintian Biezong, he would eliminate them both. Time passed slowly, and after a while, Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei, panting heavily, withdrew from the battle. They could no longer continue fighting, unless they could deliver a fatal blow to their opponent. Prolonging the conflict would only be a torment. Both Pan Qingyan and Elder Fong were at the 4th level of the transformation spirit realm, and the gap between them was not so significant, making a one-hit kill impossible. Moreover, this was not the War of the Martial Gate. They were merely assisting Lai Guang, and thus had no intention of truly risking their lives. Great Master, we have already done our utmost. Wu Zhugong sighed as he retreated to the side with Sha Haifei, closing his eyes to rest, adopting an expression that suggested he wished to be uninvolved in the affairs at hand. You too. Lai Guang's fury surged forth, realizing that these two cunning old foxes were unwilling to fight to the death, a fact he was all too aware of. However, it was also true that Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei were no match for them, especially given that the leader of Fei Xia Gate possessed an extraordinary secret technique. If Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei did not exert themselves, it would be laughable for him to confront Fei Xia Gate with sheer force. Very well, if brute force won't suffice, I shall cut off your resources. Lai Guang's countenance darkened as he declared, starting tomorrow, Fei Xia Gate will not be able to procure any resources from Dengzhou City, including medicinal herbs, pills, and alchemical furnaces. Without these, I wonder how your Alchemy Institute will manage to concoct pills. Upon hearing this, the members of Fei Xia Gate lowered their heads in silence, many elders' expressions turning grim. Lai Guang had extensive connections in Dengzhou City and maintained a good relationship with the governor. If he were to fully block off Fei Xia Gate, he could certainly accomplish it. Lai, have you had enough of this commotion? If so, shall we return to the main subject? A mocking laugh shattered the silence. Chapter 56. A new gamble. Lu Chen, you shall perish. Lai Guang knew that the speaker was Lu Chen. His teeth gritted in anger. Countering with a question, then I shall cut. Lu Chen replied with a grin. What shall you cut? Lai Guang's interest was piqued as he squinted, scrutinizing Lu Chen's lower body. Whatever you cut, I shall cut as well. If Chen Yuanliang advances to the 4th rank alchemist within 7 days, what shall you wager? And if Chen Yuanliang does not advance? Although Lai Guang was infuriated by Lu Chen's provocation, he had not completely lost his composure and refrained from falling into Lu Chen's trap. Countering with a question, then I shall cut. Lu Chen replied with a grin. What shall you cut? Lai Guang's interest was piqued as he squinted, scrutinizing Lu Chen's lower body. Whatever you cut, I shall cut as well. Lu Chen smiled, his gaze also assessing Lai Guang's lower body. Dad, let's bet. He has caused me to be childless. I want him to be cut off too. At that moment, Lai Ren interjected but was abruptly silenced by Lai Guang. Shut up, you fool. Your father knows what to do without your interference. Lai Guang coldly fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, stating, very well, I shall wager my lineage against yours. You sever my son's lineage, and I shall ensure yours is severed too. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Such a wager was unprecedented. Betting on money, resources, and even rare treasures was commonplace, but wagering on one's lineage was an entirely different matter. Moreover, for the esteemed leader of the Alchemy Guild to engage in such a gamble was truly remarkable. Many female disciples, including Warner, turned crimson, wishing to flee the scene. There was, however, one exception, Miao Yin. Miao Yin remained unfazed, her expression betraying no emotion, as if she did not regard the matter at all. Who knows who will be severed? Lu Chen smiled slightly, arms crossed, brimming with confidence as if he held all the cards. Undeterred, I have only recently advanced to the 3rd rank. My alchemical skills are not yet solidified, making another advancement within 7 days impossible. I say it is possible, Lu Chen asserted. That old tortoise is destined to become a eunuch. Panic evident in his heart. This is a publicly agreed upon wager. If Lu Chen loses, Feisha Gate may not be able to protect him. If I am certain to win, why not gamble? Lu Chen replied. Undeterred, I have only recently advanced to the 3rd rank. My alchemical skills are not yet solidified, making another advancement within 7 days impossible. I say it is possible, Lu Chen asserted. That old tortoise is destined to become a eunuch, as it would serve as an outlet for his pent-up anger. The main peak. In the Master's Hall, Miao Yen regarded Lu Chen with a mix of amusement and concern. If you lose, Lai Guang huffed, commanding his men to carry Lai Ren away, leading the crowd to disperse. However, many began to murmur among themselves, discussing Lu Chen's absurd wager. Elder Fong, on the other hand, wore a smile, seemingly relishing the prospect of witnessing Lu Chen's downfall, as it would serve as an outlet for his pent-up anger. The main peak. In the Master's Hall, Miao Yen regarded Lu Chen with a mix of amusement and concern. If you lose, I might backtrack on the gamble. In these 7 days, we will still be able to procure many resources. The Alchemy Institute requires a vast amount of medicinal herbs and various materials for refining. Lu Chen waved his hand, continuing, however, Lai Guang also believes he is bound to win. Thus, before the wager concludes, he won't dare impose too many restrictions on Feisha Gate. He fears that if I feel cornered, I might backtrack on the gamble. In these 7 days, we will still be able to procure many resources. The Alchemy Institute requires a vast amount of medicinal herbs and various materials for refining. Otherwise, it cannot function. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Miao Yen turned to Chen Yuanliang, saying, Alchemist Chen, could you please draft a shopping list for me? Medicinal herbs are manageable. If the Great Alchemy Guild refuses to sell, we can acquire them from other pharmacies. The most critical item is the alchemical furnace. Only the Great Alchemy Guild possesses them in Dengzhou City, and Lai Guang will likely attempt to choke us. Chen Yuanliang expressed his concern. Acquire whatever you need directly from the Great Alchemy Guild. If Lai Guang dares to choke us, just inform him not to force me to breach the wager, or he will find himself without an opportunity for revenge. Lu Chen chuckled. Lai Ren despises me intensely. He is counting on this wager for revenge, so how could he provide me with an opportunity to breach the agreement? He will relentlessly pressure his father to sell us the goods. You may be young, but your cunning is remarkable. The Lai family has made an enemy of you. It is truly a stroke of misfortune. Miao Yen chuckled lightly, patting her forehead. This Lu Chen, with his depth of strategy and rebellious spirit, is truly a source of headache. Lu Chen then retrieved paper and ink, drafting a list, which he handed to Chen Yuanliang. Gather the medicinal herbs on this list, and come find me tomorrow. Within 7 days, I will ensure you advance to the 4th rank alchemist. With that, Lu Chen bid farewell to Miao Yen, taking Wanner by the hand as they exited. Thank you, young master. Please, take care, watch your step. Chen Yuanliang exclaimed, elated, as he hurried after Lu Chen, before turning back with a grin. Alchemist Chen, why are you so cheerful? Is it true that you have such confidence in your advancement? Miao Yen regarded Chen Yuanliang with some surprise, though she remained skeptical of Lu Chen's claims. Despite her lack of expertise in alchemy, she understood the fundamentals. Advancement in alchemy differs significantly from martial arts. The latter relies primarily on the absorption of spiritual energy, which translates into power. As one's energy accumulates, advancement becomes almost inevitable. In contrast, advancing in alchemy is far more complex. It requires not only skillful techniques but also profound theoretical knowledge, which demands insight and mental acuity. Thus, for an alchemist to advance a single rank is no simple feat. I believe in the young master. Chen Yuanliang replied with pride. Miao Yen, uncertain of Lu Chen's true nature, seeing Chen Yuanliang's confidence, Miao Yen ceased her inquiries and turned her attention to Elder Fong. Lai Xiang is Lai Guang's eldest son, correct? Yes. Does the master wish to expel him? Elder Fong answered. No need for now. Where has Lai Xiang been today? Miao Yen inquired. He has been in that room, awaiting the awakening of the dragon vein. Oh? Miao Yan's brows furrowed slightly as she fell into deep thought. It's the peak of Lu Chen's residence. Seeing Chen Yuanliang's confidence, Miao Yen ceased her inquiries and turned her attention to Elder Fong. Lai Xiang is Lai Guang's eldest son, correct? Yes. Does the master wish to expel him? Elder Fong answered. No need for now. Where has Lai Xiang been today? Miao Yen inquired. He has been in that room, awaiting the awakening of the dragon vein. Oh? Miao Yan's brows furrowed slightly as she fell into deep thought. It's the peak of Lu Chen's residence. Only those with the spirit tree martial vein could cultivate it. Moreover, the higher the rank of the spirit tree martial vein, the more effective the results and the stronger the restorative power. Once cultivated to the mid-stage, the holy art of the divine tree could even restore true essence to oneself or others, which was quite extraordinary. Warner had just embarked on her journey with the holy art and already possessed a certain degree of healing ability. Only those with the spirit tree martial vein could cultivate it. Moreover, the higher the rank of the spirit tree martial vein, the more effective the results and the stronger the restorative power. Once cultivated to the mid-stage, the holy art of the divine tree could even restore true essence to oneself or others, which was quite extraordinary. Warner had just embarked on her journey with the holy art and already possessed a certain degree of healing ability. Lu Chen found this environment quite satisfactory. His cultivation was rather loud, making secluded locations ideal for his practice. He settled into a meditative posture, channeling the 9 dragons, returning to one technique, as the flame dragon vein promptly began to absorb spiritual energy. Before long, the peak where the Alchemy Institute was located had been drained of spiritual energy. Subsequently, Lu Chen reigned in the flame dragon vein, preventing it from further absorption. If it continued, the entire Feixiao mountain would be devoid of spiritual energy in less than an hour. Lu Chen found this environment quite satisfactory. His cultivation was rather loud, making secluded locations ideal for his practice. He settled into a meditative posture, channeling the 9 dragons, returning to one technique, as the flame dragon vein promptly began to absorb spiritual energy. Before long, the peak where the Alchemy Institute was located had been drained of spiritual energy. Subsequently, Lu Chen reigned in the flame dragon vein, preventing it from further absorption. If it continued, the entire Feixiao mountain would be devoid of spiritual energy in less than an hour. If that were to happen, it would not be long before the members of Feixiao Gate began their investigation, inevitably leading them to him. His secrets could not be revealed to outsiders, lest calamity befall him. And he had reached a bottleneck at the 4th rank of true essence. If he could continue to draw in spiritual energy, a breakthrough was highly likely. This approach was untenable. It was far too time-consuming to absorb energy from just one peak each night. He wondered when he might advance to half-step transformation spirit. A solution was imperative. He needed to drain spiritual energy without attracting attention. Lu Chen's mind whirred as he scoured his memories for potential methods. After a night of searching, he identified several feasible options. From his alchemical knowledge, he unearthed a high-level formula. The concealment pill. From his ancient runic memory, he devised an underground escape rune chain. From his fragmented array knowledge, he discovered a low-level flower and wood exchange array. All these techniques were essential for discreetly siphoning spiritual energy. The underground rune chain was already prepared and ready for use. The concealment pill required only a few herbs, all of which could be sourced from Feixiao Gate. However, the flower and wood exchange array posed more of a challenge as it demanded unique and costly materials. In summary, constructing even a modest array was an expensive endeavor. Practicing arrays was exceedingly costly, making it rare for anyone to afford. Thus, array masters were a rarity in the martial world. First, Lu Chen resolved to complete the concealment pill and manage for a few days. Later, he would earn money through alchemy to fund the array. With his determination set, Lu Chen slept for 2 hours, feeling utterly exhausted after a night of memory searching. By midday, he emerged from the dining hall. Practicing arrays was exceedingly costly, making it rare for anyone to afford. Thus, array masters were a rarity in the martial world. First, Lu Chen resolved to complete the concealment pill and manage for a few days. Later, he would earn money through alchemy to fund the array. With his determination set, Lu Chen slept for 2 hours, feeling utterly exhausted after a night of memory searching. By midday, he emerged from the dining hall. Heading straight to the Internal Affairs Institute. As the Alchemy Institute had yet to officially open, all resources such as pills and herbs were stored in the Internal Affairs Institute. Lu Chen intended to procure the materials needed for the concealment pill. However, he found himself barred at the entrance, as guards prevented him from entering. The reason was simple. The Internal Affairs Institute had received a notice from Elder Fong, temporarily prohibiting Lu Chen's access. That Elder Fong was clearly trying to sabotage him. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen departed. Elder Fong's narrow-mindedness was astonishing. Was it necessary to obstruct him over such trivial matters? As he walked, he pondered how to acquire the herbs when a voice called from behind. If I simply report to the master, I can have whatever I desire, Lu Chen chuckled, dismissing the matter. The master is quite busy and may not concern himself with such trivialities, Sun Song replied. Hello, senior brother, Lu Chen greeted with a smile as he approached. I have come to inform you that Elder Fong has issued a notice to all institutes, forbidding you from retrieving anything. His notice means nothing? If I simply report to the master, I can have whatever I desire, Lu Chen chuckled, dismissing the matter. The master is quite busy and may not concern himself with such trivialities, Sun Song replied. Lu Chen paused for a moment, realizing, I see. No wonder Elder Fong would dare to set a trap for me despite knowing the master favors me. Very well, Elder Fong, let us see how this plays out. It won't be long before the Alchemy Institute takes over all matters regarding pills. At that point, I wonder how Elder Fong will approach me for assistance. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. In half a stick of incense's time, Sun Song emerged, concealing a bundle of herbs within his robe. If you need more materials in the future, just come find me, he said with a grin as he handed the herbs to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude before suppressing a smile. More in the future. In a few days, the Alchemy Institute will be established, and all materials will be stored there. So what would I need you for? The Alchemy Institute will be my domain from now on. You'll be seeking me out instead. Just as he was about to take his leave, Sun Song suddenly pulled Lu Chen aside. Lu Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude before suppressing a smile. More in the future. In a few days, the Alchemy Institute will be established, and all materials will be stored there. So what would I need you for? You've made waves throughout the entire sect. Many of your fellow disciples admire you, and numerous female disciples have developed affections for you. It's truly extraordinary. Sun Song continued to extol Lu Chen's virtues. And while Lu Chen remained silent, merely smiling, he sensed that this fellow was being rather mysterious, clearly having ulterior motives. As expected, Sun Song's tone shifted, and he got to the point. Your combat strength is undoubtedly unmatched among your peers. You've made waves throughout the entire sect. Many of your fellow disciples admire you, and numerous female disciples have developed affections for you. It's truly extraordinary. Sun Song continued to extol Lu Chen's virtues. And while Lu Chen remained silent, merely smiling, he sensed that this fellow was being rather mysterious, clearly having ulterior motives. As expected, Sun Song's tone shifted, and he got to the point. Your combat strength is undoubtedly unmatched among your peers. Your combat prowess would significantly increase, allowing you to challenge even core disciples. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a top-grade battle weapon. If you require one, Sun Song's true intentions were finally revealed as he began to pitch his wares. I trust one need not elaborate further on that, so? Lu Chen could no longer contain himself and asked with a chuckle, so, you need a top-grade battle weapon. With a top-grade battle weapon in your grasp, your combat prowess would significantly increase, allowing you to challenge even core disciples. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a top-grade battle weapon. If you require one, Sun Song's true intentions were finally revealed as he began to pitch his wares. How could you, Sun Song, a mere ordinary disciple working in the Internal Affairs Institute, possess one? Did it fall from the sky? Sun Song noticed the skepticism on Lu Chen's face and quickly spoke with sincerity. So, where are the battle weapons? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. Follow me. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, Sun Song was greatly pleased and promptly gestured for him to accompany him down a narrow alley. How could you, Sun Song, a mere ordinary disciple working in the Internal Affairs Institute, possess one? Did it fall from the sky? Sun Song noticed the skepticism on Lu Chen's face and quickly spoke with sincerity. So, where are the battle weapons? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. Follow me. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, Sun Song was greatly pleased and promptly gestured for him to accompany him down a narrow alley. Lu Chen sighed and followed suit. In truth, Lu Chen had no intention of purchasing any battle weapons. For the time being, the yin-yang finger was sufficient. Its formidable power, being a high-tier earth-level martial art, could easily dominate the spirit transformation realm. What need had he for battle weapons? The immediate priority was to elevate his realm, not to acquire weaponry for training. Nonetheless, Sun Song had indeed rendered considerable assistance, and his enthusiasm was infectious, making it difficult for Lu Chen to refuse outright. To the very least, he would wait to see the so-called exquisite battle weapons before finding a polite excuse to decline, allowing both parties to save face. Upon reaching the end of the alley, Sun Song opened the door to a house and led Lu Chen inside. Come, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Sun Song excitedly produced a long wooden box, opened it, and invited Lu Chen to admire its contents. Inside the box lay a 5-foot-long saber, its blade completely obscured by layers of rust, giving it the appearance of a discarded weapon. However, this seemingly worthless saber emanated a formidable aura, as if it were impervious to malevolence, causing even malevolent spirits to recoil, Lu Chen thought, bemused. Is this what they call a miracle? A rusty blade that exudes such pressure is indeed astonishing. As no such weapons existed in the Yoming dynasty, and since he had never witnessed one, no one could contradict him. Even if it were an exquisite weapon, it was still a useless one. Sun Song, full of self-satisfaction, was oblivious to the reality of the blade. He had never even seen a high-quality battle weapon, let alone an exquisite one. His conviction that this blade was exceptional was unfounded. But the aura remains. If one were to infuse it with true essence, the blade's aura would surge forth. It could easily slay a pig, let alone a chicken. Sun Song countered eagerly. Are you suggesting that I should purchase an exquisite battle weapon to slay pigs? Lu Chen retorted, slightly exasperated. Humans can be slain as well. I merely refrained from being too graphic in my wording, Sun Song replied, his tongue flowing with eloquence, nearly convincing even himself. Where did you find this blade? But the aura remains. If one were to infuse it with true essence, the blade's aura would surge forth. It could easily slay a pig, let alone a chicken. Sun Song countered eagerly. Are you suggesting that I should purchase an exquisite battle weapon to slay pigs? Lu Chen retorted, slightly exasperated. Humans can be slain as well. I merely refrained from being too graphic in my wording, Sun Song replied, his tongue flowing with eloquence, nearly convincing even himself. Where did you find this blade? To my surprise, I stumbled upon this exquisite battle weapon in a mountain stream. Isn't that the same? It's all about picking it up. The locations may differ. Can they truly be compared? All right then, what is the price? Sun Song replied with a serious expression, which quickly morphed into a bright smile as he shared a little secret with Lu Chen. Last year, when the Great Fiend Mountain was sealed, I sneaked in before the sealing was complete and wandered around for half a day. I will give you a 50% discount, 1 million silver coins. Sun Song, seeing Lu Chen's interest, was overjoyed and immediately quoted the price. Wow, Lu Chen gasped in shock. Do you think I'm a fool? If it's exorbitant, I can't afford it. Lu Chen expressed interest, primarily because the blade originated from the Great Fiend Mountain. He wished to study it, hoping to uncover something related to the mountain. Since we are such good friends, I will give you a 50% discount, 1 million silver coins. Sun Song, seeing Lu Chen's interest, was overjoyed and immediately quoted the price. Wow, Lu Chen gasped in shock. Do you think I'm a fool? Sun Song grew anxious, fearing Lu Chen would simply walk away, and continued to drop the price in a frenzy. 400,000 silver coins. I'll give you a discount on top of that. 300,000 silver coins? More like a broken bone. How about this? I'll offer you another discount. 500,000 silver coins. Seeing Lu Chen's grim expression, Sun Song hastily lowered the price. Lu Chen remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sun Song grew anxious, fearing Lu Chen would simply walk away, and continued to drop the price in a frenzy. 400,000 silver coins. I'll give you a discount on top of that. 300,000 silver coins? 200,000. 100,000. 5,000 is the lowest I can go. Any lower and I won't sell. Sun Song exclaimed, nearly frantic as Lu Chen maintained his silence. I lack the funds, but I can offer you several true essence pills as a trade for this blade. Lu Chen finally spoke, deciding not to engage in further disputes, viewing the exchange of pills for a useless weapon as a fair compromise. How many? Sun Song asked, surprised and slightly disappointed. 9 high-quality true essence pills. Lu Chen added, high quality? Wonderful, wonderful. It's a deal. Sun Song exclaimed in delight, realizing the value of the high-quality pills, each worth 10,000 silver coins, totaling 90,000. Meet me here tonight at the hour of the dog, and I will bring the pills. With that, Lu Chen departed, leaving Sun Song gleefully chuckling to himself. Haha, I made it. This useless blade had been unsold for a year, almost ended up in the trash. But today I caught a big fish and finally sold it. Lu Chen, though your combat prowess is formidable, your intelligence is rather lacking. Trading 9 high-quality true essence pills for a useless blade, as the knowledge of alchemy he inherited rendered him contemptuous of the challenges posed by the hidden essence pill. Lu Chen suspected that his alchemical prowess might very well exceed that of an alchemy king. After an hour, all the materials were consumed, and dozens of hidden essence pills were produced. The only downside was that all the pills were of mid-tier quality. Lu Chen felt somewhat disheartened. He had done his best, as the knowledge of alchemy he inherited rendered him contemptuous of the challenges posed by the hidden essence pill. Lu Chen suspected that his alchemical prowess might very well exceed that of an alchemy king. Just as he finished storing the hidden essence pills, someone arrived. Chen Yuanliang brought a substantial quantity of materials, various alchemical ingredients, and dozens of mid-tier alchemy furnaces. Even the furnaces are here. This means the Great Alchemy Hall is no longer restricting the Faixia sect. But the low-grade furnace had limited the quality of the pills. With a high-quality furnace, he could have produced superior hidden essence pills, yielding even better effects. Nonetheless, mid-tier hidden essence pills were quite adequate for use in the mundane world. Just as he finished storing the hidden essence pills, someone arrived. Chen Yuanliang brought a substantial quantity of materials, various alchemical ingredients, and dozens of mid-tier alchemy furnaces. Even the furnaces are here. This means the Great Alchemy Hall is no longer restricting the Faixia sect. Lu Chen noted with satisfaction, observing the abundance of materials and furnaces. The restrictions were indeed in place, but the Faixia sect members couldn't even approach the Great Alchemy Hall. Following your instructions, I sought out Lai Run, and he, fearing you might renege on the bet, personally went to the Great Alchemy Hall to grant access. The Faixia sect can now purchase whatever they desire, nearly causing that old coot Lai Guang to spit blood. Chen Yuanliang laughed heartily. Spitting blood is minor. After 7 days, he may very well be drained. Lu Chen chuckled darkly, his smile tinged with a hint of malice. Chen Yuanliang secretly marveled at the young alchemy king's depth of character. He was a man who would seek revenge for any slight, and should not be trifled with. Lai Guang and his son were fools for daring to challenge the alchemy king. Having traded 9 high-quality true essence pills for the useless blade, Sun Song had made a fortune, happily showcasing his newfound wealth to others. The news spread quickly throughout the inner sect. What? That useless blade? Practicing his alchemical techniques, while he selected some ingredients to set up a furnace nearby to create true essence pills. As night fell, at the hour of the dog, Lu Chen returned to find Sun Song. He will regret it and want to bang his head against the wall. Such foolishness. Wasting 9 high-quality true essence pills. If it were me, I would have done the same. A chorus of ridicule and derision resonated across the peaks of the Faixia sect. Lu Chen had become a figure of notoriety overnight, making waves in the sect. However, he remained oblivious to the gossip, as he was preoccupied. Under the cover of darkness, Lu Chen stealthily returned to the inner sect peak. He will regret it and want to bang his head against the wall. Such foolishness. Wasting 9 high-quality true essence pills. If it were me, I would have done the same. A chorus of ridicule and derision resonated across the peaks of the Faixia sect. Lu Chen had become a figure of notoriety overnight, making waves in the sect. However, he remained oblivious to the gossip, as he was preoccupied. Under the cover of darkness, Lu Chen stealthily returned to the inner sect peak. His presence would remain concealed from the outside world. At this moment, Lu Chen's aura was entirely suppressed. Unless one were to encounter him directly, even a master of the spirit transformation realm would be unable to sense his existence. Creeping to the base of the window, Lu Chen peered inside and indeed saw Lai Xiang meditating. Tonight the dragon vein stirs. You are in for a treat, soaking up a wealth of spiritual energy. However, from this moment on, you will believe in this delusion, forever waiting here for the dragon vein. Lu Chen thought, suppressing a chuckle. He then retrieved a collection of earth-type runes from the memories of ancient inscriptions, crafting them into a chain of underground escape runes. Guiding the chain from his sea of consciousness, he infused it with his essence. This night, the Faixia sect would be engulfed in shock. Unable to sleep, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. While his actions were selfish, they were unavoidable. He needed to elevate his realm swiftly, even if it meant sacrificing a few days of cultivation for everyone in the Faixia sect. He would make amends later, as he had the capability to compensate them, at the very least. The Faixia Dan Academy had become more vibrant due to his involvement, making him somewhat of a benefactor to the sect. With a thought, the underground escape rune chain activated, transforming Lu Chen's body into an earth-type physique, granting him the ability to burrow underground. One step forward, and he was beneath the earth. A few more steps, and he arrived at the house's foundation. The 9 dragons returned to one technique began to operate, causing the yin-long vein to surge, instantly draining the spiritual energy from the dwelling above. With a thought, the underground escape rune chain activated, transforming Lu Chen's body into an earth-type physique, granting him the ability to burrow underground. One step forward, and he was beneath the earth. A few more steps, and he arrived at the house's foundation. The 9 dragons returned to one technique began to operate, causing the yin-long vein to surge, instantly draining the spiritual energy from the dwelling above, forming torrents of energy that raced towards him, eagerly surging into the house. At this moment, he was enveloped in the rich spiritual energy, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. On the mountainside, numerous inner sect disciples were stirred and emerged to witness the phenomenon, both astonished and delighted, as he watched countless streams of spiritual energy flooding in, only to vanish beneath the earth. Filled with immense joy, he approached the door. Gazing outward, he witnessed the spiritual energy from the entire mountain peak being drawn in, forming torrents of energy that raced towards him, eagerly surging into the house. At this moment, he was enveloped in the rich spiritual energy, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. On the mountainside, numerous inner sect disciples were stirred and emerged to witness the phenomenon. Once the dragon vein awakened, the spiritual energy of Fei Xia Mountain would multiply several folds, greatly benefiting everyone. Once the dragon vein awakens, I shall cultivate amidst boundless spiritual energy, effortlessly elevating my realm. I will be the greatest beneficiary, Li Xiang exclaimed, raising his arms to the sky, laughing maniacally as if the entire world belonged to him. He then turned and sat down inside, meditating amid the torrent of spiritual energy. Once the dragon vein awakened, the spiritual energy of Fei Xia Mountain would multiply several folds, greatly benefiting everyone. Once the dragon vein awakens, I shall cultivate amidst boundless spiritual energy, effortlessly elevating my realm. His foundational strength surged to 50,000 pounds, while the yin-long martial vein doubled its amplification. Without employing any martial techniques, Lu Chen could effortlessly unleash 100,000 pounds of force. After a stick of incense burned, the spiritual energy on the inner sect peak was completely consumed. Crack! A faint explosion echoed within Lu Chen. I have finally broken through the 5th level of true essence realm. His foundational strength surged to 50,000 pounds, while the yin-long martial vein doubled its amplification. Without employing any martial techniques, Lu Chen could effortlessly unleash 100,000 pounds of force, sufficient to contend against an ordinary 9th-level true essence realm warrior. Should he utilize the yin-yang finger, this high-tier earth-level martial technique would double his foundational strength, granting him an additional 100,000 pounds of force. If he were to externalize that force and infuse it into the yin-yang finger, activating the aura runes would enhance the technique proportionally, adding yet another 100,000 pounds of force. In essence, when Lu Chen unleashed the second finger of the yin-yang, he would wield at least 300,000 pounds of force. Considering additional factors such as peak state and other minor enhancements, he could potentially achieve an astonishing limit of 350 to 60,000 pounds of force. Such terrifying strength could easily overpower a half-step spirit transformation master. Although a half-step spirit transformation warrior was not truly in the spirit transformation realm, they had already surpassed the true essence realm, boasting a foundational strength of 20,000 pounds. However, in the entire Dengzhou city and even the Yoming dynasty, no one's strength amplification could rival Lu Chen's. Not even half of it. The enhancements provided by the 4 levels of martial veins, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, were approximately 40, 30, 20, and 10%, respectively. Lu Chen's yin-long vein, the nature of which remained uncertain, was extraordinarily abnormal. That was Lu Chen's unique advantage, unmatched by anyone else. Thus, even the most formidable half-step spirit transformation warrior could only achieve a maximum strength of around 320,000 pounds, still falling short of Lu Chen's prowess, which offered approximately 30% enhancement. In stark contrast, the yin-yang finger, being a high-tier earth-level martial technique, provided a direct doubling of strength, again equating to 100%. Regarding the amplification from the rune chain, that was Lu Chen's unique advantage, unmatched by anyone else. Thus, even the most formidable half-step spirit transformation warrior could only achieve a maximum strength of around 320,000 pounds, still falling short of Lu Chen's prowess. Having taken another step towards half-step spirit transformation, Lu Chen still faced a long road ahead and needed to exert further effort. After a moment of elation, Lu Chen sighed inwardly as the 9 dragons returned to one technique continued to operate, intensifying the suction force. The peaks of Fei Xia Mountain were engulfed in wind and clouds, spiritual energy fluctuating. The dense energy from those peaks was forcefully drawn in, creating torrents of spiritual energy that rushed towards the inner sect peak, frantically pouring into the dilapidated house at the mountain's base. Why are all the spiritual energies from the various peaks being drained? What is happening? The dragon vein has suddenly begun to absorb spiritual energy at an unprecedented rate. It must be on the verge of awakening. Ha ha! Absorb it all. Drain every last drop of spiritual energy. Voices echoed from every peak. As figures soared down from the heights, in a brief moment. The inner sect peak was teeming with experts. The upper echelons of the Fei Xia sect, led by Miao Yin, wore expressions of delight as they focused intently on the dilapidated house at the foot of the mountain, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Ino One raised objections to the sacrifice of the entire Fei Xia mountain's spiritual energy, believing that it would be replenished in a few days. A few days of reduced cultivation were nothing to fret over. The 9 dragons returned to one technique absorbs spiritual energy in a rather extraordinary manner. However, the spiritual energy of Fei Xia Mountain is limited, and even after depleting it, Lu Chen was unable to break through to the 6th level of the true essence realm. An hour later, the spiritual energy of the dozens of peaks of Fei Xia Mountain was completely exhausted. All set, time to wrap it up. Lu Chen stored away the technique, retrieving the useless rusted blade from the Chaos Pearl. Whoosh! A flash of brilliance shot up from the ground, fleeting as a shadow. Pfft. Lai Xiang's rear was sliced open, blood gushing forth. A mournful cry echoed from the house, resonating throughout the entire peak. This was Lai Xiang's voice. Had he been ambushed? With the spiritual energy depleted and the dragon vein still dormant, everyone could come and take a look. Shadows darted down from the mountainside, rushing into Lai Xiang's abode. There lay Lai Xiang, writhing in agony on the ground, his rear a bloody mess. Lai Xiang, what has happened? Elder Fong inquired, his brows furrowed in concern. You appear seriously injured. Who attacked you? No, it's nothing. The dragon vein was just a bit mischievous and caught me off guard. Had he been ambushed? With the spiritual energy depleted and the dragon vein still dormant, everyone could come and take a look. Shadows darted down from the mountainside, rushing into Lai Xiang's abode. There lay Lai Xiang, writhing in agony on the ground, his rear a bloody mess. Lai Xiang, what has happened? Elder Fong inquired, his brows furrowed in concern. You appear seriously injured. Who attacked you? No, it's nothing. The dragon vein was just a bit mischievous and caught me off guard. Lai Xiang replied with a grin, a hint of pride flickering on his pale face. He firmly believed that it was the dragon vein that had wounded him. Who else in the world could boast of being injured by a dragon vein? Only Lai Xiang could consider himself fortunate. This incident would be sufficient for him to boast for a lifetime. How could he not feel proud? If he were to learn that it was not the dragon vein but rather Lu Chen wielding a rusted blade that had caused his injury, he would likely go mad. Injured by the dragon vein? Elder Fong remained skeptical, circling the room. Although he discovered a peculiar mark on the ground, he could not ascertain its nature, nor could he sense any abnormal energies from beneath. So he had no choice but to abandon the inquiry and take Lai Xiang for treatment. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had long since slipped away underground. Upon returning to the Alchemy Institute, Chen Yuanliang was still fervently refining pills. So he sought to enter the academy to find some maps and ascertain the true expanse of the world he inhabited. To his dismay, an elder from the academy personally emerged to deny him entry. The same old reason. A notification from Elder Fong had forbidden Lu Chen from entering. This Elder Fong, aka what immense authority he wields. One might mistake him for the sect leader, Lu Chen scoffed, refraining from forcefully entering the academy, and instead proceeded to explore other institutes. As expected, the Combat Techniques Institute, the Art of Techniques Institute, the Equipment Institute, and more than a dozen others all rejected Lu Chen. The elders of each institute were cut from the same cloth, obediently following Elder Fong's orders. Some elders, when refusing Lu Chen, looked down upon him with disdain. To them, Lu Chen was merely a pawn for resource exchange with the Xintian sect. As long as he did not cause trouble, there was no need to treat him as one of their own. Very well, so you wish to choke me? In a few days, when the Alchemy Institute opens and begins producing pills, the elders of each institute were cut from the same cloth, obediently following Elder Fong's orders. Some elders, when refusing Lu Chen, looked down upon him with disdain. To them, Lu Chen was merely a pawn for resource exchange with the Xintian sect. No, he could not wait that long. He had no intention of biding his time. He would seize the day to tighten their throats. Lu Chen turned and returned to the Alchemy Institute, dragging Chen Yuanliang. Let's see if you can still hold me back. Lu Chen's ire was ignited. If he did not show these old geezers a taste of their own medicine, they would never learn their lesson. No, he could not wait that long. He had no intention of biding his time. He would seize the day to tighten their throats. Lu Chen turned and returned to the Alchemy Institute, dragging Chen Yuanliang. But when it came to gathering ingredients, he was far less skilled than Chen Yuanliang, who was well acquainted with the medicinal store, while Lu Chen had no idea where it was located. Sigh, I can refine the spiritual pill. I'm teaching you to refine spiritual pills. You still have a chance to comprehend the essence. Go gather 100 sets of medicinal ingredients. Lu Chen responded with a smile. He did not intend to disrupt Chen Yuanliang's training process. But when it came to gathering ingredients, he was far less skilled than Chen Yuanliang, who was well acquainted with the medicinal store, while Lu Chen had no idea where it was located. Sigh, I can refine the spiritual pill. What quality of spiritual pill can you produce? Medium grade too poor. I will teach you to refine top-tier spiritual pills. What? Top-tier third-grade pills? I fear I cannot manage that. If I say you can, then you can. Are you still contemplating ascending to the 4th grade? Yes, I will go find the ingredients right away. Chen Yuanliang dared not protest further and hurriedly dashed toward the medicinal store of the Alchemy Institute. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he ran, top-tier spiritual pills required a high level of alchemical skill, far beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, the refinement of such third-grade top-tier pills necessitated a quality furnace. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Chen was unable to condense true fire and could only summon a higher-level soul fire, which was quite peculiar. He recognized that it was the memories of alchemy at play, rejecting true fire and refusing to use the inferior true fire for pill refinement. Thus, he unleashed soul fire right from the start, beginning at the level of a pill king. Unable to use true fire, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Chen was unable to condense true fire and could only summon a higher-level soul fire, which was quite peculiar. He recognized that it was the memories of alchemy at play. Chapter 61. Rising up refining top-tier spiritual pills generally requires the use of a superior-grade furnace. However, Lu Chen possessed only a medium-grade furnace, and to prevent explosions, he had to use soul fire to seal the furnace. He could not fully grasp the profundities of refining with true fire, making it challenging to guide Chen Yuanliang accurately. Therefore, Lu Chen could only provide a general overview while leaving the rest to Chen Yuanliang's own comprehension. Chapter 61. Rising up refining top-tier spiritual pills generally requires the use of a superior-grade furnace. However, Lu Chen possessed only a medium-grade furnace, and to prevent explosions, he had to use soul fire to seal the furnace, which made the process somewhat strenuous. He successfully refined 10 batches in succession, each batch yielding 9 pills of top quality. However, Lu Chen found himself drained of energy, unable to continue. In contrast, Chen Yuanliang had also attempted to refine 10 batches. Of course, soul fire was of a different level than true fire, and the sealing methods varied. However, seeing Chen Yuanliang's disheveled state and his eagerness for success, Lu Chen could not bear to watch any longer. He decided to take a gamble, using the true fire sealing method with soul fire. Whether it succeeded would depend on Chen Yuanliang's own fortune. An hour later, Lu Chen exited the Alchemy Institute. Of course, soul fire was of a different level than true fire, and the sealing methods varied. However, seeing Chen Yuanliang's disheveled state and his eagerness for success, Lu Chen could not bear to watch any longer. He decided to take a gamble, using the true fire sealing method with soul fire. Whether it succeeded would depend on Chen Yuanliang's own fortune. An hour later, Lu Chen exited the Alchemy Institute. Zhang Qingbin, only at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, was among the lower ranks in the outer sect and was routinely bullied. Stop, Lu Chen shouted, his anger boiling over, his aura flaring uncontrollably. Zhang Qingbin was someone he had brought along. How could he tolerate seeing him bullied? Oh, look who decided to meddle. Meddling generally does not end well. Kid, what's your name? I don't think I've seen you before. Zhang Qingbin, only at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, was among the lower ranks in the outer sect and was routinely bullied. Stop, Lu Chen shouted, his anger boiling over, his aura flaring uncontrollably. Zhang Qingbin was someone he had brought along. How could he tolerate seeing him bullied? Oh, look who decided to meddle. Meddling generally does not end well. Kid, what's your name? I don't think I've seen you before. The outer sect disciples abandoned Zhang Qingbin and turned their malicious gazes toward Lu Chen. Though Lu Chen was an inner sect disciple, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the true essence realm, while the strongest among the outer disciples was at the 6th level, with the others at the 5th level. How could they take Lu Chen seriously? My name is Lu Chen, inner sect disciple. Lu Chen scoffed, not rushing to strike, instead introducing himself. Adopting a diplomatic approach before resorting to force. Is there an inner sect disciple at the 5th level of the true essence realm? Haha, are you sure you're not here to tell jokes? And if I am? Lu Chen maintained an impassive exterior, but inwardly he cursed. It only took one night for this news to spread to the outer sect. What efficiency! That Sun Song fellow, having gained an advantage, was now acting coy. How petty. So it was you, the easy mark. .9 superior grade true essence pills. You must be quite the wealthy fool. Dio, you want to buy some scrap metal? I still have a few broken blades and guns I could sell you at a discount. The outer sect disciples laughed uproariously, unable to stand upright from their mirth. Laugh all you want. Soon enough, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Lu Chen also laughed, though his laughter had an ominous edge, laced with indignation. You have quite the bravado. If your head isn't hard enough, I will grind you into the ground. The leading outer disciple's smile turned sinister as he extended his hand, suddenly launching a palm strike at Lu Chen. A palm imprint shot through the air, howling forth with a force of 70,000 pounds. This was the full power of a 6th-level true essence realm martial artist. Yet, the might of a 6th-level true essence realm warrior was insignificant before Lu Chen. Laced with indignation. You have quite the bravado. If your head isn't hard enough, I will grind you into the ground. The leading outer disciple's smile turned sinister as he extended his hand, suddenly launching a palm strike at Lu Chen. A palm imprint shot through the air, howling forth with a force of 70,000 pounds. This was the full power of a 6th-level true essence realm martial artist. Yet, the might of a 6th-level true essence realm warrior was insignificant before Lu Chen. He did not even need to employ martial techniques, nor did he bother with ranged attacks. He simply reached out with his bare hands and shattered the palm strike into fragments. What? The outer disciple was taken aback, quickly exchanging glances with his companions, signaling them to attack together and subdue Lu Chen. The 3 outer disciples launched a coordinated assault, unleashing palm strikes, fist strikes, and kicks upon Lu Chen. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Chen nullified their attacks, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before them. Slap! 3 resounding slaps echoed in the air. The 3 outer disciples were caught off guard, instantly dizzy and scrambling to recover their scattered teeth. Delivering slap after slap, causing his teeth to rain down as he cried out for mercy. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended, locking onto Lu Chen. Someone was attacking from behind. Instinctively, Lu Chen countered with a fiery finger strike. So it's 3 against 1, is it? Lu Chen sneered, effortlessly sending one flying with a punch. Uniting for strength, huh? A kick sent another flying. You want to beat me to the ground? He then seized the lead outer disciple, instantly collapsing. The true essence surged, yet the finger imprint remained unharmed, continuing its assault toward the ambusher. Giant stone palm. The assailant, feeling the force of the finger imprint, was struck with terror and retaliated with all his might. The second of the sunfire technique. As he unleashed the strike, the space trembled, and the tiny imprint sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound that reverberated through the surroundings. In midair, a palm imprint met the incoming attack, the dissipating true essence forming a shockwave that swept in all directions. The assailant was also sent flying by the force of the imprint, landing several yards away. Just a mere 5th-level true essence realm warrior. And yet your power surpasses 300,000 pounds? Who on earth are you? The assailant scrambled to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth, gazing at Lu Chen's silhouette with astonishment. Lu Chen turned around, still holding the outer disciple he had pummeled. Itsu, Lu Chen. The assailant's eyes widened as recognition dawned. You're an inner sect disciple. Lu Chen also recognized the man, though he could not recall his name. He seemed somewhat familiar. This individual had witnessed Lu Chen single-handedly defeating Lai Xiang and his group, and he had been present during that chaotic encounter. Yes, I primarily cultivate on the mountain peak. Still holding the outer disciple he had pummeled. Itsu, Lu Chen. The assailant's eyes widened as recognition dawned. You're an inner sect disciple. Lu Chen also recognized the man, though he could not recall his name. Lu Chen was a prodigy unlike any other in the history of the Feisha sect. He possessed the weakest innate talent, but the strongest combat prowess. He was also the first to gain the sect leader's recognition shortly after joining and had single-handedly revitalized the Alchemy Institute, rarely descending. So it's normal that junior brother Lu Chen hasn't seen me, the man said, forcing a smile, devoid of any hostility. Could he dare harbor animosity? Even if he did, he would have to swallow it down whole. Smiling as he continued, I had no idea it was junior brother Lu Chen. This is quite a misunderstanding. If my cousin has offended you, I will ensure he faces severe punishment. He hit my friend? Lu Chen replied, glancing at Zhang Qingbin on the ground. Why did you hit his friend? The man asked sternly, his expression shifting that eye. The outer disciple stammered, panic evident as he struggled to find his words. Smiling as he continued, I had no idea it was junior brother Lu Chen. This is quite a misunderstanding. If my cousin has offended you, I will ensure he faces severe punishment. He hit my friend? Lu Chen replied, glancing at Zhang Qingbin on the ground. Why did you hit his friend? The man asked sternly, his expression shifting that eye. The outer disciple stammered, panic evident as he struggled to find his words. Clearly a newcomer. His cousin had been bullying a rookie and got caught by Lu Chen. He deserved it. Junior brother Lu Chen, hand him over to me, and I guarantee he won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days. Cousin, help me, the outer disciple pleaded desperately. All right, I understand, the man coldly huffed. He was well aware of his cousin's character. Lying on the ground was Zhang Qingbin, merely at the second level of the true essence realm, clearly a newcomer. His cousin had been bullying a rookie and got caught by Lu Chen. He deserved it. Junior brother Lu Chen, hand him over to me, and I guarantee he won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days. The man spoke with a serious demeanor. Lu Chen said nothing more, simply tossing the outer disciple over to him before helping Zhang Qingbin to his feet. Cousin, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. The outer disciple sighed in relief, his face swollen like a pig's head, forcing a smile. Now that I'm here, your troubles have only just begun. The man's eyes flashed with intensity as he said, Do you know who you have offended? He is a freak, with terrifying combat prowess. I wouldn't dare cross him, yet you chose to hit his friend. You truly do not know the meaning of danger. But he has left and I promise to punish him severely. You will be bedridden for 10 days. See, cousin, what are you planning? I know how to handle this. If Lu Chen takes action, it would be far worse. The man pointed at the other two outer disciples, commanding, You, and you, step forward and line up. Cousin, no. Senior brother, spare us. Senior brother, be gentle. The panicked pleas echoed as they begged for mercy. In response, they were met with the sounds of fists and kicks landing. Soon, anguished cries filled the air, resonating through the outer sect in a humble dwelling. Zhang Qingbin rested for a while, feeling significantly better. His injuries were not severe, merely superficial wounds that posed no major threat. However, Lu Chen felt a twinge of guilt. His alchemical prowess was exceptional, yet he could not produce any healing pills. It was quite unacceptable. Turning back to carve out some time, I shall refine a batch of essential elixirs, and they must endure the bullying from the senior outer disciples. Zhang Qingbin sighed and continued, Many newcomers cannot withstand the hardship and voluntarily withdraw from Faixia sect. And what of you? All outer disciples fared similarly, residing in conditions hardly better than these. Zhang Qingbin remarked, by the way, What took you to the vegetable garden? To toil in the vegetable garden, of course. Newcomers are assigned the most arduous and laborious tasks, and they must endure the bullying from the senior outer disciples. Zhang Qingbin sighed and continued, Many newcomers cannot withstand the hardship and voluntarily withdraw from Faixia sect. And what of you? I will not leave. It took great effort to enter the martial sect. No matter how arduous it may be, I shall persevere until I am worthy of entering the inner sect, Zhang Qingbin declared. Good, you have ambition? Lu Chen nodded in approval, then added, however, You are somewhat older. I fear you may not have ample time to endure. Even if time is limited, I shall not yield. Zhang Qingbin replied with unwavering determination. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. His purpose in seeking out Zhang Qingbin was to assess how he fared in the outer sect. To his surprise, the conditions were so deplorable that he resolved to extend a helping hand to Zhang Qingbin. Yet Lu Chen was a special exception. As Zhang Qingbin trailed behind Lu Chen, they traversed in eerie silence. The disciples stationed at various checkpoints, upon sighting Lu Chen, granted them passage without a word of inquiry. Lu Chen was undeniably thriving within Faixia sect. Throughout the journey, Zhang Qingbin was struck by this realization. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sect leader's hall, they were halted by the guards. Yet Lu Chen was a special exception. As Zhang Qingbin trailed behind Lu Chen, they traversed in eerie silence. The disciples stationed at various checkpoints, upon sighting Lu Chen, granted them passage without a word of inquiry. Lu Chen was undeniably thriving within Faixia sect. Throughout the journey, Zhang Qingbin was struck by this realization. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sect leader's hall, they were halted by the guards. The sect leader and the elders are in a meeting. You cannot enter. Inform the sect leader that I have something of great importance to personally present. Lu Chen instructed the guard. Lu Chen was well aware that the higher-ups were in a meeting. Previously, someone had summoned Chen Yuanliang for discussions regarding the affairs of the Feixiadan Institute, but Chen Yuanliang, preoccupied with alchemy, had been unable to attend. Chen Yuanliang might not be present, but Lu Chen desired to be there. Miao Yin inquired, Lu Chen, if you cannot present something of significance, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Elder Fong seized the opportunity to declare. The other elders nodded in agreement, echoing Elder Fong's sentiments. High-ranking officials were convened to discuss critical matters, and here was an inner disciple disrupting their proceedings. Could he escape unscathed? With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen summoned Zhang Qingbin from behind. Miao Yin inquired, Lu Chen, if you cannot present something of significance, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Elder Fong seized the opportunity to declare. The other elders nodded in agreement, echoing Elder Fong's sentiments. High-ranking officials were convened to discuss critical matters, and here was an inner disciple disrupting their proceedings. Could he escape unscathed? With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen summoned Zhang Qingbin from behind, who approached carrying a brocade box. As the box opened, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, revealing 90 plump, round elixirs before their eyes. Supreme transformation elixirs. The eyes of all present widened in astonishment. What did it signify to possess supreme elixirs? It represented the pinnacle of potency. Mid-grade elixirs held tenfold the efficacy of low-grade ones, while high-grade elixirs surpassed mid-grade ones by another factor of 10. And supreme elixirs surpassed high-grade ones by yet another factor of 10. The disparity in benefits between supreme elixirs and those of lower grades was glaringly evident. If supreme transformation elixirs were to circulate beyond these walls, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy, with all factions vying for them. Even the royal family would be inclined to make a purchase. In that moment, everyone was left astounded. Elder Fong was so taken aback he could scarcely utter a word. Where on earth did you acquire so many supreme transformation elixirs? Miao Yin asked, her astonishment palpable. Crafted by the Dan Institute, Lu Chen replied succinctly. The Dan Institute consisted solely of himself and Chen Yuanliang, leaving the rest to their imaginations. Could it be that Master Chen refined these? It must surely be Master Chen. Then it follows that Master Chen has ascended a rank, advancing his alchemical skills. Truly, a blessing for Feixia sect. The crowd erupted in discussion, unanimously attributing the elixirs to Chen Yuanliang, neglecting Lu Chen entirely. Though Lu Chen was indeed an alchemist, lacking a Dan robe and having never been seen refining elixirs, none would consider him. Lu Chen paid this no mind. Who crafted the elixirs was of little consequence. What mattered was who wielded the power to distribute them. Lu Chen, what you have brought is indeed significant. Warranting a pause in our meeting, Miao Yin said, her face radiating undisguised delight. Supreme transformation elixirs were invaluable and nearly impossible to acquire. The distribution of these 90 supreme transformation elixirs could enhance the cultivation of several elders and true disciples. This batch of elixirs must be surrendered, Elder Fong declared. But the elixirs refined by the Feixiadan Institute are property of Feixia sect, Lu Chen countered, shifting his gaze to Elder Fong with a smile. May I ask, Elder Fong, to whom shall they be surrendered? To the state? Or perhaps to the capital? Elder Fong faltered, rendered speechless. A ripple of suppressed laughter spread through the room. Elder Fong's proposal was indeed redundant. The Dan Institute managed the elixirs, and any required submission would be directed to the Institute, not to Elder Fong himself. Let me be frank. The 90 Supreme Transformation elixirs were crafted specifically as a gift. The sect leader has shown me favor, and Elder Pan has acknowledged my potential. In my youth and naivety, I understand the importance of gratitude. To neglect such kindness would weigh heavily on my heart. Without allowing others to interject, Lu Chen instructed, Zhang Qingbin, quickly present 30 elixirs to the sect leader. Zhang Qingbin promptly retrieved 30 Supreme Transformation elixirs, presenting them with both hands. Now, deliver 20 elixirs to Elder Pan. The sect leader has shown me favor, and Elder Pan has acknowledged my potential. In my youth and naivety, I understand the importance of gratitude. To neglect such kindness would weigh heavily on my heart. The arrival of 20 Supreme Transformation elixirs provided a possibility of breaking through the bottleneck. And what of the remaining 40 elixirs? To whom do you intend to bestow them? Elder Fong inquired. Zhang Chungbin again procured 20 supreme transformation elixirs for Pan Qingyan. Tio think, I am also honored with such a gift, Pan Qingyan exclaimed, her excitement evident. Having been stuck at the 4th level of transformation realm for many years without progress, gesturing for Zhang Chungbin to collect the remaining elixirs. Once another batch is refined, there shall be enough for distribution. Then let us refine another batch, Elder Fong eagerly suggested. Elder Fong, you speak as if it were a simple task. These are supreme transformation elixirs. The materials required for their refinement are exceedingly rare, and the process itself is highly complex. It demands a harmonious blend of spirit and energy. It is not as simple as merely cooking a meal. If it were that easy, why would we need alchemists? Lu Chen scoffed softly, continuing, the effort expended in crafting this batch of supreme transformation elixirs has already drained the Dan Institute of its resources. For the foreseeable future, the Institute shall concentrate its efforts on mainstream mid-grade transformation elixirs and cease the refinement of supreme ones. Then, you ought to distribute the remaining elixirs. It would be a waste for them to languish in your hands. If it were that easy, why would we need alchemists? Lu Chen scoffed softly, continuing, the effort expended in crafting this batch of supreme transformation elixirs has already drained the Dan Institute of its resources. Chen Yuanliang was entirely devoted to Lu Chen and would not assist outsiders, especially when it came to supreme transformation elixirs. The best course of action was to persuade Lu Chen to share the elixirs, hoping to receive a portion as the chief elder of the inner sect. The elixirs had a long shelf life, so Elder Fong need not worry. With a smile, Lu Chen replied, as for these 40 supreme transformation elixirs, they shall undoubtedly be distributed, but I have yet to decide to whom. Perhaps I shall take my time to consider it. A year or so should suffice. Elder Fong felt as though he had been silenced, left gasping for breath. The expressions of the other elders and true disciples were peculiar, caught between laughter and restraint. All present were astute. It was clear that Lu Chen had come to flaunt the elixirs with the intent of undermining Elder Fong. They shall undoubtedly be distributed, but I have yet to decide to whom. Perhaps I shall take my time to consider it. A year or so should suffice. Elder Fong felt as though he had been silenced. Now, with the power to distribute the elixirs firmly in Lu Chen's hands, he could choose to favor or retaliate against whomever he pleased. Moreover, Lu Chen had cunningly ingratiated himself with both the sect leader and Elder Pan, establishing solid alliances. Even if some elders harbored grievances against Lu Chen, they would find no support from the sect leader and Elder Pan. Very well, let us resume the meeting. I shall take my leave, Lu Chen declared. Having achieved his objective, he pulled Zhang Chungbin along as they left, casually remarking, Zhang Chungbin, I have been rather busy of late. I shall entrust you with the safekeeping of these supreme transformation elixirs. In the future, should anyone treat you well, you may share them accordingly. With this declaration, many elders' minds began to race. This young man was playing a clever game, though it was not particularly sophisticated. Miao Yin chuckled lightly, recognizing that the meeting could not proceed any further. Lu Chen still possessed 40 supreme transformation elixirs, and what motivation did the elders have to continue? Furthermore, Lu Chen had brought an outer disciple along, specifically mentioning his name and entrusting him with the elixirs, an obvious indication of his intent to elevate that outer disciple. At that moment, many elders were undoubtedly eyeing that outer disciple. Supreme transformation elixirs were a coveted treasure. Alas, resources were limited, and it would come down to who could best persuade Lu Chen or that outer disciple. Miao Yin announced the meeting's adjournment, retaining only a few true disciples at the 2nd level of the transformation realm, as they were the elite of Fei Xia sect and key candidates for cultivation. However, they could not compete with the elders for the elixirs, thus Miao Yin distributed half of the supreme transformation elixirs among them. Outside the sect leader's hall, shadows flitted by as figures rushed down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they finally caught sight of Lu Chen's retreating figure, Lu Chen. I am the chief elder of the Internal Affairs Institute. With the Dan Institute's opening imminent, all materials related to alchemy must be transferred to the Dan Institute. I hope you can visit the Internal Affairs Institute soon to discuss the handover. Outside the sect leader's hall, shadows flitted by as figures rushed down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they finally caught sight of Lu Chen's retreating figure, Lu Chen. I am the chief elder of the Internal Affairs Institute. Lu Chen, I am an elder of the Combat Techniques Institute. You are welcome to come and learn martial techniques, Lu Chen. The Techniques Institute extends a warm invitation to you. Lu Chen, come to my Equipment Institute. Take whatever you fancy, a chorus of voices rang out. Each elder appeared before Lu Chen, their words gentle, their smiles inviting, all eager to curry favor with him. A flock of opportunists. Elder Fong scoffed disdainfully. Lu Chen, I am an elder of the Combat Techniques Institute. You are welcome to come and learn martial techniques, Lu Chen. The Techniques Institute extends a warm invitation to you. Lu Chen, come to my Equipment Institute. The allure of supreme transformation elixirs was undeniable. Many had never encountered elixirs of such quality in their lifetimes, let alone possessed any. These elders had been stalled at their respective levels for far too long. You all are merely opportunists. What do you count for? Some voiced their discontent. Oh, and you are so noble, yet you follow behind us. As the elders began to harbor ill will towards Elder Fong. In the realm of martial arts, competition is inevitable, and in the face of significant benefits, who still cared about preserving their dignity? Elder Fong waved his sleeve in dismissal, yet lingered, pulling Zhang Qingbin aside with a grin. I see potential in you. You must be a martial arts prodigy. Remaining in the outer sect is a waste of your talents. Would you be interested in joining the inner sect? At these words, in the realm of martial arts, competition is inevitable, and in the face of significant benefits, who still cared about preserving their dignity? Elder Fong waved his sleeve in dismissal, yet lingered, pulling Zhang Qingbin aside with a grin. The benefits are certainly not inferior to those of the inner sect, and you may choose any technique you wish. Zhang Qingbin, the Academy warmly welcomes you. Zhang Qingbin, I am the chief elder of the outer sect. You cannot leave the outer sect. It needs you. The elders suddenly awakened to the situation, rushing towards Zhang Qingbin in a frenzy, vying for his attention. In an instant, Lu Chen, who had been the center of attention moments ago. The benefits are certainly not inferior to those of the inner sect, and you may choose any technique you wish. Zhang Qingbin, the Academy warmly welcomes you. Zhang Qingbin, I am the chief elder of the outer sect. You cannot leave the outer sect. It needs you. The elders suddenly awakened to the situation, rushing towards Zhang Qingbin in a frenzy, vying for his attention. In an instant, Lu Chen, who had been the center of attention moments ago, transformed into a solitary figure, adrift in a sea of competition, left in a state of bemusement. Chapter 64. Slaying the heavens. Lu Chen departed, leaving behind a Zhang Qingbin besieged by eager elders. Whichever elder Zhang Qingbin chose would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. Freeing him from hardship, Lu Chen had effectively slapped the faces of these elders with the elixirs while simultaneously aiding Zhang Qingbin. Lu Chen also drafted an extensive list of required materials and handed it to Chen Yuanliang for procurement. Chen Yuanliang gathered numerous materials according to the list, but some were too unique for the Dan Institute to possess. In addition to those for healing, there were formulas for rust-cleansing elixirs, explosive essence elixirs, might elixirs, thunderbolt elixirs, awakening elixirs, exorcism elixirs, confusion elixirs, itching elixirs. And even formulas for poison elixirs and antidotes, among other peculiar concoctions. Each was essential for wreaking havoc and executing schemes. That blade had likely endured countless years of neglect, with layers of rust several inches thick. A typical rust-cleansing elixir would prove ineffective. Only a supreme rust-cleansing elixir could suffice. The challenge of crafting a supreme rust-cleansing elixir was already formidable, and lacking a superior alchemical furnace only compounded the difficulty. Lu Chen faced 3 failures before finally succeeding in producing a single batch, with only one of the 9 rust-cleansing elixirs being of supreme quality. This elixir was intended for rust purification, not for consumption. One was more than sufficient. He fetched a bucket of water and tossed the supreme rust-cleansing elixir inside. As the elixir dissolved, Lu Chen submerged the discarded sword, allowing the medicated water to gradually cleanse the rust. An hour later, the bucket burst, signaling the end of the purification process. The rust had vanished, revealing a gleaming great sword. The blade was sharp, shimmering with a radiant glow, and exuded a formidable aura. Was this truly a high-grade battle weapon? Lu Chen was astonished to discover that the sword, once cleansed of rust, now weighed several times more, at least 1,000 pounds. Allowing the medicated water to gradually cleanse the rust. An hour later, the bucket burst, signaling the end of the purification process. The rust had vanished, revealing a gleaming great sword. The blade was sharp, shimmering with a radiant glow. Although he rarely wielded weapons, he understood the characteristics of battle weapons. Battle weapons were sharper and more resilient than ordinary weapons, capable of slicing through true essence in close combat. Yet this great sword not only exhibited the traits of a battle weapon but was also exceptionally heavy and capable of unleashing a potent aura, attributes that transcended mere battle weapons. This was not a battle weapon. It was a superior spiritual weapon. If this great sword were to be sold, it would undoubtedly incite chaos, potentially igniting a conflagration throughout the Yongming dynasty. After all, although he rarely wielded weapons, he understood the characteristics of battle weapons. Battle weapons were sharper and more resilient than ordinary weapons, capable of slicing through true essence in close combat. Yet this great sword not only exhibited the traits of a battle weapon but was also exceptionally heavy and capable of unleashing a potent aura, attributes that transcended mere battle weapons. This was not a battle weapon. It was a superior spiritual weapon. If this great sword were to be sold, it would undoubtedly incite chaos, potentially igniting a conflagration throughout the Yongming dynasty. After all, there had been no prior reports of spiritual weapons existing within the dynasty. Exchanging 9 supreme true essence elixirs for a spiritual weapon was indeed a tremendous bargain. If that Sun Song were to learn that the discarded sword had transformed into a spiritual weapon, he would likely regret it to the point of self-destruction. With a spiritual weapon in hand, the world was his to command. Lu Chen was filled with uncontainable joy, perhaps bordering on hubris. Originally, he had not intended to delve into weapon techniques so soon, but it had become imperative. Leaving a spiritual weapon unused would be a waste of its potential. He possessed a wealth of fragmented memories related to weapon techniques, though there were few regarding sword techniques. Beyond the mundane world, one cannot ascertain if such techniques exist. If one can master the first 2/3 of this technique, it would be sufficient to overpower countless formidable adversaries. It is you, indeed. Lu Chen activated his memory of this combat technique, and its comprehensive outline immediately flooded his mind. The technique, known as Heavenly Slash, comprises a total of 9 slashes. Each slash is a force to be reckoned with, more powerful than the last, with the 9th slash being the most terrifying, capable of cleaving the heavens and annihilating the world. Regrettably, the last 3 slashes are missing, rendering them impossible to cultivate. The training methodology for Heavenly Slash involves a unique process of channeling true essence through the martial veins, with each slash requiring a distinct procedure, and the power of each slash determined by the strength of the martial veins. The stronger the martial vein, the greater the power. Without a martial vein, one is destined to be estranged from Heavenly Slash. The first slash utilizes 1 martial vein, the second employs 2, the third 3. And so forth. As one progresses, the number of martial veins required increases, with each slash requiring a distinct procedure, and the power of each slash determined by the strength of the martial veins. The stronger the martial vein, the greater the power. Without a martial vein, he would have to abandon this divine technique. However, he recalled that he was cultivating the 9 dragons returning to 1 technique, which, upon reaching a certain level, would awaken a second martial vein, perhaps even a 3rd or 4th. Once the 9 dragons returning to 1 technique was perfected, he would possess 9 martial veins, allowing him to utilize all 9 slashes of Heavenly Slash should they be complete. If Heavenly Slash were not missing the last 3 slashes, he would have to abandon this divine technique. However, he recalled that he was cultivating the 9 dragons returning to 1 technique, which, upon reaching a certain level, would awaken a second martial vein, perhaps even a 3rd or 4th. Heavenly Slash is a unique sword technique that lacks any formal moves. Its essence is distilled into a single word, slash. At first glance, it may appear simplistic and brute, yet that is far from the truth. It would indeed be a technique tailor-made for the 9 dragons returning to 1. He opened the training method for the first slash and quickly committed the core principles and the specific pathways for channeling true essence through the martial veins to memory. Lu Chen exited his dwelling and stepped outside to practice the first slash of Heavenly Slash. He raised his great sword high, inhaled deeply, activated his mental focus, and directed his true essence through the flame dragon vein, which instantly surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, true essence erupted from the flame dragon vein, coursing through his arm and into the sword's body. At that moment, the spirit weapon glowed brilliantly, sword energy piercing the heavens, the blade singing with a resonant hum. Slash, with a single stroke, the winds and clouds shifted violently, sand and stones swirling. Wherever the sword energy reached, life was torn asunder, grass withered, and trees shattered. Boom! A massive block of dark iron weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds was shattered by a single strike. However, Lu Chen's complexion turned pale. He braced himself against the ground, teetering on the brink of collapse, devoid of any trace of elation. This strike's power exceeded all imagination and estimation. Yet, it had drained his true essence, exhausted his physical strength, pushing him beyond his limits. This moment, he felt utterly powerless, struggling to take even a single step. Returning to his dwelling had become a formidable challenge. Heavenly Slash is indeed terrifying in its power, but it is equally voracious in its consumption of true essence. With a sigh, Lu Chen sheathed his great sword and sat down to recuperate. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of Feixiao Mountain had long been depleted by him, and it was slowly recovering. There was no adequate spiritual energy available for his replenishment. Fortunately, the Chaos Pearl still contained 180 top-grade spirit energy pills, and now was the time to utilize them. Upon ingesting a single top-grade spirit energy pill, it transformed into an exceedingly pure and overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, which was promptly absorbed by the flame dragon vein and converted into true essence. However, the energy contained within a single pill was limited, and the transformed true essence was far from sufficient. Lu Chen continued to consume pill after pill, hardly pausing for breath. Within the span of half a stick of incense, he had consumed 30 top-grade spirit energy pills before his true essence finally recovered, which was promptly absorbed by the flame dragon vein and converted into true essence. However, the energy contained within a single pill was limited, and the transformed true essence was far from sufficient. Yet Lu Chen, if anyone were to witness Lu Chen consuming top-grade spirit energy pills as if they were mere sustenance, they would be utterly shocked. To consume so many top-grade spirit energy pills at once would have resulted in the demise of any ordinary person. Chapter 65. The sun rising from the west for several consecutive days, Lu Chen refrained from venturing outside, instead remaining sequestered in his abode, experimenting with various pills. During this time, he also practiced Heavenly Slash twice. Each time he executed a slash, he felt utterly drained, and he had consumed a considerable number of top-grade spirit energy pills, leaving only 100 remaining. The thought of this caused him great distress, as the primary material for these pills was scarce. Where would he find spirit stones? Each pill consumed was one less to replenish, of course. Practicing several times granted him greater familiarity and a certain degree of mastery over Heavenly Slash. Each time he executed a slash, he felt utterly drained, and he had consumed a considerable number of top-grade spirit energy pills, leaving only 100 remaining. The thought of this caused him great distress, his face beaming with pride, unable to contain his joy. What is there to be so joyful about? After all this time, you've only just succeeded in refining it. Lu Chen regarded Chen Yuanliang with disdain. The sealing method he had taught had indeed proven effective, yet this fellow's aptitude for pill refinement was lacking. Otherwise, under his meticulous guidance, success should have been achieved much sooner. Young master, look, I successfully refined 5 pills at once, Chen Yuanliang exclaimed, grinning as he opened the furnace lid to reveal 9 transformation spirit pills, 5 top-grade, 2 superior grade, and 2 mid-grade. For Chen Yuanliang, this achievement was already beyond his wildest expectations. Quite impressive, indeed. You were just fortunate. Lu Chen nodded, acknowledging Chen Yuanliang's pill refinement skills, but also recognizing the role of luck in his success. A pill master without soul fire would naturally face a high failure rate when attempting to refine third-tier top-grade pills. And even if successful, they would only produce 1 at a time. Chen Yuanliang managed to refine 5 at once. Surely luck played a significant role in that. Young master is right. I truly was fortunate. Look at my Dan robe. Chen Yuanliang's smile remained unperturbed by Lu Chen's critique. As he puffed out his chest and pointed to his Dan robe. You've advanced to the 4th tier. Lu Chen finally noticed that Chen Yuanliang's Dan robe now sported an additional red stripe, and he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. The Dan robe is a wondrous garment made from special materials, capable of displaying its wearer's status in pill refinement. With Chen Yuanliang's breakthrough in pill mastery, his robe automatically gained an additional stripe, synchronizing with his new rank as a 4th-tier pill master. Thank you, young master, for your tireless guidance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to advance to the 4th tier in just 7 days. Chen Yuanliang bowed excitedly, filled with boundless gratitude towards Lu Chen. Had it not been for Lu Chen's support, he would still be managing a small pill shop in Shuangmu City, remaining a mere 1st-tier low-level pill master. A 4th-tier pill master is considered intermediate, and his skills have skyrocketed. 0.7 days. Right? How many days are left until the wager? Lu Chen suddenly recalled his 7-day bet with Lai Guang. Today marked the 7th day. Quick, sharpen the blade. Sharpen the blade for what? To cut the... Yes, I will go sharpen it right away. Outside Feisha Gate, a large crowd had gathered. Lai Guang had arrived, along with Wu Zugong and Sha Haifei. The high-ranking members of Feisha Gate also emerged to prevent Lai Guang from causing trouble. Given the deteriorating relationship between Feisha Gate and Lai Guang, along with his support from Ziyun Gate and Suisha Gate, there was no telling if he would seize the opportunity to strike. Miao Yin refrained from expelling Lai Xiong, allowing him to remain within the gate, effectively putting Lai Guang in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Lai Guang was extremely frustrated. He had sent numerous messages to Lai Xiong, imploring him to leave Feisha Gate. To his astonishment, Lai Xiong adamantly refused, claiming he had secured a prime position and was waiting for the awakening of an underground dragon vein. An underground dragon vein? Is it that easy to awaken? In the entirety of Dengzhou's 99 cities, only Dengzhou City has one, and the state governor's mansion is built atop that vein, guarded until now. Meanwhile, Lai Guang was extremely frustrated. He had sent numerous messages to Lai Xiong, imploring him to leave Feisha Gate. To his astonishment, Lai Xiong adamantly refused, claiming he had secured a prime position and was waiting for the awakening of an underground dragon vein. He relayed this information to the state governor, who was equally astonished, yet remained skeptical. But what of Lu Chen? Is he too afraid to show himself? Lai Guang glanced left and right, still not spotting Lu Chen, and thus questioned Miao Yin. Someone has gone to notify him. He will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment, Great Pavilion Master. Miao Yin replied calmly, then quietly instructed elders Pan Qingyan and others. I saw Master Chan yesterday. He remains a third-tier master. Lu Chen has not performed any miracles and is bound to lose. However, Lu Chen was the designated candidate of the Xintian Biezong, and his status is of great significance. We at Feisha Gate must ensure he remains unharmed. Master, are we trying to renege on the bet? If that is the case, it is absolutely unacceptable. Indeed, we must adhere to the principle of acknowledging the bet and accepting defeat. If we assist Lu Chen in avoiding his responsibility, we will be ridiculed by the world. How can Feisha Gate maintain its standing in the martial realm? This wager was initiated by Lu Chen himself. It was purely his own folly, yet we are expected to bear the consequences. It is utterly unreasonable. One person acts, one person takes responsibility. The trouble that Lu Chen has caused should be borne by him alone. If he loses, he loses. Whatever needs to be cut can be cut. It won't kill him. Why should we concern ourselves? Numerous elders expressed their dissatisfaction, opposing any efforts to assist Lu Chen. Miao Yin observed the indignant elders, completely exasperated. Just days prior, these old fellows had been vying to curry favor with Lu Chen, yet now their attitudes had shifted entirely. Ultimately, it all boiled down to self-interest. They had not gained any benefits from Lu Chen, not even a single top-grade transformation spirit pill, and each of them was now on the verge of turning into a resentful widow. The Great Pill Pavilion, along with Ziyun Gate and Suisha Gate, has joined forces to pressure us. I cannot swallow this grievance. Pan Qingyan interjected coldly, if Lu Chen loses, I will step forward to protect him. If anyone dares to mock him, let them mock me alone. Pan Qingyan, please do not forget, Feisha Gate lacks many resources and struggles to develop. Our breakthrough lies with Lu Chen. Once he enters the Xintian Biezong, our predicament will be resolved. Elder Fong also spoke up, rarely defending Lu Chen. Therefore, Lu Chen must not suffer any harm. I too will step forward to support him. At worst, we can have another skirmish with Wu Zugong and the others. With the master present, what do we have to fear? The two leading elders of Feisha Gate supported Miao Yan's decision, and the other elders had little to say. If a battle were to ensue, then let it commence. However, the gazes directed at Elder Fong were tinged with a hint of disdain. Elder Fong remained unfazed, standing tall and proud, ignoring all contempt. Elder Fong is actually willing to fight for a mere disciple. Is the sun rising from the west? A mocking voice rang out. Lu Chen emerged from the crowd, resting his chin on his hand, a look of confusion on his face as he approached Elder Fong. Lu Chen could not comprehend why Elder Fong, who had always harbored resentment towards him, would suddenly choose to defend him. Surely, if he had any troubles, it would be a remarkable act of conscience for Elder Fong not to take the opportunity to undermine him. Oh dear, Lu Chen, what are you talking about? The sun rising from the west. You truly do not understand me. Elder Fong, instead of being angered, adopted a serious demeanor and spoke earnestly, as the chief elder of the inner door. It is my duty to protect the disciples of the inner door. Otherwise, I would be derelict in my duties. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Had Elder Fong lost his mind? Or was he still half asleep? Scanning the surroundings, he was surprised to find Zhang Qingbin nearby. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. As an outer door disciple, he was not qualified to accompany the elders unless— "What is happening?" Lu Chen whispered. "I have followed Elder Fong and entered the inner door." Zhang Qingbin responded quickly, his face brimming with joy. "Huh?" Chapter 66. Let us get it over with. Lu Chen was utterly bemused. Among so many elders, he chose to follow Elder Fong, deliberately trying to go against him? Yet, upon reflection, Lu Chen felt somewhat relieved. Zhang Qingbin had spent so long in the outer door that he might not be aware of the conflicts between Lu Chen and Elder Fong. Otherwise, given Zhang Qingbin's character, he would not have chosen to follow Elder Fong. What kind of treatment does he offer you? Similar to that of a disciple on the brink of the transformation spirit realm. I reside at the peak of the Inner Doors Mountain and am regarded as a key candidate for cultivation until I become a true disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. That was indeed a high-level treatment. Although Elder Fong could be somewhat petty, his strength was among the best in Feisha Gate, and following him would guarantee Zhang Qingbin a promising future. What benefits does he seek? Top-grade transformation spirit pills. And how many do you give him? All of them. Profligate, Lu Chen sighed. Zhang Qingbin was too honest, to the point of being foolish. These were not ordinary transformation spirit pills. They were top-grade pills that could not be purchased outside and held a lethal allure for practitioners in the transformation spirit realm. How could he give them all away? Half would suffice. Keeping the other half in hand would ensure Elder Fong's interest, allowing him to navigate the inner door with ease. No, you should keep them as leverage against all the elders. You could walk through the entire Feisha Gate without a care. Are you done yet? A calm voice interrupted Lu Chen's musings. The 7 days are up. Since Chen Yuanliang has not emerged, it signifies he has not advanced, which means you have lost. Lai Guang sneered, brandishing a gleaming dagger in his hand, tauntingly asking, "So tell me, do you wish to perform the deed yourself, or shall I assist you in your cleansing?" Wu Zhugong, Sha Haifei, and the others burst into laughter. Are you done yet? A calm voice interrupted Lu Chen's musings. The 7 days are up. Since Chen Yuanliang has not emerged, it signifies he has not advanced, which means you have lost. Lai Guang sneered. The wager had originally been a jest. Why must Lai Guang take it so seriously? Miao Yin interjected. Feisha Gate can offer other compensation to Pavilion Master Lai. Not serious. If it's not serious, then who would gamble with him? Lai Guang scoffed. If he loses, he must pay the price. Nothing can replace that. Miao Yan's expression hardened, ready to respond assertively, but Lu Chen interjected, challenging Lai Guang. Are you suggesting that Pavilion Master Lai is implying the wager was no jest? Today, regardless of who loses, they shall perform the act publicly. Is that correct? Indeed. Acknowledge the bet and accept defeat. Losing means cutting, and if you, Pavilion Master Lai, were to lose, then it would be done publicly. Lai Guang's tone was unwavering. Then who would gamble with him? Lai Guang scoffed. If he loses, he must pay the price. Nothing can replace that. Miao Yan's expression hardened, ready to respond assertively, but Lu Chen interjected, challenging Lai Guang. Are you suggesting that Pavilion Master Lai is implying the wager was no jest? A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Excellent, with Lai Guang joining the fray. All that's missing are some villainous witnesses. I, Wu Zhugong, will testify. I, Sha Haifei, will testify. Both Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei responded in unison. Lai Guang was so certain Lu Chen would lose. What did they have to fear in testifying? Moreover, it was not as if they were the ones facing the consequences. What did it matter? Esteemed audience, the moment has come for Pavilion Master Lai to face his reckoning, Lu Chen declared, gesturing grandly. Let us welcome Master Chen to the stage. Haha, did I come? Laughter erupted as the crowd surged. Chen Yuanliang stepped forward. Standing tall, his Dan robe billowing in the wind, for Dan's stripes glowing radiantly, as if illuminating the ages, his aura truly impressive, a fourth-tier pill master. Both Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei exclaimed in astonishment. Lai Guang was left dumbfounded, his face darkening instantly. The Dan robe was conferred by the Pill Pavilion, adorned with Chen Yuanliang's unique aura, making it unmistakable. Ha ha ha! A wave of jubilant laughter erupted from the crowd within Feisha Gate. Miao Yin and the elders, including Pan Qingyan, all displayed expressions of astonishment. It truly was a miracle. Not to mention pill masters, Even outsiders understood how difficult it was to advance in the field of pill refinement. Lai Guang was left dumbfounded, his face darkening instantly. The Dan robe was conferred by the pill pavilion, adorned with Qian Yuanliang's unique aura, making it unmistakable. Ha ha ha! A wave of jubilant laughter erupted from the crowd within Feisha Gate. And he had indeed managed to do so. This was nothing short of incredible. How had Lu Chen accomplished this? Truly a prodigy. At this moment, Lu Chen, wielding a gleaming dagger, couldn't help but echo Lai Guang's earlier taunt. So tell me, do you wish to perform the deed yourself, or shall I assist you in your cleansing? Lai Guang trembled with rage, his fury palpable. However, Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei exchanged peculiar glances, at a loss for words. Since this wager was no jest, the esteemed Master Lai should accept his defeat with grace. Miao Yin seized the moment to further humiliate Lai Guang, suggesting he sever the ties. After all, considering his age, such a relic would serve him little purpose. Lu Chen sighed, offering a kind-hearted counsel. Though Lai Guang's ears, these words were akin to pouring salt into an open wound, igniting his ire further. There was no question of relinquishing anything. He would rather default, risking a complete rift, than allow Lu Chen to have the last laugh. Elder Wu, Elder Sha, capture Lu Chen. I vow that for the next 3 years, any purchases of elixirs from your esteemed martial sects will be at half price. With this declaration, Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei immediately sprang into action, leading dozens of elders from their respective sects to confront Lu Chen. Anticipating this confrontation, Lai Guang had mobilized substantial forces from the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect. Should Lu Chen refuse to acknowledge his loss, they would resort to force. Yet, it was a twist of fate that he would be the one to lose. The one contemplating default, a most ironic turn of events. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from employing force. He must avenge his son, for otherwise, how could he maintain his dignity as a high-ranking master? Anticipating this confrontation, Lai Guang had mobilized substantial forces from the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect. Should Lu Chen refuse to acknowledge his loss, they would resort to force. Yet, it was a twist of fate that he would be the one to lose. The one contemplating default, a most ironic turn of events. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from employing force. He must avenge his son, for otherwise, how could he maintain his dignity as a high-ranking master? Wu Zhugong felt emboldened. As long as the sect masters refrained from intervening, their actions could be deemed mere bullying of the Feisha sect. Furthermore, the disputes among martial sects adhered to strict underlying rules, with clear hierarchical distinctions: master to master, elder to elder, disciple to disciple. Naturally, Miao Yin merely played the role of a healer, causing annoyance but not engaging directly. The overall combat strength of the Feisha sect rested primarily on Pan Qingyan and Elder Fong. While the rest of the elders were of mediocre prowess. In contrast, the Ziyun sect and Suisha sect had dispatched numerous formidable fighters. As long as Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei could restrain the two leading experts of the Feisha sect, the other elders would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Even if Miao Yin possessed secret techniques, she could not sustain a group battle nor save so many individuals. The audacity of their request for understanding was truly outrageous. Miao Yin scoffed, her voice icy. Then let me show you the might of the Feisha sect today. Divine with sacred technique. Miao Yin exclaimed, unleashing her full vitality, a surge of robust life force enveloping her, as if a goddess had descended to bless the earth. With a swift motion, a Feisha sect elder was sent flying, blood spewing forth, gravely injured. Miao Yin pointed with her delicate hand, channeling life force into the elder's body. Within mere breaths, the elder's injuries healed, and he rejoined the fray. As other elders suffered injuries, Miao Yin's life force continued to support them, allowing them to recover and return to battle. However, as the Ziyun sect and Suisha sect combined their might, the injuries among the Feisha sect's elders mounted. Miao Yan's healing efforts primarily focused on Pan Qingyan and Elder Fong, while the rest of the elders began to falter under the strain. The tide of battle rapidly turned against the Feisha sect. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted with cries of horror from Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei. Pan Qingyan, you've actually broken through to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. And you, Fong, when did you reach the pinnacle of the 4th level? Chapter 67. Let the challenge begin. Wu Zhugong had been brazen because he believed no one in the Feisha sect could rival him. The strongest among them, Pan Qingyan, was previously at the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm, a tier below him, making her an easy target. Yet today, he was met with a shocking revelation. Pan Qingyan had unleashed her full power, now on par with him at the 5th level. He knew trouble was brewing. He could no longer restrain her, and the chaotic battle might indeed lead to his defeat. Sha Haifei was equally vexed. As Elder Fong, just 7 days prior, had been at the 4th level but now stood at the peak of that same level. ASA peak 4th level spirit transformation expert himself, he found himself matched against Fong, throwing their plans into disarray. Little did they know, Pan Qingyan and Elder Fong had consumed high-grade spirit transformation pills, propelling their stagnant cultivation to new heights, one breaking through a barrier and the other reaching the pinnacle. If they were aware that these pills were provided by Lu Chen, they would be utterly infuriated. At this moment, Pan Qingyan and Elder Fong, bolstered by Miao Yan's support, unleashed their full might, fighting with a resolve to perish together. Wu Zhugong and Sha Haifei, with no formidable healer behind them, dared not engage with the same fervor, leading to their swift retreat. Congratulations, Elder Pan, on finally reaching the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Wu Zhugong forced a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Let us end this. I have no desire to continue. Indeed, a misunderstanding. We shall cease hostilities, Sha Haifei eagerly concurred, desperate to halt the conflict. Cease all actions, Miao Yin commanded, and both sides withdrew. Wu Zhugong, Sha Haifei, leave at once. One day, our elders shall reciprocate and visit your martial sects in kind, Miao Yin declared coldly, her words laced with fury. She understood that continuing the fight could yield a victory for the Feixia sect but at a great cost, making it not worth the risk. Whenever you wish to come, the Ziyun sect shall welcome you with open arms, but that is a matter for another time. Wu Zhugong nodded, though he remained reluctant to accept defeat. My disciples have heard of Lu Chen's formidable strength and wish to spar with him. Naturally, they are of equal rank. So we speak of the true element realm. The disciples of the Feixia sect exchanged peculiar smiles, for it was common knowledge that Lu Chen was invincible among his peers. The entire sect was aware of this. That moment, 2 youthful disciples from the Ziyun sect stepped forward, one tall and one short, their auras surging, exuding confidence, their bodies brimming with true element energy, flickering with flames. While they were undoubtedly at the true element realm, they were also half a step into the spirit transformation realm. Lu Chen, we are the strongest disciples of the Ziyun sect in the true element realm. Do you dare to spar with us? We promise not to kill you. The taller disciple raised his chin, rolling his eyes with an arrogant demeanor that was infuriating. Not interested. If you wish to spar, do it with yourselves, Lu Chen replied coolly, dismissing the challenge. The audacity of this individual was astounding. Who did he think he was, to simply call for a sparring match? Without any stakes involved, he had no interest in engaging. Repeat that, the tall disciple roared in fury. I truly cannot fathom how the esteemed Ziyun sect produces such imbeciles. Lu Chen mused aloud, lacing his insult with a clever jab at the entire sect. Go to hell, the tall disciple, unable to contain himself, launched an attack without waiting for Lu Chen's consent. The fist, imprinted with blazing flames, surged towards Lu Chen, its force cleaving the air with a piercing shriek. Just as Lu Chen was about to counter with a finger strike, a figure emerged from the crowd, interposing themselves before him. Stone palm. The person struck out, their palm imprint as solid as rock, flames swirling around it, roaring forward to meet the fist. Boom. The clash erupted with a deafening sound. The punch shattered against the palm, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The tall disciple stood firm, not yielding an inch. Just as Lu Chen was about to counter with a finger strike, a figure emerged from the crowd, interposing themselves before him. Stone palm. The person struck out, their palm imprint as solid as rock. It's you? Lu Chen recognized the figure as the cousin of an outer sect disciple, whom he had previously defeated with a single strike. Lu Chen, thank you for showing mercy to my cousin, the individual said, their complexion pale but forcing a smile. What is your name? Lu Chen inquired, his gaze laden with complexity, internally sighing. Spare me the pleasantries. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I, Lu Chen, am unmatched among my peers, a fact known throughout the sect. I could easily crush you. Why would I need you to shield me from an attack? You're merely trying to curry favor with me. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was aware that he possessed a plethora of high-grade elixirs. Everyone in the sect would want to gain his favor. Typically, only elders had the opportunity to approach him, while ordinary disciples rarely did. Very well, since you have the audacity to come forward, I shall not disappoint you, and my name is Cheng Jai. The individual beamed with joy, recognizing that Lu Chen's inquiry signified acceptance of his goodwill. Cheng Shixiang, please summon Zhang Qingbin to the Alchemy Institute shortly. Of course, Cheng Jai replied eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was a clever individual who quickly grasped Lu Chen's intent, realizing that this was a favorable arrangement for him. Lu Chen then turned to face the tall disciple from the Ziyun sect, his eyes glinting with intensity. You've succeeded. I accept your challenge, but know this. It will be a fight to the death, with no room for retreat. Accepted. Do not claim we are taking advantage of your lower rank. This is a challenge of your own making, and if you die, do not blame us. The tall and short disciples erupted in laughter, viewing Lu Chen as if he were already defeated. They were the backup plan orchestrated by Wu Zhugong. Should the elders fail, they would step in to provoke Lu Chen into accepting a challenge, aiming to eliminate him and alleviate Jiang Yao's grievances. They had been anxious for Lu Chen to refuse, but now, with him challenging them to a fight to the death, it played right into their hands, allowing them to unleash their full fury upon him. Regrettably, Jiang Yao was currently in seclusion, unaware of these developments. Otherwise, he would certainly intervene. Jiang Yao had accepted an invitation from Master Zhou, promising to eliminate Lu Chen in 6 months during the Grand Martial competition, making it impossible for Lu Chen to perish beforehand. Excellent! Lai Guang, Wu Zhugong, Sha Haifei, and all who accompanied Lai Guang rejoiced, their expressions akin to those witnessing a moribund figure. However, the members of the Feixia sect were equally jubilant, regarding the disciples of the Ziyun sect with the same disdain. Lu Chen, receive my punch. If you survive, consider it your good fortune. The tall disciple sneered, summoning all his strength for the strike. Flame Sun Finger, making it impossible for Lu Chen to perish beforehand. Excellent! Lai Guang, Wu Zhugong, Sha Haifei, and all who accompanied Lai Guang rejoiced, their expressions akin to those witnessing a moribund figure. However, the members of the Feixia sect were equally jubilant. The flames, propelled by inertia, surged toward Lu Chen. Just as the flames would ignite his body, Lu Chen ignited his soul fire, isolating the opponent's flames. Subsequently, the flame dragon vein opened wide, consuming the flames entirely and storing them away. However, the finger imprint, having shattered the fist imprint, did not collapse but continued forward, resembling the hand of death, directly striking the tall disciple. Puff! The disciple's forehead was pierced by the finger, and he collapsed, lifeless, with his eyes wide open. A profound silence fell over the arena, as countless disciples gazed at Lu Chen, trembling in fear. In this life and death battle, one must perish. With that single strike, one life had been claimed. The ferocity of his attack, the strength of his combat prowess, and the sheer audacity of his challenge were unmatched. This terrifying individual truly lived up to his words. Standing amidst the shockwaves, Lu Chen's long hair billowed, his robe fluttering, as though a grim reaper had descended to harvest lives. Lai Guang, Wu Zhugong, Sha Haifei, and the others were left in utter shock, struggling to comprehend the scene. Wu Zhugong, in particular, felt a surge of anger alongside his disbelief. The deceased disciple was a martial genius, ranked second within the inner sect of the Ziyun sect. His death represented a significant loss for the sect, and Wu Zhugong could hardly suppress his hatred for Lu Chen. During the recruitment ceremony in Shima City, he had witnessed Lu Chen's capacity to battle beyond his rank, obliterating Zhou Ruoxue with a single finger, setting a record for a true Element Realm 2, defeating a 6. Thus, he had meticulously arranged for 2 of the strongest half-step spirit transformation disciples, confident they could easily handle Lu Chen. Yet, he never anticipated Lu Chen's rapid advancement. How long had it been since he had risen from the 2nd level of the true Element Realm to the 5th? It was utterly monstrous. What he found most incomprehensible was Lu Chen's equally monstrous combat strength, capable of annihilating a half-step spirit transformation expert with a single finger. An unfathomable feat. A half-step spirit transformation realm practitioner possessed a foundational strength of over 200,000 pounds, more than double that of a 9th-level true element expert. How could Lu Chen, at the 5th level of the true element realm with only 50,000 pounds of foundational strength, possibly defeat such an opponent? He could not fathom it, nor could he find clarity, leaving him to place his hopes on the remaining short disciple. This short disciple was the strongest within the inner sect of the Ziyun sect, far surpassing the deceased tall disciple and possessing hidden trump cards. As long as the short disciple revealed his hidden advantages, No matter how formidable Lu Chen's finger techniques might be, he would be utterly overwhelmed and left without a grave. No matter how strong your finger techniques, you are still barehanded. Your demise is inevitable. Wu Zhugong's gaze sharpened, envisioning Lu Chen's corpse in a distant setting. Do you still wish to challenge me? Lu Chen inquired, his eyes locked onto the taciturn short disciple. You are powerful, but you have killed my junior brother. Thus, you must die. The short disciple gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with unbridled hatred directed at Lu Chen. No matter. I am indifferent to adding another corpse to this arena, Lu Chen replied with a calm demeanor. The short disciple's aura was robust, slightly stronger than the tall disciple, yet still a half-step spirit transformation expert, easily dealt with by a single strike. Clang. A sword was unsheathed, its resonance echoing throughout the area. The short disciple brandished a glimmering long sword, its blade radiating a chilling light, a middle-grade battle weapon. The members of the Feixia sect gasped in shock. Middle-grade battle weapons were rare in Dengzhou, with their sect possessing only one in 01, anticipated the Ziyun sect would stoop to such a level, allowing the short disciple to secretly wield a middle-grade battle weapon. Lu Chen was now in peril. In a scenario where their combat strengths were nearly equal, the possession of a battle weapon would undoubtedly grant a significant advantage over an unarmed opponent. Lu Chen, have you trained in sword techniques? Miao Yan's expression turned grave as she brandished her own blue short sword, also a middle-grade battle weapon. No, Lu Chen replied, shaking his head. Then you should concede. Do not engage and leave the rest to me. Miao Yan's brows furrowed in concern. Without training in sword techniques, even the finest weapon would be of little use. Weapon techniques corresponded to their respective weapons. Sword techniques enhanced swordplay, enabling the sword to unleash its maximum potential. If one practiced spear techniques and wielded a sword, what efficacy could one expect? In a life-and-death battle, where retreat was not an option, conceding was not permissible. Lu Chen resolutely declined, his tone unwavering. Miao Yin was infuriated, yet with Lu Chen's determination to fight, she could do nothing. Receive my sword. The short disciple wasted no time, swinging his sword with lethal intent, the blade slicing through the air with a shrill whistle directed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. He needed to test whether the upper-tier Earth-grade Flame Sunfinger could shatter the opponent's middle-grade battle weapon. He thrust out his finger, unleashing a fiery finger imprint that tore through the air, carrying a weight of 360,000 pounds. The maximum force he could exert. The flames enveloping the finger imprint were genuine fire. Due to his current realm, Lu Chen could not conjure true flames, but the flame dragon vein had stored considerable external flames for his use. He was usually reluctant to expend these flames, yet against such a formidable opponent, he had to go all out and utilize the true flames. Boom! The fiery finger imprint collided with the sword's edge, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The finger imprint shattered, yet the sword's blade continued its descent. However, the true fire affixed to the finger imprint did not dissipate. Propelled by inertia, it surged violently towards the short disciple. The short disciple, already half a step into the transformation realm, was an adept in wielding true fire. How could such flames harm him? He simply exhaled, extinguishing the approaching true fire in an instant. Yet, in this moment of distraction, the descending sword edge slowed momentarily, granting Lu Chen a precious breath of time. In that fleeting moment, he gathered all his strength to launch a defensive finger strike. Just as the finger imprint was formed, the sword edge descended upon him. The imprint mitigated a portion of the sword's force, yet it shattered soon after. Hiss! The sword struck Lu Chen, slicing from his left shoulder to his right waist, carving a deep gash that bled profusely. Lu Chen became drenched in blood but did not fall. Lu Chen. The members of the Flying Cloud sect gasped in horror, rushing forward, eager to save him. Suddenly, Lu Chen slowly raised his arm and gritted his teeth, declaring, "In this life-and-death battle, no one is permitted to intervene. Stay back." The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect halted at once, their eyes filled with concern as they gazed at Lu Chen's trembling figure. "You are gravely injured. You can't afford to lose any further, and yet you speak of a life-and-death battle? Preserve your life for a future. Moreover, the opponent's realm far surpassed yours, wielding a mid-grade battle weapon. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Is it necessary to continue this fight? What a man you are, but this is a gamble of life and death, and you must still perish." The short disciple nodded in approval, yet Yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. His hatred for Lu Chen unabated. Lu Chen, enjoy gambling, but I never wager on uncertain outcomes. Lu Chen's pallor deepened as he retrieved a healing pill and a hemostatic pill, swallowing them swiftly. Ever since his father, Lu Zhengru, had embarked on a journey, Lu Chen had been devoid of protection, enduring a life of hardship, suffering greatly over the years. The betrayal by Zhou Ruoxue, who had siphoned away his dantian and drained his martial veins, constituted the greatest anguish of his life. However, since the addition of the chaos pearl within him, he had been sailing smoothly, unstoppable in his path. Believing he would never again be injured, it was only now that he realized the enemy remained formidable, and he could indeed be wounded, even killed. The martial way is the way of battle. Injury is inevitable, yet death must be avoided. Life is singular. If one wishes to survive, one must grow ever stronger. To what extent must one become powerful? Lu Chen thought of two words: invincible. Yet, the current circumstance was dire. His injuries were severe, the effects of the pills were not immediate, and the enemy would soon strike again. If he lacked the optimal condition to counter, his demise was assured. Suddenly, a warm breeze swept through, and a powerful life force silently flowed into Lu Chen's body. In an instant, he felt his waning life force replenishing. The wounds on his body began to heal at an observable rate. Within mere breaths, Lu Chen's injuries were nearly mended, and his condition restored to its peak. Miao sect leader, this is their battle. You must not intervene. Wu Kegong questioned sternly. Wu Kegong, which of your eyes saw me intervene? Are you aware of the consequences of slandering a sect leader? Miao Yan's brows furrowed, her expression frigid, hinting at a potential outburst. Yet, this was mere pretense. She had indeed refrained from intervening, but her mind was clear. She knew who was aiding Lu Chen. But if it were not you, then who was helping Lu Chen heal? Wu Kegong was taken aback, realizing he had momentarily faltered and spoken out of turn. He had been attentive to Miao Yan. If she had acted, her life energy would have been detectable, and he could not have missed it. How would I know? Miao Yan scoffed, choosing not to engage further with Wu Kegong. He remained in a daze, ruminating endlessly, unable to deduce who had performed this benevolent act. Miao Yan's life's secret arts were exceptionally unique. Not everyone could learn them. Currently, only Miao Yan among the Flying Cloud sect possessed such skills. Although the disciple Xiao Wan, with her spirit tree martial veins, had joined the Flying Cloud sect, having been accepted as Miao Yan's true disciple, it had only been a brief time. Xiao Wan likely had not even begun to grasp the secret arts, much less fully learn Miao Yan's techniques to assist Lu Chen. Even if Miao sect leader intervened, not everyone could learn them. Currently, only Miao Yan among the Flying Cloud sect possessed such skills. Although the disciple Xiao Wan, with her spirit tree martial veins, had joined the Flying Cloud sect, having been accepted as Miao Yan's true disciple, adding, but this time, I will not hold back. I'll use all my strength to ensure your demise. No healer, no matter how skilled, can save you. We shall see. Lu Chen nodded, then turned his gaze around, not spotting the person he wished to see, and smiled helplessly. He knew the recent healing had not been Miao Yan's doing, but that of another. He recognized that person, just not their whereabouts. Originally, I had hoped to spar with you in hand-to-hand combat, but since you have summoned your battle weapon, I shall not hold back. Lu Chen turned back, discovering a large blade in his hand, unbeknownst to him when it had appeared. The blade shimmered with radiant light, emanating an aura of righteousness that banished malevolence, repelling all evil. Is this a superior grade or even a supreme grade battle weapon? Everyone present was astonished. No one could ascertain the true grade of the blade. Some believed it to be a superior grade battle weapon, while others deemed it a supreme grade one. The quality of Lu Chen's blade was evidently far superior, eclipsing the mid-grade battle weapon in the hands of the short disciple by many folds. Only Miao Yan's expression was distinct from the rest. She fixed her gaze on the blade, a mixture of shock and excitement evident in her demeanor. The short disciple, witnessing Lu Chen's formidable weapon, broke into a cold sweat. The fact that Lu Chen could annihilate his junior disciple with a mere finger indicated his overwhelming combat prowess, surpassing that of the short disciple. He dared not engage Lu Chen in close combat, directly resorting to his mid-grade battle weapon to suppress him. However, with Lu Chen brandishing a weapon of even higher caliber, what confidence could he possibly have to challenge Lu Chen to the death? He glanced at Wu Kegong, seeking a look of assistance, It was possible it was a supreme-grade weapon, but Lu Chen had only recently entered the martial gate. Even if he had trained in blade techniques, directly resorting to his mid-grade battle weapon to suppress him. However, with Lu Chen brandishing a weapon of even higher caliber, what confidence could he possibly have to challenge Lu Chen to the death? Even if he possesses a supreme-grade weapon, he is no match for you. Strike him down. Encouraged by Wu Kagong, the short disciple regained his confidence, promptly channeling his true essence into his sword, preparing for the clash. The battle of weapons would soon determine life and death. Lu Chen slowly raised the large blade, its tip pointed towards the heavens. He activated the Zhan Tian heart technique, releasing a vast torrent of true essence from the flame dragon vein, swiftly coursing through the predetermined meridians, breaking through specific acupoints, flowing through his arm and into the blade. The moment the true essence entered the blade, it radiated brilliant light, illuminating the ages, the blade's aura soaring towards the heavens. As if seeking to cleave the firmament, at this moment, centered around Lu Chen, the air rippled violently, akin to a ferocious wave sweeping outward in all directions. Ziyun swallows the mountains, the short disciple bellowed, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap, both hands raising his sword to strike downwards. A streak of purple light cleaved through the sky, resembling a purple cloud overhead, devouring all life in its path. As if seeking to cleave the firmament, at this moment, centered around Lu Chen, the air rippled violently, akin to a ferocious wave sweeping outward in all directions. Ziyun swallows the mountains, the short disciple bellowed, aiming to cleave Lu Chen with a single strike. The ferocity of this sword strike caused even the elders of the Flying Cloud sect to worry for Lu Chen. Zhang Qingbin, Chen Yuanliang, and others felt their hearts seize in their throats, fearing the next moment would reveal Lu Chen being cleaved in two. However, at that moment, Lu Chen moved, his large blade also striking out. Zhan Tian. With a single slash, the earth trembled, space reverberated. The blade's aura sliced through the heavens, shaking the hearts of all present. In that instant, the blade's shadow expanded, its brilliance surged forth. Lu Chen appeared as if a blade deity had emerged, transcending all, dominating the realm of mortals. Boom! The blade and sword clashed with a thunderous roar, a sound deafening to the ears. In midair, the radiant light and purple light intertwined, dazzling to the eyes, forcing many to close their eyes to avoid injury. Following this, the violent true essence erupted, sending debris flying from the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions. Retreat 100 paces. Miao Yin shouted urgently, and all present, disregarding their thoughts, hastily retreated. The retreating crowd was swift, but the storm came even faster, soon engulfing everyone. Those of lower cultivation were injured by the residual waves or struck by flying debris, leaving countless casualties in its wake. When the tempest subsided, the spectators emerged from the rubble, their mouths agape at the scene before them. A massive pit had formed in the ground, a depth of 10 feet and a width of 30 feet. At the bottom of the pit, Lu Chen's blade rested against the ground, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, his entire being on the brink of collapse. On the opposite side lay a figure, bloodied and mangled, the short disciple of the Ziyun sect. Clutching the hilt of his sword, the blade had shattered, countless fragments strewn about. The short disciple had lost all breath, his body cleaved asunder, dead beyond recovery. Lu Chen, you have slain my disciple and destroyed my battle weapon. Yuda. Wu Kagong trembled with rage, his eyes filled with fury, nearly spitting blood. What? You disagree? If you are unsatisfied, feel free to summon someone else to challenge me. As long as they are of the same rank, I shall accept. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, then smiled broadly, delivering a retort that struck at Wu Kagong's core. Wu Kagong nearly erupted in fury. How could anyone of the same rank dare to contend with someone who was already invincible? The two strongest half-step transformation disciples had been vanquished by Lu Chen. Where could he find an even stronger opponent? If he summoned another, they would no longer be half-step transformation, but true transformation realm cultivators. A different rank altogether. I come to challenge you. A voice rang out as a disciple stepped forward from the Ziyun sect. This individual, an inner disciple of the Ziyun sect, was also half a step into the transformation realm, yet his combat prowess paled in comparison to the fallen short disciples. His emergence at this moment was clearly an attempt to take advantage, for Lu Chen had nearly drained his true essence with that last strike, barely able to stand, and was hardly a match for him. You have chosen your timing well. You are quite clever, Lu Chen scoffed, shouldering the large blade and smiling at the challenger. However, considering your eagerness to meet your maker, I accept your challenge. Step into the pit for a life-and-death battle. No mercy, no quarter. Once again, it was a battle of life and death. Once again, there would be no survival. Those 8 words had already claimed the lives of 2 half-step transformation masters. Observing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, the challenger's expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty, and he hesitated to enter the pit for combat. How about I come up to fight instead? Lu Chen popped a few spirit energy pills to replenish his true essence, then shouldered his large blade, taking a few unsteady steps before quickly regaining his composure and increasing his pace. The aura emanating from him grew stronger. It was evident that Lu Chen was rapidly recovering, aided by someone's clandestine healing. All eyes immediately turned to Miao Yin, the only adept in the region with healing secret arts. Unfortunately, Miao Yin stood there, arms crossed, her aura unchanged, refraining from intervening. Everyone was astonished. If it was not Miao Yin, then who was it? Could it be that the heavens had sent down a healer, a source of life to restore Lu Chen? As Lu Chen approached, the challenger panicked, casting aside a remark before fleeing without a trace. Why apologies, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. What a coward! That fellow's character is truly lacking. Bastard. When I return, I'll make you pay. Wu Kagong felt his face burn with shame, left without any recourse. Lingering would only lead to further humiliation. He could only clasp his hands toward Lai Guang, stating, "We of the Ziyun sect have done our utmost. I can no longer assist you. I must take my leave. Lai Guang, we of the Shattered Sand sect have also done our best. Farewell." Sha Hai Fei hastily added, "You can't just leave me behind. I can provide your martial gate with more, much more," Lai Guang exclaimed desperately. Unfortunately, Wu Kagong and Sha Hai Fei remained indifferent, leading their respective disciples away in disgrace. In a matter of moments, only Lai Guang remained. A solitary figure. Lai Guang, you have twice come to our door, tarnishing the reputation of the Flying Cloud sect. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. Without the threat of the 2 major martial gates, Miao Ye no longer felt the need to be courteous to Lai Guang. Having already severed ties, there was no hope of purchasing pills from the Grand Pill Pavilion again. I am a 4th-tier alchemist, affiliated with the Pill Pavilion. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Lai Guang snorted coldly, still looking down his nose, for no one dared to defy him. Indeed, no one would dare to harm an alchemist. They were respected by warriors, and ordinary folk often preferred to avoid provoking them. More importantly, alchemists were backed by the Pill Pavilion, which held power, influence, and formidable experts. The wrath of the Pill Pavilion was not something any ordinary force could withstand. Affiliated with the Pill Pavilion. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Lai Guang snorted coldly, still looking down his nose, for no one dared to defy him. Indeed, no one would dare to harm an alchemist. Leaving her helpless, be honest, she truly did not dare to act against Lai Guang. For the Flying Cloud sect could not bear the wrath of the Pill Pavilion. I dare to act? Lu Chen chuckled coldly, aiming a glance at Lai Guang's lower half, not forgetting to taunt. You truly live up to your name, Lai Guang. Every debt of gambling falls upon you. Since your surname is Lai, you should be called the old deadbeat. Another round of uproarious laughter erupted, rendering Lai Guang's face exceedingly grim. Lu Chen felt no need for politeness. He had trump cards and was unafraid of the Pill Pavilion. Alchemists were often engrossed in their craft, their martial cultivation typically not high, with exceptions for those above the rank of Alchemist King. Just like Chen Yuanliang, who had recently advanced to a 4th-tier alchemist, yet remained merely at the first level of True Essence Realm. Lai Guang was on par with Chen Yuanliang. Also at the first level of True Essence Realm, Lu Chen could easily dispatch him with a single finger. Young master, allow me to take care of this. Chen Yuanliang stepped forward, stating, Alchemist against alchemist is a personal grievance. The Pill Pavilion will not hold the Flying Cloud sect accountable. Chen Yuanliang, do you wish to duel with me? Lai Guang retorted, for he was not Lu Chen's match, yet he felt untroubled facing Chen Yuanliang, as their realms were comparable. No. I prefer not to fight. I only enjoy cutting eggs. Chen Yuanliang chuckled. Turning to Lu Chen, young master, you hold him down. I will handle the rough work. Good. Lu Chen shouldered the large blade, advancing toward Lai Guang. You, as a man, must acknowledge your debts and losses. Don't always try to evade responsibility. It's quite unbecoming to force others to act. You dare? Stop. Don't come any closer. Stay back. Lai Guang finally panicked, realizing what was about to happen, and instinctively clamped his legs together, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hold! A voice of authority rang out. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the sky darkened. As if 1,000 troops were about to descend, a legion appeared, numbering over 10,000, marching in perfect formation toward them. These soldiers were no ordinary individuals. Each possessed a cultivation of at least the 7th level of true essence realm, with some even at the half-step transformation realm. Their overwhelming strength could easily crush a martial gate. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the soldiers halted, forming a line to confront the members of the Flying Cloud sect. In an instant, an invisible aura of menace enveloped everyone present. Moments later, the soldiers parted to create a path, and a cavalry unit charged forward. This cavalry consisted of nearly 100 men, their auras far surpassing those of the foot soldiers, all skilled at the 2nd or 3rd levels of transformation realm. The soldiers halted, forming a line to confront the members of the Flying Cloud sect. In an instant, an invisible aura of menace enveloped everyone present. Moments later, the soldiers parted to create a path. Accompanied by 4 fearsome guards, each at the 5th level of transformation realm. Governor Su, Lai Guang shouted, overwhelmed with joy, our savior has arrived. The middle-aged man was none other than the governor of Dengzhou. Su Chen, Lu Chen, Alchemist Chen, you two should step back. Miao Yin signaled to Lu Chen, and once he and Chen Yuanliang retreated, she clasped her hands towards Su Chen. We did not anticipate Governor Su's visit to the Flying Cloud sect. May I ask for your purpose? I have heard that a dragon vein within Flying Cloud Mountain is about to awaken, hence my visit to investigate. Su Chen replied coldly. In truth, Su Chen had come on behalf of Lai Guang. Su Chen, Lu Chen, Alchemist Chen, you two should step back. Miao Yin signaled to Lu Chen, and once he and Chen Yuanliang retreated, she clasped her hands towards Su Chen. We did not anticipate Governor Su's visit to the Flying Cloud sect. That is indeed a tremendous humiliation, one from which we shall never be able to hold our heads high before other martial clans. Feixiao Mountain is the stronghold of the Feixiao sect, and it is imperative that outsiders are not permitted to enter without due cause. I kindly ask for the understanding of the Lord of Suzhou. Miao Yin, not being a fool, is well aware of the true reason for Su Chen's arrival, primarily concerning Lai Guang. Should Feixiao Mountain awaken the dragon vein, it is the capital that would dispatch personnel to investigate. What concern is that of the state lord? Nevertheless, Miao Yin maintains a cordial demeanor, opting to speak politely, unwilling to confront Su Chen directly. Chapter 71. Dear friend brother, the awakening of the dragon vein is a significant matter, and as the lord of a state, I deem it necessary to inquire. Su Chen's tone softened, and he turned his attention to Lai Guang, feigning surprised. Master Lai, what brings you here? Su Chen and Lai Guang share a good rapport, having benefited from each other often. This time, Lai Guang seeks revenge for his son, and he has brought Su Chen into the fray. In truth, Lai Guang had arrived earlier, but chose to keep his forces hidden in the valley. Avoiding mingling with the other martial clans, it was only when the people of Ziyun sect and Suisha sect fled, leaving Lai Guang in peril, that he decided to emerge with his troops. Feixiao sect has wronged me. I implore the state lord to uphold justice. Lai Guang hastily lamented, portraying Lu Chen as a devilish fiend who had harmed his second son and now seeks to do him further harm. However, he refrains from mentioning any gambling disputes. The audacity of someone attacking an alchemist is enough to provoke the ire of both gods and men. Su Chen, putting on an act, bellowed, Miao sect leader, please surrender Lu Chen to us for a thorough interrogation. Lord Su, please temper your anger. This matter is far from simple and cannot be judged solely by Lai Guang's account. Miao Yin interjected quickly. Master Lai is a dignified 4th-tier alchemist. How could he speak falsely? Hand over the individual, lest we jeopardize the camaraderie between our sections. Impatiently, Su Chen waved his hand, denying Miao Yin the chance to explain. Explain? What is there to explain? I already know everything. Explanations are a waste of time. I regret to inform you that Lu Chen is under the protection of Feixiao sect and cannot be surrendered. Miao Yin replied coldly, having discerned Su Chen's true intent, not only to extricate Lai Guang, but also to seize Lu Chen for himself. Su Chen's influence is considerable, but it is limited to Dengzhou City. Upon reaching Feixiao Mountain, he would be trespassing on the territory of Feixiao sect. Does he truly dare to assault a martial clan? The three major martial clans of Dengzhou are all subservient to Xintian sect. Should Feixia sect be attacked, the wrath of Xintian sect is something Su Chen cannot bear. Can Feixia sect withstand the accusations of harboring villains? Su Chen's tone turned frigid, granting no favor to Miao Yin. Did Su Chen truly dare to attack a martial sect? The three major martial sects of Dengzhou were all affiliated with the Xintian sect. Should the Feixia sect be attacked, Su Chen could not bear the wrath of the Xintian sect. I asked the state lord to return. Miao Yin, weary of further discourse, deemed it a waste of breath. Very well, since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. With a sweeping gesture, Su Chen issued the command for his troops to prepare for an assault. Ha! Over 10,000 armored soldiers roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. All soldiers brandished their weapons, forming an organized offensive formation. An overwhelming aura of impending slaughter enveloped the land, instilling fear among the disciples of Feixia sect, many of whom quaked in trepidation. Su Chen, do you dare to attack Feixia sect? Are you not afraid of the wrath of Xintian sect? Seeing Su Chen's aggressive stance, Miao Yin grew furious. I am here to deliver justice for Master Lai, to apprehend the villain. Should Feixia sect obstruct my lawful actions, I shall not hesitate to assault them. The wrath of Xintian sect shall not fall upon me, but rather upon you. Miao Yan. Su Chen was unimpressed by Miao Yan's reasoning, for he too had his own backing in the capital. Are you not afraid of the wrath of the Xintian sect? Miao Yan, incensed by Su Chen's aggressive demeanor, retorted, I am here to deliver justice for Master Lai, to capture the wicked. If the Feixia sect obstructs my enforcement of the law, as long as he did not utterly decimate Feixia sect and merely took Lu Chen, the chances of Xintian sect pursuing him were slim, considering his connections with the Alchemy Pavilion. All disciples of Feixia sect, heed my command, prepare for battle, and do not allow a single outsider to set foot through our gates. Miao Yin clenched her teeth and issued a resolute order to summon all her strength to protect Lu Chen. The disciples of Feixia sect adopted their battle stances, bracing themselves for a fierce confrontation with the state troops. Even if some felt fear, they steeled themselves, unwilling to retreat a single step. Just as both sides were poised for conflict, a voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Su Chen, cease this at once. The voice sounded youthful yet carried an inherent authority that commanded submission. Which insolent brat dares to call my name so casually? Su Chen seethed, turning towards the source of the voice, only to witness a cavalry approaching. Su Chen, how dare you act against your superiors? What punishment do you deserve? A furious voice resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Among the cavalry, an individual dismounted and soared through the air towards Su Chen with astonishing speed. Protect the state lord. The four guards beside Su Chen leaped into action to intercept the newcomer. Unwise! The newcomer bellowed, extending a hand, unleashing an invisible force that made the very air tremble. Boom! The four guards, all at the fifth layer of the transformation realm, were instantly sent flying. Who dares approach? Su Chen, startled and enraged, struck at the newcomer with a powerful punch, capable of creating a tempestuous shockwave that would surely obliterate anything it hit. Yet, the newcomer merely countered with a gentle press, effortlessly sending Su Chen and his punch crashing back. Having defeated a sixth-layer transformation realm cultivator with ease, the fourth prince has arrived. Dengzhou soldiers, hasten to welcome him. Those who are remiss shall be executed. The newcomer hovered in the air, issuing a solemn command that echoed for miles. The soldiers of Dengzhou exchanged glances, realizing that the command did not come from their lord, and thus were unsure if they should comply. Yet fear of the fourth prince's wrath loomed large. For a moment, over 10,000 armored soldiers and cavalry stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The fourth prince, Su Chen, struggling to rise, stared wide-eyed at the cavalry. At the forefront rode a young man adorned in a splendid dragon robe. Exuding an extraordinary presence, Su Chen's pupils constricted. He recognized him as the fourth prince, Ming Hao. All soldiers, heed my command, and welcome the fourth prince. Su Chen bellowed, abandoning his horse to run on foot, rushing to bow before Ming Hao. I, Su Chen, the lord of Dengzhou, apologize for my late arrival, and I ask for your forgiveness, fourth prince. Who was it that dared to call me a brat? Ming Hao did not cast a glance at Su Chen. His tone indifferent. I was unaware of the fourth prince's presence and spoke thoughtlessly. I beg for your mercy. Su Chen was drenched in cold sweat, bowing repeatedly. Ming Hao, the fourth prince of the Yoming dynasty, potentially a future monarch, Was not someone a mere state lord like Lu Chen could afford to offend? He wondered why the fourth prince would come to Dingzhou, especially to Feisha Mountain. Was it merely for sightseeing? That seemed improbable, for the capital offered far more splendid views. In comparison, Feisha Mountain appeared desolate. Let us set aside the matter of your thoughtless words for now, and observe your future conduct. Finally turning to Lu Chen, I implore you to forgive my impudence, Lu Chen stammered, drenched in sweat as he repeatedly bowed his head in apology. Ming Hao, the fourth prince of the Yoming dynasty, might one day ascend to the throne, and Lu Chen scrambled to his feet, standing respectfully beside Ming Hao's horse. Pray tell, fourth prince, what brings you to this land? I have come to see a dear friend. The fourth prince has a dear friend in Dingzhou. What a fortune for Dingzhou, Lu Chen exclaimed with a smile, continuing to flatter. I wonder who the fourth prince's esteemed friend might be? I too wish to pay my respects. His name is Lu Chen. And observe your future conduct. Ming Hao finally turned to Lu Chen, his eyes harboring an intimidating authority. With the troops before me, kneeling in such a manner is inappropriate. Rise so we may converse. Over 10,000 armored soldiers knelt on either side, their shouts shaking the heavens. Nearly 100 cavalrymen patrolled the perimeter, guarding against any potential threats to Ming Hao's entourage. Lu Chen led the way. Ming Hao replied, the fourth prince has a close friend in Dingzhou. How fortunate for us, Lu Chen said, smiling broadly, though the smile felt forced. May I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed friend? Observing Lu Chen's deference, it seemed he had become a pawn for the fourth prince. How impressive that Lu Chen had secured the backing of a royal. Ming Hao ignored Lai Guang, continuing forward. Chapter 72. Who dares to punish me, soldiers of Dingzhou? Welcome the fourth prince. Over 10,000 armored troops knelt on either side, their shouts echoing like thunder. Nearly 100 cavalrymen patrolled the periphery, guarding Ming Hao's entourage. Lu Chen led Ming Hao's horse with a facade of a cheerful demeanor, though it was evident that his smile was strained. Fourth-grade alchemist Lai Guang, at your service. Lai Guang quickly bowed. Miao Yin led her disciples in a unified bow, performing the martial salute to Ming Hao. Yet, one person did not pay his respects, Lu Chen. In truth, Lu Chen was deep in thought, pondering the sudden appearance of Ming Hao. The entourage accompanying Ming Hao was indicative of the significance of his visit. Ming Hao's retinue was not large, comprising just over 20 individuals. However, among them, more than 10 possessed formidable auras, each at the 7th layer of the transformation realm. You scoundrel! You have led me to ruin, Lu Chen, a dear friend of the fourth prince? Why did you not inform me sooner? I shall see how I can make you pay for this. All disciples of the Feisha sect, pay your respects to the fourth prince. Miao Yin led her disciples in a unified gesture of respect, bowing slightly toward Ming Hao in the manner of martial artists. Yet one individual remained unmoved, Lu Chen. In truth, Lu Chen was deep in thought, contemplating the sudden appearance of Ming Hao. The elite entourage of Ming Hao was evident, though only a handful accompanied him, his smile warm and genuine, akin to long-lost brothers reunited. Get away! Lu Chen sidestepped, delivering a kick that sent Lu Chen sprawling. The state lord, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now resembled a tail-wagging dog in the presence of Ming Hao. Ming Hao was flanked by 10 enigmatic figures clad in broad black robes, their hoods obscuring their faces. While they did not exude significant strength, Ming Hao regarded them with utmost respect. How dare you? No one had anticipated that Lu Chen would be the fourth prince's acquaintance. Who would dare bully him now? Both Lai Guang and Lu Chen appear to be in dire straits. Brother Lu. Fourth prince's friend. Lai Guang's face drained of color, his world spinning in shades of black and white. Brother Lu. Ming Hao opened his arms, rushing toward Lu Chen with a warm and genuine smile, as though they were long-lost brothers. Get away! Lu Chen sidestepped, giving Lu Chen a kick that sent him sprawling aside. This state lord, who had been so arrogant and threatening just moments prior in his pursuit of Lai Guang. Brother Lu, crafting the Daluo Jinqing pill to cure my affliction. Upon receiving news that Lu Chen was in trouble in Dingzhou, Ming Hao had wasted no time in gathering a group of experts to come to his aid. This sudden shift in demeanor was jarring to those observing. Who would have thought Lu Chen was a friend of the fourth prince? Who would dare to bully Lu Chen now? Lai Guang and Lu Chen. These two fools were surely doomed. Lu, my brother. Ming Hao dismounted, extending a respectful gesture toward Lu Chen, a rare smile gracing his usually stoic face. I trust you have been well. Lu Chen returned the smile. There was no true alchemist king. Only the Grand Alchemy Pavilion of the Ruifeng Empire could boast such a title. though Lu Chen had not been formally recognized as a king by the alchemy sect, despairing of his fate. Fortunately, he encountered Lu Chen, who concocted the Daluo Jinqing pill to save him from the clutches of death. Upon learning of Lu Chen's plight in Dengzhou, Ming Hao wasted no time gathering a group of skilled fighters to come to his aid. Ming Hao turned to face Su Chen, regarding him as though he were a dead fish. Speak. Why did you lead your forces to besiege Feixia sect? In response to the fourth prince, I was misled by Lai Guang and committed this grave error. Who would not wish to befriend him? If Ming Hao's brothers were to learn of Lu Chen's identity, they would certainly rush to befriend him. The Dan Pavilion of the Yoming dynasty lacked a true Dan king. Only the Grand Dan Pavilion of the Ruifeng Empire could boast such a figure. Although Lu Chen had yet to receive formal recognition as a Dan king, it did not diminish his esteemed status in the alchemical world. Why did you label Lu Chen a villain? Ming Hao inquired, his expression unreadable. Lu Chen harmed my son, leaving him without heirs for life. Is that not villainous? Lai Guang gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to stake everything on this. Then why did Lu Chen harm your son? Ming Hao pressed further. That. Lai Guang found himself speechless, fully aware of the underlying reasons but unable to divulge them. The root of the issue lay in his second son. Seizing Lai Guang and declaring, Lai Guang misled me, claiming that wicked individuals were present in the Feixia sect, prompting my actions. Little did I know that the so-called wicked individual was actually my brother. Su Chen, you? Lai Guang nearly exploded with fury, nearly choking on his own blood as he realized the extent of betrayal. Lai Dan Master, why did you label Lu Chen as a wicked man? Ming Hao inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Lu Chen harmed my son, rendering him unable to have descendants. Is that not wickedness? Lai Guang ground his teeth, feeling cornered. Then why did Lu Chen harm your son? This left Lai Guang speechless. He knew the reason but could not divulge it. The root of the conflict lay in his second son, Lai Ren, who had attempted to seduce Lu Chen's woman and was subsequently punished. In retaliation, Lai Ren sought to harm Lu Chen, only to suffer a greater consequence. To reveal such a shameful truth would not earn him any sympathy. The truth would only serve to vindicate Lu Chen. Fabricating a falsehood to incriminate Lu Chen was out of the question. The fourth prince, being Lu Chen's friend, would not assist him in such a scheme. If the fourth prince were to send someone to investigate, the truth would inevitably surface, and the consequences would be even more dire. To remain silent would imply guilt on Lai Guang's part. Ming Hao scoffed. You know full well that you are in the wrong. Yet you dare seek retribution? This is pure bullying. According to the laws of the dynasty, you shall have your cultivation revoked, be beaten 100 times, and endure 10 years of hard labor. I am a fourth-grade alchemist, affiliated with the Dan Pavilion, and not subject to the laws of the dynasty. Lai Guang, realizing there was no way out, resorted to leveraging the Dan Pavilion's status. The Dan Pavilion, as a branch of the alchemist sect, typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the dynasty and was not governed by the Yoming dynasty. Although Ming Hao was a prince with authority over Su Chen, he lacked the power to punish Lai Guang. I cannot punish you, but that does not mean no one else can, Ming Hao retorted with disdain. Unless the elders of the Dan Pavilion come, who would dare to punish me? Lai Guang declared defiantly. Emboldened by the Dan Pavilion's historical protection of its own, I can punish you, came a commanding female voice. The mysterious figures removed their hoods and black robes, revealing themselves as alchemists, ranging from 2nd to 7th grade. Leading them was a striking woman, by Ning Shuang, a 7th grade grand alchemist and one of the elders of the Dan Pavilion. By elder, Lai Guang's eyes went wide, his face paling as a wave of dread washed over him. Lai Guang, the Dan Pavilion has entrusted you with the responsibility of the Grand Dan Hall in Dengzhou. Yet, instead of diligently serving the Dan Pavilion, you have instead filled your own pockets, falsely reporting the costs of elixirs and causing immense losses to the pavilion. What punishment do you think you deserve? Bai Ning Shuang held a ledger in her hands and remarked, I visited the Grand Dan Hall and conveniently took your account book. The records within are irrefutable evidence. What further justification do you have? Lai Guang, fully aware of his transgressions, pleaded with Elder Bai to administer his punishment. He resembled a defeated rooster, head hung low and body trembling. Upon seeing the ledger, he realized the gravity of his predicament. His downfall was imminent. Bai Ning Shuang had come specifically for him, intending to oust him completely. It was evident that her motives were aligned with assisting Lu Chen. He felt a wave of frustration, questioning Lu Chen's capabilities that could compel the fourth prince and the elders of the Dan Pavilion to act. Simultaneously, He harbored intense resentment towards Lu Chen. If only he had revealed such a formidable backing sooner. In the name of the Dan Pavilion, I hereby strip Lai Guang of his title as Grand Hall Master, revoke his cultivation, and expel him from the pavilion. No, I implore Elder Bai to show mercy. Lai Guang exclaimed, his face pale with terror. This punishment equated to a death sentence. His prospects would be utterly obliterated, leaving him no chance for redemption. I didn't bring any experts with me. Please lend me someone. Bai Ning Shuang directed her request to Ming Hao, who immediately signaled to his subordinates. One of them, a 7th-tier spirit transformation expert, stepped forward. No. A scream echoed through the air as Lai Guang collapsed. Unconscious, his meridians shattered and Dantian rendered useless, losing all his cultivation. Without any power, he was akin to a cripple, unable to condense true fire to refine elixirs, and his skills as an alchemist were permanently extinguished. The alchemist's robe he wore, adorned with 4 crimson patterns, vanished, stripping him of his qualifications as a master alchemist. Take Lai Guang away and ensure he is closely monitored, Su Chun commanded, summoning several subordinates. Once he awakens, instruct him to leave Dengzhou within 3 days. He is no longer welcome here. The subordinates acknowledged and dragged Lai Guang away. Congratulations, you have reached the 4th tier. Bai Ning Shuang smiled at Chen Yuanliang. The position of Grand Hall Master in Dengzhou is now vacant. Would you be interested in taking it? Thank you, Elder Bai, for your support, but I have already promised Master Miao to assist Fei Xia sect in establishing the Fei Xiaden Institute. I hope Elder Bai can understand. Chen Yuanliang replied hastily. He had firmly latched onto Lu Chen's formidable presence, knowing that with even the slightest guidance from him, his alchemical skills would skyrocket, making progression to a grand alchemist a real possibility. Why would he desire the title of Grand Hall Master? Bai Ning Shuang, sensing his intentions, did not press further and instructed another 4th-tier alchemist to take over the Grand Dan Hall in Dengzhou. With matters settled, Ming Hao dismissed Su Chun, directing him to return to the state city and avoid causing embarrassment here. Since Lu Chen had not been harmed, Ming Hao was disinclined to take punitive measures against Su Chun, preferring to observe his future conduct. Master Miao Yin of Fei Xia sect invites the Grand Alchemist and the 4th Prince to visit, Miao Yin announced, bowing gracefully to Bai Ning Shuang. I have long wished to make your acquaintance. Coming from the Divine Wood Palace and possessing unparalleled sacred arts, Bai Ning Shuang, beaming with delight, took Miao Yan's hand. I learned from Chen Yuanliang that Fei Xia sect intends to establish a Dan Institute. I have brought 2 3rd-tier alchemists and 4 2nd-tier alchemists from the Dan Pavilion to assist you in this endeavor. Thank you, Grand Alchemist, Miao Yan exclaimed, both surprised and elated, having been troubled by the lack of alchemists to support Chen Yuanliang. With Bai Ning Shuang's timely intervention, the establishment of the Dan Institute could proceed without delay. The 2 enchanting women standing together formed a captivating sight, drawing the gaze of many men. Lu, that blade of yours. Ming Hao observed, scrutinizing the massive sword Lu Chen bore on his shoulder, concern etched across his face. After a moment, he exclaimed, This is a spirit weapon. I once encountered one in the Ruifeng Empire, and it was of inferior quality compared to your blade. How did you acquire it? I exchanged it for 9 superior true essence pills, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. A stir rippled through the crowd. Many disciples of Fei Xia sect expressing their astonishment as news of Sun Song's attempt to swindle Lu Chen spread far and wide. At the time, everyone had mocked Lu Chen for being a fool, as the worthless blade had been consumed by rust. Yet, Lu Chen had traded 9 superior true essence pills for it. An utterly foolish decision. Wait, that rusted blade had no chance of revival, so your spirit weapon cannot possibly be that blade. Can it? Someone shouted, That's impossible. When Sun Song tried to sell me that rusted blade, I recognized its aura. It was definitely that worthless sword. Another chimed in, Then how did you remove the rust and restore the spirit weapon? I once used a rust-clearing pill on it, and it had no effect at all, someone else inquired. This question piqued the interest of many, all eagerly awaiting Lu Chen's response. What quality of rust-clearing pill did you use? An intermediate rust-clearing pill. The rust had penetrated too deeply. An intermediate pill would surely be inadequate to resolve it. Lu Chen smiled, before lifting the veil of mystery. I used a supreme rust-clearing pill to restore the blade's edge, allowing the treasure to see the light of day once more. A wave of realization washed over the crowd, and they marveled at Lu Chen's prowess. Some lamented their lack of insight, pondering how a spirit weapon could fall into Lu Chen's hands. Sun Song, Do not take such drastic measures. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Everyone turned to see Sun Song smashing his head against a stone wall, blood streaming down his face. Leave me be. Let me die. I deserve this. I should never have tried to swindle junior brother Lu. Sun Song cried as he continued to ram his head against the wall, weeping. Once, a spirit weapon was in my possession, yet I failed to recognize its value until it was gone. If only the heavens granted me another chance, I would never trade it away. I demand 1 billion silver coins instead. Brother, do you have any more worthless swords or blades? As long as they possess even a hint of spirit weapon aura, I will pay a high price. Several 100 million silver coins would not be a problem, Ming Hao remarked, having pieced together the situation and hoping to strike a fortunate deal with Sun Song. However, upon hearing this, Sun Song only slammed his head against the wall with even greater fervor, sobbing uncontrollably. I missed out on several 100 million. Chapter 74. The transformation of the light step at Luoxia Peak. The entrance was shrouded in dense woods, exuding an aura of tranquility. Warner skipped joyfully from the thicket, her face radiating delight as though she had just accomplished something exhilarating. I've got you now. A familiar voice rang out, freezing Warner in her tracks. A young man emerged from behind a large tree, his gaze serious and causing her heart to race. Young master, weren't you accompanying the fourth prince? How did you end up here? Warner approached Lu Chen, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. I had someone with the master accompanying me, but I will join you shortly, Lu Chen replied, observing Warner. Earlier, during a critical moment, someone secretly intervened to heal me, yet they concealed themselves so well that I could not locate them. If I do not express my gratitude, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. No need for thanks. Warner began, but realizing she had let something slip, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks burning. I knew it was you. Lu Chen chuckled, then added playfully, if you wanted to help me, why not do so openly instead of sneaking around? The master instructed me not to go out, yet I could not resist. However, I was careful enough that the master did not notice, she explained. Nonsense. The moment you intervened, the master would have known. Well, in that moment, you were in trouble, and I could not ignore it. I had to lend you a hand. Are you not afraid of the master's reprimand? Not at all. Warner practices martial arts for your sake, not for the master. You silly girl. I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have faced some difficulties. Lu Chen ruffled her hair and then inquired, the life force you released was quite potent. Is this the power of entering the sacred arts? No, entering the sacred arts is merely the first layer. It can only heal oneself, not others. Warner shook her head, then smiled brightly. Young master, I have a secret to share. I have actually broken through to the second layer, which is why I could venture out to see you fighting. To reach the second layer of the divine with sacred art, one must be able to impart life force to others. Otherwise, I could not have helped you. That's wonderful. Congratulations on advancing further, Lu Chen nodded. However, you must remember, focusing solely on this will not suffice. You are on the path of martial arts, not medicine. If your martial prowess does not improve, you will lack the ability to protect yourself when facing adversaries. Do not worry, young master. Warner is fully aware of her path and will not neglect her martial cultivation, she assured him, then grinned as her aura surged, her momentum rising 0.3 tiers in the true essence realm. In just a few days, you have broken through 2 realms. How can I hold my head high in comparison? Lu Chen stared, momentarily taken aback, filled with boundless admiration. In terms of pushing boundaries, he had already exerted tremendous effort, utilizing every means at his disposal, even draining the spiritual energy from the entire Fei Xia Mountain to barely reach the 5th tier of the true essence realm. Yet Warner, through simple meditation at Luoxia Mountain, had effortlessly ascended 2 realms. In contrast, he felt like a mere laborer. Do not be disheartened, young master. My situation is somewhat unique, Warner quickly consoled him. The master said I possess 9-star talent and a heavenly martial channel, so rapid progression is expected. In the past, at the Lu family, I lacked resources, which wasted my potential. Lu Chen felt a twinge of guilt and asked, by the way, what resources did the master provide you? Various elixirs, enough to sustain me, as well as some fruits I do not recognize. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen sighed, realizing the disparity. Others consumed elixirs suited to their realms, while he could only rely on spiritual energy pills. The latter was a rare commodity, difficult to come by. If he could consume true essence pills, he would be at least half a step into the spirit transformation realm by now. Thus, young master, you must work hard and not let me surpass you, Warner chuckled. However, your realm must exceed mine and many others to stand alongside me in martial arts. Lu Chen gazed at Warner earnestly. Why is that? Because of battle strength. Understanding dawned upon Warner, and she resolved to surpass the young master. No, she would certainly surpass him. As they conversed, a figure flew swiftly through the air, approaching them. Young Master Lu, the fourth prince cannot linger and face Ya sect. I hope you will join us soon, announced a middle-aged man, his aura impressive and unmistakably the 8th-tier spirit transformation expert who had subdued Su Chen. You should go, young master. I will return to continue my training, Warner said before stepping into the entrance of Luoxia Peak, disappearing into the lush greenery. Young master, I will assist you in traversing the skies to save time. The middle-aged man offered. Senior, how about a race to test our speeds? Lu Chen proposed, eager to measure how much faster the late-stage spirit transformation expert was compared to him, now that he had mastered the light step. Very well, the middle-aged man descended from the air, willing to oblige. Begin. Lu Chen activated the light step technique, propelling himself forward with a powerful thrust of his right foot, shooting Tinzhong ahead like an arrow released from its bow. Disappearing from sight in an instant, remarkable speed. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Lu Chen's velocity exceeded his expectations, far surpassing what a practitioner of the true essence realm should possess. This speed rivaled that of an early-stage spirit transformation expert, quite intriguing indeed. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, channeling his true essence to close the gap. He moved swiftly, covering a mile with each stride, quickly catching up to Lu Chen. As he overtook Lu Chen, the middle-aged man tossed back a remark. I will give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Meet me at the main peak. With that, the middle-aged man vanished from sight in a flash. This was the stark contrast of cultivation levels. Lu Chen took a deep breath, yet did not yield. Instead, a surge of determination filled him, igniting his fighting spirit. He still had means to pursue. Reaching into the Chaos Pearl, he retrieved 10 supreme spiritual energy pills and consumed them all at once. The immense spiritual energy surged forth, activating the flame dragon meridians, transforming a vast quantity into true essence that flowed through the channels used for the light step. Boom! Lu Chen's aura erupted, intensifying the light step as he began to sprint forward at an alarming pace. Taking 2 steps for every one, relentlessly chasing after his target. In this heightened state, the light step experienced a transformation, elevating its speed to an extraordinary level. This heavenly tier technique, once perfected, underwent a terrifying metamorphosis that propelled Lu Chen beyond his previous limits. Before the transformation, Lu Chen could cover Tinzhong in a single step, while the middle-aged man traversed a mile in one stride, 15 times Lu Chen's distance. After the transformation, Lu Chen gradually increased his speed, stepping 20 zhong, then 30 zhong, then 40 zhong. Chapter 75. An unwelcome request. He finally stabilized at 100 zhong per step, though a gap still remained between him and the middle-aged man. However, the distance had significantly diminished. This was a rather dull competition, to begin with, as there had been no real chance of victory. The 8th-tier spirit transformation expert was on a different level entirely. Yet, despite being unable to catch up, Lu Chen had inadvertently improved the light step, which delighted him immensely. This was a substantial gain. Losing did not cost him anything, and practicality was what truly mattered. In less than half the time it took to burn an incense stick, Lu Chen arrived at the summit of the main peak, where the middle-aged man awaited him. You arrived 3/4 of the time sooner than I anticipated. Your speed may rival that of a mid-stage spirit transformation expert. How did you accomplish this? The middle-aged man asked, astonished and nodding in admiration. I have trained in techniques of movement, Lu Chen replied honestly. Since the man was affiliated with Ming Hao and had a commendable demeanor, Lu Chen had developed a favorable impression of him. That explains it. Your technique must be of a high tier, the middle-aged man concluded, refraining from further inquiries. He suddenly bowed to Lu Chen, adopting a humble demeanor. I am Xianyu, a military officer, serving as a right general and currently assisting the 4th prince with utmost dedication. You are a general? Lu Chen was taken aback, astonished that a dignified general would lower himself to seek acquaintance with an inconspicuous individual like him. What was his intention? The king of Dan saved the 4th prince, and I am immensely grateful. Please allow me to pay my respects, Xianyu said, bowing deeply to Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not shy away, as it was true that he had rescued Ming Hao, and he felt deserving of the gratitude shown by Ming Hao's subordinate. Enough, General Xin. I am not a person of great importance. There is no need for such formalities, Lu Chen said, assisting Xin Yu to his feet. Moreover, I must clarify that I am not the King of Dan. The fourth prince mentioned that you possess the strength of the King of Dan. In the future, you may be recognized by the Dan sect and be officially conferred the title of King of Dan, marking the first such title in the history of the Yoming dynasty. Xin Yu's expression was filled with excitement as he respectfully invited Lu Chen into the Master S Hall. Inside the hall, Miao Yin did not occupy the main seat. Instead, she sat in a corner alongside by Ning Shuang, whispering and sharing secrets, their laughter occasionally ringing out like the joyful reunion of long-lost sisters. Reluctant to be disturbed, Ming Hao also occupied a corner, but beside him was not a skilled guard, but rather Sun Song. With a cold expression, Ming Hao was engrossed in writing, while Sun Song murmured something, leaving one puzzled about their clandestine dealings. The elders of Fei Xiaomin, including Dan Master Chen Yuanliang, sat dutifully on either side of the hall, their faces reflecting a sense of bewilderment, as though they had been abandoned for ages. Lu Chen stood within the hall, uncertain of what to do. For a fleeting moment, he considered leaving, feeling unnecessary in this gathering. Lu Chen, come here, Miao Yin called upon seeing him, beckoning him to sit beside her. Faced with the two stunning women, each exuding their own distinct fragrance, akin to two flowers vying for attention, Lu Chen felt his heart race, experiencing a sense of restlessness. Both Miao Yin and Bai Ning Shuang possessed a mature allure that was irresistibly enticing to men. Though Lu Chen was somewhat younger, he was still a man. To claim he felt no attraction would be a lie. He could only focus his gaze downward, finally achieving a meditative state that dispelled any untoward thoughts. Lu Chen, I have good news for you. Sister Bai has agreed to sponsor a batch of alchemical resources, and with the borrowed Dan Masters, our Fei Xiaodan Institute strength will soon overshadow the Ziyundan Institute. Miao Yin struggled to contain her excitement, yet her exhilaration was unmistakable. Sister Bai? Lu Chen observed the two beauties with a hint of bewilderment, surprised to find that the seemingly more mature Bai Ning Shuang was actually younger than Miao Yin. Do not pry into our ages. That is a woman's secret, do you understand? Miao Yin, sensing Lu Chen's curiosity, frowned and warned him. Lu Chen nodded obediently, realizing he had to feign understanding. In truth, with Lu Xiaoyi present, the Fei Xiaodan Institute had already surpassed the Ziyundan Institute long ago. Bai Ning Shuang smiled faintly, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards Lu Chen, never daring to refer to him as the Danwang in public. Preserving the etiquette of the alchemical arts. Sister Bai says your alchemical skills are remarkable. Why not let me entrust the management of the institute to you? Miao Yin proposed. Absolutely not. My skills are merely unrefined, hardly worthy of the spotlight. With Chen Yuanliang present, that is sufficient for the institute, Lu Chen swiftly declined, shaking his head. Alchemy is merely a side pursuit. Cultivation is my primary focus, and I must not lose sight of that. Lu Chen sat comfortably in the corner, engaging in light-hearted banter with Miao Yin and Bai Ning Shuang, chatting freely about various topics. However, this seemingly trivial matter left the elders of Fei Xiaomin utterly astonished. Their usually aloof leader, who kept men at bay, surprisingly chose to sit with Lu Chen today. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This Lu Chen seemed to have won the favor of their leader. Preserving the etiquette of the alchemical arts. Sister Bai says your alchemical skills are remarkable. Why not let me entrust the management of the institute to you? Miao Yin proposed. Absolutely not. My skills are merely unrefined. It was baffling. After all, Lu Chen's cultivation was not high. He was merely an ordinary disciple. Did he truly merit such attention from someone of Bai Ning Shuang's stature? It was perplexing, indeed. Lu Chen's attention drifted towards Ming Hao and Sun Song, who were engaged in hushed conversation. Curiosity piqued, he leaned in to listen. The fourth prince is quite envious of your spirit weapon. He dares not covet yours directly, so he has set his sights on Sun Song. Miao Yin explained, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The spirit weapon had been salvaged by Sun Song from the Great Fierce Mountain. The fourth prince wanted Sun Song to divulge the details and map out the location, hoping to send someone there when the mountain reopens, in hopes of stumbling upon a spirit weapon themselves. The odds of that were nearly non-existent. Every year, countless individuals ventured into the Great Fierce Mountain for training, and if any treasures existed, they would have been found long ago. Miao Yin glanced at Lu Chen again and said, Sister Bai has matters to discuss with you in private. Why don't you both go to the side hall? In the side hall, Bai Ning Shuang bowed to Lu Chen as she closed the door. She gracefully sank to her knees, prepared to pay her respects. Elder Bai, there is no need for such formalities. Lu Chen quickly interjected, reaching out to assist her. To his surprise, Bai Ning Shuang activated her true essence, forcefully shaking off his hand and prostrating herself at his feet. Elder Bai, this is Lu Chen felt utterly uncomfortable. At a loss for words, I have a humble request, and I hope the Dan Wang will grant it. Bai Ning Shuang implored from her position on the ground. Please, arise first, Lu Chen urged. Thank you, Dan Wang. I shall take that as your agreement. Bai Ning Shuang quickly got to her feet, her eyes sparkling with delight. Did I agree to anything? Lu Chen thought, suddenly alarmed, realizing he had fallen into her trap. Was her request. When he glanced at Bai Ning Shuang, he found her eyes sparkling with mischief, her smile inviting. Panic surged within him. Was it possible she had developed an interest in him, as the saying goes? At 30, a man is like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger, and this alluring woman was undoubtedly in the prime of her life. Please, no. I am still uninitiated, he thought, vowing to resist her advances. This moment was her request. When he glanced at Bai Ning Shuang, he found her eyes sparkling with mischief, her smile inviting. Panic surged within him. Was it possible she had developed an interest in him, as the saying goes? I implore you to lend your strength once more to rescue the fourth prince from his perilous situation, Bai Ning Shuang stated directly, unaware of Lu Chen's inner turmoil. Is he poisoned again? Lu Chen inquired, momentarily distracted from his thoughts. No, someone wishes him dead. He is in grave danger, Bai Ning Shuang replied, her brow furrowing as she recounted Ming Hao's circumstances. Ming Hao's father, King Ming Zhe, had sustained injuries in his youth and had never fully recovered, thus his lifespan was limited. However, King Ming Zhe had not designated a clear heir, leaving his 4 sons in a relentless struggle for the throne, embroiled in both open and covert conflicts. The eldest prince, with the support of Prime Minister Zhou, held the greatest power. The second and third princes also had their supporters within the court, making them formidable opponents. Only the fourth prince, Ming Hao, was the weakest and most vulnerable to being eliminated. Now that King Ming Zhe's time was drawing near, the contention among the princes had escalated to a deadly level. The previous poisoning incident was merely the beginning. Ming Hao would soon face even more perilous assassination attempts, with each day bringing him closer to demise. If he renounces the throne, would he not be safe from harm? Lu Chen pondered aloud. Though he may not desire the throne, it is not so simple. Bai Ning Shuang replied, her tone tinged with sorrow. If he were to declare his withdrawal, his enemies would only suspect him further, leading to an even harsher fate. But how can I assist the fourth prince? Lu Chen rubbed his temples, finding the intricacies of court politics beyond his comprehension. Ming Hao needs the support of the Dan Pavilion, Bai Ning Shuang declared, raising her gaze to meet Lu Chen's. The Dan Pavilion monopolizes the entire Yongming dynasty's alchemical resources. Its authority is immense, and none dare offend it. Even King Ming Zhe must show respect to the Dan Pavilion. If the pavilion protects Ming Hao, no one would dare target him. Isn't it true that you support the fourth prince? Lu Chen inquired. There are 4 elders in the Dan Pavilion. Aside from myself, the other 3 remain neutral, and the pavilion master wishes to maintain a stance of non-interference in court affairs. I am but a lone voice in the pavilion, unable to secure the support Ming Hao needs, Bai Ning Shuang lamented, her expression growing somber, akin to a flower wilting. What a pity that I am not the pavilion master. I cannot offer assistance, Lu Chen remarked with a hint of regret. No, you can help. You are the only Dan Wang in the Yongming dynasty. Even if the pavilion master stands before you, he must heed your commands, Bai Ning Shuang urged. Are you suggesting I visit the Dan Pavilion and instruct the pavilion master to support the fourth prince? Lu Chen asked. Of course not. To command the pavilion, you need a Dan Wang robe. Where would I procure a Dan Wang robe? From the Dan sect? Elder Bai, I am a martial artist, not affiliated with the Dan sect. You misunderstand. The Dan sect only governs alchemical skills and status, placing no restrictions on martial cultivators. For instance, the pavilion master entered the Dan sect long ago, later joining a martial faction, mastering both paths and becoming exceedingly powerful. Is that so? But where can I find the Dan sect? Ordinarily, alchemists register with the Dan Pavilion, which acts as an intermediary for the Dan sect. However, the pavilion only manages alchemists below the 7th tier. Those of 7th tier and above must register with the Grand Dan Pavilion. which oversees the higher ranks. Ming Hao explained further, as a Danwang-level alchemist, even the Grand Dan Pavilion lacks jurisdiction over you. You must assess your abilities in the Dan City. Once you pass the assessment, the Dan City will officially confer your title and grant you the Danwang robe. How far is the Dan City? Lu Chen inquired. Very far, situated 10 million miles away, at the boundary between the mundane and the extraordinary. Bai Ning Shuang, fearing Lu Chen might find the distance daunting, added, as long as you are willing to go, I will personally escort you to Dan City. The round trip will not exceed a month. I need to consider it, Lu Chen said, furrowing his brow. Bai Ning Shuang seemed to have everything planned, just waiting for him to take the plunge. Acquiring the Danwang robe would obligate him to assist Ming Hao, which felt like a trap. He bore no ill will towards Bai Ning Shuang. After all, Ming Hao was her nephew, and it was only natural for her to help him. However, Lu Chen's connection to Ming Hao was tenuous at best. Was it worth risking such a trap for a mere robe? Once you accept the Dan Sect's title and don the Danwang robe, you will command the Dan Pavilion and protect Ming Hao. Bai Ning Shuang continued, in the future, when you assist the fourth prince in ascending to the throne, he may grant you half the kingdom. I do not desire any kingdom, nor do I have interest in such matters. Lu Chen promptly shook his head, his aspirations lying elsewhere. Then what do you desire? Perhaps a beauty? Bai Ning Shuang's gaze turned playful, her expression laden with meaning. Do not misunderstand. I am not that kind of person, Lu Chen stammered, hastily denying her implication. However, his heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. Bai Ning Shuang, too, seemed to have crossed a line. Why had she even suggested such a thing? As the saying goes, what is perceived should not be spoken, and once spoken, it loses its charm. Then what kind of person are you? Bai Ning Shuang pressed, her captivating gaze locked onto him as if she were a predator watching her prey. At that moment, Lu Chen felt as though he were being cornered by a ravenous beast, utterly defenseless. Elder Bai, I need to consider the matter of traveling to Dan City, Lu Chen declared, abruptly changing the subject. He dared not engage Bai Ning Shuang further on such topics. She was at least a decade older than him and had likely experienced more than he could imagine. He feared that if the conversation continued, he might unwittingly strip away her defenses. Bai Ning Shuang was calm, composed, and shrewd. In her quest to support Ming Hao, she would stop at nothing. Lu Chen even harbored the suspicion that if he were to utter a word, she might strip down in front of him. How terrifying. I can only stay for a day. Bai Ning Shuang smiled, retracting her gaze and returning to her respectful demeanor. I shall give you my response by tomorrow. With that, Lu Chen opened the hall door and stepped outside. That day, Fei Xiaomin hosted a banquet to welcome Ming Hao and Bai Ning Shuang. After the feast, Lu Chen returned to the Dan Institute. At the entrance, he encountered Cheng Jiayi and Zhang Qingbin. These two fellows displayed admirable patience, having waited at the Dan Institute for half a day without a hint of complaint. Lu Chen had previously summoned Cheng Jiayi to offer him some benefits, ensuring that he would look out for Zhang Qingbin in the future. He presented them with some high-quality true essence pills, sending the two excited individuals on their way. That night, Lu Chen sat outdoors, gazing at the starry sky, deep in thought. Master, what are you pondering? Chen Yuanliang approached, having arrived unbeknownst to Lu Chen. You came at the right time. I wanted to ask you about the fourth prince. Lu Chen said, his eyes lighting up. I don't know much, but when I visited the capital, I heard the fourth prince is quite decent, unlike the other three princes, who have rather poor temperaments. Chen Yuanliang replied. If the fourth prince requires my support, should I offer it? What? The fourth prince needs your support. It is common knowledge that there is a power struggle on his side. With no power or influence, how can you assist him? What if I possess the capability? Then you should support him. On what grounds? You saved him. Really? Just because I saved him, I must support him. If I saved a beautiful woman, does that mean I must become her husband? Things are not so simple. When you were in trouble, he rushed to your aid. There exists a karmic connection between you two. Karma? Lu Chen mused, pondering the profound implications. It seemed Chen Yuanliang was not merely a practitioner of alchemy, but also of Buddhist philosophy. However, Lu Chen remained silent, unable to find a rebuttal. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize karma, while sects focus on destiny. Though they may seem unrelated, they are intricately connected. Both paths advocate for opportunity, and in the martial world, karma holds significance as well, albeit with varying degrees of emphasis. In the vastness of the 3,000 paths, they ultimately converge. What must be acknowledged should be acknowledged. Mishandling karma could tarnish a martial artist's resolve. A tainted resolve is a grave taboo in martial arts. Could it be that fate had ordained his involvement in aiding Ming Hao to resolve this karmic bond? Yet, supporting him would entangle him in the treacherous whirlpool of the power struggle, a dangerous endeavor where a moment's misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chen Yuanliang's expression grew serious as he cautioned, "Master, you must consider this carefully. Once you step in, there is no turning back. Where there is cause, there is effect. Where there is risk, there is opportunity. Only those who dare to take risks can reap rewards." Lu Chen reflected, recalling some martial aphorisms. As the saying goes, the greater the courage, the greater the yield. If he did not take the plunge, how would he know the extent of the rewards? Pray tell. What promise did the fourth prince make to you? Chen Yuanliang's face changed, his expression shifting to one of greed. Half the kingdom. Good heavens, that is indeed bold. I declined. You wish to progress further in martial arts? So remaining in the Yongming dynasty is not an option. Even if they offered you the entire kingdom, it would be meaningless. Indeed. Does the fourth prince offer you any other promises? A beauty. How many? I did not ask. What? You do not desire a kingdom, yet you also refuse a beauty. Your efforts seem wasted. It will not be in vain. At the very least, it resolves the karma you mentioned. Without benefits, how can there be karma? Chen Yuanliang exclaimed, flabbergasted. If you desire nothing, then karma ceases to exist. Why would you support the fourth prince? To risk your life for him, only to walk away without a second thought. Is there such a kind-hearted person? It is not as if I seek nothing. I will at least acquire a Dan Wang robe at this point. Chen Yuanliang understood Lu Chen's reasoning for his willingness to aid Ming Hao. Once Lu Chen donned the Dan Wang robe, he could command the Dan Pavilion and support Ming Hao. However, the Dan Wang assessment must be conducted in Dan City, which is exceedingly far. With your current cultivation, it would take 10 years to reach. Chen Yuanliang frowned, stating, by the time you return, the flowers will have withered. By Ningxuang will make arrangements. The round trip will only take a month. The only consideration I have is whether to go or not. Of course, I shall go. Elder Bai has invested considerable resources to make this journey to Dan City within a month. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Chen Yuanliang hastily interjected, for the sake of the Dan King's robe, entangled in causality, it is worth it. Very well, it is decided, Lu Chen said lightly as he stood up, preparing to return to his room. Suddenly, Chen Yuanliang chimed in unexpectedly, young master, I suggest you take a little advantage from the fourth prince's side. You may forego the empire, but it would be prudent to secure a stunning beauty by the fourth prince's side. By Ningxuang, Lu Chen expressed curiosity at Chen Yuanliang's suggestion. The beauty by Ming Ho's side must be by Ningxuang. She is indeed beautiful and possesses great charm, but she is not age-appropriate. Could it be that Chen Yuanliang has taken a liking to her? No, not Elder Bai. She is far too old. Chen Yuanliang quickly waved his hands. You may forego the empire, but it would be prudent to secure a stunning beauty by the fourth prince's side. By Ningxuang, Lu Chen expressed curiosity at Chen Yuanliang's suggestion. The beauty by Ming Ho's side must be by Ningxuang. What does that have to do with me? You may not know, but Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in the Yongming dynasty. It is said that many courtiers in the court have sought her hand for their sons. Then explained, I am referring to Princess Mingyue, the fourth prince's elder sister. They are twins, with Princess Mingyue being 1 hour older than the fourth prince. They share a deep bond and have an exceptionally close relationship. What does that have to do with me? You may not know, but Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in the Yongming dynasty. It is said that many courtiers in the court have sought her hand for their sons. Lu Chen dismissed Chen Yuanliang and entered his chamber. Young master, I am not speaking nonsense. I am doing this for your own good. With your status as the Dan King, only Princess Mingyue is worthy of you. What does that have to do with me? You may not know, but Princess Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in the Yongming dynasty. It is said that many courtiers in the court have sought her hand for their sons, and she was overjoyed. She promptly arranged to meet Lu Chen, promising to return to face Yamin in a month to escort him to Dan City personally. Ming Hao was even more elated, his typically stern expression softening into a smile, displaying an unprecedented warmth towards Lu Chen. Perhaps due to his dire circumstances, Ming Hao had come to regard Lu Chen as a savior. He was eager to accommodate any of Lu Chen's desires. Yet, Lu Chen made no requests, which left Ming Hao pleasantly surprised and elevated his opinion of Lu Chen further. Face Yadan Institute was successfully established. Miao Yin selected a group of disciples with innate talent for alchemy and sent them to the institute to bolster its talent pool. Through the efforts of Chen Yuanliang and numerous alchemists, Fei Xiaomin was finally able to produce a substantial quantity of pills, achieving basic self-sufficiency in mainstream medicinal concoctions. However, Lu Chen's cultivation had stagnated due to insufficient spiritual energy. After several days of recuperation, the spiritual energy in Fei Xia Mountain was replenished. Yet, he could not continually deplete the energy every few days, leaving the cultivation of everyone in Fei Xia Min perpetually suspended. Such a self-serving endeavor could be indulged in but once. To do so repeatedly would shorten one's lifespan. During this time, Lu Chen immersed himself in the academy, voraciously consuming knowledge. The academy housed several texts that Miao Yin had brought from the Divine Wood Palace. After several days of recuperation, the spiritual energy in Fei Xia Mountain was replenished. Yet, he could not continually deplete the energy every few days, leaving the cultivation of everyone in Fei Xia Min perpetually suspended. Lu Chen found great delight in these tomes. The more he learned about the external world, the more he yearned for Itizian Min. Jiang Yao emerged from seclusion, enraged to hear that Lu Chen had slain 2 of his junior brothers. There were matters he dared not discuss with Wu Chu, particularly regarding his acceptance of an offer from Master Zhou to eliminate Lu Chen at the upcoming Martial Gate tournament. This needed to remain confidential. It could not be leaked. He was infuriated that Wu Chu was targeting Fei Xiaomin, yet simultaneously managing to involve Lu Chen. Was his master out of his mind? If Lu Chen were to be disposed of, he would lose all value, and Master Zhou would not extend protection to Xian Min. Would Zhu Feichen let Xian Min off the hook? However, Wu Chu had no such aspirations. He returned from Fei Xiaomin, covered in disgrace and having lost 2 talented disciples, unable to swallow his humiliation. He needed to reclaim his honor. Since Lu Chen was difficult to handle, he decided to target others from Fei Xiaomin. Surely, not everyone would be as formidable as Lu Chen. For Jiang Yao, as long as Lu Chen was not involved, he would agree to act even if Wu Chu called for cooperation. Wu Chu even recruited Sha Haifei. If there were complications, the Shards sect would share the burden. A trap targeting Fei Xiaomin was silently laid. Chapter 78. The departure disciples of Fei Xiaomin faced malicious provocations whether in the outskirts or the city. Those who endured in silence suffered humiliation and harassment, their plight unbearable. Some disciples could no longer hold back and retaliated, only to end up beaten to a pulp, their bodies covered in injuries. For several consecutive days, numerous disciples were injured and sent back for treatment. Some bore such severe wounds that their cultivation was affected. This was the work of Wu Chu, who lay in wait outside, targeting the members of Fei Xiaomin without causing fatalities, swiftly tarnishing their reputation and dignity. The higher-ups of Fei Xiaomin were filled with fury and hatred, yet felt helpless, unwilling to take on Ziyun Min for an explanation. Ultimately, it boiled down to a matter of strength. Pan Qingyan and Elder Fong could not contain their anger and secretly ventured out to confront Wu Chu, resulting in tragedy. Pan Qingyan returned in haste, while Elder Fong was captured and injured, falling into Wu Chu's hands. Upon hearing the news, Fei Xiaomin erupted in turmoil. All disciples rushed out, vowing to rescue Elder Fong. At Fei Xia Academy, Lu Chen was engrossed in his studies, lost in the ocean of knowledge beyond the mundane. He had lingered in the academy for several days, scarcely returning to the Dan Institute, truly embodying the phrase of being oblivious to the affairs of the world. Wholly absorbed in his literary pursuits at times, he felt as though he possessed a natural aptitude for reading. Should he forsake martial arts, he could easily achieve the highest honors in examinations. Young master, pardon the intrusion, a familiar voice broke through Lu Chen's concentration. Wanner, why are you not cultivating at Luoxia Mountain, but instead come to the academy to read? Lu Chen closed his book, stretching languidly, unaware that an entire day had slipped by. Elder Fong has encountered trouble. Now everyone is clamoring to rescue him. The sect master has sent me to inform you. At once. Wanner relayed the recent events to Lu Chen. Wu Chu had taken Elder Fong captive, waiting for Fei Xiaomin to attempt a rescue, so he could humiliate them in the process. There exists an unspoken rule in the martial arts world regarding matters of status, sect master to sect master. Unaware that an entire day had slipped by, Elder Fong has encountered trouble. Now everyone is clamoring to rescue him. The sect master has sent me to inform you. At once. Wanner relayed the recent events to Lu Chen. Miao Yin understood that Lu Chen had become engrossed in his studies but was unable to come forward himself. Hence, she sent Wanner to invite Lu Chen, hoping he could leverage the connections of the Dan Pavilion to pressure Xian Min and curb Wu Chu's arrogance. How outrageous! Such bullying must not go unpunished. It seems Ziyun Min will not learn until they pay a price for their insolence. Lu Chen rose, fury igniting within him, and hastily departed the academy, making his way toward the mountain gate. Ever since Elder Fong forcibly accepted Zhang Qingbin into the inner sect, the rift between Lu Chen and Elder Fong had been set aside. Ziyun Min striking at Fei Xiaomin was tantamount to striking at Lu Chen himself. After all, Lu Chen was also a disciple of Fei Xiaomin. More importantly, the root cause of this incident had originated from Lu Chen's altercation with Lai Ren, which had escalated to this point. Regardless, Lu Chen felt compelled to take action. Of course, his personal combat power was inadequate against a master at the transformation spirit level. However, one need not rely solely on brute strength to deal with Ziyun Min. Lu Chen had numerous strategies at his disposal, each more cunning than the last. It was simply a matter of determining which was most suitable. "Young master, are you not calling Qindan and the others?" Warner inquired anxiously, following closely behind. The status of the Dan was both noble and unique. Having several alchemists present would certainly instill some trepidation in Ziyun Min. However, the alchemists were solely responsible for refining pills and paid no heed to the affairs of Fei Xiaomin. Moreover, the alchemists were entirely devoted to Lu Chen. Without him, even the sect master would struggle to summon them. Bringing Chen Yuanliang and the others would merely serve as intimidation. They lacked combat capability and would be of little practical use. Lu Chen shook his head. But having alchemists nearby would serve as an additional protective charm. That is not necessarily the case. After Lai Guang's demise, they lost the full support of the Grand Alchemy House. So they should not be so intimidated by the alchemists anymore. Even if I brought Chen Yuanliang and the others, it would not make much difference. At most, they would refrain from attacking the alchemists. But they could still target others. Then, "Young master, it might be best not to go. The people from Ziyun Min harbor intense hatred towards you. Not a problem. I have a better protective charm that will ensure their satisfaction." "Really? Where is this protective charm? Can you show it to Warner?" "Not at the moment. You will know when the time comes." Lu Chen chuckled and stepped outside the mountain gate. Beyond the gate, disciples gathered in droves. Eager for action, Pan Qingyan and several elders approached, surprised to see only Warner by Lu Chen's side. "Where is Chen Dan?" Pan Qingyan inquired. "No need for them. My presence alone suffices," Lu Chen replied confidently. "Then you might as well not go at all," Pan Qingyan retorted. Exasperated, Lu Chen had slain two of Ziyun Min's talented disciples. Wu Chu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. "Not to worry. I am confident that I can rescue Elder Fong and take the opportunity to teach them a lesson." Lu Chen waved his hand and turned to address all the disciples. "Fellow disciples, we shall not forget today's humiliation. We will exact our revenge. Of course, without strength, we will be bullied. Martial arts is that simple. Therefore, we must strive even harder to cultivate, elevating our strength so that no one dares to bully us." Lu Chen's rallying cry resonated, invigorating the disciples. Many nodded in agreement. Indeed, martial arts is all about strength. The strong prevail while the weak are eliminated. If we do not strive harder, we will only find ourselves ground beneath others' feet. I will ensure that the Dan Institute refines pills day and night. Henceforth, each disciple will receive double the monthly supply of pills, with additional rewards for exemplary performance. In short, I, Lu Chen, guarantee that within a few months, we will have an abundant supply of pills, enabling everyone's cultivation to soar. Lu Chen's promise sent waves of excitement through the disciples, their cheers echoing throughout Fei Xia Mountain. Were this promise made by anyone else, it would have been met with skepticism. However, spoken by Lu Chen, it carried significant weight. Although he had only recently joined Fei Xiaomin, he was already renowned as invincible among his peers, his reputation soaring throughout the sect. And he was highly favored by the higher-ups. Moreover, Lu Chen had connections with the Dan Pavilion, controlling Fei Xiaodan Institute. If he promised ample supplies of pills, he could undoubtedly deliver. "Now, let us set forth and rescue Elder Fong," Lu Chen declared, raising his hand. Tens of thousands of disciples moved in unison, a formidable tide of energy. Just as they prepared to depart, Lu Chen noticed several figures soaring across the distant hills. "Who are they?" Warner asked, noticing them as well. "They are from the prefectural lord's mansion. They have been monitoring us from that location for some time," Pan Qingyan replied, her voice tinged with irritation. "They refuse to leave, clinging like a stubborn dog, without any indication of their intentions. Moreover, since they are not within Fei Xiaomin's jurisdiction, we have no means to deal with them. It is advantageous to have them here. If they were absent, that would pose a real problem." Lu Chen laughed lightly. waving his hand to continue on their path. 100 miles outside of Dingzhou City, hundreds of masters were stationed, holding Elder Fong captive, looking down contemptuously at the disciples of Fei Xiaomin as they surged forward like a tidal wave. Lu Chen signaled, and the tens of thousands of disciples came to a halt. "Ah, Lu Chen has arrived. I thought you would hide in Fei Xiaomin until the Martial Gate tournament." A young man stepped forward, holding a silver fan, his smile sinister. "Zhang Yao?" Lu Chen recognized him. He was the target he had aimed to defeat at the Martial Gate tournament. Back in Shuangmu City, he had persuaded Zhu Feichen to spare Zhang Yao, intending to motivate himself to grow stronger and ultimately defeat this arrogant individual. "Do you think bringing so many people here will be of any use?" Zhang Yao surveyed the disciples of Fei Xiaomin with disdain. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Many ants can kill an elephant'?" Lu Chen replied with a cold smile, "Ants are but ants, and elephants are but elephants. Ants can only be crushed underfoot. When can they ever move an elephant?" Zhang Yao laughed heartily, unleashing his powerful aura, revealing himself to be at the peak of the third level of the transformation spirit realm. Behind him, hundreds of masters collectively released their auras, instantly generating a tremendous pressure that shattered clouds and crushed mountains, creating a terrifying force that bore down heavily upon all disciples of Fei Xiaomin. Those of lower cultivation were immediately forced to cough up blood. Even those of average cultivation found themselves immobilized, while even the true disciples of Fei Xiaomin felt as though a massive stone pressed against their chests, making it hard to breathe. Only a few elders of Fei Xiaomin remained largely unaffected. Naturally, Lu Chen, with his sole power to relieve pressure, was similarly unscathed. At that moment, Lu Chen realized he had misinterpreted a saying. "Many ants can kill an elephant" refers to dead elephants, not a lively one. In the face of absolute power, a tactic of overwhelming numbers becomes a mere farce. The opponent had merely a few hundred individuals, yet their combined aura was enough to render tens of thousands breathless. If a real fight were to break out, it would likely result in the death of most of those tens of thousands within the hour. In martial arts, battles are fundamentally contests of high-level strength. "You are somewhat interesting," Zhang Yao remarked with a slight smile, feigning indifference while internally astonished. This pressure was not generated by him alone, but was a collective force from the hundreds of transformation spirit realm masters of Xianmin and Shards sect, exerting tremendous influence over those below the second level of the transformation spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen, being merely at the fifth level of true Yuan realm, would have been forced to bleed from his nose. Yet this young man remained completely unaffected, which was truly astonishing. "You are indeed a country bumpkin, having never seen the world. This is merely a taste of what is to come. There is far more to be revealed," Lu Chen retorted nonchalantly. "Then why not reveal more to see if you are indeed a country bumpkin?" Zhang Yao laughed disdainfully. "Do you think you have the capability to dissipate this pressure? What if I can?" Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, locking onto Zhang Yao as if he had him figured out. "Absolutely." Zhang Yao spread his legs wide, mocking, "If you cannot, then you shall crawl beneath my legs. How about that?" "Lu Chen, this pressure is beyond your ability to dissolve. You would need to be at least at the seventh level of the transformation spirit realm to do so. Such gambling spirit remains unchanged. Even at this juncture, you dare to gamble? Lu Chen, do not gamble. You cannot afford to lose." Pan Qingyan and several elders grew anxious, urgently trying to dissuade him. Wanner also wished to counsel Lu Chen, but the overwhelming pressure left her nearly speechless. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the area. "Lu Chen, what on earth are you doing? If you crawl beneath his legs, do not ever claim to be a disciple of Fei Xiaomin again. I would rather perish than allow you to save me." Elder Fong's eyes bulged with rage, unwilling to yield. "It is settled." Lu Chen, undeterred by the protests, resolutely accepted Zhang Yao's wager. "Am I someone who enjoys gambling? I have finally lured Zhang Yao into my trap, and now you want me to back down? Are you jesting? Please, commence your performance." Zhang Yao laughed heartily, waving his hand as the hundreds of masters behind him simultaneously exerted their strength. "Even at this juncture, you dare to gamble? Lu Chen, do not gamble. You cannot afford to lose." Pan Qingyan and several elders grew anxious, urgently trying to dissuade him. Wanner also wished to counsel Lu Chen. He eliminated the multitude of 5 elemental runes, excluding the few elemental runes such as air, cloud, ice, thunder, and poison, until only a handful of rare and special runes remained. Amidst those extraordinary runes, there exists a particular set related to the soul. Known as the Soul System runes, Lu Chen swiftly identified 7 Soul System runes, assembling them into a chain imbued with the profound essence of the Soul Sea, which he then reinforced with his own soul power. Boom! A terrifying surge of soul energy erupted from Lu Chen, radiating outward in all directions like ripples across a vast ocean, centered around him in the blink of an eye, within a radius of 100 miles. This soul power permeated the air, resembling an ocean of soul energy that devoured all oppressive forces. Every disciple of the Fascia sect felt a sudden lightness, as the oppressive pressure lifted, granting them freedom of movement. The several hundred masters at the transformation realm, including Jiang Yao, found themselves suppressed by this overwhelming soul power, unable to release the pressure weighing upon them. The atmosphere was filled with astonishment, a profound shock that left everyone spellbound, their eyes wide as they gazed at Lu Chen, as if beholding a monster. Monster, freak, pervert, prodigy, a multitude of terms to describe Lu Chen swirled in the minds of the onlookers, replaying in an endless loop. To dissipate the pressure of hundreds below the 7th stage of the transformation realm with the strength of a single individual was not unheard of, but such individuals typically hailed from at least the 7th stage of the transformation realm, not someone like Lu Chen, who had yet to reach that threshold. Even if a 7th stage master attempted to alleviate the pressure, it would be through force, never by means of soul power. The sheer terror of his soul energy surpassed the comprehension of all present. Even the well-informed elders like Pan Qingyan and Wu Zhugong could not fathom the level of such formidable soul power. They understood that this level did not exist in the mundane world. Perhaps only legendary figures of martial arts beyond the secular realm would possess it. Yet, how could a mere novice like Lu Chen wield soul power akin to an ocean? It was utterly perplexing. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. After several breaths, Lu Chen retracted his soul power, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, leaving only silence. Who would dare to utter a word? Who would even think of speaking? All were in shock, their minds adrift, lost in thought. Lu Chen gazed at Jiang Yao, who stood in a daze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thousands of eyes were upon him, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yao's transformation into a plump figure. When did I become a plump figure? Jiang Yao snapped back to reality, struggling to comprehend Lu Chen's words. Have you ever heard the idiom, to speak and grow fat? Lu Chen remained unhurried, gently guiding him. There are tens of thousands of mouths here. Once the word spreads, by tomorrow, you'll be the plumpest figure in the realm. Jiang Yao suddenly grasped the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. As long as he did not back down from the bet, the over 100,000 disciples of Fascia sect would spread the news far and wide. He believed it wouldn't be long before the entire Yongming dynasty learned of his dishonorable conduct. If this reached the ears of Grandmaster Zhou, he would be in serious trouble. With this thought, his head felt heavy as lead at this juncture. He had no choice but to release Elder Fong of the Fascia sect and slowly engage with Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had arrived and could not simply flee. Bring forth Elder Fong of the Fascia sect. Chapter 80. A single strike, Jiang Yao commanded, and Elder Fong was released. Wu Zhugong, standing behind, wore a sullen expression. He had not wished for such a swift release, but refrained from voicing his opposition. He had entrusted command to Jiang Yao to allow him to hone his skills. Thus, he did not want to interfere with Jiang Yao's decisions. However, he discreetly transmitted a message to Jiang Yao. Although Lu Chen's soul power is formidable, he lacks the corresponding realm. His soul power cannot constitute offensive strength. You may strike without fear, to temper his arrogance. Jiang Yao squinted slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Chen was too uncanny. Should he grow further, he would become incredibly terrifying. Fortunately, with Grandmaster Zhou backing him, he had no need to fear Lu Chen and act hesitantly in the upcoming martial arts competition. He had to eliminate Lu Chen to avert future troubles. I have heard you are invincible among your peers. Would you be interested in battling someone of a higher tier? Jiang Yao inquired. Not interested, Lu Chen replied, turning to withdraw. With Elder Fong rescued, there was no need for further delay. Retreating swiftly was the optimal choice. Moreover, the opposing side was well prepared and had no fear of engaging in a brawl with the Fascia sect. If a genuine conflict ensued, the tens of thousands of true essence disciples of the Fascia sect would be mere cannon fodder, easily overwhelmed. Only a few elders like Pan Qingyan and a handful of true disciples would possess combat capability. Even they would likely falter before the hundreds of masters at the transformation realm. Such was the terrifying aspect of advanced combat power. You may not be interested, but I am. Would you feel justified leaving without a proper match? Zhang Yao smiled, though his tone carried an implicit threat. However, Lu Chen was already mentally prepared for this encounter, fully aware that leaving unscathed would not be so simple. Are you challenging me? Lu Chen turned and scoffed. The martial arts competition in Chengdu is our life and death duel. Have you forgotten this contest? Of course I haven't forgotten. I merely wish to warm up with you beforehand. Zhang Yao continued to smile. Rest assured, I promise not to kill you. And I assure you that I will eliminate you in the martial arts competition. Lu Chen countered. You have a sharp tongue, but it amounts to nothing. I am not swayed by such tactics. If you do not engage in combat today, do not expect over 100,000 disciples of the Faxia sect to leave unscathed. I will ensure they all become crippled. Zhang Yao's threat was direct and unambiguous. Zhang Yao, as a dignified master of the transformation realm, you dare to bully someone at the true essence realm? Have you no shame? A clear, resonant female voice echoed, filled with anger and disdain. The speaker was Wanner. Wanner is also here. Zhang Yao was momentarily taken aback, realizing the girl in the cotton attire beside Lu Chen was the talented beauty he had noticed during the recruitment ceremony in Shuangmu City. Wanner possessed delicate features and an enchanting demeanor, far surpassing Zhou Ruoxue in beauty. Even when Zhou Ruoxue had been alive, Zhang Yao had taken a liking to Wanner. Regrettably, Wanner was aligned with Lu Chen. Now seeing her again, his lustful thoughts began to stir, contemplating how to win her favor. However, Wanner, having served Lu Chen for many years, had developed a keen sense of perception and immediately recognized Zhang Yao's lecherous gaze. Disliking him even more due to his animosity toward Lu Chen, she chose to ignore Zhang Yao entirely, treating him as if he were air. Indeed, Zhang Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing Wanner was disregarding him. Zhang Yao, if you wish to spar, it is more appropriate to challenge Lu Chen. I can have a true disciple from my sect face you instead. At that moment, Pan Qingyan, suppressing her anger, spoke up. Among your true disciples, do you possess anyone at the third stage of the transformation realm? Zhang Yao cast a disdainful glance at the true disciples of the Faxia sect, sneering, if not, do not disgrace yourselves by stepping forward. I have no interest in sparring with such trash. This was an insult directed at the Faxia sect. A wave of outrage swept through the sect, but they had no means to retort, forced to swallow their indignation. Indeed, the majority of the true disciples of the Faxia sect were at the first stage of the transformation realm, with only a few at the second stage, and none at the third stage. In terms of realm, the true disciples of the Faxia sect were undeniably inferior to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was widely acknowledged as the most formidable among the true disciples of the three major martial sects. Even when Zhang Yao was at the second stage of the transformation realm, he had once defeated a master at the third stage. Now, he was likely even more formidable. It was unlikely that even the strongest true disciple of the Faxia sect could withstand a single strike from Zhang Yao without suffering humiliation. However, I would be interested in exchanging blows with the dregs among dregs. Zhang Yao glanced at Lu Chen mockingly. Lu Chen, do you understand my meaning? I understand. You mean we are all dregs? Lu Chen nodded, calmly retorting. Lu Chen's incisive response elicited a thunderous roar of laughter from the crowd. All disciples of the Faxia sect, whether inner or outer disciples, even the elders like Pan Qingyan, were thoroughly impressed by Lu Chen's verbal prowess. It was clear he was determined to outwit his opponent. Zhang Yao's expression shifted dramatically. How could he be equated with trash? I am a genius, while you are the true dreg. Your entire family is trash. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. If you do not engage in a match today, do not expect any of the Faxia sect members to leave unscathed. Zhang Yao fumed, burning with anger. What? You think you can deal with me in one strike? Lu Chen seized upon Zhang Yao's words, eager to exploit the opening. This is a rare opportunity. Engaging with you, the dregs among dregs, in a single strike would be quite an honor. Zhang Yao snorted derisively. If you cannot defeat me in one strike, what then? Lu Chen continued to dig, expanding the trap. That is impossible. Zhang Yao asserted firmly, overflowing with confidence. If I cannot defeat you in one strike, I will not deliver a second. You may leave with your people. It is a deal. Lu Chen nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips. This fool had walked right into his trap. Pan Qingyan, Elder Fong, and others furrowed their brows. Lu Chen was overstepping his bounds. They, as masters of the transformation realm, understood the magnitude of the transformation realm's power, which was beyond what the true essence realm could withstand. Zhang Yao was a peak master of the third stage of the transformation realm. Even a single strike was likely beyond Lu Chen's ability to endure. They feared Zhang Yao might end up killing Lu Chen in a single blow. Young master, be cautious. Wanner, too, sensed the peril, though she believed in Lu Chen. She remained deeply concerned. Let us see how you handle my strike. Zhang Yao sneered coldly, extending his hand to grasp at Lu Chen. A colossal five-fingered claw shot forth, the space trembling, grass and trees shattering. The claw radiating a terrifying aura, locking onto Lu Chen. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yao's casual strike already exceeded 1,000,000 pounds of force. Even 10 masters at the half-step transformation realm would struggle to withstand such a blow. Let alone Lu Chen, who was merely at the 5th stage of the true essence realm. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Yao's expression changed dramatically, cursing Lu Chen 1,000 times in his heart. He suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Lu Chen's formidable soul power could nullify his lock-on. If he could not lock onto Lu Chen, his attack might be evaded, meaning one strike might not suffice to subdue him. Indeed, in a flash, a wave of soul power surged from Lu Chen, causing Zhang Yao's energy to dissipate, the lock-on failing. Light step. As the soul power surged forth, Lu Chen's figure flickered and vanished. Smack! The colossal claw grasped at nothing but air, producing a resounding whoosh. Lu Chen, well done? The crowd erupted in applause. Zhang Yao was furious. He had only intended to cripple Lu Chen's arm, not take his life. He planned to do that during the martial arts competition. However, Lu Chen was too cunning, leading him into a trap, leaving him with nothing to grasp, utterly humiliated. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, the winds roared, and a terrifying blade aura soared into the sky, poised to cleave the heavens. The blade struck, its edge expanding dramatically, radiating brilliant light, shaking the very fabric of space. Wherever the blade passed, vegetation turned to ash, debris flew, and the earth shattered. Boom! The ground was cleaved open, leaving a tinjong-deep gorge, dust rising high, obscuring the vision of everyone present. As the dust settled and visibility returned, the onlookers were left in shock. To the end of that gorge stood Zhang Yao, hand raised in a defensive posture, a faint scar from the blade etched on his wrist. All gazed at the scar on Zhang Yao's hand, utterly astonished. Even though the mark was merely evidence that Lu Chen had struck him and inflicted no real harm, it was sufficient to astonish the entire assembly. Zhang Yao's failure to grasp Lu Chen had already been remarkable, but now to be struck by Lu Chen's blade was a humiliation beyond measure. Most astonishing was Lu Chen's speed. The flash of the blade was so swift that Zhang Yao had no time to react or evade. The sheer velocity was beyond comprehension. Although Lu Chen's strike did not injure Zhang Yao, the display of power was unparalleled. Had any true disciple of the Feixia sect taken the stage, they would be unlikely to even graze Zhang Yao, let alone land a hit. Zhang Yao, seething with anger, longed to slay Lu Chen on the spot, without waiting for the martial arts competition. Yet, upon seeing the grand blade in Lu Chen's hand, his fury subsided significantly, replaced by a glint of greed in his eyes. A high-quality battle weapon? He mused that I have heard of a disciple who perished beneath your weapon. Do you think our Ziyun sect would let you go? However, if you surrender that weapon, I might spare your life. Zhang Yao's avarice surged, his words dripping with threat as he sought to claim Lu Chen's spiritual weapon for himself, his gaze fixated on the magnificent blade. Earlier that day, Wu Zhugong had determined that Lu Chen's weapon was of exceptional quality, but he had left early and was unaware that Ming Hao had identified it as a spiritual weapon, not merely a high-quality battle weapon. Zhang Yao had never encountered a spiritual weapon, having only heard Wu Zhugong mention that Lu Chen possessed a high-quality battle weapon. In any case, Lu Chen's blade was of extraordinarily high quality, far superior to the medium-grade battle weapon gifted by Grandmaster Zhou. In short, Zhang Yao was intent on seizing all of Lu Chen's treasures. Not only did he desire that magnificent blade, but he also coveted Wanner. Lu Chen was no match for him. He lacked the strength to pose a threat, and at most, he would suffer some embarrassment in the face of a high-quality battle weapon and the beauty of Wanner. What was a little shame worth? When substantial benefits were at stake, he could afford to cast aside his pride. Lu Chen, having executed a strike that drained his true essence and exhausted his stamina, quickly regained his strength after consuming several spiritual energy pills and receiving Wanner's assistance. Your thoughts are whimsical. You are overreaching, digging your own grave. Lu Chen scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Do you really think you can seize my treasures? You wouldn't even be able to grasp a single hair. As he mocked, Lu Chen approached Wanner. Jiang Yao, noticing the lustful glint in his eyes as he gazed at Wanner, was not blind to Jiang Yao's intentions. He prepared himself. Should Jiang Yao make a move, he would immediately employ light step to whisk Wanner away, escaping with great haste. His light step had undergone a transformation, significantly enhancing his speed. After his battle with Xinyu, he had proven that his speed was comparable to that of those in the mid-transformation realm. Jiang Yao had yet to reach the fourth stage of the transformation realm, rendering him unable to keep pace. Without such assurance, how could he dare to challenge Jiang Yao? Previously, he had thought a protective talisman would arrive, allowing him to crush the Ziyun sect and the Suisha sect. But now, that talisman had yet to show itself. It was likely a lost cause. Relying on others was no match for relying on oneself. Possessing one's own means was the true foundation for survival, a hair. Do you even know what a hair is? In the face of absolute power, you are nothing. Jiang Yao was infuriated by the insult, but he refrained from lashing out just yet. You had better leave that blade behind if you wish to depart unscathed. Otherwise, I will cripple an arm that I can leave whenever I choose, unless you wish to become the plump figure again. Lu Chen replied with a cold smile. Jiang Yao suddenly recalled the bet he had made with Lu Chen. If he could not defeat Lu Chen in a single strike, he would have to let Lu Chen go. Yet, having been lured into a trap and struck by Lu Chen, he had lost that wager. Under normal circumstances, he would admit defeat and allow Lu Chen to leave, avoiding public scorn. However, the situation was different. A high-quality battle weapon was exceedingly rare, something even the Ziyun sect might lack. This opportunity was too precious to let slip, even if it meant breaking his word and becoming a plump figure. He was determined to seize the blade. That strike was unfair and does not count. Jiang Yao adamantly refused to acknowledge his defeat. Jiang Yao, you are a petty man who cannot keep his word. What face do you have left if word of this gets out? Wu Zhugong and several elders could no longer hold their tongues, stepping forward to admonish him. However, Wu Zhugong remained indifferent. He had no interest in the bet, eager for Jiang Yao to claim the battle weapon. Today, having captured Elder Fong, he aimed to compel the Feixia sect to mobilize a substantial force for rescue, intending to leave them utterly defeated and unable to recover. If Jiang Yao truly honored the bet and released the disciples of the Feixia sect, Wu Zhugong would be the one to voice his objections to it. Appears that you are unwilling to provide assistance, compelling me to take matters into my own hands. Jiang Yao chuckled mischievously, stretching his arms as a formidable aura emanated from him. Jiang Yao, where is your face? Lu Chen mocked that it's gone, devoured by a dog. Jiang Yao replied nonchalantly, unconcerned, as he resolved to throw caution to the wind. Then you must be the dog face. Lu Chen continued to jeer. Say what you will, the more you provoke me, the worse it will be for you. Jiang Yao retorted coldly, then turned to Wanner, grinning sinisterly as he said, Since I no longer care for my face, I will demand not only your large blade but also your woman, leaving you with no place to weep. Shameless scoundrel, you've brought shame upon your ancestors for generations. An enraged voice thundered, echoing like rolling thunder, sweeping across the surroundings. Almost immediately, a terrifying pressure descended, akin to a massive boulder weighing down upon Jiang Yao. 5 figures, exuding a fearsome aura, appeared, soaring through the air with lightning speed. Upon seeing these individuals, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. What was destined to come had indeed arrived. If they hadn't shown up, that would have been truly strange. Those 5 formidable experts were none other than the Lord of Dengzhou, Su Chen, accompanied by 4 personal guards. Su Chen had previously offended Lu Chen, and Ming Hao's decision not to punish him was not an act of mercy. Rather, it stemmed from the consideration that Lu Chen had no official power in Dengzhou, allowing Su Chen to safeguard him. Otherwise, Ming Hao would have executed him long ago. Ming Hao's situation was precarious, particularly in relation to the royal family. Outside, he was a colossal figure, wielding immense power. A mere local lord appeared as insignificant as an ant before him, at his mercy for life and death. Having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for decades, Su Chen was naturally shrewd, fully aware that his fate rested in Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen could not encounter any mishaps in Dengzhou. Otherwise, he would be left without a burial ground. Thus, he dispatched capable hands to vigilantly guard outside Feixia Men day and night, aiming to keep track of Lu Chen's movements, rather than merely surveilling the entrance. Lu Chen was confident in knowing that those stationed outside were Su Chen's eyes and ears, which allowed him to venture out to rescue others without worry. He knew that once Su Chen received word, he would undoubtedly act, becoming his extraordinary safeguard. However, Su Chen's arrival was slightly slower than anticipated. Yet he ultimately made Su Chen rush to the center of the standoff, his aura fully unleashed, radiating overwhelming pressure. At the 6th level of the transformation spirit realm, he was the most powerful presence on the scene. His 4 guards were equally formidable, each at the 5th level of the transformation spirit realm, with any one of them possessing combat prowess that rivaled Wu Chu Gong. Perhaps due to the urgency, Su Chen had not brought an entire contingent of soldiers, and his momentum was not as great as before. Nevertheless, he and his 4 guards represented elite combat strength, sufficient to contend with the hundreds of experts from Ziyun sect and Suisha sect. This was the power of the provincial government. Without such backing, how could they possibly suppress these arrogant martial sects? Have you seen the provincial lord? Elders and disciples from both sides collectively inquired, bowing in respect. You shameless wretch, what is your name? Which martial sect do you belong to? Who is your master? Su Chen disregarded all decorum, pointing at Jiang Yao as if he were interrogating a criminal. Replying to the provincial lord, I am Jiang Yao, a true disciple of Ziyun sect, under the tutelage of Elder Wu Chu Gong. Jiang Yao's face flushed crimson, and he dared not act rashly in front of Su Chen, quickly answering truthfully, Wu Chu Gong, is this the fine disciple you have raised? I heard from afar that he claimed his face was devoured by a dog. Are those from Ziyun sect also shameless? Su Chen's gaze shifted to Wu Chu Gong, questioning him sternly. This Wu Chu Gong felt immensely awkward, realizing that Jiang Yao's disgraceful comments had been overheard by Su Chen, leaving him at a loss for words. No matter how he calculated, he had not anticipated Su Chen's appearance, especially siding with Lu Chen, truly an unexpected turn of events. After he and Sha Haifei had abandoned Laiguang, he was unaware of the subsequent developments, and due to their outdated intelligence network, they were completely in the dark about the relationship between Su Chen and Lu Chen. As a master, you should set an example. When your disciple utters inappropriate remarks, shouldn't you intervene? Su Chen's face hardened. Continuing to chastise Wu Chu Gong without regard for his feelings, it was absurd. Why should he concern himself with Wu Chu Gong's feelings when no one cared for his? Su Chen had long been aware that Wu Chu Gong had been provoking Fei Xiaomin, but as it did not concern Lu Chen, he had been indifferent. Now that Lu Chen had emerged, he was almost late. If Lu Chen had suffered even a scratch, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Fortunately, Lu Chen was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his wrath upon Wu Chu Gong upon arrival. However, Wu Chu Gong was utterly bewildered. Fu Chen had maintained a relatively cordial relationship with the master of Ziyun sect. Yet today he showed no leniency, only scolding him. Ziyun sect, Suisha sect, why have you mobilized so many people? Are you bullying Fei Xiaomin because of your might? You two major martial sects, rather than coexisting peacefully with Fei Xiaomin, do you wish to instigate a martial sect war? Have I consented to your declaration of war? Do you not see me, your provincial lord? Su Chen continued to berate, placing the entire blame upon Ziyun sect and Suisha sect. Wu Chu Gong and Sha Haifei were left dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. We have that many people. We only number in the hundreds. Have you seen how many people Fei Xiaomin has? It's a sea of black, numbering in the tens of thousands. If we were to mobilize our 2 sects in full, would you accuse us of rebellion? Of course, they overlooked the fact that their hundreds of elite combatants were not to be underestimated. Yet at this moment, they fully understood that Su Chen was backing Fei Xiaomin. With the strength of the provincial government behind them, any future attempts to bully Fei Xiaomin would require careful consideration. Provincial lord, it is all my fault. I, Wu Chu Gong, am willing to bear all responsibility, Wu Chu Gong said helplessly, realizing that if he did not back down now, he might find it impossible to salvage the situation. Jiang Yao, apologize. Wu Chu Gong shot Jiang Yao a stern glance, commanding him with authority, Lu Chen, it is my fault. I apologize to you, and I seek your forgiveness. Jiang Yao stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lu Chen, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. He was not one to stand firm in defiance. He was a cowardly opportunist, adept at shifting his stance. His ability to change his face swiftly was unparalleled. Yet, if he had not been this way, he would have been killed by Zhu Feichun during the recruitment ceremony in Shuangmu City, and would not be alive now. Lu Chen stared at Jiang Yao for a moment, about to speak when Elder Fong interjected. Lu Chen, Earlier he suggested that you crawl under his pants, and now you should have him do the same to vent your frustration. Upon hearing Elder Fang's words, tens of thousands of disciples from Fei Xiaomin erupted in applause, having long grown weary of Jiang Yao's sinister and arrogant demeanor. Naturally, Jiang Yao's expression shifted to a hue reminiscent of pig's blood. Utterly ghastly. Meanwhile, Wu Qugong and his companions turned away, unable to bear the sight. That's fair. If you want him to crawl, he can make you crawl in return. Su Chen nodded, essentially sealing the deal. If Jiang Yao refused to comply, angering Lu Chen, he would dare to swat him down and will crawl. Jiang Yao forced a laugh, a smile more grotesque than a cry, fully aware of the repercussions of crawling under someone's pants. His reputation would be utterly ruined, and he would be infamous. However, to avoid death, he chose to submit. Yet Lu Chen had no intention of letting him crawl. If he did, he would never be able to hold his head high afterward. But Lu Chen was not faring much better. He would also earn a reputation for bullying the weak. What was there to gain from that? As the saying goes, when making amends, one should apologize sincerely and offer reparations. You only apologize without restitution, showing no sincerity. Lu Chen clamped his legs tightly together, fearing that Jiang Yao might actually crawl in. And what about reparations? Jiang Yao was taken aback, confused by Lu Chen's unexpected stance. I have already lost my face to crawl under your pants, and now you want to take advantage of me? That is too much. Of course, he only wanted to apologize and not crawl under anyone's pants. He had no fondness for such antics. If you wish to crawl, go find your master. You two can close the door and crawl together. That would be fine, Lu Chen said earnestly, confronting Jiang Yao, dragging Wu Qugong into the fray as well. Jiang Yao forced a smile and endured it, pretending he hadn't heard. Wu Qugong, however, was infuriated, nearly exploding, but ultimately also swallowed his anger. Nevertheless, being able to apologize without crawling was a tremendous relief for Jiang Yao, who felt as if happiness had descended upon him unexpectedly. I will apologize. I shall offer 100 mid-grade true essence pills. I do not want true essence pills. Then what do you want? Spirit stones. Agreed. 100 pounds, gasped. I suppose I'll crawl under the pants after all. Chapter 83. I want to cultivate just 100 pounds of spirit stones, and you don't have any? Lu Chen gazed at Jiang Yao, a look of disdain in his eyes. Those are spirit stones, not cabbages. I truly do not have any. Can you accept something else? Jiang Yao swallowed hard, his entire expression transforming into one of despair. The Yoming dynasty produced no spirit stones. They were all smuggled from the Ruifeng Empire, making them exceedingly rare and expensive. He was not a significant figure. How could he easily procure spirit stones? Not to mention 100 pounds. He didn't even have a single pound. I only want spirit stones. I don't want anything else, nor do I want to crawl under your pants. It's up to you. Lu Chen crossed his arms, waiting to see how Jiang Yao would respond. Aren't you from Xian sect, known for making life difficult for Fei Xiaomin? Now you have the opportunity. If you don't seize it, how will you know how many eyes the Prince of Lu has? Jiang Yao hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Does Xian sect not have spirit stones? Su Chen suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Wu Qugong's face turned as glum as Jiang Yao's, both resembling bitter melons. This Su Chen is truly infuriating, bringing up the most inconvenient topics, as if he is collaborating with Lu Chen to rob Xian sect. How about this? I'll take charge. Xian sect will provide 10 pounds of low-grade spirit stones as compensation. Wu Qugong had no choice but to speak up. Otherwise, it would be impossible to navigate the current situation. That is too little. Lu Chen frowned. Not at all. 10 pounds of low-grade spirit stones are worth at least 10 million silver coins in the market, and they are hard to come by. Wu Qugong hastily explained. I'll give you a discount of 10%, so let's make it 90 pounds. After some contemplation, Lu Chen decided to concede a little. 90 pounds is truly unattainable. I will add 10 more pounds, making it a total of 20 pounds. How does that sound? Wu Qugong frowned, raising the price. 80 pounds. It cannot be less. 30 pounds. It cannot be more. 70 pounds. It cannot be any less. 40 pounds. It cannot exceed that. 60 pounds. This is my bottom line. 50 pounds. Any more is impossible. Deal. Lu Chen decisively concluded the negotiation without a moment's hesitation. Unexpectedly, while trying to strike Jiang Yao, he had inadvertently knocked a significant sum from Xian sect, filling his heart with delight. This was the first martial sect of Dengzhou, Xian sect, nonchalantly producing 50 pounds of low-grade spirit stones. Truly a wealthy sect. Wealthy sects deserve to be taken advantage of. Lu Chen was profoundly moved. If Fei Xiaomin possessed even half of Ziyun's sect's financial power, with ample resources to nurture elite combatants, they would not be bullied to such an extent. Tomorrow, I will send someone to deliver the spirit stones to Fei Xiaomin, Wu Gong said with a grim expression, as he had no spirit stones on hand. They all belonged to Ziyun's sect, and he would need to return to retrieve them. Begone! Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pack of stray dogs. Wu Gong and his associates, faces darkened, left with their tails between their legs, resembling a pack of defeated hounds. Junior brother Lu Chen, from now on, you will be our idol in the inner sect. Senior brother Lu Chen, you have long been our idol in the outer sect. Junior brother Lu Chen, do you have time tonight? Our group of true disciples would like to invite you for drinks to discuss swordsmanship. Voices of admiration arose from the tens of thousands of disciples of Fei Xiaomin, all expressing their sincere respect for Lu Chen, showering him with praise. Even the true disciples at the Transformation Spirit Realm regarded Lu Chen with newfound respect, extending invitations. With the formidable backing of the provincial lord, Lu Chen could now walk with confidence in Dengzhou. Who wouldn't he want to befriend him? Moreover, Lu Chen's formidable combat strength instilled fear in others. Even the true disciples dared not underestimate him, especially since he wielded a spirit weapon. This incident marked a perfect conclusion for Fei Xiaomin. Naturally, Ziyun's sect and Suisha sect, having suffered such a significant loss, harbored deep resentment toward Lu Chen. Su Chen adopted a lowly demeanor, referring to himself as a subordinate before Lu Chen, even personally escorting him back to Fei Xiaomin, behaving as though he were Lu Chen's subordinate. Lu Chen understood Su Chen's motives. He was seeking to redeem himself for his past mistakes and did not need to be courteous to Su Chen. In fact, he entrusted Su Chen with the task of procuring some materials and beast pills. These materials were necessary for constructing formations, being highly specialized and difficult to obtain. Otherwise, Lu Chen would not have sought Su Chen's assistance. Lu Chen was aware that both beast pills and specialized materials were exceedingly expensive. He did not have sufficient funds, intending to exchange a batch of pills for the materials, but Su Chen firmly refused. After all, Lu Chen was a close friend of the fourth prince, and Su Chen would not dare to ask for money from him. As the lord of Dengzhou, overseeing 99 cities, he had no shortage of wealth. Upon returning to Fei Xiaomin, Lu Chen's first order of business was to convene with Miao Yin and other high-ranking officials to discuss the recruitment of a large number of disciples as alchemists, ensuring that the Alchemy Academy had sufficient personnel to increase the production of pills and fulfill his promises of abundant supply. Of course, with the Alchemy Academy accelerating its operations, Lu Chen would no longer have leisure time. He must oversee the academy. After all, Lu Chen's alchemical skills were exceptionally high, far beyond the reach of Chen Yuanliang. Mainstream pills, such as second-tier true essence pills and third-tier transformation spirit pills, still presented challenges for third- or fourth-tier alchemists, requiring careful refining to avoid producing waste pills. However, for Lu Chen, second- and third-tier pills were exceedingly low-level. As long as they were not of superior quality, he faced no difficulty. His soul power was abundant, allowing him to refine 9 batches simultaneously, with each batch yielding perfect results. High-grade pills were typically used by martial sects to nurture select elite combatants, while mid-grade pills served as the mainstream supply for the majority of disciples. With Lu Chen's intervention, a substantial number of high-grade pills could be produced, enabling Fei Xiaomin to cultivate even more powerful elite combatants. The next day, the 50 pounds of low-grade spirit stones from Ziyun's sect arrived. A few days later, Su Chen's materials and beast pills were also delivered. Lu Chen then handed over the Alchemy Academy to Chen Yuanliang, returning to his residence to use the low-grade spirit stones, beast pills, and some medicinal herbs to refine supreme spirit energy pills. A large batch of supreme spirit energy pills was successfully refined, yet Lu Chen did not use them for his own cultivation. Instead, he stored them all within the Chaos Pearl. Due to the uniqueness of the 9 dragons returned to one technique Lu Chen practiced, his rate of spirit energy absorption from the pills was exponentially faster than that of ordinary individuals. As his cultivation grew stronger, the speed of absorption increased at a terrifying rate. Initially, at the 5th level of the body refining realm, it took him a quarter of an hour to fully absorb a single low-grade spirit energy pill. Now, at the 5th level of the true essence realm, regardless of how many supreme spirit energy pills he consumed, they were instantly absorbed by the flame dragon pulse, immediately transformed into pure true essence. If he were to exhaust his true essence during battle, the The supreme spirit energy pills would serve as life-saving elixirs. Lu Chen was unwilling to squander these life-saving pills on mere cultivation. He believed that the best resources should be used effectively and never wasted. As for the batch of materials, Lu Chen planned to use them to construct the flower tree exchange formation, which would facilitate spirit energy absorption and support his cultivation of the 9 dragons' return to one technique. In the evening, it was time for him to set off, and Lu Chen headed toward Laoxia Peak. Laoxia Peak had been exceptionally open to Lu Chen. The formation there would not activate against him, allowing him to come and go freely. Young master, the sky is already dark. What brings you here? Wanner, who was cultivating within the peak, quickly rose to greet Lu Chen upon his arrival. I wish to cultivate. Lu Chen replied. Then you should cultivate here. The spirit energy is far denser than on the surrounding peaks. Wanner said eagerly, I will not cultivate here. I do not wish to deplete the spirit energy of Laoxia Peak, leaving you unable to cultivate. Where will you go to cultivate? Ziyun Valley, as well as Suisha River. Chapter 84. The forbidden land of Ziyun sect, that is the territory of Ziyun sect and Suisha sect. They despise you to the core. You absolutely must not go. Wanner exclaimed in alarm. They are right to hate me. After all, they have offended me. I will not rest until I leave them in disarray. Lu Chen declared, clenching his fists with a cold smile. The experts from Ziyun sect and Suisha sect are numerous. How can you possibly challenge them alone? I already mentioned that I will absorb all the spirit energy from Ziyun Valley and Suisha River, leaving them with no spirit energy to cultivate and halting their growth and power. There is an abundance of spirit energy in the world. How could you possibly absorb it all? Do not concern yourself. I have my own methods. Lu Chen gently patted Wanner on her fragrant shoulder and remarked, Stop dawdling and lead the way. Time is of the essence, and I must exit via the rear mountain. The back of Luoxiao Peak conceals a secret path that leads directly to the outskirts of Feishia Mountain. This hidden trail is known to very few, but Miao Yin had divulged it to Wanner, who in turn revealed it to Lu Chen. Without hesitation, Lu Chen seized the opportunity presented by this clandestine route. Outside the mountain gate, numerous individuals were keeping watch, and Lu Chen, intent on engaging in dubious dealings, certainly wished to remain undiscovered. Thus, this hidden path of Luoxiao Peak became Lu Chen's optimal choice. With no other recourse, Wanner reluctantly guided Lu Chen towards the rear of the mountain. After traversing over 10 miles, there were numerous individuals keeping watch. Lu Chen, intent on conducting clandestine dealings, certainly wished to remain undetected. Thus, this hidden path at Laoxia Peak became Lu Chen's optimal choice. Reluctantly, Wanner led Lu Chen towards the back of the mountain. However, this place was desolate and hidden, making it improbable for outsiders to uncover the secret path. Young master, allow Wanner to accompany you. I can be of assistance and shall not hinder you, Wanner implored once more. Return to your cultivation. We shall speak again when your level surpasses mine, Lu Chen replied, leaping off the cliff. Upon landing, he activated the light step technique and sped away, his figure vanishing swiftly. Wanner gazed at the receding silhouette of Lu Chen, feeling melancholic. With him gone, what was there left to hope for? A familiar laughter echoed from behind. Master! Wanner turned in alarm, hastily exclaiming, I brought the young master here without permission. Please forgive me, master. No matter. I had already prepared myself for Lu Chen's entry into Luoxiao Peak, so consider it a special exception, Miao Yin said, gazing towards the distance where Lu Chen had disappeared. If he truly possesses the means to cure the Ziyun sect, it would be a blessing for the Feishia sect. At least for a time, those rascals will be too preoccupied to cause trouble, allowing the disciples of Feishia sect to seize this opportunity to enhance their strength. Yet, Wanner remained concerned for the young master's safety. If he dares to go alone, it must mean he has a foolproof plan. You need not worry, Miao Yin replied with a smile, then sighed. Your young master is indeed quite the miser. The Ziyun sect has suffered greatly at his hands, having even extorted 50 pounds of spirit stones from them. Yet he shows no signs of letting them off lightly. More stingy than Elder Fong from the inner sect, that is not true. The young master was once very generous, not miserly at all, Wanner protested. That was in the past. He was not strong then. Even if he was stingy, he had to endure. Now that he has grown powerful, it is a different story, Miao Yin chuckled, and the two began to retrace their steps. As night deepened, and the moon shone dimly amidst sparse stars, the Ziyun Valley was enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy. A figure stealthily entered the valley, silently making his way into the heart of the Ziyun sect, eyeing a remote area of a mountain peak. Dense thickets concealed Lu Chen as he set up an array, the flower and would transfer array. This was the third formation he had established. The first was in the heart of the Suisha sect, and the second was in a hidden spot not far from the secret path's exit of Luoshao Peak. These three formations were interconnected. Once he activated the current formation, he could instantaneously transfer to the territory of Suisha sect, then activate their formation to reach the vicinity of Luoshao Peak. The formation also possessed two additional features. It could conceal itself and could be destroyed. Once destroyed, there would be no trace left, and no one would know that a formation had ever existed in that location. It was an essential array for thievery and stealth. Lu Chen meticulously arranged special materials: Xianhuang stone powder, tianjia grass, and scorpion skin. Placing them according to the array's design as the flower and would transfer array gradually took shape. A piece of third-tier beast bone was positioned at the center as the eye of the array, completing its initial formation. Finally, Lu Chen directed a wave of soul energy into the array, which immediately sprang to life as if endowed with a soul. With Lu Chen's intent, the array began to fade from view, rendering it invisible to all but him. Done. Now to attend to business, Lu Chen mused, casting a glance at the main peak of Ziyun Valley, tauntingly stating, "This time is reserved for your Lord Lu's cultivation. You all may as well get some rest." Moments later, a soil-escaping talisman was activated, granting Lu Chen the ability to burrow into the earth. He took a step forward, sinking into the ground. Coupled with the effects of the concealment pill he had consumed, he became as undetectable as air itself. Operating the 9 dragons returning to one technique, the Yanlong vein instantly stirred to life, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Within a mere quarter hour, the rich spiritual energy of the mountain peak was entirely depleted. Massive whirlpools formed, drawing in the spiritual energy from surrounding peaks. The disciples of Ziyun's sect sensed the anomaly and rushed out to investigate, only to be astounded by the sight before them. They beheld the 99 peaks of Ziyun Valley, each peak's dense spiritual energy flowing like a tide towards a solitary, remote mountain. "We must check that nameless peak." A voice rang out, belonging to the leader of Ziyun's sect. Powerful figures surged forth, soaring towards that mountain. Soon, mighty presences landed atop the peak, observing the spiritual energy torrents converging underground, their faces betraying confusion. It is said that the Feixia sect has experienced similar phenomena. It is suspected that an underground dragon vein is awakening. The leader of Ziyun's sect scrutinized the ground and spoke slowly. "Could it be that our Ziyun sect also harbors a dragon vein?" Wu Zhugong questioned, his face a mask of perplexity. Spiritual energy saturating the earth is indeed one of the signs of a dragon vein awakening. The leader of Ziyun's sect pondered for a moment before adding, "However, we still lack one sign: the roar of the dragon vein. Without that, we cannot confirm the existence of a dragon vein in Ziyun Valley." "Simple enough. Let us excavate this area and see if there is indeed a dragon vein," Wu Zhugong proposed. "Wait a moment. If there is no dragon roar, we can dig Tianzhang deeper without hesitation," the leader of Ziyun's sect commanded. Every word spoken by these individuals reached Lu Chen's ears. "Dig Tianzhang? That shall never be permitted, not now or ever. Though hear of a dragon vein's roar. Well, that is easily arranged. I, Lord Lu, can fulfill that request. Steady yourselves and listen closely." A smile curled at Lu Chen's lips as he retracted the absorbing whirlpools, ceasing the influx of spiritual energy. The Yanlong vein, which had been eagerly devouring the energy, suddenly found its feast interrupted, leading to its furious indignation. Roar, abruptly, an enraged dragon's roar erupted from the depths of the earth. The sound reverberated, shaking the mountains and quaking the very heavens. The gathered members of Ziyun's sect were caught off guard, their eardrums pained and their heads spinning, struggling to maintain their footing. "It is the roar of the dragon vein. Indeed, there is a dragon vein awakening." The elders of Ziyun's sect were filled with ecstatic excitement, embracing each other in celebration, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Quickly, retreat from this place. We must not disturb the dragon vein," the leader of Ziyun's sect swiftly ordered, leading the higher-ups away in haste, fearing they might inadvertently provoke the dragon vein and provoke disastrous consequences. From this day forth, the nameless peak was declared a forbidden ground for Ziyun's sect. No one was permitted to enter, or they would face lethal consequences. Chapter 85. Anomalies abound. Upon hearing the leader of Ziyun's sect's stern decree, Lu Chen felt a mix of emotions. The leader was indeed exceedingly courteous. By designating this mountain peak as a forbidden zone, banning anyone from stepping foot here, it allowed Lord Lu to come and go freely without any restrictions. Henceforth, whenever the weather was fine, Lord Lu would descend upon this place, absorbing spiritual energy diligently to enhance his cultivation, ensuring he did not disappoint the leader of Ziyun's sect. However, during this time, the disciples of Ziyun's sect could enjoy a well-deserved rest. With no spiritual energy available, how could they practice? What do you think means? An hour later, the vast spiritual energy of the 99 peaks of Ziyun Valley was completely drained by Lu Chen, leaving not a trace behind. However, during this period, the disciples of Ziyun's sect could enjoy a good night's sleep. Without spiritual energy, what could they possibly cultivate? Do you know what means? An hour later, the abundant spiritual energy of the 99 peaks of Ziyun Valley had been completely drained by Lu Chen, and Lu Chen greatly benefited from it. His true essence had increased significantly. Although he had not broken through, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the true essence realm, a mere half-step away from the 6th level. Done. Time to wrap things up. Lu Chen emerged from the earth and approached the flower and would transfer array, unleashing a wave of soul energy to activate the formation. Next stop, Suisha sect. The array engaged silently, transporting Lu Chen to another array of the same type. Suisha River, 100 zhang wide, thundered as it cascaded down, its banks enveloped in rich spiritual energy, a secluded grove by the riverside. A figure abruptly appeared. Lu Chen steadied himself and gazed ahead, where lay the heart of Suisha sect. The banks of the river were lined with buildings, stretching for miles, forming a majestic architectural complex. Suisha sect had always been a trivial entity, and Lu Chen bore no significant enmity towards them. However, as they were complicit in the misdeeds of Ziyun's sect, Lu Chen was determined not to let them off lightly. Suisha sect, you have allied with Ziyun's sect, and your fate is now set to become that of the Shattered Heart sect. Lu Chen sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for Suisha sect. Nonetheless, regret aside, he would show no mercy. Taking a step, he burrowed into the earth and began to cultivate, employing the same strategy as before. On Suisha River, winds roared, and the dense spiritual energy blanketing the land formed torrents, flowing towards a specific point on the riverbank, gushing into the ground in droves. Countless disciples of Suisha sect rushed out, bewildered, glancing around in shock. Figures darted towards the riverbank, drawn by the commotion. A dragon's roar resounded, echoing throughout Suisha River. The rushing figures halted abruptly, pausing in their tracks. There is a dragon vein awakening in the western part of the river. This area is now a forbidden zone. Those who trespass shall die. The leader of Suisha sect bellowed, his voice reverberating across the entire river. Another polite leader, is it? Lu Chen thought to himself. Then I won't waste the spiritual energy of Suisha River. I shall gladly absorb it. Lu Chen chuckled, unleashing the Yanlong vein to voraciously devour the energy. Countless spiritual energies transformed into pure true essence, crashing against the barriers of his cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Chen's aura surged dramatically, and a resounding explosion echoed within him. Crack! He had broken through. He had attained the 6th level of the true essence realm. Lu Chen felt utterly invigorated, his spirit soaring. The rich spiritual energy of Ziyun Valley and Suisha River made for an exceptional cultivation environment. Yet another hour passed, and while there were no new breakthroughs in his cultivation, the spiritual energy had been fully consumed. Tonight's harvest was quite rewarding. He would return in a few days. Lu Chen clapped his hands and took his leave. Upon returning to Luoshao Peak, he intended to sneak back to the Alchemy Institute without alerting Wanner. However, he was surprised to find Wanner waiting for him in the valley along his path. Young master, you have returned. Wanner's eyes glistened with tears. Silly girl, I merely went for a stroll. Why are you crying? Lu Chen gently ruffled Wanner's hair, offering comfort. Ever since you left, this girl has been weeping. Feeling aggrieved that you did not take her with you, a familiar female voice chimed in from behind. Lu Chen recognized who was speaking. He had not managed to conceal his activities against Ziyun's sect and Suisha sect from that person. The places I visit are only accessible to me. I cannot take anyone along, or I wouldn't be able to go at all. Lu Chen continued to stroke Wanner's head, smiling. Next time I go out to play, I shall take you with me. Yes, young master, Wanner sniffled, finally managing to hold back her tears. However, your cultivation level is too low. You must strive to improve. Otherwise, your combat power will be insufficient, and it will be unsafe to venture out. Lu Chen's smile vanished as he replied earnestly. Wanner was exceptionally gifted, yet too laid back. Her pursuit of martial arts was not for herself, but in following him, which was a significant taboo in the martial path. He had to spur Wanner on, helping her set martial goals to strive upwards. Otherwise, missing the prime age for cultivation would make future progress exceedingly difficult, and it would be hard for her to go far in martial arts. I have been working hard. I have nearly broken through to the third level of the true essence realm by staying at Luoshao Peak to cultivate, Wanner exclaimed. Not enough. Lu Chen shook his head. The second layer of the divine with sacred technique. I have also perfected. Wanner added. Not enough. Lu Chen continued to shake his head. The first layer of the rending heaven palm. I have already completed. Wanner persisted. Not enough. Lu Chen kept shaking his head. Then how much is enough? Wanner frowned, despair creeping into her eyes. At least the spirit transformation realm. The sacred technique must be at least the fourth layer. The rending heaven palm must be at least the third layer, and then we will be close enough. Lu Chen set lofty goals, leaving Wanner feeling even more despondent. Young master, I cannot achieve that. Wanner's eyes brimmed with tears again. Do not cry, my dear. The journey of cultivation is a gradual process. Haste will not yield results. Miao Yin hurriedly comforted Wanner, shooting Lu Chen a glare. Do not listen to this rascal's nonsense. He is merely spurring you on, not expecting you to transform into a monster in a short time. You must not compare yourself to him. You are a normal person, while he is an anomaly, not on the same level. Master, your words are quite harsh. What is abnormal about me? Lu Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Everything about you is abnormal. Miao Yin scrutinized Lu Chen, responding sharply, I seem to recall you entering the sect at the second level of the true essence realm. Right? Look how far you have come in such a short time. You go out for a stroll and return with your cultivation improved, as if it were child's play. How can you dare call yourself normal? I have no control over cultivation. If it wishes to improve, I cannot stop it. Lu Chen replied with a hint of helplessness. He would argue with anyone, but not with Miao Yin. After all, she was the esteemed leader of the sect, both beautiful and kind to him. He felt he could not retort. Stop pretending in front of me, taking advantage and then acting innocent. Do you believe I won't slap you? Miao Yin suddenly raised her hand, causing Lu Chen to leap aside in fright, hardly daring to breathe. It was no joke. While Miao Yin's combat prowess might be lacking, her cultivation level was formidable. Miao Yin was a master at the fifth level of the spirit transformation realm. Her base strength was 200,000 pounds, and a single slap could leave Lu Chen utterly disoriented.